Lin Ning, who tragically faced the dual misfortunes of being jilted by his girlfriend and losing his job, unexpectedly acquires a sign-in system. Each day, the act of signing in bestows upon him a myriad of rewards: luxury cars, opulent residences, properties in prestigious school districts, yachts, and islands. Furthermore, he gains access to an array of advanced technologies and skills, rapidly ascending to the pinnacle of life, thus embarking on a shameless and leisurely existence. Chapter 1. Lin Ning. Let go of me. Let go of me. If this continues, I shall file a complaint against you. Within the grand hall of the Global Trade Center, a sudden commotion erupted. Two robust security guards, one tall and the other short, were escorting a relatively handsome young man, approximately 24-25 years old, clad in a jacket and jeans, who carried a backpack, swiftly towards the exit. "Shut your mouth. Keep it up, and I'll give you a taste of my palm," the taller guard snarled, casting a threatening glare at the young man. The shorter guard remained silent, his expression grave and unyielding. Realizing that his protests were in vain, the young man's countenance shifted from anger to a pleading demeanor. "Brothers, please have mercy. Earning a living is not easy. Kindly do not drag me. There are so many people here, I have my dignity to consider." "Dignity?" The tall guard scoffed again. "With your current state, a mere flyer distributor, how dare you speak of dignity? It is laughable. What's wrong with being a flyer distributor? We are also human beings, earning our bread through hard work. By what right do you look down upon us?" The young man, now enraged, felt his face flush crimson. "Enough. I shan't waste my breath on you. The building prohibits the entry of unauthorized individuals. Leave immediately." With those words, the two guards quickened their pace. It was precisely 1:30 in the afternoon, the time when various companies commenced their operations. The Global Trade Center, being the second tallest office building in Zhonghai City, spans an area of 15,000 square meters. It houses many renowned corporations, both in Zhonghai and throughout China, including numerous branches of Fortune 500 companies. Thus, those employed here are all elite professionals from various industries, elegantly attired and poised. At this moment, several successful men and attractive women in business attire were entering and exiting the hall. Upon witnessing the scene, each individual could not help but furrow their brows in disapproval or display a sneer at the sight of the young man, whose entire outfit was worth less than 300 yuan and appeared somewhat faded. Under the scrutiny of these onlookers, the two security guards felt an increased pressure, hastening their steps. Having pushed through the glass doors and taken a few steps outside, they exchanged knowing glances and nodded subtly. Then, disregarding the young man's protests, both guards simultaneously exerted their strength, casting him out. He landed unceremoniously on the hard ground, feeling as though his tailbone might fracture, gasping in pain and crying out. The two guards exchanged cold smirks, clapping their hands together, and declared, "Begone. Should we ever lay eyes on you again, we shall ensure you receive a proper beating first. What's the big deal? Aren't you just a security guard, strutting around as if this building belongs to your family?" The young man grimaced as he rubbed his backside and stood up, his anger boiling over. "Ah, you are indeed correct. This building is owned by the two of us. Are you envious?" The tall security guard replied with a chuckle. "Envious? What a joke!" the young man retorted indignantly, spitting on the ground. "Once I have money, I will buy this building and make you two blind fools kneel and call me grandfathered." "Ha ha ha!" The two security guards were amused by the young man's words. "Sure, we will be waiting. Don't just say kneeling, we would settle for lying down." "Humph!" The young man dismissed their mockery, casting a resentful glance at the 77-story building renowned as a financial center before turning to leave. "Stop right there." Little did he know, just a few steps out, the two security guards caught up and blocked his path. "What? Having second thoughts? Ready to apologize?" The young man smirked. "Apologize? Dream on," replied the tall security guard, extending his hefty palm towards the young man. "Spitting on the ground incurs a fine of 200. "Damn," the young man couldn't help but curse. "Which one of your eyes saw me spit? And you dare demand 200? This is robbery, do you know that? I could call the police. Right over there, with irrefutable evidence, and you still want to deny it?" The tall guard pointed expressionlessly to the spot where the young man had stood moments ago. There, in the sunlight, lay a small puddle of water, slowly disappearing. "This?" The young man furrowed his brow, at a loss for words. He recalled that in his moment of anger, he had indeed spat, albeit uncivilly, yet he hadn't seen any signs prohibiting spitting. There are no warning signs here, so it doesn't count. I can file a complaint against you, the young man retorted angrily. Complaint? Sure. As long as you can get into the building, feel free to complain wherever you wish. The two security guards clasped their hands together, their knuckles cracking ominously. The sound sent shivers down the young man's spine. These guards were extraordinarily robust, towering over 1.8 meters and weighing over 180 pounds. Standing at 1.75 meters and weighing 130 pounds, the young man felt somewhat frail in comparison. He sized up the two guards while discreetly scanning his surroundings for an escape route. He had no choice but to run. He was penniless. He couldn't muster even 200 yuan, let alone find 10. Otherwise, how could he explain why his girlfriend of 4 to 5 years had cruelly abandoned him 2 months ago, throwing herself into someone else's arms without a second thought? This was not to say that the young man lacked ability. His name was Lin Ning, and his current occupation was a mere salesman for a small company specializing in advertising. As a graduate of a 211 university in Zhonghai, he once held a respectable job with a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. However, his girlfriend was insatiably greedy, like an endless abyss. During their relationship, they not only lived paycheck to paycheck, but also drained the savings meant for their house down payment, accumulating over 100,000 yuan in high-interest debt. In the end, his girlfriend nonchalantly waved her sleeve, bidding him farewell, taking only her pile of luxury items while leaving the debts behind. If it had ended there, it would have been manageable. Lin Ning, with his monthly salary, could have tightened his belt and repaid the debts over a few months. Unfortunately, misfortune struck again. The loan sharks inexplicably showed up at his workplace, threatening anyone in sight, creating chaos that led to Lin Ning's abrupt dismissal by an enraged boss. With no other options, Lin Ning was forced to move from his previous residence into a small, dilapidated apartment, renting a room of merely 7 or 8 square meters to temporarily settle. He then found another job, earning a meager 3,000 to 4,000 a month to survive in the city. He had not confided in anyone about this situation, including his parents back home, fearing they would worry. Just as Lin Ning was assessing his escape route and preparing to act, a voice filled with surprise and a hint of anger called out from behind. Lin Ning? Lin Ning's body stiffened, slowly turning around with a bittersweet smile on his face. Long time no see, Wan Ning. Chapter 2. The Daily Check-in System. Not far from him, a young couple approached, their demeanor intimate. The man was strikingly handsome, with thick brows and bright eyes. Clad in a tailored suit adorned with a luxurious Cartier watch on his wrist, exuding an air of refinement, yet his expression was cold and somewhat arrogant. The woman was stunning, with a voluptuous figure, large doe-like eyes framed by long lashes, cascading black hair like a waterfall, and porcelain skin. She wore a pink camisole paired with denim shorts, carrying a Louis Vuitton handbag, and her feet were adorned with sparkling crystal sandals. She was none other than Lin Ning's ex-girlfriend, Gu Weiniang. The two security guards stood dumbfounded. Lin Ning, too, momentarily lost his composure, but soon regained his demeanor. Lin Ning, I never expected you to be this type of person. It's been so long since we broke up, yet you still cling to me. Didn't I make it clear that we are incompatible? Stop harboring such delusions. The girl reproached before Lin Ning could utter a word, her expression marred by displeasure. Weiniang, it's not what you think. Lin Ning hastily attempted to clarify. However, Gu Weiniang paid no heed. You needn't explain. I've found true happiness now. This is my boyfriend, Zhang Juliang, a director at the Jinfeng Investment Group, a financial prodigy earning a 6-figure salary annually. Can you compare? With that, she happily linked her arm with the man beside her, planting a sweet kiss on his cheek. Weiniang, is this truly what you desire? What about the vows we exchanged? Do they mean nothing now? Lin Ning coldly regarded the arrogant man, slowly inquiring. Lin Ning, how naive you are, Gu Weiniang scoffed derisively. Those were merely to please you. Do you wish for me to return to the impoverished days we once shared? I'm sorry, but I've had enough. I hope you do not disturb me again, or I shall call the police. With that, she turned her back, her expression blossoming like a flower as she looked at the young man beside her. Darling, let us go. I desire to try the afternoon tea at the London restaurant. I've heard they've introduced a new flavor. Of course, whatever you wish. The young man arrogantly cast a glance at the somewhat dejected Lin Ning before commanding the two respectful security guards. I am Zhang Juliang, a friend of Manager Zhang from your property management. Should you see this person again, remove him immediately. Yes, understood. The guards, recognizing the authority of the boss's friend, nodded vigorously, displaying a servile demeanor. As Gu Weiniang and her companion exited, Lin Ning's voice rang out behind them. Gu Weiniang, leave me, and don't regret it later. He shouted this with all his might, collapsing to the ground as if his bones had turned to jelly. The fears, worries, and pains accumulated over the past 2 months surged forth with that declaration, leaving Lin Ning feeling utterly drained, devoid of strength. Uffed. Gu Weiniang didn't look back, merely waved her hand dismissively, as merciless as 2 months prior. What are you staring at? You, a mere loser. How dare you think you deserve a goddess? Consider it my bad luck. I won't bother with that 200 yuan fine. Hurry up and scram. I'd rather enjoy the air conditioning in the security room than bake in the sun with you. The taller security guard impatiently shoved Lin Ning, cursing under his breath. Fine, I'll leave. No need to push. Lin Ning rose from the ground, turning to depart. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Daily check-in system bound. Please commence your first check-in promptly. A system? Lin Ning was taken aback, a whirl of emotions stirring within him. I have a system now, and I can check in daily? I wonder what rewards this check-in system will offer, he pondered silently. Check-in. In the next instant, the system's voice resonated once more. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have obtained full ownership of the Global Trade Center. Please check your account. What? Full ownership of the Global Trade Center? Is this for real? Lin Ning felt as if his head had been struck by a hammer, utterly bewildered. He stood in the sunlight, squinting up at the towering structure before him, which loomed like a colossal giant. Is this truly mine? He muttered to himself. As a student from a prestigious university, he understood the magnitude of full ownership. It meant that this 77-story, over 300-meter-high skyscraper, home to world-class financial firms, wholly belonged to him. Within this edifice, no other voice would exist. He would be the singular authority. Should anyone dare to offend him or incite his displeasure, they would be swiftly expelled. Hey, why are you still standing there? Are you looking for a beating? The tall security guard, observing Lin Ning's immobility, felt his temper flare. It was now 2 in the afternoon, the sun blazing fiercely, and if Lin Ning didn't leave, neither would the guards. They could only suffer the sweltering heat. Drenched in sweat, their uniforms soaked through. Was this fool really too daft to realize he was being roasted? The 2 guards, fuming, rolled up their sleeves, preparing to teach Lin Ning a lesson. Just then, Lin Ning's phone rang. Hello, who is this? May I ask if you are Mr. Lin? A middle-aged man's voice resonated through the line, laced with utmost respect, even a hint of servility. Yes, it is I. Who are you? Lin Ning suspected who was calling but remained cautious, calmly inquiring. My name is Zheng Yiming, the property manager of the Global Trade Center. The building is now under your ownership. When would you be available to come by? There are some paperwork and documents that require your signature. Although Zheng Yiming was not present before Lin Ning, a humble smile adorned his face, carefully modulating his tone, fearful of offending the new owner with an ill-chosen word. He had not always been this way. Once, the Global Trade Center had numerous shareholders. No one could singularly claim the entire building. As its operator, Zheng Yiming was a notable figure within the organization, mingling with dignitaries and wielding considerable influence, commanding respect from his peers. However, this new owner had compelled all the shareholders to willingly transfer their stakes, consolidating them into one pair of hands. What immense power must one possess to achieve such a feat? It was common knowledge that the Global Trade Center was valued at over 50 to 60 billion, generating a staggering 4 billion in rental income annually. It was a golden goose, and accomplishing this feat without extraordinary means was inconceivable. Lin Ning, male, 25 years old. ID number XXXX, phone number 185XXXXXXX. Zheng Yiming had scanned information about the new owner, even lacking a home address. He could have investigated further, but dared not tread those waters. To offend a person capable of acquiring full ownership of the building was beyond his capacity. Only the elite families in the city might stand on equal footing with this new proprietor. Chapter 3. Manager, there are vicious dogs at your building. I am currently at the plaza of the building, Lin Ning spoke in a flat tone. At the plaza? Zheng Yiming was taken aback, quickly pressing on. Why don't you come up? There are 2 ferocious dogs blocking my path, barking aggressively at me. I dare not approach. Lin Ning retreated a few steps as he noticed the guards closing in, speaking into the phone with a grave tone. What? In the plaza of the building, a pack of ferocious dogs has obstructed your path. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yiming was instantly engulfed in a cold sweat. For the consequences of the boss being bitten were unthinkable. I shall dispatch someone to investigate immediately, Mr. Lin. You must trust me. Such occurrences have never transpired at the building. Please wait and take care of your safety. I will descend to meet you right away. With that, Zheng Yiming hung up the phone and promptly dialed another number. As soon as the call connected, Zheng Yiming unleashed a torrent of curses without waiting for the other party to speak. Wang Feng, you scoundrel. What are your subordinates doing? Do you not realize there are two vicious dogs in the plaza? Vicious dogs? In the building plaza? In the central control room of the building. A burly man in his 30s was engaged in an indecent act with a heavily made-up woman. Zheng Yiming's outburst left him utterly bewildered, unable to continue his previous task. He hastily seized a walkie-talkie from the nearby table and shouted, "Get a few men, armed with batons and tasers, and run with me to the front plaza. There are vicious dogs on the loose. Additionally, which brother is closest to the plaza? Go check the situation first. Boss, are there really dogs in the plaza? Are you joking?" A voice from the walkie-talkie chuckled. "Damn it, I just got chewed out by the boss, and I can't even perform. Do you think I have time for jokes? Enough chatter. Hurry to the front plaza. Anyone who arrives late will have to answer to me." "Understood, boss. We will be there shortly." Upon hearing the news confirmed by the boss himself, no one dared to continue their jesting. They promptly gathered their equipment and headed to the plaza. Meanwhile, Zheng Yiming stood in the elevator, wiping the sweat from his brow. His eyes fixated on the ever-changing numbers on the display, muttering, "Hurry up, hurry up." In the lobby of the Global Trade Center, 4 or 5 security guards equipped with gear rushed out from the back, converging at the entrance. "Boss, where are the dogs? Let's check outside." The lead security guard commanded sternly, pushing the door open and charging out. At that moment, 2 security guards, one tall and one short, were shoving Lin Ning, who was continuously retreating. "Li San, Lao Zhang, what are you doing?" The security captain arrived at the plaza and immediately spotted his subordinates, scolding them. "Captain, what brings you here?" The two, upon seeing the security captain, immediately abandoned Lin Ning and approached him with fawning smiles. "What are you two doing away from your posts?" The captain inquired, his brow furrowed. "Captain, there was someone handing out flyers who insisted on entering. We were escorting him away." For some reason, the shorter guard remained silent, letting the taller one do all the talking while he nodded in agreement. "Forget about him," the captain said, glancing into the distance and spotting a young man dressed in a rather shabby manner. "It doesn't matter. The boss said there are dogs here. Did you two see any?" "Dogs? None here. Apart from people, there's not even a fly in sight. Where could there be dogs?" The 2 guards appeared perplexed. "Boss, are you sure you didn't mishear?" "Mishear my foot." The captain slapped the heads of both guards, exclaiming anxiously, "The boss said it himself. It can't be false. Hurry and search. The boss will be coming down soon. If we don't find those dogs, no one will have a good time." "Understood." The guards responded in unison before scattering in all directions to search for the dogs. By this time, the workday had ended, and foot traffic in the plaza had significantly dwindled. The entire plaza was laid bare, devoid of any animals. "Where are the dogs? Have you found them?" Zheng Yiming had now rushed out of the building, flustered. "Boss, we've searched everywhere. There are no dogs," the security captain reported, equally baffled. "No, that is impossible. The boss said so himself, right in front of him." Zheng Yiming was equally perplexed, hands on his hips as he surveyed the area. Noticing the middle-aged man in a suit, surrounded by the guards like a moon embraced by stars, Lin Ning smiled slightly and walked toward them. "Stop." The same 2 guards, one tall and one short, hurriedly approached to block Lin Ning's path, their expressions unfriendly. "Didn't Tiwi tell you to leave? Are you looking for trouble?" As they spoke, the tall guard raised his fist, ready to strike. Zheng Yiming noticed the altercation and, upon sweeping his gaze over, his expression abruptly hardened. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "Stop right there. You better cease this at once." The tall guard halted immediately, turning to look at the boss in confusion. Zheng Yiming, his face pale with fury, swiftly approached the tall guard and swung his arm, delivering a resounding slap across the guard's face. Smack! The sound echoed sharply, leaving the guard stunned, clutching his face in disbelief. "Boss, why did you hit me?" The tall guard stammered, bewildered. Yes, boss. It's wrong to hit people like this." The short guard finally spoke up, unable to contain himself any longer, realizing that the tall guard had been struck. The security captain arrived with his subordinates, equally perplexed by the boss's sudden outburst. It's just about escorting someone out. Such incidents were routine for security. Yet the boss had never reacted with such fury before. The captain's gaze fell on Lin Ning, who, though dressed unfashionably, bore a calm demeanor and a faint smile. Unlike an ordinary person, could he be a relative of the boss? The captain's expression shifted. If that were the case, these 2 guards had truly stepped into a quagmire. Did they dare to strike the boss's kin? They might as well be resigning. Observing his subordinates' aggrieved expressions and their reluctance to speak further, the captain felt a pang of sympathy, just as he contemplated speaking in their defense. Zheng Yiming's subsequent action left him utterly astounded. "No." Zheng Yiming glared fiercely at the 2, saying nothing as he approached Lin Ning, a near obsequious smile gracing his face. He deeply bowed, saying, "Boss, it is my subordinates' lax management that has caused these ruffians to frighten you. I sincerely apologize." This unremarkable young man was, in fact, the boss's superior. Chapter 4, Astonishment. Who is this young man? Not only the security guards, but even the captain stood dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. Each frozen in place. Quickly, bow to the boss. Zheng Yiming's words struck like thunder, awakening everyone from their confusion. They hurriedly bowed to Lin Ning, all pondering the same question. When did our building's master change hands? Meanwhile, the tall and short guards were utterly disoriented, drenched in sweat, their faces pale and expressions blank. Did we just throw down the boss's superior? Boss, what about the two vicious dogs you mentioned over the phone? I didn't see any. After bowing, Zheng Yiming, with a forced smile, inquired. Earlier, when I attempted to enter the building, I was obstructed by two individuals who claimed I was distributing flyers and would not let me in. They even threw me to the ground, disregarding my explanations. Later, an enemy of mine arrived, and they complied with his orders to expel me. Zheng manager, wouldn't you consider such individuals to be vicious dogs? Though Lin Ning's tone was light, it seemed devoid of anger. Yet with each word, Zheng Yiming's heart filled with mounting dread and fury. Daring to confront the new boss and attempting to oust him. Surely these two individuals must possess the audacity of a bear and the courage of a leopard? At this moment, the meaning behind the young boss's words became clear to everyone, and sympathetic glances were cast towards the two trembling security guards standing there. Even the head of security, after casting a brief glance at the two, heaved a deep sigh and turned his gaze elsewhere. They had brought this upon themselves, and no one could save them. Brothers, may fortune favor you. You too, go to the finance department and collect a month's salary. Resign at your own accord. Zheng Yiming stated unequivocally, his chilling words plunging the two guards into an icy abyss. Despite the ground temperature soaring to 36 or 37 degrees, they felt an unbearable chill, their faces ashen. Once Zheng Yiming finished speaking, he no longer regarded the two. Instead, snapping open the sunshade, he held with a sharp sound and raising it above Lin Ning's head, shielding him from the scorching sun. A gentle smile graced his face, evoking a sense of springtime warmth, as he softly proposed, Boss, the sunlight here is quite intense. Let me accompany you upstairs to see your office and sign some documents that require your personal attention. Would that be agreeable? Certainly, Lin Ning replied noncommittally, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he took the lead, striding towards the Global Trade Center. Zheng Yiming followed closely, the small shadow of the sunshade perpetually hovering above Lin Ning, providing a modicum of relief from the blazing sun. The other security guards naturally trailed behind. As for the two unfortunate guards, they were no longer the center of attention. The entrance to the Global Trade Center was equipped with electronic sensor doors, which were typically locked during peak hours, remaining ajar only until the designated time. Currently, as it was neither work hours nor closing time, the sensor doors would only open to those passing through. The head of security had already stationed himself at the door, acting as a human key. For as long as there was someone present, the sensor doors would remain open. Lin Ning, leading the way, smiled at the head of security before passing through the lobby unhindered. Compared to just a few moments ago, the disparity in treatment was striking, stirring a multitude of thoughts within him. At that moment, the lobby still saw a few individuals coming and going. Upon noticing a throng of security guards surrounding two people, curiosity sparked among them. What is happening? Why are there so many security guards? I don't know. Perhaps a significant figure is here for an inspection. Did you see that young man? Even as he entered, someone was holding an umbrella for him. Quite the display. Indeed, it seems so. Others chimed in, their intrigue growing. Who is that young man? Dressed so unfashionably, his clothes faded. How did he gain access to the building? Aren't those poorly attired forbidden entry? This is a prestigious office building. When did it become so lowly that anyone could stroll in? Some spoke with disdain. Keep it down, lest someone overhears. A companion quickly cautioned. Did you not see how even the building's security treats him with utmost respect? We cannot afford to provoke such a person. Indeed, another added, leaning in to engage in the discussion. Our building's security is notorious for their pride. Even those from the neighboring Pearl building envy them. Anyone who can elicit such deference must be the heir of a wealthy family. Exactly, I've heard that too, someone else concurred. The wealthy have taken to flaunting a style that is both outdated and low-key, which they claim reflects depth and subtlety. Ah, I see now, a fashionable girl. Her appearance striking, obscured her face behind a stack of documents, revealing only her eyes, as she dreamily giggled. Come now, a nearby individual scoffed. A fellow like that must have countless beauties vying for his attention. There's no chance for you. No way. The more you say that, the more I want to try. I'll just ask for his we chat. I don't need his heart, just his physique. Get back here. Have you lost your mind? Her companion grabbed the infatuated girl, warning, did you not notice the person holding the umbrella? That's the property manager of our building. If you approach, you might provoke him, and no one will be able to protect you. The girl turned pale with fright, merely stealing glances at Lin Ning to comfort herself. Amidst their gossip, the elevator doors in the lobby slid open, and a stream of people poured out. Among them was a suave, middle-aged man who, upon spotting Zheng Yiming, brightened and raised his hand in greeting. Manager Zheng, hello? However, to his astonishment, the usually affable Zheng Yiming, who would typically welcome him with a smile, merely acknowledged him with a distant nod before guiding the young man beside him in another direction, completely disregarding him. This is illogical. Who is that young man? The middle-aged man stood frozen, hands still raised, confusion etched across his face, sensing that something significant was about to transpire. In the lobby, besides the gossipers, several others observed this peculiar interaction, sensing an unusual air. They hastily retrieved their phones to report to their superiors or bosses. In an instant, a multitude of offices within the global trade center filled with men and women, all furrowing their brows, gripped by a sense of foreboding. Chapter 5. An exorbitant display of indifference. Let us not dwell on those individuals. At this moment, under Zheng Yiming's guidance, Lin Ning did not utilize the shared elevators. Instead, they turned a corner, revealing a long, empty corridor. At the entrance of the corridor stood a turnstile that required card access, flanked by two impeccably dressed security guards. Upon seeing Zheng Yiming's group, the guards stood even straighter. Zheng Yiming said nothing further as he approached the turnstile, retracting the umbrella and producing a gleaming golden card from his pocket to swipe it against the machine. With a beep, the turnstile opened. Zheng Yiming smiled and gestured for Lin Ning to proceed first. Lin Ning, not one to hesitate, stepped through the turnstile. After Zheng Yiming followed suit, he waved his hand behind him. I will escort the boss upstairs. You all may return to your duties. Yes, yes. The head of security and several guards dared not harbor any dissatisfaction, watching as Lin Ning and Zheng Yiming entered before returning to their posts. The two arrived at the elevator, where Zheng Yiming swiped the golden card once more, and the door opened. The interior was spacious, appearing to be at least twice the size of a standard elevator in Lin Ning's eyes. Thick golden silk carpets adorned the floor, offering a soft, comfortable feel underfoot. The walls of the cabin bore no obnoxious advertisements, only two exquisite oil paintings hanging on either side, vividly lifelike, likely crafted by a master artist. Boss, this is your private elevator, accessible only with this golden card. Only I and a few senior executives possess such a card in our company, Zheng Yiming explained respectfully, standing beside Lin Ning. Ah, Lin Ning nodded, observing Zheng Yiming press the button for the top floor, the 78th. I recall the building has a maximum of 77 floors? Lin Ning inquired with a slight frown. Haha, what you may not know, boss, is that our building indeed has 78 floors. However, the topmost floor is designated as the chairman's office, which is why we publicly assert that the building has only 77 floors. The public elevators we just passed can only reach the 77th floor, Zheng Yiming elucidated. Now I understand. Lin Ning nodded slightly, her expression appearing tranquil, yet her heart was already a tempest of emotions. Goodness, the affluent truly know how to indulge. An entire floor dedicated solely to one individual's office. How extensive is the Global Trade Center? It seems to be around 15,000 square meters. Lin Ning strained to recall the scant information she had about this building. The daily rental fee is 13 yuan per square meter, and if calculated over a month of 30 days, that amounts to 390 yuan monthly, for 15,000 square meters. The monthly rent would total 5.85 million yuan, culminating in an annual expenditure of 72 million yuan. In that instant, Lin Ning's mind transformed into a supercomputer, calculating the annual revenue of a single floor within mere seconds. However, the more she calculated, the more distressed she became. What a wasteful extravagance. Spending such a fortune annually merely for personal enjoyment is utterly excessive. No, since this building is now mine, I shall not permit such wastefulness. What purpose does such a vast office serve? Tear it down, all of it, and convert it into smaller units for rent. Wouldn't an annual income exceeding 70 million yuan be far more appealing? Zheng Yiming, observing Lin Ning's silence as she entered the elevator, wore a mysterious smile but felt a twinge of anxiety. Had he perhaps misspoken? Was the boss contemplating how to handle him? Unbeknownst to Lin Ning, she was basking in the glory of her sagacious decision. Yet, she was unprepared for the swift reversal of her thoughts. As the elevator halted on the 78th floor and the doors slowly opened, her decision underwent a monumental upheaval. Tear down what? Anyone daring to suggest demolishing the 78th floor would face her wrath. Before her lay an expansive 5,000 square meters of space. The additional 10,000 square meters comprised a helicopter landing pad and a sky garden. The 5,000 square meters were partitioned into various functional areas, an office zone, a recreation area, and a fitness section. Stepping out of the elevator, a corridor led directly to the sky garden and landing pad. To the left was the office area, while the right housed the fitness and entertainment zones, brimming with an array of exercise equipment, surpassing even some small gyms in scale. Lin Ning was utterly astounded. Within the entertainment area, she discovered not just a small cinema accommodating 20 people, but also a swimming pool. Such opulence was beyond comprehension. The office area to the left was equally lavishly decorated, exuding an air of grandeur. Thick velvet carpets, a full set of mahogany furniture, genuine leather sofas, Bolivian handcrafted crystal chandeliers, and an entire wall of wine cabinets filled with bottles. Lin Ning casually picked up one bottle for inspection. Its label differed from those in the market, featuring only a few lines of English text stating Petrus Winery, 1963. Boss, this is a private edition from Petrus Winery. Renowned for its exquisite taste, supplied only to a select few world-class families, with merely 100 bottles produced annually, making it virtually impossible to acquire on the market. Zheng Yiming continued, his tone shifting to one of mystery. However, on the black market, the asking price is $1 million per bottle. Upon hearing this, Lin Ning's lips twitched as she felt the weight of the bottle grow increasingly burdensome in her hand. $1 million equated to approximately 7 million yuan. In Zhonghai, even a moderately decent apartment wouldn't fetch such a price. Lin Ning was unable to fathom the extent of the wealthy lifestyle. The opulence portrayed on television of driving luxury cars and residing in grand mansions was mere illusion. Based on what she had witnessed, those portrayed on screen were, at best, middle class compared to the true elite. Boss, we still have 3 bottles of this wine at our estate. The other 2 are stored in the building's underground vault. Shall I open this one for you to taste? Never mind, I am allergic to alcohol. Lin Ning forced a smile, returning the bottle to its place. This wine was far too precious for her to indulge in. It was better left to be admired. Moreover, due to her allergy, consuming alcohol would cause her skin to flush, so she abstained unless absolutely necessary. After touring the office area, Lin Ning finally arrived at the Sky Garden. This expansive greenhouse, spanning over 1,000 square meters, featured a glass ceiling that could automatically adjust according to sunlight and temperature. Filled with exotic floral plants, the garden enveloped her in a symphony of fragrances, invigorating her senses. With hands clasped behind her back, she strolled through, her expression betraying little change. She had grown numb to the splendor around her. Zheng Yiming followed closely, attentively attending to her needs. After a leisurely exploration, Lin Ning returned to the office area. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, the vehicles below appeared as mere matchboxes, and the pedestrians were so minuscule they were nearly invisible. Farther away, the confluence of the Poo River and the sea unfolded, offering an unparalleled panoramic view. Lin Ning inhaled deeply, then exhaled, her gaze growing increasingly radiant. All of this is mine. With the signing system in place, one day I shall stand at the pinnacle of the world, surveying the realm below. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Ning's mindset was shifting imperceptibly. Manager Zheng, please bring over any documents requiring my signature, Lin Ning calmly requested. Of course, the documents are prepared. I will have someone bring them right away, Zheng Yiming replied respectfully, feeling a shiver of awe at the transformation he witnessed. Just moments ago, she seemed an inexperienced novice. Now, she exuded composure and poise. He couldn't help but wonder from which illustrious family this young Mr. Lin hailed, deepening his respect for her. Shortly thereafter, a stylishly attired woman, approximately 33 or 34 years old, pushed a small cart into Lin Ning's office, laden with documents, roughly 20 to 30 volumes. Boss, this is Manager Wu Qing from our property company's public relations department. Manager Wu, may I introduce you to our new boss, Mr. Lin Ning? Zheng Yiming provided the introductions. Upon realizing the new boss was such a youthful man, Wu Qing was taken aback, a flicker of indescribable emotion passing through her eyes. This fleeting sentiment went unnoticed by both Lin Ning and Zheng Yiming. Hello, boss, Wu Qing smiled, extending her hand for a handshake. Hello, Manager Wu. I trust you will diligently manage the company's external affairs, Lin Ning offered politely. Thank you, but that is my duty. I will certainly give it my all. She responded earnestly. Then I am reassured, Lin Ning smiled, moving behind the desk to take a seat, stating, please bring over the documents requiring my signature. Certainly, boss. Wu Qing retrieved a file from the cart, handing it to Zheng Yiming, who then opened it and presented it to Lin Ning, explaining the document's purpose before she signed. In total, there were 27 documents covering various aspects of the company. Lin Ning listened attentively, posing questions whenever unclear, to which Zheng Yiming responded with professionalism. Wu Qing also provided additional insights where necessary. Lin Ning nodded frequently, though not entirely comprehending. She appreciated Zheng Yiming's clear explanations and the coherent responses, indicating his familiarity with the company's operations. He was certainly no slacker. Lin Ning felt a sense of satisfaction. After the last document was signed, an hour and a half had elapsed. Zheng Yiming closed the file and handed it to Wu Qing, then addressed Lin Ning. Boss, our building has always been for rent only, not for sale. The rent is 13 yuan per square meter per day. I won't bore you with the specifics. The total annual rental income for the building is 4.5 billion, and after various expenses, approximately 1.5 billion remains, with a reserve of 200 million set aside. The annual profit stands at 2.8 billion. Zheng Yiming recited these figures with the familiarity of one well-versed in them. Lin Ning listened with palpable delight. Each quarter, the company transfers profits to the designated accounts of each shareholder. Since you, the boss, hold all the shares of the building, the entirety of these profits now belongs solely to you. According to the pre-acquisition agreement, this quarter's profit has been prepared, amounting to a total of 700 million in cash. I've already informed the finance department to transfer the funds while I was in contact with you. It should have arrived by now. As Zheng Yiming finished speaking, Lin Ning's phone vibrated suddenly. It displayed a notification indicating that 700 million had just been transferred to his bank account. Lin Ning instinctively inhaled sharply, counting the numbers on his bank card. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. After several counts, the digits before the decimal point amounted to 9. 700 million, just like that, had landed in his hands. Lin Ning felt as if he were in a dream. This sum of money could sustain an ordinary person for several lifetimes. In one moment he was destitute, and in the next, he had become a millionaire with 700 million in cash. The system was undeniably powerful. Gazing at the numbers on his bank card, Lin Ning suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. The pressures of the past 2 months had nearly overwhelmed him, and only at this moment did he truly feel relaxed. Please step outside for a moment. I prefer to keep my affairs discreet to avoid complications, Lin Ning said, waving his hand gently. Zheng Yiming noticed the boss's demeanor was somewhat subdued, and with keen perception, he nodded and exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Qing. Boss, please take a rest. I will bring you some snacks and beverages shortly. With that, the two discreetly exited. In just a few minutes, Zheng Yiming returned with some light snacks and drinks. He remembered that the boss was allergic to alcohol, so he had avoided the wine cabinet stocked with various bottles. Alongside the refreshments, a golden access card rested on the tray, markedly more exquisite than Zheng Yiming's own, resembling a piece of art. This card was Lin Ning's exclusive access pass, granting him unparalleled authority within the global trade center. Once Zheng Yiming departed, Lin Ning found himself alone in the spacious 5,000 square foot room. The surroundings were hushed, with only faint sounds of vehicles below, creating a somewhat hypnotic ambience. Sitting in the comfortable, expansive executive chair, Lin Ning felt his eyelids grow heavy and, before he realized it, dozed off. Suddenly, an insistent ringtone jolted him awake. Rubbing his tired eyes, he answered the call. Hello, who is this? It's me, Gao Xingquan, came a rugged voice from the other end. Gao Xingquan, a college classmate of Lin Ning, was someone with whom he had a casual acquaintance, seldom reaching out unless necessary. Given their previous gatherings where they barely exchanged words, Lin Ning was surprised to receive a call from him. Actually, it's about our classmate Yin Jiaowen's birthday. Young Master Lu plans to celebrate it, and has specifically invited all of us from Zhonghai. It's meant to be both a festive occasion and a chance for everyone to reconnect. The gathering will be at the Diyuan Grand Hotel at 6:30 this evening. You must attend. Without waiting for Lin Ning's response, Gao Xingquan abruptly hung up. Another classmate's birthday. Lin Ning set down his phone, frowning as he pondered what gift to bring. After some deliberation, he decided on a handbag. Chapter 7. A bag can cure all ills. Don't all girls love them? His previous girlfriend had been utterly defenseless against handbags, especially those touted as globally limited editions. She was determined to possess one. The debts of over 100,000 he currently bore stemmed from such indulgences. However, the situation was different now, with 700 million resting in his bank account. What kind of handbag was beyond his reach? Lost in thought, Lin Ning suddenly noticed the daylight had dimmed. Looking up, he realized the afternoon sun had been obscured by an even taller building nearby. The Zhonghai Pearl Tower, touted as the tallest building in Zhonghai. Standing at 633 meters with 130 floors and a market value of 100 billion, it dwarfed the global trade center. Just wait. How dare you block my sunlight? One day, I shall make you mine. Lin Ning silently roared, raising his fist towards the sky. He felt a surge of confidence, as if he had transformed after his nap. This sensation was undeniably exhilarating. Grabbing the golden card from the fruit tray, Lin Ning summoned the elevator to descend. Upon passing through the turnstile, he noticed that the security personnel had changed shifts. The two guards, initially taken aback upon seeing Lin Ning emerge, fixated their vigilant eyes on him. However, when Lin Ning produced the golden card to swipe through the turnstile, their eyes widened in disbelief. They promptly stood at attention, saluting him with a mix of respect and trepidation as he departed. The Global Trade Center is situated in Zhonghai's most bustling commercial district, teeming with hotels, restaurants, and shops. Exiting the Global Trade Center, Lin Ning swiftly arrived at the LV boutique. True to its reputation as a world-renowned luxury brand, the store's decor exuded opulence and sophistication. Unlike typical boutiques with rows of shelves, this one showcased each item as a singular masterpiece, arranged artfully with varying heights, illuminated by strategic lighting, resembling an art exhibition. At the center of the store, on the highest display stand, rested a handbag adorned with several large diamonds, radiating an air of regal magnificence. The store was devoid of customers, save for a handful of attractive and slender female sales associates, who were engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Lin Ning's entrance, their wide, sparkling eyes turned in unison, scanning him like searchlights. Working in such a high-end establishment, they were accustomed to interacting with elite clientele. As a result, their discerning gazes swiftly appraised Lin Ning, concluding that he was dressed in shoddy attire, with a total worth of no more than 300, and his faded clothing rendered him practically worthless. To them, he was merely a pauper, unable even to afford the store's cheapest handbag. With their judgment made, the sales associates resumed their chatter, ignoring him entirely. Lin Ning wandered around, his eyes dazzled by the array of beautiful handbags, unsure which to choose. He paused at one display, intending to pick up a bag for a closer inspection. However, just as his hand reached out, a sharp reprimand rang out from beside him. "Don't touch. This is an LV brand store, and each handbag is quite expensive. If you wish to look, please do so without handling them. You wouldn't be able to afford the damages." Lin Ning was taken aback, quickly realizing that they were dismissing him based on his appearance. However, he remained indifferent. As a man worth over 100 million, why would he stoop to engage with these superficial and arrogant women? He chuckled softly, uttering not a word, and moved to another handbag, lowering his gaze to examine the price tag. 47,500 yuan. Reasonable enough, not excessively expensive, and the craftsmanship was quite exquisite, with several golden threads embroidered on the surface, elevating its elegance. Just as he was about to request the sales assistant to wrap up this handbag, the previously rude saleswoman interjected once more. "I advise you not to waste your time here. Just step outside, take a right, cross the street, and walk a couple of blocks. There's a small wholesale market where bags cost only 100 or 200. Go there to buy a bag to impress a girl." She continued. "We have to keep an eye on you here. After all, everything is quite pricey, and if something goes missing, it would be difficult to explain." Seeing that Lin Ning remained utterly unfazed, seemingly oblivious to her words, the saleswoman's irritation intensified. "I kindly warned you, yet you feign ignorance. You're clearly pushing your luck." She rolled up her sleeves, her pretty face flushed with indignation, ready to approach him and usher him out. Such a pauper had no business loitering in an LV boutique. At that moment, a girl in a similar LV staff uniform entered from outside. This girl was younger and more beautiful than the other saleswomen. With a slender figure and flawless, delicate skin, she radiated youthful vitality. Her gentle smile enveloped those around her in warmth, a stark contrast to the unpleasant older woman from before. The girl, beads of fine sweat glistening on her nose, carried a plastic bag containing several bottles of beverages. "Ladies, I bought some drinks. You must be thirsty," she said, distributing the beverages to her colleagues. One is the best. Not only is she beautiful, but her personality is also considerate and gentle. I wonder which lucky guy will win her heart. "Sister, please don't tease me. I'm still young and not thinking about these matters," Zhang Xiaowen replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she turned away from the more experienced women. In that moment, she noticed Lin Ning standing alone, ignored by everyone. "Sister, we have a customer," Zhang Xiaowen whispered. "Yes, ignore him." The saleswoman who had initially been rude shot Lin Ning a disdainful glance, then turned to Zhang Xiaowen with a serious tone. "Do you see? He is dressed in cheap, faded clothing and dares to enter our LV boutique. People like him just come to flaunt and leave. Don't engage with him. If you hadn't just returned, I would have already asked him to leave." "Sister, that is not right. The manager said we must treat every customer sincerely, no matter their background." "You're truly naive," the snobbish saleswoman chided, poking Zhang Xiaowen's forehead. "A customer is someone who can afford our bags." "Oh," Zhang Xiaowen rubbed her forehead and glanced at Lin Ning. He had a certain charm about him. He looked somewhat handsome, and standing alone made him appear a bit lonely. Suddenly, she felt a pang of sympathy and, without thinking, walked towards him. The saleswoman, witnessing this, could only shake her head in disappointment. "Hello, sir. Which bag caught your eye? I can provide you with information." After being neglected since entering, Lin Ning was taken aback when a young and beautiful girl approached him. "Oh, I'm just browsing for a gift for a friend's birthday," he stammered. Upon hearing this, the rude saleswoman observing from a distance wore an even more contemptuous expression. A pauper, only trying to deceive naive young girls. I'll keep a close watch on you. Chapter 8. I want to have these bags wrapped up. Allow me to introduce our collection. Zhang Xiaowen cheerfully guided Lin Ning around the store, showcasing each item, from several thousand to tens of thousands. But she notably omitted the lofty princess bag, aware that it was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. She wanted to spare Lin Ning some dignity. How much is that bag? Lin Ning inquired, completely unaware, pointing at the princess bag. Sir, that bag is a limited edition, with only 99 pieces worldwide. This is the only one available in Zhonghai. Zhang Xiaowen sighed internally, realizing she had to present the information honestly. At that moment, the other saleswomen could no longer contain their laughter. Just as they were about to mock him further, a stylish couple entered the store. The woman, with an LV bag worth 13,400 yuan hanging from her arm, immediately caught the attention of the previously rude saleswoman, whose demeanor brightened instantly, transforming her sulky expression into a welcoming smile. Welcome, sir and madam. How may I assist you today? She greeted, her voice sweet and inviting. The girl, holding her head high like a proud swan, replied, I came to see if you have new arrivals. Certainly. Please feel free to browse. We have many new items that I'm sure you'll love. All right, we'll look around ourselves, and we'll call you if we need anything. The girl waved her hand dismissively, a hint of impatience in her tone. Of course, please take your time. The saleswoman maintained her cheerful demeanor. The girl scanned the store, her eyes lighting up upon seeing many unfamiliar styles. Honey, there are so many new bags. I really want one. As long as my darling wants it, we'll buy it. But you must be a good girl tonight. The man chuckled. Stop it. You're so annoying. The girl blushed, playfully hitting him, no matter what. I'll go along with you. With that, she excitedly pulled him towards the bags. However, after just a couple of steps, she spotted Lin Ning standing there. And her expression soured immediately, as if she had bitten into a fly. What bad luck. Why do I keep running into him? My shopping mood is completely ruined. This girl was Gu Weining, accompanied by her current boyfriend, Zhang Juliang. Excuse me, what is going on? Has the LV boutique become so accommodating that anyone can just waltz in? Gu Weining pointed at Lin Ning's back, demanding, this person is ruining my shopping experience. I command you to remove him immediately. Zhang Juliang, upon noticing Lin Ning, also felt displeased and added, we are VIP members of your store. It is your duty to ensure we have a pleasant shopping environment. Do you see? He gestured toward Gu Weining's bag with a grim expression. This bag was purchased here. And today I plan to buy another one for my girlfriend. If that person is here, we will not be making any purchases. Of course, of course. The saleswoman dared not argue. She recognized the couple and knew they were regulars, having bought 3 or 4 bags this month alone. A significant portion of her monthly bonus came from their patronage. And she was aware that this man was a high-ranking executive at a financial firm in the nearby Global Trade Center, with a promising future ahead. Naturally, she could not afford to disregard the demands of her esteemed customers. Moreover, the female shop assistant already harbored a negative impression of Lin Ning and had long wished to expel him. With newfound support, her confidence surged. Rolling up her sleeves, she strode decisively toward Lin Ning, expressing her impatience. You need to leave immediately. Don't hinder our business. Lin Ning had been aware of the couple's antics, but had chosen to remain silent, observing coldly. However, at this juncture, he could no longer hold his tongue. I am here to make a purchase as well. Does a prestigious brand like LV intend to chase away its customers? You're here to buy a handbag. Before the shop assistant could respond, Gu Wanning burst into laughter, her face awash with disdain. You're a pauper. Just 2 streets away. Imitation handbags are only 200 yuan. I doubt you can even afford that, yet you come here to show off? She continued. I advise you to leave before you embarrass yourself even further. Her scornful remarks instantly elicited laughter from other employees and Zhang Juliang. Have you lost your mind? Oh right, your girlfriend is now mine. You are unworthy of her. Only a successful man like me, earning $1 million a year, is deserving of beautiful women. You don't even qualify to be a backup. Zhang Juliang wrapped his arm around Gu Wanying's slender waist, laughing triumphantly. You treat a discarded green tea like a treasure, which shows just how lowly you live. He continued, I have had my fill of her. You are only fit to drink my leftovers. What are you so proud of? Lin Ning cast a sympathetic glance at Zhang Juliang. You. Zhang Juliang's face flushed crimson, and he was momentarily speechless. Lin Ning. Gu Wanning sensed the shift in tone and quickly reprimanded him. Having finally found her golden ticket, she could not allow him to ruin it. You're a beggar, don't make a fool of yourself here. My love with Liang Gu is genuine. As she spoke, she picked up a handbag and waved it in front of Lin Ning, saying, see this? It costs 7,999 yuan. Can you afford it? She then showcased another bag, grinning with superiority. This one is 13,999 yuan. Even if you sold your blood, you probably couldn't afford it. You're embarrassing yourself. I'm blushing for you. Hurry and leave. Gu Wanying's hurtful words aimed to crush Lin Ning. wishing that this person she despised would never appear before her again. The LV staff, too, cast scornful and dismissive glances at Lin Ning, hoping he would recognize the futility of his presence and depart. However, Lin Ning merely smiled calmly, his demeanor unruffled. How many styles of handbags do you have in this store? There are 23 styles, Zhang Xiaowen replied, somewhat bewildered. At this point, the young girl remained perplexed, unaware of the tension brewing between the individuals present. Very well, Lin Ning nodded and continued, aside from the 2 handbags touched by that woman. I would like one of each of the remaining styles, please wrap them up for me. And this one, he pointed to the centrally displayed, globally limited edition princess bag. Also wrap it up using the finest materials. This one is a gift. What? His words rendered the entire room silent. One of each? Do you think this is a vegetable market? You really have quite the audacity. Do you even know how much these bags cost? No one moved. Their gazes turned increasingly contemptuous, as if viewing a fool, with a few shop assistants stifling laughter, their faces flushed. Are you not planning to conduct business today? Lin Ning inquired. Ha ha ha. I simply cannot contain myself. Gu Waning erupted into laughter, doubling over. Lin Ning, I never knew you had such a sense of humor. How did I miss this quality in you before? To show off, you'd forsake your dignity, wouldn't you? Oh right, you possess nothing now. Your pride is worthless, isn't it? Lin Ning shot her a cold glance, ignoring her, and instead produced a bank card, handing it to Zhang Xiaowen. Go ahead. Calculate the total for these bags and process the payment. Oh, Zhang Xiaowen instinctively accepted the card and approached the counter, pulling out a calculator to tally the costs. Hey, what are you doing? The shop assistant who had intended to drive Lin Ning away suddenly grabbed Zhang Xiaowen's hand, displeased. He asked me to calculate the total. Didn't he? Zhang Xiaowen replied timidly. Are you really that foolish? The assistant retorted. Do you know how much that princess bag costs? 780,000 yuan. Zhang Xiaowen whispered back. Do you know how much all 23 bags cost together? I don't know. I was just about to calculate it when you interrupted me. 238. For 1,700 yuan. The assistant named Wang exclaimed. Look at that guy. His entire outfit doesn't he even add up to 300 yuan. If he had money, wouldn't he have changed his clothes first? You've been working here long enough. Have you ever seen a customer dressed so shabbily? Zhang Xiaowen shook her head in agreement. Indeed, some wealthy individuals prefer to be understated, intentionally donning non-branded clothing, yet none would wear something so worn. Little sister, I used to be his girlfriend, Gu Waning interjected. I know him well. He is just pretending to be affluent with that card. Soon enough, he'll claim he forgot the password. A pauper will always be a pauper, with such low taste. Zhang Jiuliang chimed in, determined to undermine Lin Ning further. Earlier, he made me lose face. Now, I'll ensure he never dares to step foot in an LV store again. Such luxury is reserved for us elite men. With an air of superiority, he coldly regarded Lin Ning. So a total of 238 for 1,700 yuan, is it? Aside from this girl named Zhang Xiaowen. The rest of you are blind. Lin Ning suddenly felt disinterested, not wishing to continue the charade. He briskly approached the counter as the others looked on without a glance. Yes. In truth, Zhang Xiaowen was uncertain of the total cost for the bags Lin Ning wanted. She had yet to calculate it. Merely echoing Wang's earlier statement when Lin Ning inquired. Let us process the payment. Oh, all right. Seeing Lin Ning's resolute demeanor, Zhang Xiaowen felt she could not protest. After all, swiping the card was quick, and they would soon find out if there were sufficient funds. The others quietly awaited the long-anticipated system notification. Insufficient funds. Then, they would ruthlessly and unabashedly humiliate this presumptuous individual. Ding, payment successful. The POS machine began to print out the receipt. Ha, I told you this guy was just pretending. He has got nothing. Zhang Jiuliang's mocking voice abruptly ceased. The entire boutique fell silent, all eyes fixated on the POS machine as it leisurely dispensed the receipt. Shock, awe, and terror rippled through the crowd. Zhang Xiaowen observed the details most clearly. The receipt clearly printed the amount of 238 for 1,700 yuan. This is impossible. When did you become so wealthy? Gu Waning exclaimed incredulously. Did you have a hidden stash of funds? No, wait, you used to give me all your salary. There couldn't be a hidden stash. Even if you had one, with your meager salary, you couldn't save millions. Did you borrow from a loan shark again? Yes, that must be it. To maintain your facade of wealth, you borrowed from a loan shark, intending to show off at someone's birthday party to soothe your pathetic pride. You already have 100,000 in high-interest debt and still dare to borrow more. Lin Ning, you have truly disappointed me. Thankfully, I have now found true love, which will bring me lasting happiness. Is that right, my dear? Gu Waning gazed affectionately at Zhang Jiuliang, initially bracing for a slap in the face. Zhang Jiuliang, after Gu Waning's insightful analysis, finally grasped the situation. This disheveled man, in a bid to appear superior, had resorted to such outrageous antics. His confidence surged anew as he enveloped Gu Wenying in an embrace, proclaiming, "Of course, darling, I shall purchase anything you desire. We are not short of funds, so no need to borrow." Their laughter echoed, unabashedly mocking Lin Ning, feeling a profound sense of exhilaration. Foolishness. Witnessing the grotesque expressions of the duo, Lin Ning felt a wave of nausea wash over him, wishing to avert his gaze. He urged the attendant, "The funds have been exhausted. Please expedite the packaging." "I am in a hurry." "Certainly. Please hold on. We shall prepare it immediately." Regardless of the source of the money, anyone who could swipe over 2 million was undoubtedly the most esteemed patron in the store. The other staff cast envious and covetous glances at Zhang Xiaowen. Driven mad with jealousy, a transaction of over 2 million would yield her a substantial commission, securing bonuses not only for this month, but also for the subsequent ones. The once dismissive saleswoman now regretted her earlier arrogance, realizing this lucrative business opportunity had slipped through her fingers. Regret was futile, swift action was imperative. This woman, astute and worldly, knew that spending over 2 million on handbags merely for a birthday celebration was something no lender would finance. This individual must surely be a low-key wealthy person. How pitiable that those two were still mocking him, oblivious to the fact that the affluent were laughing at their ignorance. With this thought, the saleswoman swiftly seized the bank card from Zhang Xiaowen's hand, bending at a right angle as she respectfully presented the card. "Sir, I sincerely apologize for my previous insolence. Please forgive me." "What do you mean?" Gu Wenying and Zhang Jiuyang's smiles faded, confusion clouding their expressions. "Did you not hear what I just said? This individual is merely a pretender. He wouldn't even know how to remove the price tag, and will undoubtedly return the items after showing off. Why are you treating him with such reverence, even bowing? Individuals like him should be reported to the authorities and locked away for a few days. What a waste of resources, even tainting the air in the store. My dear, let us leave. I have lost all desire to shop today. Encountering such people is truly unfortunate." Gu Wenying pouted, her face contorted in disgust. Chapter 10, The Grand Hotel. "All right, let us depart. I shall report their behavior to the manager. I will ensure you are vindicated." "You are so kind, my dear. I shall reward you tonight." "Hee. The hot spring rooms at the nearby Shengshi Grand Hotel are quite nice. Shall we give them a try? I am at your service, whatever you say." Their conversation, oblivious to their surroundings, left the staff blushing profusely. Goodness, do they have no shame? Engaging in such brazen displays in public, the world is indeed declining. At that moment, several staff members had prepared the bags, filling the entire counter. Lin Ning reached for the most expensive princess bag, requested scissors, and swiftly cut off the price tag. "Wrap it up, using the finest packaging," Lin Ning stated calmly. Yes, we shall package it immediately." The staff busily scurried about, panic evident in their movements. The tag had indeed been cut. Thus, returns were impossible. This man was a true tycoon. Now, everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation. If the funds were borrowed, who would dare act so recklessly? Next, with a decisive snip, Lin Ning removed the tags from the remaining 22 bags without a hint of hesitation. Impossible. How could you possess such wealth? Gu Wenying felt breathless. So many bags should rightfully belong to her, especially the most dazzling limited edition piece, of which only 99 existed globally. How impressive it would be to carry it. But now, it was uncertain to whom it would belong. Zhang Jiuyang, equally bewildered, felt a stinging pain. Each tag Lin Ning cut was like a slap to his face, swelling with indignation. Here was a man casually spending over 2 million on bags, equivalent to his earnings for 2 years. How could one compete? It was as if he were presenting his face for further humiliation. "We cannot remain here any longer. We must leave swiftly. Those who linger will only continue to be humiliated," Zhang Jiuyang urged, pulling the deranged Gu Wenying away as they fled the boutique. No one paid them any mind. In the presence of a genuine, affluent individual, the two were mere trifles. In that moment, Lin Ning radiated like the sun, basking in the warmth of admiration from all around him. Soon, all the bags were beautifully packaged. However, Lin Ning encountered another dilemma. How could he transport the 23 boxes alone? "Is anyone free to assist?" Lin Ning inquired suddenly. "Young man, do you require further assistance? We can accommodate any request." Ensuring your satisfaction, the saleswomen beamed, their smiles inviting. In the presence of such a generous and youthful gentleman, they were eager to cater to his whims. Should he take a liking to them, they might soar to new heights. Compared to their earlier cold demeanor, their attitude was now markedly transformed. "Please help me deliver these items. I cannot carry them all alone. I will offer a 500 yuan tip to anyone willing to assist." "Who will go?" "I will." "Me too. Count me in." "Let us all go. 5 of us can share the load." "All right. Let us close the store, and everyone shall accompany you." After some discussion among the saleswomen, they unanimously decided to assist, but whether the young man would agree remained to be seen. Lin Ning had no objections. 3 or 5 individuals made little difference. Thus, the decision was made for all to go together. Oh yes, 500 yuan in hand. Though we didn't secure the 2 million deal, earning a 500 yuan tip still helps mend our bruised spirits. With the labor arranged, the next step was to rent a vehicle. After all, with so many people and so much to carry, public transport was not an option. Regardless of the potential embarrassment, attracting attention was inevitable. The LV boutique staff possessed striking looks, all scoring above 8 in attractiveness. Tall figures, long legs, perfectly proportioned bodies complemented by elegant uniforms. What a tempting sight. To sidestep any unnecessary complications, one of the female staff pulled out her phone and summoned a 7-seater business vehicle via a ride-sharing app. Everyone squeezed in. And it was just right. Thus, Lin Ning occupied the front passenger seat while the other girls settled in the back, making their way to the Emperor Court Grand Hotel in grand style. The Grand Hotel, a 5-star establishment, ranked 3rd among the China Sea hotels. By now, it was ablaze with lights and bustling with activity. The business vehicle in which Lin Ning traveled pulled up at the hotel entrance. He and the group of beautiful women disembarked, immediately drawing a multitude of gazes. This peculiar assembly was indeed a sight to behold. A rather unremarkable young man led the way, holding a beautifully packaged box, while behind him, 5 elegantly uniformed beauties, each carrying 4 or 5 boxes, followed closely in step. The doorman, witnessing this extraordinary sight, dared not be remiss and promptly opened the hotel doors, welcoming them with respect. Lin Ning, wearing a subtle smile, entered the hotel and spotted 3 tables closely arranged within. His university classmates had already arrived and were engaged in fervent conversations. Each individual here seemed to be faring better than Lin Ning, adorned in exquisite attire, exchanging laughter and pleasantries. Among them, a striking pair captured the attention, a man and a woman. The gentleman, clad in a bespoke suit, exuded elegance and poise. He was handsome, with thick eyebrows, bright eyes, a prominent nose, and well-defined features. His smile radiated warmth. Beside him sat a stunning beauty, dressed in a pink dress that accentuated her fair complexion. Her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure, almost as if they could speak. They were truly a pair of golden boy and jade girl. All eyes were drawn to them, as if they were the sun around which the stars revolved. The girl, seated in the center, was none other than the guest of honor, Yin Zhaowen, the belle of the class, the department, and indeed, the entire university. Many suitors had pursued her, including several wealthy heirs, yet she had turned them all down, earning a reputation as an ice-cold beauty. After graduation, Yin Zhaowen's demeanor had grown even more aloof. She now served as a public relations manager for a multinational corporation in the Huaxia region, earning an annual salary of 400,000. The handsome man beside her, Lu Qi, was her most devoted admirer, hailing from a family that owned a company with assets exceeding 100 million. From their school days to their current careers, Lu Qi had relentlessly pursued her. Recently, he had finally seen some success, as Yin Zhaowen had agreed to give him a chance. Seizing the moment, Lu Qi had acquired a luxurious Mercedes worth over 700,000 and organized this birthday banquet, intending to showcase his new car and, hopefully, win her heart. He was aware that the captivating Yin had never been in a relationship, her untouched purity awaiting exploration. Each classmate had brought gifts for her, which had formed a small mountain behind her. Among them, a rather attractive female classmate was currently holding a pearl necklace, her expression exaggerated with delight. Oh my, is this authentic South Sea pearl? Just look at its luster, perfectly round and full, and remarkably, each pearl is of identical size. This necklace is undoubtedly a rare gem, worth at least 100,000. Lu, you are truly generous. With a boyfriend like you, Yin must feel so fortunate, she remarked, a hint of envy lacing her words. Chapter 11. You have pearls, I have bags. No way, no necklace can compare to my Zhaowen, Lu Qi chuckled, grinning at the prospect of possibly conquering new territory tonight. The other classmates eagerly chimed in with flattery, praising the necklace's beauty and Lu Qi's generosity. Yin Zhaowen's brows knitted slightly, a hint of displeasure crossing her face. She had only agreed to appease Lu Qi, but his grand display was more than she had anticipated. Was he attempting to proclaim his claim to the world? At that moment, she caught sight of a familiar figure approaching her. It was Lin Ning. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed slightly. No one present expected that the usually aloof Yin Zhaowen had feelings for Lin Ning. Of course, Lin Ning himself was unaware of this. During their school days, they had little interaction. Even after graduating in the same city, they rarely spoke, exchanging only the most casual of remarks in their class group. Just then, other classmates noticed Lin Ning and stood to greet him. Lin Ning has arrived. Come, take a seat. We were just waiting for you." Upon hearing the call, the others turned their heads. Then, silence fell upon them. Lin Ning held a beautifully packaged box in his hands, followed by a group of elegantly dressed women, each carrying several similar boxes. What was going on? Everyone looked bewildered. What new trick was Lin Ning up to? They recalled clearly the last time he had gifted a classmate a beautifully wrapped cross-stitch he had purchased from a street vendor, which had resulted in an uproar when she discovered its true nature. Was he repeating that performance? But why had he brought so many beautiful women with him? The confusion deepened. "Dear beauty, may your youth be everlasting. Happy birthday." Regardless of the spectator's scrutiny, Lin Ning presented the gift. "Thank you. Please take a seat," Yin Jiawen replied, standing to accept the box, offering Lin Ning a sweet smile. "Wait, did I just see that correctly?" Yin Jiawen smiled. Lu Qi's expression immediately darkened. He had exerted so much effort, organizing the banquet and presenting the necklace. Yet this girl smiled radiantly at the sight of a shabby box from this other man. He could no longer tolerate it. He discreetly signaled to a female classmate sitting beside Yin Jiawen, who understood and swiftly snatched the box, shaking it. "Haha, there is something inside," she exclaimed faintly. "Lin Ning, it better not be another cross-stitch from a street vendor. I won't hold it against you if you gift me a cross-stitch, but you cannot treat our beauty so dismissively. Look at Lu. He gifted a string of South Sea pearls worth 100,000. Laughter erupted, and everyone turned their mocking gazes toward Lin Ning. Lu Qi crossed his arms, brimming with superiority. This assist was golden, he thought, and he would reward her with extra chicken legs later. Lin Ning's expression remained calm, unaffected by the ridicule, choosing not to respond. Standing behind him was Zhang Yuding. Unable to contain herself at the humiliation of her benefactor, she jumped in. "What is so great about a string of pearls? The gift from my boss is an LV princess bag, one of only 99 globally, worth 570,000. Can any of you compare? What? Is that true?" All eyes shifted from Lin Ning to the box in the female classmate's hands, filled with uncertainty. Chapter 12. Please commence your performance. But then, Zhang Yuding dropped an even larger bombshell amidst the crowd. Not only that box, but even the ones we are holding contain LV bags, totaling 38 million. Shock. Oh, disbelief. Buying bags worth 38 million? Was this madness? Furthermore, when had Lin Ning become so affluent? Was he perhaps a hidden wealthy heir revealing his true identity? Ha! Laughed the previous female classmate. "Little sister, if you claimed only the box in my hand contained an LV bag, I might barely believe it. But now you say all the boxes hold LV bags, and I find that hard to accept. Tell me, how much did he pay you to stage this act?" Unaware of the implications, Zhang Yuding blurted, "The boss gave us each 500 to help him carry the boxes over." Laughter erupted even more boisterously. The evidence was clear. Lin Ning was willing to hire people to act for him to enhance his image. This was even more exaggerated than the last time, but far more dramatic. And everyone was enjoying the spectacle. Realizing she had inadvertently helped him, Zhang Yuding's face flushed crimson as she stomped her foot in frustration. Yin Jiawen, feeling somewhat reluctant, stepped forward and said, all right, we are all classmates here. It's perfectly fine to joke around. Regardless of what Lin Ning's gift may be, I am genuinely pleased. My goodness, what is happening with the goddess? Why is she supporting this insufferable man?" Everyone was taken aback. Their gazes oscillated between the two. Laden with unspoken tension, Lu Qi's expression darkened, his cold stare fixated on Lin Ning, eyes glinting with disdain. "I spent a fortune of 100,000 yuan and received not even a fleeting word of gratitude from the goddess. This impoverished fool merely wrapped a beautiful box and, by performing a little charade, has garnered her affection? This is intolerable. I must bring him down." Clapping his hands, Lu Qi stood up with a beaming smile. "I never realized our Lin classmate was such a genius. His earlier performance was so lifelike that I almost believed it myself. You are wasting your talent by being here. You should have pursued acting. Who knows, we might even meet a big star." Laughter erupted. Indeed, Lu Xiao speaks the truth. Lin's performance was simply remarkable. Had Lu Xiao not mentioned it, I would have been convinced. Our Lin classmate always does the unexpected, yet remains within reason. I heard he just broke up with his girlfriend and lost his job. Now he is working at a small company doing promotional ads. Is that so? Lu Qi feigned surprise, unable to mask the glee in his eyes. "Lin Ning, if you're facing difficulties, feel free to speak up. We are classmates after all. And we can all lend a hand. My family's company has a vacancy. Why not come on board? I assure you, you won't be treated poorly. No need. I have no shortage of money at the moment." Lin Ning replied with a faint smile. TSK, still pretending. The same female classmate spoke up. "Is it really that difficult to lower your head and admit your shortcomings? How can a man like this be relied upon by a woman?" At this, she cast a furtive glance at Yin Jiawen, who was attentively listening, and her excitement surged. "No wonder your girlfriend left you. If I were her, I would have done the same. We are classmates. How can you behave like this? Zhang Yuding could no longer endure it and spoke up for Lin Ning once more. Chapter 13. Let us play a game. The little sister exclaimed. Just because we are classmates, I speak with such candor. It's a matter of deep affection and resentment, right? Exactly. We are not bad people. We merely wish for Lin Ning to confront himself, to accept the harsh realities of society, and to grow. Zhang Yuding's face flushed, resembling a red apple. Thank you for speaking up for me. Lin Ning smiled, ruffling Zhang Yuding's hair. He then turned to his classmates. Is there truly a bag inside the box? It's simple. Let us just open it and see. Are you sure? Absolutely. Lin Ning nodded. All right, I'm going to open it now. The girl holding the box inquired eagerly. Go ahead. Don't dawdle. Lin Ning replied with an air of nonchalance. However, just as the girl was about to tear the wrapping paper, Lin Ning interjected. This seems rather uninteresting. He surveyed the room and smiled. Today is Goddess Yan's birthday. Why don't we play a game instead? What kind of game? All eyes were now fixated on Lin Ning, curious about what he had in store. With a smile, Lin Ning instructed the girls who had accompanied him from the LV store to set down their boxes. Previously, the boxes had obscured their view. But once they were placed down, everyone realized that these girls were stunningly beautiful, their long legs clad in black stockings, wearing fitted uniforms that were undeniably alluring. Each uniform was tailored to perfection, adorned with the LV logo, unmistakably authentic. At that moment, a hush fell over the classmates. No one dared to speak. They collectively sensed that perhaps Lin Ning and the girl beside him were indeed telling the truth. Lu Qi suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him, his face betraying a hint of panic. There are 23 boxes here, excluding the one for Goddess Yan. That leaves us with 22. There are 16 female classmates present today. How about we start with a game of unboxing for prizes? How do we play? With Lin Ning's suggestion, all the girls' curiosity was piqued. The other patrons in the hall had also been observing the scene, drawn closer by the prospect of a game. You all doubt that my box contains an LV bag, don't you? Lin Ning gestured to the array of boxes, smiling. I invite each female classmate to come up and select a box. If there is no LV bag inside, I will compensate you. And how will you compensate? Someone eagerly inquired. Slap me across the face. As I have deceived everyone's feelings. But what if there is a bag inside? Then as a reward, the lucky girl will get a kiss from me. And the bag will be hers. Wow, is that for real? As Lin Ning's words hung in the air, excitement rippled through the crowd. This game was thrilling and exhilarating. The onlookers erupted into cheers, some even whistling, turning the hall into a lively spectacle. Even esteemed guests in the private rooms on the second floor were drawn out, curious to witness the commotion. Excitement surged, hearts raced. Although the girls were skeptical about the boxes containing actual LV bags, they secretly hoped for it. The conflicting emotions turned their faces a vivid shade of red. Meanwhile, the male classmates exchanged glances, all feeling as though Lin Ning had transformed into a different person, confident, charismatic, and bearing a hint of a domineering CEO's aura. Hurry up, many urged, lifting their phones in anticipation. One particularly adorable online influencer began a live stream. Chapter 14. The fun-filled game commenced. Good evening, my darlings. It's still a bit early for my broadcast, but I have stumbled upon something extraordinarily entertaining that I can't wait to share with you all. Mei Jiang. Your wife is so adorable. You started your stream rather early today. I was still having dinner, preparing to eat my fill before shouting 666. What is going on? Is the sister going outdoors today? The little influencer had garnered a decent following. Upon starting her stream, 200 to 300 viewers quickly joined, with numbers steadily rising as more people arrived. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. This isn't outdoor. We are at the D Yuan Hotel, where I'm dining, and I just discovered they are playing a game of unboxing for prizes. So, I rushed to share it with you all. The little influencer continued to exuberantly explain. What is so fun about unboxing for prizes? I want to hear Jiang sing. She's not singing. She'll dance instead, and there will be benefits. My darlings, I certainly wouldn't recommend an ordinary game to you. Today, it's unboxing for LV bags, with a total of 23 boxes. Come, everyone. Guess how many bags are hidden within these boxes? Or perhaps none at all. The little influencer giggled with excitement, pushing through the crowd to find the best vantage point. Do you see that handsome guy at the front? He the owner of these boxes. I surmise that not a single one remains. The Louis Vuitton bags are exorbitantly priced, with even the least expensive costing several thousand yuan. Although that handsome young man is indeed striking, his attire is tattered and lacking even 200 yuan. How could he possibly afford such luxury, possessing numerous bags? One person resolutely concluded. Perhaps he simply prefers to maintain a low profile. Beneath his shabby exterior lies a billionaire, casually purchasing a few bags without a second thought. Another quickly offered a contrasting opinion. On the screen, 23 exquisitely packaged boxes lay stacked on the ground, surrounded by 5 elegantly attired female staff members in LV uniforms, creating an impressive spectacle. Indeed, if all 23 boxes contain bags, they must be worth at least over 1 million yuan, right? That young gentleman must be incredibly wealthy. I wish to befriend him. I yearn for a connection that is unforgettable. Hand me a bag, and I could unlock a myriad of poses. The livestream chat erupted with excitement. The pace of the event had quickened, yet everyone remained still. Hurry up. The contents of these boxes range from tens of thousands to over 100,000. Do not miss out. Lin Ning urged with a smile. I'm coming. It was the classmate who had consistently opposed Lin Ning. She hurriedly approached the boxes, carelessly seized one, and tore off the outer wrapping, opening the box. It's opening. Is there something inside? I don't know. Take a closer look. With her actions, the crowd's anticipation surged. Some even unconsciously clenched their fists, more anxious than she was. The barrage of comments in the little influencer's livestream momentarily ceased as everyone held their breath, awaiting the outcome. How thrilling. In the spotlight, that female student reached inside the box, her expression shifting as disbelief washed over her. She withdrew a stunning item, an LV shoulder bag valued at 29,800 yuan. Zhang Yuding promptly announced the price. Wow, it's true, a bag worth over 20,000 yuan. I adore it. I wish I had wealthy friends to play the unboxing game with. The audience gasped, an air of envy permeating the atmosphere. Chapter 15. Unboxing with Rewards, Bliss Abounds. The female student stood frozen, unable to comprehend what she had seen. The bag in her hand was compact, unique, and elegant. Its material and hue exuded an air of superiority that any discerning eye would recognize. She couldn't resist admiring it. Instinctively, she glanced at Lu Qi, only to find his face ashen, a picture of despair. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaowen's eyes sparkled with joy, a radiant smile gracing her lips. She had arranged to assist Lu in winning over his goddess today. Otherwise, why had she targeted Lin Ning earlier? But now this bag. Oh, how she adored it. What to do? The dilemma. Even more challenging was how well the bag complemented her style. Carrying it elevated her status by several notches. What was there to deliberate? The female student promptly made her decision. Lin Ning, I'm lucky to be the first to draw. We agreed that whoever wins would receive it. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? She said with a grin. Of course, my word is my bond. This bag is yours. Lin Ning declared with a wave of his hand, giving it away without hesitation. Thank you, Lin Xiao. The female student beamed, clutching the bag possessively. The other classmates looked on enviously, hardly believing that all 23 boxes would indeed contain bags. Lin Ning's generosity left the onlookers gasping in awe. A bag worth over 20,000, given away without a blink. How wealthy must he be? Then, the female student dashed back to her seat, retrieved a lipstick from her bag, and applied it generously to her lips before rushing back to Lin Ning. In front of the Imperial Garden Hotel, with countless eyes and smartphones trained on them, she hugged Lin Ning, unabashedly planting a kiss on his right cheek, leaving a bright red mark. A wave of cheers erupted. Who's next? Lin Ning chuckled nonchalantly, wiping his face unbothered, and continued, I'm ready. As his words fell, a second female classmate eagerly volunteered and dashed over, selecting the largest box to tear open. With bated breath, she reached inside and, to her astonishment, pulled out an even larger and more exquisite bag, an LV limited edition worth 93,600 yuan. Zhang Yuding immediately followed up with the announcement. Wow! Gasps of disbelief erupted from the crowd, all eyes wide with shock. According to the game rules, that bag was now hers. Lin Ning smiled graciously. Congratulations. Your luck is remarkable. Thank you, Lin Xiao. The girl who had drawn the bag beamed, slinging it over her shoulder and striking poses, as the surrounding cameras flashed incessantly. In that moment, she resembled a supermodel on a runway, the center of attention. The little influencer was equally stunned, her mouth agape. Babies, did you see that? A bag worth over 90,000 yuan, given away just like that. So extravagant. Why don't I know this fabulously wealthy gentleman? She stammered with excitement. Actually, it's not 90,000. It's 123,400. The previous bag was also taken. Someone cheekily reminded her. I can't go on living. Don't be like that. Gigi, you're so adorable. You could try to add this rich, handsome guy on WeChat and flirt with him. Really flirt. Yes, I'll do my best. Thank you for the encouragement, everyone. All right, let us get back to the game. At that moment, a third female classmate stepped up, visibly excited, rubbing her hands together. She glanced at Lin Ning, and with his encouraging smile, selected a box. She tore off the wrapping and opened it. Taking a deep breath, she reached inside. Oh, another LV bag, valued at 58,100 yuan. 3 consecutive wins. Chapter 16, the grand prize awaits. The onlookers felt their hearts racing. How exhilarating. Surely, Not every box held a bag. The thought was too wild to fathom. Meanwhile, Lin Ning sported 3 vivid lip prints on his face, a rather comical sight, yet no one dared to mock him. Lu Qi's expression darkened entirely, his fists clenched tightly. Watching the goddess Yin Zhaowen smile brightly beside him, he seethed with resentment toward Lin Ning. His meticulously organized birthday banquet was being obliterated by the successive unveiling of 3 LV bags. Wait, Lu Qi suddenly realized. Not 3, but 23, including the globally limited edition princess bag Lin Ning gifted to Yin Zhaowen, valued at 570,000 yuan. How terrifying. Could it be that Lin Ning was indeed the scion of a super-rich family? Having had his fun, was he now dropping the charade and unleashing his overwhelming wealth? The thought sent a chill down Lu Qi's spine. Thank goodness he hadn't confronted Lin Ning directly. Offending such a super-rich heir would surely lead to a disastrous outcome for him. With that in mind, he discreetly shifted his chair back, creating some distance between himself and Yin Zhaowen. Noticing Lu Qi's subtle maneuver, Yin Zhaowen's lips curled into a slight smile, her gentle gaze lingering on Lin Ning. In just a few minutes, 4 more bags were claimed. From beginning to end, not a single moment was wasted. The emotions of the attendees transitioned from astonishment to shock, and then to numbness. The game of speculation evolved from wondering whether there was a bag within the box to pondering the value of the bags contained therein. The most extravagant of them all was a handbag valued at a staggering 300 yuan, which rendered the fortunate classmate who drew it utterly ecstatic. Lin Ning's face bore multiple stamps of excitement. Now, her visage was adorned with numerous lip prints, leaving no space untouched. Among the 16 female classmates, aside from Yin Zhaowen and the one who had already drawn her bag, 8 remained. These 8 were eagerly rubbing their hands together, anticipating their moment to shine. Of the 7 bags, the least expensive was the one claimed by the first girl. Initially brimming with self-satisfaction, she now regretted her haste, lamenting her luck for having drawn the most affordable option. Observing her classmates reveling in their good fortune, she sighed and discreetly placed her bag behind her, no longer wishing to flaunt it. Meanwhile, all the male classmates of Lin Ning were visibly agitated, voicing their grievances about favoritism towards the girls. Lin Ning merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. At that moment, she exuded an air of audacity. As the same scenario unfolded repeatedly, it became evident that every box contained an LV handbag. The popularity of the young internet celebrities' live stream surged, quickly attracting an audience of 50,000. Discussions among viewers grew fervent, and the influencer energetically rode the wave of enthusiasm, garnering a plethora of gifts, including flowers and chicken legs. One viewer even gifted a yacht, delighting the young celebrity. Soon, all 16 female classmates had drawn from the 16 boxes, with each box containing an LV handbag without exception. No one questioned the authenticity of these bags. Among the classmates were those well-versed in luxury goods, and many spectators recognized the bags as if they were old friends. Counterfeits? Such notions were non-existent. For a magnate who displayed such lavishness, to question him would be the utmost disrespect. Although he remained clad in inexpensive, faded clothing not exceeding 200 yuan, everyone perceived Lin Ning as understated yet profound. For someone of his wealth, any attire seemed effortlessly stylish and unique. The attitudes of the female classmates underwent a dramatic transformation. They gazed at Lin Ning with envy, as if they wished to consume him whole. Then came the main event, the largest and most lavishly packaged box belonging to the goddess Yin. Countless eyes were fixated upon her, causing a flutter of nerves within her. Clearing her throat, she coughed lightly to ease the tension. With a radiant smile, she delicately tugged at the ribbon, causing the package to fall away as the box opened. Chapter 17. The Princess Bag, dazzling to behold. A magnificent bag, encrusted with a circle of diamonds, emerged from the box. The atmosphere in the hotel lobby surged to a fever pitch. Wow, it's so dazzling. It blinded my titanium alloy eyes. It was indeed a globally limited edition. With only 99 pieces in existence, adoration filled the air, and admiration for the handsome young man grew. Hey handsome, want a leg accessory? Hey, I can strike various poses. How about a date? In an instant, the crowd erupted in excitement. Yin Zhaowen, donning the bag, took a few casual steps. With her long legs and a striking beauty rated above 95, her serene expression added an allure that captivated all. At that moment, she became the center of attention. Lu Qi sat despondently at the side, his face ashen. After showcasing her bag, Yin Zhaowen gracefully approached Lin Ning, standing at 1.7 meters tall. She needed no elevation to meet his gaze. Closer, closer, even closer. Under the lights, Yin Zhaowen was astonishingly beautiful, her snow-white skin radiating a luminous glow. Lin Ning suddenly felt a wave of anxiety, struggling to breathe. Kiss him, kiss him, kiss him. The crowd roared. The influencer shouted with such fervor that it seemed she herself longed to be the one to kiss him. The audience watching the live stream could not contain their enthusiasm, shouting loudly from behind the screen. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Yin Jiawen smiled sweetly. In an instant, all the lights dimmed. She cupped Lin Ning's face, gently closed her eyes, and pressed her lips against his with fervor. The world fell silent. Lin Ning's mind went blank. The only sensation was the warmth and sweetness that lingered between their lips, leaving a lasting impression. Lin Ning's hands, which had hung loosely at his sides, instinctively clenched his pants. What the hell? I was just forcefully kissed? Lin Ning felt a mix of confusion and frustration. This script was all wrong. He was supposed to be the protagonist. He was meant to be the domineering CEO. Yet, with the dust settled, there was no turning back. Out of 23 boxes, the female classmates had claimed 16, leaving 7 behind. Observing the forlorn expressions of the male classmates, Lin Ning, feeling empathetic, announced that the remaining boxes would be sold at a 10% discount. This ignited yet another frenzy. This time, with too many competitors vying for the purchasing rights. The male classmates nearly came to blows, while the female classmates fanned the flames, eager to stir up chaos. The audience remained blissfully entertained, snacking on seeds and sipping water. Everyone had completely forgotten about Lu Qi's existence. Ultimately, it was Lin Ning who intervened, employing the ancient and fair method of rock-paper-scissors to resolve the dispute. Subsequently, Lin Ning escorted Zhang Yuding and the others out, added her on WeChat, and transferred 3,000 yuan as a service fee for her to distribute among the others. The young girl, still innocent, reminded Lin Ning that he had transferred too much. Lin Ning chuckled, informing her that the extra 500 yuan was a reward for her. Only then did Zhang Yuding express her gratitude and accept it. Upon returning, Lin Ning's colleagues surrounded him, a mix of envy and jealousy evident in their congratulations for having encountered such a benefactor. The shop assistant who had initially looked down on Lin Ning even sourly advised her to seize the opportunity, emphasizing that such a man must not be overlooked. She offered to answer any questions, promising to teach her everything. Zhang Yuding's face flushed, yet she felt an unusual thrill within. Meanwhile, upon returning to the hotel, the crowd had dispersed. The classmates ushered him to the main seat beside Yin Jiawen. Although she had displayed boldness earlier, the atmosphere grew quieter, leaving her somewhat bashful. Her cheeks flushed and even more bewitchingly attractive. Lin Ning, adorned with lip prints, appeared comical, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. Yin Jiawen produced a wet tissue, stifling her laughter as she helped him wipe away the marks. Lin Ning reveled in the attention, and the other classmates regarded it as entirely appropriate. Chapter 18. The following day sign-in. A Koenigsegg 1. A beauty like Yin Jiawen was only befitting for someone of Lin Ning's wealth. The birthday banquet concluded with everyone satisfied, except for Lu Qi, who wore a perpetual frown, having lost both money and face. He had organized the birthday event, spending his own money, only to see it serve to elevate another. The bitterness in his heart was palpable, yet he had no choice but to endure. As the clock approached 9 in the evening, the banquet ended, but no one departed, leaving Lin Ning puzzled. Today, everyone had intended to keep vigil for the beautiful Yin. One classmate clarified the situation. Thus it was, Lin Ning came to understand. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Perfect. Isn't there a night banquet KTV nearby? Let us go there to keep vigil." Absolutely, absolutely. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. The night banquet KTV was renowned, with exorbitant prices, reportedly costing at least tens of thousands for a single night. Among Lin Ning's classmates, aside from Lu Qi, who hailed from a relatively well-off family, the others were quite ordinary and could hardly afford the luxuries of such an establishment. Accompanying Lin Ning, they were about to broaden their horizons. The group set off towards the night banquet KTV in high spirits. Since it was within walking distance, they opted not to drive. 16 girls, each adorned with an LV bag, instantly lit up the entire street. Especially Yin Jiawen, whose beauty and stylish bag were particularly eye-catching. However, her companion's appearance left much to be desired. Though handsome, his attire was rather unremarkable. It felt as though a splendid flower was improperly placed amidst the mundane. Upon arriving at the night banquet KTV, they were greeted by the doorman. True to its reputation, the interior was extravagantly decorated, dazzling the onlookers and eliciting exclamations of admiration. Lin Ning, taking the initiative, reserved the largest private room, accommodating over 30 people, replete with all necessary amenities, including a private restroom to avoid the crowded common areas. However, the room's fee was astonishingly high, costing 50,000 for the night. Had it not been for Lin Ning's generosity, even Lu Qi would have hesitated to spend such a sum. It was simply too extravagant. Lin Ning, ever magnanimous, covered all expenses for the night, allowing everyone to indulge freely. This delighted his classmates, who ordered countless fruit platters, snacks, and an endless supply of beers and beverages. Lin Ning even took the liberty of ordering 3 bottles of red wine priced at 78,888 each. This drew the attention of the floor manager, a charming woman in her mid-30s named Hong Jia, who personally came over to toast with each of them. Everyone felt particularly proud, as Lu Qi mentioned that this woman had significant connections, being involved with a certain influential figure. It was said that all the restaurants and KTVs on this street fell under his protection, with hundreds of subordinates at his command, wielding considerable power and connections in both the underworld and legitimate circles. Despite being the floor manager, Hong Jia was not to be trifled with. Those spending below 100,000 would hardly ever see her. The classmates reveled in the KTV, singing and dancing with great fervor. Soon, midnight arrived. Yin Jiawen stood in the center, adorned with a sparkling silver crown provided by the KTV. Surrounded by her friends, they turned off the lights, each holding a lighter, their flickering flames resembling stars in the night sky. As the clock struck 12, the voices of well-wishers filled the air. "Happy birthday, Goddess Yin." At that moment, Lin Ning's long-anticipated voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Daily sign-in system refresh complete. Please commence sign-in promptly. Sign in. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have received a Koenigsegg 1, valued at 100 million. The sign-in reward has been stored in the temporary warehouse provided by the system and is available for retrieval at any time. Warning. The temporary warehouse will only exist for 24 hours. After 24 hours, it will vanish, and unclaimed rewards will be lost. Lin Ning stood opposite Yin Jiawen, gazing at her breathtaking beauty, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 19. A dazzling car, shattering the darkness. The birthday celebration concluded splendidly, costing a total of 340,000. After settling the bill, the group exited the night banquet KTV. As a high-end entertainment venue, it naturally offered car-calling services for its patrons, having indulged in ample drinks. Most opted for taxis or designated drivers. Lu Qi, however, feeling rather disheartened, had not consumed any alcohol. Suddenly, he recalled that Lin Ning had arrived in a business car and had not driven himself. An idea sparked in his mind. To impress the ladies, he had recently acquired a Mercedes worth over 700,000. If he showcased it now, he could bask in the admiration and envy of the crowd, perhaps even winning the favor of the goddess Yin once more. A gamble worth taking. A bicycle might just transform into a motorcycle. For the sake of his own happiness, he resolved to make one last effort. With this thought, Lu Qi pushed through the crowd to Yin Jiawen's side. "Oh, where's Lin Ning? Why isn't he with you?" He feigned concern. "I don't know. I haven't seen him since we stepped outside." "Perhaps he left ahead of us," Yin Jiawen replied, her brow furrowed, uncertainty lacing her voice. Internally, she felt a twinge of disappointment. How thoughtless of Lin Ning. Not only did he fail to consider escorting me home, but he also left without so much as a word. That clumsy oaf. I curse him to remain single for life, destined to accompany the 5th young lady. Lin Ning's lack of chivalry irked her. How could he let a lady return home alone at such a late hour? Lu Qi appeared to lament this. Yet inwardly, he reveled in the situation. Finally, he had an opportunity to reclaim his standing. Could it be that he hesitated to offer you a ride home because he lacks a vehicle? Lu Qi feigned a moment of realization. Perhaps, Yin Jiawen replied, unsure how to respond, offering only vague pleasantries. No worries, I just bought a Mercedes G-Class. I wonder if I might have the honor of driving the illustrious Yin Beauty home? Lu Qi said, a smug smile on his face. Wow, Lu Xiao, you drive a G-Class? That's impressive. Someone nearby exclaimed in envy. I heard the G-Class starts at over 700,000, right? Another classmate remarked, intrigued. I'm not wealthy. I could only afford the most basic model of the G-Class for some fun. Lu Qi feigned humility, though his pride was evident. That is still quite impressive. Among us, Lu Xiao drives the most expensive car. Indeed. Only our goddess, Yin, is worthy of such a luxurious vehicle, the group chimed in. Oh, you flatter me. I hardly deserve such praise, Lu Qi replied, basking in their admiration. So what do you say, Yin Beauty? Allow me the pleasure of escorting you home. At that moment, Lu Qi felt elated. As long as Lin Ning was absent, he was the brightest star among them. Yin Jiawen hesitated for a moment, still waiting for Lin Ning, but ultimately agreed. It was indeed somewhat dangerous for a girl to return home alone at such a late hour. She believed Lin Ning would understand. Strangely, after accepting Lu Qi's invitation, she felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Meanwhile, Lin Ning had retreated to a secluded alley. The space there was ample enough to accommodate a vehicle. Ensuring no one was around, he waved his hand and silently uttered, extract. Suddenly, a dazzling transformation occurred before his eyes. A sleek, all-black, extraordinarily stylish supercar materialized, akin to a phantom in the night. This was the $100 million supercar. Lin Ning caressed its cool surface, a thrill coursing through him. Although he had possessed a driver's license for several years, he had only driven a few times during lessons and had not touched a car since. Men are inherently drawn to automobiles, and before such a world-class supercar, it was hard to imagine any man resisting the allure. Lin Ning eagerly opened the car door and settled into the opulent interior. The lavish and imposing design was complemented by a magnificent key, poised in the ignition, ready to roar to life. All formalities had been completed. He was set to hit the road. As Lin Ning ignited the engine, a thunderous growl erupted, resonating with an exhilarating intensity akin to the performance of a premier heavy metal band, sending shivers down his spine. Instantly, he was enamored with this sensation. It is often said that a car is a man's lover, and this adage proved itself true. A gentle press on the accelerator unleashed the formidable power of the Koenigsegg 1, propelling the vehicle forward with a jolt that pressed him firmly into his seat. The engine's roar intensified, shattering the stillness of the night. Lin Ning chuckled joyfully as he navigated the car out of the alley. Even though it was past midnight, the streets of Zhonghai remained brightly illuminated and bustling with pedestrians. The flow of traffic was comparable to that of the day. As the Koenigsegg 1 emerged from the alley, it caused a commotion akin to a droplet of water hitting hot oil, igniting a frenzy along the street. Bystanders were awestruck by the car's stunning exterior and thunderous engine. Goodness, is my vision deceiving me? What car is this? So striking and unlike anything I have seen before. Someone gasped. It's a Koenigsegg, the 1. My word, am I dreaming? One individual, overwhelmed with emotion, dropped to their knees, tears streaming down their face. The Koenigsegg 1? Brother, you can't be mistaken. There are only 6 of these cars globally. And I haven't heard of any tycoon in Huaxiao acquiring one. Another voiced their skepticism. Nonsense. I'm a seasoned car enthusiast. I can identify any vehicle by sound alone, especially a supercar of this caliber. Look at this magnificent, striking body and thrilling sound. I assure you, it is the genuine article. Is it really that incredible? This car must cost several million. Several million? You couldn't even buy a tire for that price. Scoffed a nearby observer. This car is valued at a staggering 100 million. My goodness, 100 million just for a car? Wouldn't it be wiser to invest that? Ignorance. Wealthy individuals are often this extravagant. They are indifferent to money. Oh, how I wish to meet such a person. I too want to be indifferent to wealth. The onlookers exchanged envious remarks, quickly pulling out their phones to capture the moment and share it online, eliciting waves of admiration and amazement. Can't have the grapes, yet still must call them sour? Vehicles traversing the road scrambled to avoid the Koenigsegg, fearing even the slightest contact could lead to financial ruin. Lu Qi, having retrieved his 700,000 RMB Mercedes G-Class from the parking garage of the Empire Hotel, sped over to his classmates, basking in their unreserved admiration. Lu Qi felt a swell of pride, certain he was the center of attention. He opened the passenger door with a gentlemanly flourish, inviting Yan Jiawen to join him. Just then, a thunderous, low, and electrifying sound, akin to a fighter jet, echoed from afar. Chapter 20. The goddess smiles, and Lu Qi deflates completely. The group instinctively turned to see a uniquely designed supercar gliding towards them, coming to a halt before them. A Koenigsegg. It was indeed the 1. Heavens, am I truly witnessing this supercar here? Someone exclaimed, recognizing the vehicle, prompting a chorus of gasps from the others, all transfixed by the sight of this heart-racing marvel. As the window of the Koenigsegg lowered, Lin Ning's calm smile appeared at the helm. Wenwen, hop in, I'll drive you home. Sure. Yan Jiawen replied with a radiant smile as she climbed into the Koenigsegg 1. Lin Ning nodded to his other classmates, pressed the accelerator, and the supercar roared away, leaving behind a group of astonished peers and a visibly deflated Lu Qi, who stood anxiously, realizing he was competing for a woman with someone capable of driving a Koenigsegg. Simultaneously, a thought crossed his mind. Just days ago, Lin Ning was a broke man, heartbroken and burdened with 100,000 RMB in debt. How had he transformed into such a figure of grandeur and wealth overnight? As a wealthy heir, Lu Qi was well acquainted with the world of high-end supercars and immediately recognized the Koenigsegg 1, with only 6 in existence globally. Acquiring one required not just wealth, but also formidable connections. Until Lin Ning, no affluent young person had been rumored to possess such a coveted vehicle in the country. Could it be that Lin Ning's true identity was that of a wealthy scion? Was his previous poverty merely a facade? Meanwhile, Lin Ning drove Yan Jiawen with a flourish. Other vehicles hastily veered aside, fearful of even the slightest brush with the supercar, valuing their fortunes above all else. No one dared to change lanes or overtake. The lanes beside him were entirely devoid of traffic, as everyone drove with caution and vigilance. Lin Ning lowered the window, resting his arm on the door while deftly maneuvering the steering wheel with one hand. The cool night breeze tousled his hair as it mingled with the enchanting presence of the beauty beside him, instilling within him an unparalleled sense of superiority. Yin Jiawen appeared somewhat reserved, glancing around in awe, her eyes wide with surprise, much like a child entering a grand palace for the first time. Lin Ning, observing her nervousness, found it amusing but maintained an air of calm and serenity. Half an hour later, they arrived at the residential complex where Yin Jiawen rented an apartment. The real estate prices in Zhonghai were exorbitant, making it unaffordable for recent graduates like them. Yin Jiawen shared a 3-bedroom apartment with 2 other girls. Situated an hour's commute from her workplace, the roar of the supercar awakened the security guard, who had been dozing off in the guardhouse. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he emerged grumbling, only to be startled wide awake upon spotting the Koenigsegg. What an extraordinary vehicle. How did it come to our complex? The guard quickly regained his composure, promptly raising the barrier as the supercar passed, saluting respectfully as it entered the premises. Home at last. Let us get out, Lin Ning announced. Yin Jiawen fidgeted with her fingers, remaining silent. What's wrong? Lin Ning leaned out of the car door, confirming, yes, this is the building where you live. It's late. You should hurry home. I need to get some sleep. I'm utterly exhausted, he added. You. Yin Jiawen shot him a disapproving glance, inwardly lamenting his lack of sensitivity. I'm afraid of the dark, she murmured, lowering her gaze. Afraid of the dark? Lin Ning looked at her quizzically before exiting the vehicle. Yin Jiawen felt a surge of joy, quickly following suit, thinking, finally, this wooden-headed fool has come to his senses. However, events unfolded quite differently than she had anticipated. Lin Ning, with his hands clasped behind his back, strolled into the building's hallway and suddenly exclaimed loudly. The lights flickered on, startling Yin Jiawen. Now that the lights are on, you need not fear any longer. Lin Ning clapped his hands, smiling like he had just revealed a treasure. Fool, you insufferable Lin Ning, a prime example of toxic masculinity, Yin Jiawen exclaimed, stamping her feet in frustration. Yet, a twinge of reluctance kept her anger at bay as she continued, her voice sweet and plaintive. But I live alone and feel a bit scared. Lin Ning, feeling a chill run down his spine, was acutely aware of the hair standing on end from head to toe. This mischievous little enchantress was truly formidable. Especially when the Ice Queen melted, the torrential wave of her enthusiasm could easily engulf anyone. Lin Ning felt a flicker of trepidation, still reeling from the recent betrayal by his girlfriend, leaving him with lingering psychological scars. At that moment, the elevator doors suddenly parted, revealing 2 stunning beauties. With large, captivating eyes, high cheekbones, long flowing hair, and slender figures, they were nothing short of goddess-like, though they paled slightly in comparison to Yin Jiawen. As they stepped out and laid eyes on her, they exclaimed in unison, "Wen, you're finally back. Why are you 2 still awake at this hour?" Yin Jiawen was taken aback upon seeing them. Do you know each other? Lin Ning inquired from the side. Yes, they are my roommates, Yin Jiawen replied, somewhat reluctantly, offering a brief explanation without even mentioning their names. Wow, what a handsome young man. The 2 girls' eyes sparkled as they approached Lin Ning. Hello, handsome. I'm Xia Qianxue. And I'm Li Zhuxin. They introduced themselves in unison, then smiled brightly, adding, We are Wenjia's good sisters. Hello to both of you. Lin Ning replied, smiling as he greeted them. He then turned to the still flustered Yin Jiawen and said, Well, your good friends are here to pick you up. My task here is done, so I shall take my leave. Goodbye. Without waiting for her response, he swiftly turned on his heel and departed. The roar of his Koenigsegg one echoed as he sped out of the neighborhood. Hey, wait. Yin Jiawen was momentarily stunned, her arm raised in the air, feeling a mix of helplessness and frustration. Wenjia, the handsome guy is gone. If you keep looking like that, you might turn into a stone waiting for your husband. Xia Qianxue and Li Zhuxin chimed in, teasing her with gleeful malice. You 2 are infuriating, out so late and causing a ruckus. Yin Jiawen shot them a glare before storming off upstairs, her mood visibly soured. Hee, Wenjia is angry. No worries, let us not mind her. Did you notice how handsome that guy was? Xia Qianxue said excitedly. Right, and he drives a super flashy sports car. It looks incredibly expensive. Even if we don't know him, I'd love to be his girlfriend, just to sit in that car and cry happily. Do you think he might be Wenjia's boyfriend? It's possible, Xia Qianxue pondered, tilting her head. But I don't mind. I can cook, she eats meat. And we can share soup together, right? Exactly. She eats meat while we sip soup. It's hard to resist such a delightful young man. The 2 quickly formed a united front in the corridor. Meanwhile, Yin Jiawen had just exited the elevator, a shiver running down her spine as an ominous premonition washed over her. Recalling the dazzled expressions on her friends' faces when they saw Lin Ning, she resolved to take the initiative. She simply couldn't let this opportunity slip away. At that moment, Lin Ning, behind the wheel, sneezed twice, wondering if someone was speaking ill of him. Unbeknownst to him, He had unwittingly become the object of desire for certain individuals who intended to share in his allure. He was a delectable morsel. Chapter 21. The quest for the car. At the top floor of the Four Seas Hotel, in a luxurious presidential suite with an unmatched ocean view, two figures were engaged in a fierce confrontation. Suddenly, a nearby phone rang. A handsome man furrowed his brow, straightened his posture, and angrily grabbed the phone to check the caller ID before abruptly hanging up. Minutes later, he stood up and dialed the number he had just seen. "Hey, Brother Jiang. You're quick today?" As soon as the call connected, a lewd chuckle echoed from the other end. "Get lost, I'm calling you." The man, known as Brother Jiang, retorted with irritation. "Spit it out quickly. If there's nothing important, I'm hanging up." "All right, let us keep this brief. Brother Jiang, haven't you been looking for the Koenigsegg one? I have news." "What?" Brother Jiang paused in disbelief, then raised his voice. "Speak clearly. What news about the Koenigsegg?" "Brother, it's been spotted here in Zhonghai today." "Impossible." Brother Jiang shot back. "Just yesterday, I had someone inquire. That car hasn't even been brought to Huaxia. Don't mention Zhonghai. It's not to be found anywhere in the country." "Brother, if I didn't have solid news, would I dare to disturb you now?" The voice on the other end swore, insisting the information was genuine. Ding dong. A new message arrived. Brother Jiang opened it to find a blurry photograph, yet it unmistakably depicted a black Koenigsegg 1 speeding down the road. The surroundings were clearly Zhonghai, with no signs of Photoshop. "Brother, this photo has gone viral in social media. I contacted the person who first posted it and paid him 5,000 yuan. He assured me it's authentic. He didn't recognize the car. He just thought it looked cool and snapped a pic. I can't believe someone in Zhonghai managed to acquire that car." Brother Jiang murmured in astonishment as he scrutinized the image. "Chow, investigate this immediately. Mobilize all resources to track down the owner of this vehicle." "Understood, Brother Jiang. Rest assured, I've already dispatched people to look into it." "Good." The man nodded, then added with a stern expression, "Once we locate the owner, do not disturb him. Such individuals are not to be trifled with. The consequences could be dire." "Of course, Brother Jiang. I will inform you as soon as there is news." After hanging up, Brother Jiang paced back and forth on the thick carpet, his expression transitioning from grave to increasingly animated. "Shuiman I Jiang Tuo will surely find the car you desire. Then we'll see how you can refuse me." With a hearty laugh, Jiang Tuo leapt onto the bed, and after a startled gasp, the room filled with exuberant energy. The powerful roar of an engine grew louder, tearing through the night sky. In the guardhouse of an old neighborhood, a security guard was on night duty. He sat alone in a chair, his hands clasped, his head bobbing as he struggled to stay awake. Suddenly, he was jolted awake. "Ugh, it's those rude rich kids again. Just because their families have a bit of money, they think they can flaunt their luxury cars and disturb others at this late hour. They should all be locked up for a few days." The security guard muttered a few curses, shaking his head in resignation, and attempted to catch a few more winks. However, the sound of the supercar grew ever closer as it sped toward the neighborhood. "Damn it, can't they let people have some peace at night? These scoundrels." The security guard, unable to sleep any longer, abruptly rose from his chair, seizing his baton, and dashed outside, eager to ascertain which miscreant was causing the commotion. The dimly lit street was pierced by the glaring beams of two headlights. The guard discerned clearly that the vehicle was indeed approaching their residential complex. At such a late hour, what could possibly compel someone to visit? The guard found it implausible that this car belonged to a resident of their community. While the rationale of nighttime visits was already rather absurd, he found it far more believable that the driver was not a tenant of their neighborhood. Lin Ning pulled up in front of the security guard and lowered his window. "Dai Lu, you're on duty again today," he greeted warmly. Lin Ning, the guard, referred to as Dai Lu, exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at him, stammering, "How on earth are you driving such an extravagant car?" The striking and audacious design of the Koenigsegg left Dai Lu utterly astounded. Trembling slightly, he touched the car door, his envy palpable as he remarked, "Lin Ning, you've struck it rich, haven't you? This supercar must be incredibly expensive. It's not too bad, I suppose. Market value is roughly around 100 million. Lin Ning replied with a smile, his expression remarkably composed. 100 million. Dai Lu's eyes widened in astonishment, and he instinctively swallowed hard, hastily retracting his hand from the vehicle. A luxury car worth 100 million? It was absurd. If he were to damage it, he would have to sell himself to pay for it. This Lin Ning had truly hit the jackpot. The awe in Dai Lu's heart was beyond words, and his gaze towards Lin Ning shifted from casual indifference to a newfound respect and reverence. "Brother Lin Ning, I'll raise the barrier for you right away," Dai Lu said, bending slightly with a solicitous grin. He pressed a button, and the barrier slowly lifted, granting passage. "Thank you, Dai Lu. I'll treat you to a meal sometime." Lin Ning smiled and waved as he drove into the community. As the Koenigsegg disappeared from view, Dai Lu returned his gaze to his hand that had just touched the luxury vehicle. Wow, I've touched 100 million yuan car. Haha, tomorrow I can brag about this to the guys. Who else can say that? Dai Lu chuckled to himself, shaking his head as he returned to the duty room and resumed his slumber in the chair. Once back at his rented apartment, Lin Ning found a parking space for his car and ascended to his floor. Upon entering his room, he was greeted by silence. The apartment was a 3-bedroom unit, with Lin Ning occupying the smallest room, approximately 7 or 8 square meters. The other 2 rooms housed a girl in the master bedroom, who, while not particularly stunning, possessed a certain charm, standing around 165 centimeters tall. The remaining room was shared by 2 boys who were colleagues. All 3 had amiable personalities, often laughing and joking, and Lin Ning enjoyed a good rapport with them. Recently, they frequently gathered for drinks and barbecues, with both boys harboring a mutual interest in the girl, engaging in a subtle competition for her affection. Upon entering his own room, Lin Ning skipped the shower and simply fell into bed. Chapter 22. The debt collector arrives. He slept soundly, awakening to the clock showing 10:30 a.m. Rushing to grab his phone, he noticed 7 or 8 missed calls. Among them was a call from his ex-girlfriend, Gu Weining, which Lin Ning chose to ignore. The remaining calls were from his superior, an irascible older woman who had long been experiencing disharmony in her personal life and was now entering menopause. Her temper was notorious, and she relished gossiping, often with a sharp tongue. It was clear she was calling to berate him for not attending work without prior notice, feeling her authority had been challenged. Lin Ning paid her no mind. Yesterday, he had received a text from the bank confirming that the 700 million in his account remained intact. Why should he continue to placate a dissatisfied older woman? Not a chance. Stretching languidly, just as he was about to rise, his phone buzzed again. A glance revealed it was the same bothersome woman. He decisively hung up. However, she continued to call incessantly. I absolutely must resign today, Lin Ning muttered. Yet he reluctantly answered the phone. Lin Ning, you little rascal, how dare you hang up on me? I'll inform you that you won't receive your bonus this month. The moment he answered, a torrent of vitriol flooded through the line. If I recall correctly, you have no authority to withhold my bonus, Lin Ning replied with a slight smile, switching to speaker mode and tossing the phone onto his bed as he began to dress. Moreover, I've already fulfilled my sales quota for the month. Fulfilled? The older woman scoffed, her laughter dripping with disdain. The sales performance report in my hands indicates that you have not completed your targets, placing you at the very bottom of the company rankings. Additionally, your unwarranted tardiness today allows me to classify it as an absence, which will be reported to the general manager, resulting in a deduction from your bonus. You might even face termination. Lin Ning, you think you can challenge me? You're still too inexperienced. Manager Liu, that trifling amount is beneath my notice. Consider it a contribution towards your coffin. I wish you a swift rise in your career. Today, I'm going to resign, Lin Ning retorted angrily, cursing the older woman before hanging up and blocking her number. Instantly, the world felt quieter, and his mood brightened significantly. Lin Ning hummed a tune as he emerged to freshen up in the bathroom. At this hour, his roommates had long since departed for work, leaving him alone in the house, free and unencumbered. After completing his morning routine, Lin Ning realized he was a bit hungry, and it was time for a meal. He decided to eat first before heading to the office to resign. If the older woman had any sense, she would heed this warning. Otherwise, he was more than willing to give her a lesson she would never forget, a release of the pent-up frustration from months of her bullying. Grabbing his car keys, Lin Ning descended the stairs and made his way to where the Koenigsegg was parked. From a distance, he spotted several men gathered around his car, pointing and discussing animatedly. One man, clad in a floral shirt and sporting slicked-back hair, held a small briefcase under his arm, clearly the leader of the group. The others were tall and muscular, clad in fitted tank tops that showcased their bulging biceps. Boss, look at this car, it's absolutely stunning, one of the muscle-bound men exclaimed, pointing at the Koenigsegg 1, his excitement palpable as he reached out to touch it. Are you crazy? The man in the floral shirt exclaimed, breaking into a cold sweat as he swiftly swatted the younger man's hand away. What are you doing? I just wanted to touch it, the younger man replied, rubbing his hand, which had turned red from the force of the swat. Touch it. That's nothing compared to what you should be doing. Have you even read anything? Do you know what kind of car this is? What car? The younger man shrugged. It's a luxury car, right? Just a rich person's toy. Knowing it's a luxury car and still wanting to touch it? This is a Koenigsegg 1, a top-tier supercar. What is so special about a supercar? Just the other day, I sat in a Maserati worth several million. The younger man protested, a hint of defiance in his voice. Are you trying to kill me? The boss exclaimed, feigning a kick at the younger man, who quickly dodged. Can a Maserati even compare to this car? The money for a Maserati wouldn't even buy a single tire for this beauty. If you scratch it, I'll have to sell you to cover the damages. Boss, how much is this car worth? Upon hearing the words of the floral shirt, The man who had been struck suddenly felt a tightening sensation, a chill creeping into his heart. The man in the floral shirt remained silent, merely raising a finger and waving it before his henchman. 10 million? One of the lackeys ventured cautiously. 10 million? You can have as much as you want. The floral shirt immediately responded with a slap to the lackey who had spoken, cursing as he did so. Boss, it can't be. Could it be 100 million? Exclaimed the first henchman, astonished. Indeed, it is 100 million. The floral shirt replied with a grave expression. And even with that amount, you still couldn't acquire this vehicle. This is a Koenigsegg one, of which only 6 have been produced worldwide. It was previously unavailable in the country, and this particular one was purchased by some super rich individual. Upon hearing the boss's words, everyone inhaled sharply in disbelief. The one who had contemplated touching the car turned pale, realizing the gravity of the situation. A luxury vehicle worth 100 million was undoubtedly beyond his reach. At that moment, he felt particularly grateful to the boss. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a precarious situation. It's truly incomprehensible how a wealthy person drives such an extravagant car yet resides in such a dilapidated neighborhood. One lackey lamented. Just know this. Be clever and avoid causing trouble. Collect the money Lin Ning owes and leave quickly, understood? Yes, boss, the lackeys responded in unison, distancing themselves from the luxury car. At that moment, one of the lackeys instinctively turned to survey the surroundings and spotted Lin Ning approaching unsteadily. He quickly shouted, Boss, is that the guy? This exclamation drew the attention of the others. Upon seeing Lin Ning, the floral shirt's expression changed, and he immediately waved his hand, leading his henchmen to encircle him. Lin Ning, you had the audacity to hide in such a neighborhood, causing me to search for you for several days. The floral shirt sneered ominously as he and his men surrounded Lin Ning. Ah, Brother Hua, what brings you to me? Lin Ning replied nonchalantly, with his hands in his pockets and a casual grin. What brings me here? Are you truly unaware? The floral shirt furrowed his brow. Boss, why waste words on this guy? Let me give him a beating. That will make him compliant. Bellowed a towering lackey. Get lost. Have you already forgotten what I just said? The floral shirt, infuriated, kicked the oblivious lackey. There are significant figures living here. Don't stir up trouble. He then turned back to Lin Ning. Brother Lin, since you seem to have forgotten, allow me to remind you. The money you borrowed from our company is due, and I am here to collect. Oh, Lin Ning replied, as if suddenly enlightened, patting his head with a slight smile. I remember now. I apologize for the inconvenience of having Brother Hua come personally. Pray tell, how much is it? I can transfer it to you right now. His nonchalant demeanor left the floral shirt momentarily taken aback. Chapter 23, A Family at the Fast Food Restaurant. The floral shirt knew Lin Ning was impoverished. So much so that he had to leave his previous decent neighborhood and hide in this one. Brother Hua had expended considerable effort to track down Lin Ning to this location. He had prepared for Lin Ning to flee and thus brought along several brothers for safety. To his surprise, Lin Ning did not run away. Instead, he generously offered to transfer the funds immediately. This struck Brother Hua as somewhat peculiar. Could this fellow be feigning compliance to lull me into a false sense of security before making a getaway? He discreetly signaled a few of his henchmen, who understood immediately, closing the encirclement tighter, forming a barrel-like barrier around Lin Ning. The total, including principal and interest, amounts to 175,000, Brother Hua said with a smile. All right, give me the IOU, and I will transfer the funds. Upon hearing this figure, Lin Ning remained unfazed, calmly nodding in agreement. All right. Although Brother Hua felt a twinge of doubt, his brothers had already surrounded Lin Ning, and they were not concerned about any tricks. He unzipped his briefcase and retrieved a piece of paper. Lin Ning took it, recognizing it as the IOU he had signed, complete with his signature and red seal. Confirming its authenticity, Lin Ning promptly transferred the money without hesitation. Ding! A notification sound indicated that the transfer was successful. The collection went smoothly, although many tactics remained unused. Brother Hua felt quite pleased. Brother Lin, are you heading out? Brother Hua casually inquired, tucking his bag under his arm. Yes, Lin Ning replied nonchalantly. Where to? If you don't mind, I could give you a ride. No thanks, I also have a car. Lin Ning smiled slightly, pulling out a finely crafted key and pressing a button. Brother Hua's eyes widened, his mouth agape in astonishment. As Lin Ning pressed the button, the Koenigsegg one parked nearby flashed its lights twice, emitting a crisp, melodious sound as its doors slowly opened, akin to a well-armored warrior preparing for battle. The onlookers were left in awe. Brother Lin, is this your car? Brother Hua swallowed hard, struggling to articulate his words. Indeed, what do you think? Isn't it incredibly handsome, perfectly complementing my unparalleled good looks? Lin Ning chuckled. Yes, Brother Hua stammered, nodding vigorously while wiping the sweat that had formed on his forehead. Only such a supercar is worthy of Brother Lin's striking aura. All those BMWs, Mercedes, and Porsches are utterly hideous. Brother Hua, unabashed, lavished praise without concern for appearances. What is face value if it cannot be eaten? Haha, well, I'm off. Lin Ning waved his hand, elegantly entering the vehicle and roaring away. This left Brother Hua and his henchmen standing in stunned silence, as if lost in a dream. As he exited the neighborhood and merged into the traffic, the Koenigsegg one surged forth like a ravenous great white shark diving into a school of fish. The once calm and orderly flow of traffic in the street was instantly thrown into disarray, with all vehicles scrambling to avoid the supercar, clearing a wide path for it. Haha, Lin Ning laughed heartily, feeling invigorated. He soon arrived at a respectable fast food restaurant, parked the car, and walked inside. Wow, there are quite a few people in line. Lin Ning said nothing, patiently taking his place at the end of the queue. Despite his newfound wealth and status as the owner of a global enterprise, he adhered to the rules of decorum. The line moved steadily forward, and those arriving afterward dutifully fell in behind Lin Ning. As the queue grew longer, the pace remained brisk. Just 2 more people stood between him and the counter, but discordant voices inevitably emerged. At that moment, the fast food restaurant door swung open with a loud bang, startling several patrons who turned to look. 3 individuals entered, 2 women accompanied by a boy of approximately 7 or 8 years old, all stylishly dressed, suggesting they hailed from a well-off background, presumably a family. The older woman appeared to be in her 50s, while the younger one was in her 30s, and they bore a resemblance to each other. Upon entering, the young boy loudly exclaimed, "Grandma, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Hurry up and buy me something." The demeanor of the elderly woman was reminiscent of a little emperor giving orders, causing the onlookers to furrow their brows in discontent. "All right, my dear, you go take a seat, and Grandma will fetch you some food." The elderly matron, unfazed, continued to speak to the young boy with a smile. "Hurry up." The boy muttered without looking up, engrossed in his toy, and followed the young woman to an empty seat. At that moment, Lin Ning found himself next in line. The old woman, however, boldly stepped in front of him, uttering not a word, and directly snatched a tray to begin ordering. "I want this rib, that fish, and these vegetables. Make it quick. My grandson is hungry," she barked, her tone exceedingly rude. Lin Ning's brow furrowed in displeasure as he regarded the elderly woman. "Madam, shouldn't you be waiting in line first?" he suggested, stifling his anger. "Wait in line? For what? Can't you see my grandson is starving? He is our family's treasure, and if he is left hungry, you'll be the one to pay." The old woman cast a disdainful glance at Lin Ning, dismissing his attire, which barely cost 200 yuan. Lin Ning found himself incredulously amused. It was his first encounter with such audacity and line cutting. The few people behind him, witnessing the woman's atrocious behavior, felt equally infuriated and began to voice their discontent. "Everyone is in line. Why should you receive special treatment? I detest such individuals, lacking civility and cutting in line. Madam, I advise you to return to the queue, lest your grandson truly goes hungry," one person remarked. Upon hearing their words, the elderly woman's expression darkened. "How dare you, you lowly people, speak to me this way? Do you know who I am? My son is an executive at a publicly traded company, earning hundreds of thousands a year, an individual you can only look up to. Once he arrives, I shall ensure he teaches you a lesson." "An executive? Earning hundreds of thousands? Is that impressive?" Jiang Nan scoffed coldly. He glanced at the self-satisfied old woman and turned to the young girl, saying, "I'll cover today's lunch entirely. Whatever you prepare, I will pay for. You won't be able to finish all this food. It will go to waste." The young girl hesitated, concerned. "Not to worry, I can always give away the leftovers." With that, he took a few steps forward and called out to the people in line, "Today, in celebration, I am treating everyone to lunch at this fast food restaurant. Feel free to eat as much as you like." "Oh, wonderful. Thank you, kind sir." An uproar of excitement erupted among the queue. The elderly woman's demeanor shifted, her face brightening as she hurriedly urged the young girl again. "Come on, serve the food. He just said he is treating us, so I don't have to pay, right?" Realizing Lin Ning was picking up the tab, the old woman wore a broad smile, hastening the young girl once more. However, Lin Ning interjected, "Wait a moment," smiling. "There's one principle to my generosity. I do not treat impolite individuals." "You." The old woman glared furiously at Lin Ning. "Grandma, why isn't the food here yet? I'm starving." The little boy, who had been playing in the distance, complained loudly. "Coming right up, darling, just a moment." The old woman waved affectionately at her grandson before turning back to Lin Ning. "You country bumpkin. If my grandson goes hungry, you'll pay for it," she threatened ominously. Lin Ning remained unfazed, continuing to direct the young girl to serve each person in line. "One at a time, I'll settle the bill for each." Those dining in the restaurant expressed their gratitude, thanking him as they passed. The old woman, standing to the side, seethed with resentment. At that moment, a well-dressed man entered the establishment. Upon seeing the old woman, he called out, "Mom, Her eyes lit up, and she shot Lin Ning a furious glance. You arrived just in time. I just went to buy food, and these people refused to serve me. My grandson is nearly starving. What? The man was equally furious. Without a second thought, he stormed to the food counter, pointing at the young girl and shouting, How dare you refuse to serve me? Bring your manager out. It's me. I'm the one who refused to serve. What is it to you? Before the young girl could respond, Lin Ning interjected, shaking his car keys. You. The man's rage escalated, ready to unleash a tirade. But upon noticing the keys in Lin Ning's hand, he froze, disbelief etched across his face. Why you? That Koenigsegg outside is yours? His tone shifted to one of caution and trepidation. Indeed it is. Quite impressive, isn't it? Lin Ning nodded in affirmation. Why yes, it's quite impressive. The man swallowed hard, casting a fearful glance at Lin Ning, hesitant to speak further. Son, why are you being so courteous to this country bumpkin? The old woman approached, her expression puzzled. Let me tell you, this bumpkin is utterly detestable. He's the one who prevented us from getting food, leaving my grandson hungry. You must teach him a lesson, so he understands that a big city like Shanghai is not for the likes of him. Mom, please stop, the man interjected, visibly anxious, interrupting his mother's tirade. Then, with caution and a hint of apprehension, he asked Lin Ning, May I inquire why you refuse to let us be served? Why? Because people who cut in line and lack basic manners make me unhappy. Naturally, I wouldn't serve them, Lin Ning replied with a slight smile. The man was at a loss for words. He was well aware of his family's temperament, accustomed to their arrogance and frequent troublemaking. Most situations he could manage. But today, he had provoked a wealthy individual who owned a Koenigsegg, someone he felt insignificant compared to. Initially, he was excited to see the car and hoped to forge connections with such a distinguished person, but now he found himself in a predicament caused by his own family. What is wrong with wanting to eat earlier because my grandson is hungry? The elderly woman, unable to grasp the gravity of the situation, attempted to argue but was abruptly silenced by her son's stern interruption. Enough. Stop talking. The man's face was ashen, startling the old woman into silence. Let us go. We'll eat somewhere else. He didn't linger or try to be friendly with Lin Ning. Instead, he dejectedly ushered his family out. However, the little boy, unwilling to leave, cried and fussed about wanting to eat there, only to be met with a stern slap from his father that quickly subdued him. This minor incident did not dampen Lin Ning's enjoyment of his meal. In the end, he too ordered a dish and relished his food. After finishing, he took his car for a leisurely drive around town. Previously, my work commitments were so demanding that I scarcely had the time or the inclination to explore the vast metropolis of Shanghai. Now that I find myself with both time and a newfound eagerness, Lin Ning has resolved to traverse every corner of this city. However, he is somewhat troubled by his striking Koenigsegg one, which draws the gaze of onlookers wherever he goes, becoming the focal point of attention. This attention has inadvertently contributed to significant traffic disruptions, and even the traffic officers cast him glances laden with reproach. Reluctantly, Lin Ning decided to cease his explorations. Noting the time, he drove to his workplace. Although the company he currently works for is rather modest in size, the owner has taken the initiative to rent an office space in a mid-range building in Shanghai to enhance the company's image. The building boasts a parking facility, yet the limited parking spots are often occupied, leading many to resort to street parking. As Lin Ning circled the parking lot, he noted several vacant spaces, yet each was cordoned off by traffic cones, presumably claimed by others. With no other options, he too parked his car on the street. To his surprise, as he approached the parking lot exit, a middle-aged man clad in a parking attendant's uniform approached him with enthusiasm. Sir, do you require parking? The attendant inquired with a warm smile. Yes, but there seems to be no available space, Lin Ning replied kindly. Oh, there is indeed space. Your vehicle is quite valuable. Parking it outside risks potential damage, the attendant assured him, his demeanor eagerly accommodating. Well then, could you assist me in finding a spot? Lin Ning requested. Certainly. Please follow me, the attendant beckoned, leading Lin Ning back into the parking lot. Upon arriving at an empty space, the attendant removed the cones and gestured for Lin Ning to park. Is this spot unoccupied? Lin Ning asked cautiously, wishing to avoid any complications. Absolutely. Feel free to park here. These spaces are reserved for distinguished owners of luxury vehicles like yours, the attendant replied with a grin. Reassured, Lin Ning expertly maneuvered his car into the space. After exiting, he generously retrieved a 100 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to the attendant, saying, Thank you for your assistance. Here is something for you to enjoy. Thank you, sir. The attendant accepted the money with both hands, his smile broadening. He had assisted many executives with parking, but this particular patron was the most generous. Lin Ning ambled out of the parking lot, hands clasped behind his back, when suddenly a BMW 5 Series pulled up beside him. Lin Ning. The vehicle stopped, and the window rolled down to reveal a lovely woman's face. Beside her sat a middle-aged man in the passenger seat, his face flushed and demeanor haughty. Sulu, hello, Lin Ning greeted the woman with a nod. Recognizing her as a colleague with whom he maintained a cordial relationship. Have you purchased a new car? Sulu inquired after their initial greetings. As a mere salesperson, I cannot afford such an extravagant vehicle. This car belongs to my boss, Sulu explained, glancing at the man beside her. He intends to explore potential business with our company, and after sharing a lunch, he entrusted me with his car since he had indulged in a bit too much wine. Lin Ning nodded, but Sulu continued, where have you been? Our manager has been in a foul mood all morning, threatening to fire you for your absence. No one dares to cross her. Lin Ning merely smiled faintly, unperturbed by her words. However, the middle-aged man in the passenger seat turned to Lin Ning, frowning as he asked, Miss Su, who is this individual? Ah, Boss Wang, this is my colleague, Lin Ning. Humph, someone who casually skips work lacks discipline. If he were under my supervision, he would have been dismissed long ago. Miss Su, we may become partners in the future, but you cannot afford to be as lax as him. Otherwise, I shall not consider collaborating with your company. Boss Wang remarked disdainfully. Yes, Boss Wang, rest assured. I take my work very seriously and would never jeopardize our partnership, Sulu stammered, taken aback by his harshness. Internally, she regretted having greeted Lin Ning. Their acquaintance was not deep enough to warrant such familiarity. The prospect of losing the contract over a trivial matter was daunting, especially after all the effort she had invested in securing it, which had visibly taken a toll on her appearance. Lin Ning chuckled softly, choosing not to engage further. You should park the car now. I will head upstairs, he stated, turning to leave. However, Sulu pouted, but there are no parking spaces available. I've circled the lot several times without finding a single spot. There are spaces. I noticed several when I parked earlier, and the attendant was exceedingly helpful in guiding me. Lin Ning replied. You drove here? Sulu blinked in surprise. Despite their brief acquaintance, she was aware that he was not financially well off, rumored to be in debt. How could he afford such a vehicle? Indeed, it's a Koenigsegg, I believe. I'm not particularly knowledgeable about cars. I simply acquired one for leisure. Lin Ning replied nonchalantly. A Koenigsegg? What is that? I've never heard of it, Sulu said, puzzled, while Boss Wang laughed heartily. Young man, I initially thought you were merely lackadaisical in your work ethic, but it seems your character is equally questionable if you're resorting to deceit. Deceit? What do you mean? Lin Ning scratched his head, confused. Miss Su, I advise you to distance yourself from colleagues like him. Perhaps you are unaware of what a Koenigsegg is. It is among the world's most elite supercars, with each model released in limited quantities, costing no less than 30 million yuan. Even our chairman cannot afford such luxury, let alone someone dressed in clothes worth a couple of hundred yuan. Sulu's eyes widened in shock upon hearing Boss Wang's words, her expression revealing a hint of disdain towards Lin Ning. If you choose not to believe me, that is your prerogative, Lin Ning shrugged, deciding not to linger on the matter. He turned to leave, only to see the parking attendant joyfully sipping on a bottle of soda. Hello, sir. You haven't gone upstairs yet? The attendant exclaimed, eagerly approaching Lin Ning with a respectful demeanor. Yes, Lin Ning nodded lightly, pointing to the BMW and asking, could you assist my friends in finding a parking space? Absolutely, not a problem at all. Your friend's vehicle can park right next to yours, if that suits you. That works for me, Lin Ning replied casually, as long as there's a place to park. Follow me, and I'll show you. I'll head upstairs first, Lin Ning instructed, gesturing to the attendant before departing. Although both individuals were skeptical of their own words, given their shared experience as colleagues, there was no reason to harbor animosity over such trivial matters. Now a billionaire, how could Lin Ning lower himself to their level? In that moment, he felt an expansive heart, imbued with a sense of compassion for the world. Sulu, somewhat disoriented, followed the parking attendant and drove into the lot. Sure enough, she parked beside an extraordinarily stylish luxury car that resembled extraterrestrial technology. Upon exiting the vehicle, she noticed a change in Boss Wang's demeanor, a hint of trepidation flickering in his eyes. Was this car truly owned by the gentleman from earlier? After scrutinizing the supercar, Boss Wang anxiously inquired of the attendant. Indeed, this is the vehicle of that esteemed gentleman, the attendant replied, taking a sip of his soda, his eyes alight with excitement. The boss is handsome and generous, even tipping me 100 yuan. In over a year of working here, I have never encountered a boss like him. The attendant rambled on. But Boss Wang absorbed none of it. His heart raced with fear. Had his earlier disrespect offended a super-rich individual? Would he face repercussions? The thought sent chills down his spine, his legs feeling weak. Are you all right, Boss Wang? Sulu asked, concern etched on her face. I'm fine. Let us hurry upstairs, he replied hastily, eager to apologize to Lin Ning and rectify his earlier transgression. The two ascended the elevator swiftly, reaching the floor of Sulu's company. As they exited, a cacophony of female fury reverberated in the air. Lin Ning, you've grown audacious. Violating company policy by being absent without leave and ignoring my calls. I hereby inform you that you are terminated. Pack your belongings at once. And your salary and bonuses for this month will be forfeited as punishment. Chapter 26. I want to resign. Upon entering the company, Boss Huang beheld a woman in her 40s, vociferously berating Lin Ning. The others stood at a distance, each fearing the wrath of the tempestuous scene. Su Lu hastily followed behind Boss Huang, clearing her throat in a bid to intervene. The older woman, caught in her tirade, was momentarily stunned upon recognizing Boss Huang. Su Lu seized the opportunity, approaching the older woman and quietly introducing, Manager Lu, this is Vice President Huang from Jinfeng Investment, here to assess our company. Upon hearing this, Manager Lu's expression shifted instantly. Jinfeng Investment managed billions and held a prestigious reputation. Countless firms aspired to associate with such a titan, and she could not afford to be negligent. With that thought, Manager Lu plastered a beaming smile on her face, extending her hand. Welcome, Boss Huang. My apologies for the lack of proper reception. However, to her surprise, Boss Huang did not even glance her way. Instead, he strode directly to Lin Ning, bowing deeply. Mr. Lin, I was blind and foolish to have offended you earlier. I implore your magnanimity to forgive my transgression. Before ascending, Boss Huang had learned Lin Ning's name from Su Lu. What was happening? Manager Lu stood with her hand still raised, momentarily at a loss due to Boss Huang's unexpected behavior. Meanwhile, the others in the company, aside from Su Lu who understood the situation, were left utterly flabbergasted, unable to believe their eyes. The vice president of a distinguished firm was bowing to a mere intern earning a meager salary of 3,000 yuan per month. His demeanor was not only respectful but tinged with a hint of fear. Boss Huang, you must be mistaken. He is merely an ordinary salesperson here. I was just about to dismiss him, and there is no need for you to show him such deference, Manager Lu said, her voice laced with confusion. Boss Huang glanced up at Lin Ning, noting the faint smile on his face. Realizing he had been forgiven, he felt a weight lift from his chest, then turned his attention back to the bewildered Manager Lu. Huh, how laughable that you mistook someone who drives a Koenigsegg, a pinnacle of supercars, for an ordinary salesperson. I now question the caliber of judgment within your company. Furthermore, I witnessed subordinates being publicly humiliated, an act that is truly disheartening. I must reevaluate our collaborative plans with your company. Boss Huang's declaration struck Manager Lu like a bolt from the blue, leaving her pale and trembling. Su Lu bit her lip, filled with resentment. She had dedicated half a year to this project, and just as success was within reach, this older woman had jeopardized it. Tears welled in her eyes from the injustice. Manager Lu, acutely aware of the project's significance, felt her body sway. If she failed to secure the partnership with Jinfeng Investment, she would be the scapegoat, and her superiors would not let her off lightly. The fate of the entire project rested on the composed young man, Lin Ning, who appeared unfazed by the turmoil around him. In that moment, clarity struck Manager Lu. Her expression transformed from shock to one of ingratiation as she approached Lin Ning, bowing deeply before him. She then raised her hand and struck her own face sharply. Slap. The sound echoed, 5 red fingerprints blossoming on her cheek. Mr. Lin, I am at fault. I have offended you and beseech your forgiveness. Lin Ning was taken aback by Manager Lu's sudden act. Amidst his amusement, he couldn't help but admire her resolve. She truly knew how to balance humility and pride. Deciding not to press further, he opted for mercy. As a billionaire, he possessed the capacity for magnanimity. Let bygones be bygones. I am here to resign. Please process it according to company policy, as it should be. Of course, I will adhere to company protocol. Manager Lu nodded vigorously, her smile nearly frozen in place. Ah, you are Boss Huang, right? Lin Ning turned to the middle-aged man Su Lu had brought along. Not at all. You may call me Huang Cheng, or simply Xiao Huang, Boss Huang replied. Eager to please. No, you are older. I will call you Boss Huang, Lin Ning insisted. As you wish. I am at your service, Huang Cheng replied, his smile overly obsequious, sending shivers down Lin Ning's spine. Boss Huang, our company has considerable strength. If it suits you, I encourage you to explore a partnership. Lin Ning suggested. Very well, I will heed Mr. Lin's advice and commence a trial collaboration for 1 year. Boss Huang agreed without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Su Lu's tears of frustration transformed into joy, while Manager Lu felt a wave of relief wash over her, casting a grateful glance at Lin Ning. From that moment onward, everything fell into place. No one in the company dared to underestimate Lin Ning. They treated him with the reverence befitting a super-rich individual. After all, who but a billionaire could afford to drive a Koenigsegg? Just moments ago, someone had seized the opportunity to surreptitiously research the Koenigsegg brand. Upon seeing the price, I was utterly astonished, nearly fainting from the shock. Although these individuals were unaware of which model of Koenigsegg Lin Ning was driving, they had gleaned from online descriptions that the most affordable variant still commanded a price in the tens of millions. For a small company like theirs, it would take a decade's worth of profits to acquire even the most inexpensive model. Yet here was the affluent magnate, effortlessly seated within his luxurious vehicle, leaving the onlookers in a state of awe and envy, though none felt jealousy. Before long, the resignation procedures were completed. Lin Ning's salary and bonuses were disbursed in full, without any deductions, and he promptly tucked the sum into his pocket without a glance. Such trifling amounts no longer held any significance for him. As he exited the company, Boss Huang rushed out from within, respectfully handing Lin Ning a business card. Goldwind Investments, Global Trade Center, he announced. Lin Ning took a cursory glance at the card and waved it at Boss Huang, saying, "So your company is located at the Global Trade Center?" "Indeed," Boss Huang quickly replied. "Noted. Should any matters arise there in the future, just mention my name to Manager Zhang." With that, Lin Ning turned and departed, leaving Boss Huang bewildered. What could this mean? Chapter 27, The Snack Street of Zhonghai. Regardless of Boss Huang's musings, Lin Ning drove back to his rented abode. His roommates had yet to return from work, leaving him alone in the house, which soon became rather dull. Thus, Lin Ning opened his smartphone and began browsing live streams. Among the various streamers, he particularly enjoyed one who followed a traditional aesthetic, a captivating beauty who broadcasted for 3 hours each afternoon. During her streams, she adorned herself in ancient-style garments, playing the zither and singing. Unlike other streamers who sang and danced, striving to capture attention, this enchanting host performed ancient melodies that were serene and soothing, providing a sense of healing. During the period following his breakup, it was her soothing tunes that helped restore his equilibrium. This streamer maintained a tranquil demeanor, harmonizing beautifully with the melodies she played. Each time she went live, she would simply greet everyone before immersing herself in her music. Lacking the flashy gimmicks that characterized many other streamers, her audience was modest, boasting only about 100 followers. These fans, too, were reticent, preferring to listen quietly, occasionally sending a few virtual flowers. Lin Ning navigated to the live stream of the ancient-style beauty. The familiar melodies enveloped him, reminiscent of mountain streams, resonating with a captivating clarity. He closed his eyes and listened for a while, feeling his mood settle into tranquility. Suddenly, it dawned on him that while he had been enjoying the soothing presence of the streamer, he had yet to express his gratitude. Previously, he lacked the means, but now, he pondered whether he should follow the trend of other viewers and send extravagant gifts such as yachts and rockets. With this thought in mind, Lin Ning sprang into action, preparing to recharge his account. However, he was dismayed to discover that despite having listened for several months, he had never registered on the streaming platform. Without an account, he could not recharge, leaving him unable to send gifts. What was he waiting for? He promptly decided to register. Yet, just as he was about to do so, a phone call interrupted him. The screen displayed the name Feng Nian, one of his male roommates. "Hello, Feng Nian, what's the matter?" he inquired after answering the call. "Lin Ning, where are you?" "I'm at home." "Perfect. Wang Feng said she's treating us to skewers tonight. Hurry up, it's south the usual place." After the call ended, Lin Ning glanced outside. The sun was already dipping in the west. Thus, he opted not to continue with the registration, as there was no rush. He got into his car and drove toward the location Feng Nian had mentioned. That place was a bustling snack street, alive with energy in the evenings. Upon arrival, although the sun had yet to set, the area was already teeming with activity. The snack street was pedestrian only, and vehicles were prohibited from entering, necessitating the construction of a sizable parking lot nearby. Lin Ning slowly maneuvered his car into the lot. A supercar worth a fortune invariably drew attention wherever it went. Wow, what an incredible car. I've never seen anything like it. Look at those lines. It's truly a work of art. Isn't that the Koenigsegg one that has been going viral on social media? I can't believe I'm seeing it here. I wish I could meet the owner. I wonder if it's a man or a woman. If it's a man, that would be great. I do want to have his children. Regardless of their playful banter, the onlookers dared not approach too closely, fearing any accidental contact could lead to disastrous consequences. However, some girls were unafraid, rushing forward to snap photos. Even if I scratch it, I can't afford to pay for damages anyway. I might as well throw myself at the owner. Other car owners hesitated to move, patiently waiting. Once Lin Ning parked his vehicle, they gradually began to find spots. However, the spaces flanking the Koenigsegg remained vacant, as no one possessed the courage to park beside it. In jest or not, the car truly commanded a level of respect that deterred any attempt at proximity. Yet, there was an exception. As Lin Ning stepped out and walked a few paces, he spotted a plump little girl, no older than 4 or 5, clad in a delightful pink princess dress, adorned with 2 golden bracelets on her chubby wrists. She bounced toward him, Upon reaching Lin Ning's car, she spread her tiny arms wide and, with a gleeful exclamation, flung herself onto the front of the Koenigsegg, reveling in the moment. The surrounding adults gasped in horror, questioning whose child this was, as if she had no regard for her family's wealth. Lin Ning chuckled at the sight, contemplating whether to return and lift the little girl away when a woman, presumably her mother, hurried over, breathless. "I'm so sorry. I truly apologize. She runs so fast. I didn't see her. I'm so sorry for the trouble." "Not at all," Lin Ning smiled. "She is quite adorable." At that moment, the little girl's father joined them, both parents frantically apologizing. The two adults were visibly shaken, aware that any minor damage to such a luxury vehicle could lead to financial ruin. Meanwhile, the little girl, blissfully unaware, continued to reach out, eager for a closer encounter with the Koenigsegg. "Wan, stop that!" Her mother scolded lightly, playfully swatting her bottom. The little girl, displeased, pouted her lips and began to cry, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Lin Ning found her antics amusing and gently teased, "Little sister, do you like this car?" "Yes," she replied, wiping her tears and nodding earnestly. "Then tell your big brother why you like it." Lin Ning's tone softened. "It's beautiful and so cool. I've never seen anything like it," the girl declared emphatically, prompting Lin Ning to chuckle heartily. "I truly apologize. My daughter is a bit of a tomboy, not fond of dolls but rather enamored with all sorts of vehicles," her father chimed in, slightly embarrassed. "Your little treasure is quite charming," Lin Ning remarked, feeling a fondness for the girl. "Since you adore my car so much, why not hop in for a picture with your mother?" "Okay, thank you, big brother." With that, the little girl brightened instantly, stretching her arms out for Lin Ning to lift her. He was grinning from ear to ear. The little girl's parents were somewhat anxious, fearing that their child might inadvertently damage the car. Lin Ning reassured them, taking the little girl from her mother's hands and placing her in the vehicle. The girl, familiar with the routine, struck a charming pose, prompting her mother to quickly grab her phone and capture several photos from various angles. Ultimately, the little girl reluctantly waved goodbye to Lin Ning before being carried away by her mother into the food street. Chapter 28. The conflict at the food street. The young man was not only handsome and affluent, but also exceptionally kind-hearted. He would undoubtedly make a wonderful father in the future. I have resolved to become the mother of his future children. Around her, other girls' eyes sparkled with affection. "You, with your appearance, aspire to be a mother? I fear you might tarnish the young man's exceptional genes. Only a woman of my stature and intellect is worthy of such a title. You should remain on the sidelines." The women spectators instantly transformed into fierce warriors, battling for their rights. Lin Ning shook his head in disbelief and swiftly slipped into the food street, fearing he might lose his dignity if he lingered any longer. The food street was bustling, a veritable feast of delectable treats, with everyone indulging in their culinary delights as they strolled along, relishing the joyous atmosphere. Numerous barbecue stalls offered delightful flavors at very reasonable prices. Lin Ning had frequented this place many times before. Before long, he spotted a few of his roommates at their usual barbecue spot, Wang Fong, Fong Yin, and another boy named Wang Changming, who had already claimed a small table. However, seated beside Wang Fong was a handsome young man who seemed quite intimate with her. Fong Yin and Wang Changming's expressions darkened, as both harbored affections for Wang Fong and were dismayed to find someone else had arrived first. Lin Ning. Wang Fong was the first to spot him, rising excitedly to wave him over. Lin Ning smiled and quickened his pace to join them, taking a seat on one side of the small table. "Lin Ning, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Jiang Che, an IT elite who works as a technical director at a multinational company, earning an annual salary of 400,000 to 500,000, Wang Fong announced, her face alight with pride. Jiang Che merely smiled and nodded politely at Lin Ning, exuding an air of aloofness and superiority that Lin Ning could readily discern. It was evident that Wang Fong had briefed her elite boyfriend about her roommates, and in his eyes, Lin Ning was merely a lowly salesman, while Fong Yin and Wang Changming were also far from being corporate elites. Earning a six-figure salary was already a stroke of luck. In comparison to someone like Jiang Che, they were worlds apart, and it was only natural for him to look down upon them. It was just a meal, so whether or not he was regarded with respect didn't matter. After this dinner, their paths would likely not cross again. Thus, Lin Ning felt no discomfort in his heart. Wang Fong generously ordered a variety of skewers, cold dishes, and beer, and they began to eat and chat. Lin Ning abstained from alcohol, which they all knew, while Fong Yin and Wang Changming, perturbed by the loss of their goddess, drank more and spoke less. Only Jiang Che engaged in lively conversation, discussing everything from international affairs to industry developments, and how much his company valued him, his words flowing effortlessly. Wang Fong listened like a smitten admirer, her eyes filled with adoration. After a while, Wang Fong stood up to retrieve the remaining skewers from the vendor. Suddenly, A lewd voice pierced the air from a distance. "Hey, little girl, you look quite lovely. Why not have a drink with me?" This was followed by Wang Feng's terrified scream. Lin Ning, Jiang Che, and the others quickly turned around to see a young man with a flamboyant demeanor tugging at Wang Feng. The girl's face turned pale as she struggled to free herself. "Dare to bully my girlfriend." Jiang Che's anger flared instantly, and he stood up, striding toward the scene. He forcefully released the young man's grip on Wang Feng, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "What do you think you're doing? She is my girlfriend. Show some respect. Get lost, or believe me, I'll make you regret it." The young man flushed with rage, reeking of alcohol, his demeanor brazen. "You dare tell me to get lost? You're not as intimidating as you think." Jiang Che responded with a cold smile. At that moment, Lin Ning, Feng Nian, and Wang Changming joined him, standing resolutely behind Jiang Che. Though they had little regard for the arrogant young man, they felt compelled to unite against someone who was bullying their girl. With a 4-to-1 advantage, they stood firm. Bolstered by their numbers, Jiang Che puffed out his chest, resembling a hero come to save the day. However, the brazen young man merely cast a sidelong glance at them, unperturbed, and suddenly bellowed, "Brothers." As soon as he spoke, a group of over a dozen robust men, all with fierce expressions and some adorned with gaudy gold chains, rose from the nearby tables, exuding an intimidating presence. Seeing such a crowd, Jiang Che involuntarily swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Feng Nian and Wang Changming exchanged glances, both sharing a bittersweet smile at the unexpected turn of events. Just moments ago, they had contemplated dishing out punishment. Now they found themselves on the verge of receiving it. Yet, they clenched their fists, determined not to back down. For the sake of their goddess, Lin Ning, maintaining a calm demeanor, stood at the back, hands clasped behind him, his expression tranquil. By now, a crowd had gathered, anticipating an imminent clash. Just when everyone thought a fierce battle was about to erupt, Jiang Che suddenly chuckled, adopting a conciliatory smile and bending slightly at the waist. "Big brother, gentlemen, it's all a misunderstanding. It's merely a drink. I'll send my girlfriend over right away." The moment these words left Jiang Che's mouth, the entire scene fell silent, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief, gazing incredulously at the man who stood before Wang Feng, wearing a sycophantic expression. Wang Feng herself was taken aback. Glancing at Jiang Che, he remained as handsome as ever, yet he felt so foreign to her. Was this the man who had vowed to protect her for life? How could he shrink in the presence of a group of ruffians? Her heart sank, feeling as though it were encased in ice. "Jiang Che, what did you just say?" Wang Feng stammered, still unable to comprehend. Well, Jiang Che hesitated, turning to her. Feng, it's just a toast. It's nothing serious." "Nothing serious? How dare you say that?" Wang Feng's face contorted with fury as she pointed at the group of ruffians. "You want your girlfriend to drink with a bunch of thugs, and you say it's nothing? Hey, you foul woman, how dare you speak to me like that? Who are the thugs? Clarify yourself." The brazen young man's eyes widened, his expression turning increasingly ferocious. The group of men behind him glared menacingly at Jiang Che. Jiang Che, feeling a chill run down his spine, shouted at Wang Feng, "Stop spouting nonsense. These gentlemen are doing you a favor by inviting you for a drink. Hurry up and go, before I lose my temper." "I refuse. What will you do about it?" She glared at Jiang Che, her heart breaking. "If you don't go, we'll break up." Jiang Che threatened, his face darkening. "Fine, let us break up then, you scumbag." Wang Feng could no longer restrain herself and raised her hand to deliver a resounding slap to Jiang Che's face. Chapter 29. Is it a matter of numbers, then? "Damn it, you shameless woman, how dare you strike me?" Jiang Che seethed with rage, ready to retaliate, but was intercepted by Feng Nian and Wang Changming, who positioned themselves protectively between the two. Their gazes were as frigid as ice, their knuckles cracking ominously from the tension of their grip. The realization that their goddess had encountered such a scoundrel ignited their desire to unleash a severe beating upon Jiang Che. "You will regret this," Jiang Che shouted, his bravado masking his trepidation. "Regret? Not a chance, get lost." Wang Feng removed a ring from her finger and hurled it at Jiang Che with fierce intent before storming off into the crowd of onlookers. "You wretched woman, should you ever fall into my hands again, you will have hell to pay." Jiang Che's face turned ashen. After cursing, he picked up the ring amidst the throng and departed. "So what will it be? Shall I give you a beating? Or will this woman come over to drink with me?" the arrogant young man inquired, having watched the dramatic breakup unfold with amusement. At his words, Wang Feng's heart quivered, her lips biting down in contemplation. This tumult was of her making. She could not allow others to suffer for her mistakes. Steeling her resolve, she attempted to approach, only to be halted by Feng Nian and Wang Changming. "As long as we are here, we will not let you be wronged." "Very well. It appears my friends are inclined to teach you a lesson." With that, the young man grinned menacingly and advanced slowly, flanked by a cadre of burly men. Though Fang Yin and Wang Changming trembled in fear, they stood their ground, already bracing for a possible trip to the hospital. Just then, Lin Ning suddenly burst into laughter. You're feeling quite powerful, relying on your numbers, are you? Do you think it's fair to bully the fewer? Upon hearing Lin Ning's remark, the young man halted, his expression one of smug satisfaction. He relished the sight of others trembling in fear before his formidable presence, every fiber of his being vibrating with exhilaration. Very well. If numbers are your game, just wait a moment, Lin Ning declared, turning to stride into the crowd. I'll be waiting to see what tricks you pull. The young man scoffed, arms crossed disdainfully. Wang Fang, Fang Yin, and Wang Changming exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Lin Ning's intentions. Approaching the throng, Lin Ning raised his phone. Shaking it slightly, immediate recruitment for assistance, with a remuneration of 1,000 yuan. The moment he uttered those words, the young man nearby erupted into laughter. I thought you had some impressive strategy up your sleeve. Turns out it's just this? I, the mighty overlord Zhou Tong, declare this. Anyone who dares to assist will be met with my wrath on the snack street from now on. His threat dripped with venom. Overlord? The mere mention of this name caused several in the crowd to gasp in shock. Zhou Tong was notorious on the snack street, known for collecting management fees and surrounded by a retinue of loyal followers. It was no exaggeration to say that one needed Zhou Tong's approval to conduct business in that area. Otherwise, he would send his men to wreak havoc, rendering all efforts futile. Moreover, he had powerful backing, making him untouchable. As Zhou Tong issued his intimidation, the onlookers who had previously considered joining for the promised 1,000 yuan lost their nerve. Lin Ning, puzzled, wondered why 1,000 yuan, a reasonable sum for a simple brawl, had not enticed anyone. Was the adage that a generous reward brings forth brave men merely a fallacy? Or was Zhou Tong's reputation simply too formidable? After waiting a while without any brave souls stepping forth, Lin Ning decided to raise the stakes. If 1,000 was insufficient, then 2,000, or even 3,000. He refused to be deterred. However, before he could increase the offer, a figure emerged from the crowd. Lin Ning recognized him as a man from the family he had encountered in the parking lot before. Though not tall, he was sturdy. Hello, I'm here to help. Thank you, you're the first. I'll give you 5,000. That's unnecessary. No, it's settled. My word is my bond. Lin Ning, with several million at his disposal, was not short on funds, but rather in need of manpower. With a flourish, he scanned the man's QR code, transferring 5,000 yuan instantly. The man nodded and positioned himself beside Fang Yin and Wang Changming. You've got guts. I'll remember you, Zhou Tong threatened, pointing at the man. The man scoffed, ignoring him. Daddy, go for it. The teacher says we must never let bad people off the hook. A rosy-cheeked little girl in her mother's embrace cheered her father on, her innocent voice eliciting laughter from those around them. Even a child knows not to bow to villains. Are we adults to be even less resolute? 5 impassioned young men, appearing to be university students, also stepped forward from the crowd, joining Lin Ning. We're here to assist you. Lin Ning was elated, scanning their codes one by one to pay them. Once compensated, the newcomers took their places. With that, the number swelled to 9, making the odds appear less daunting. Despite the increase in numbers, Zhou Tong remained unfazed. Confident in his seasoned crew of fighters, ordinary folks were no match for them. However, there were still many who disapproved of Zhou Tong's gang on the snack street, and their reluctance to step forward had simply been due to a lack of leadership. With someone to rally them, more began to emerge from the crowd, scanning Lin Ning's code for the promised payment before standing against Zhou Tong. As more joined, the numbers swiftly surpassed Zhou Tong's group, reaching 30 individuals. Among them were those who appeared experienced, wielding wooden sticks scavenged from who knows where. At that moment, Lin Ning found himself encircled by a throng of eager supporters, all waiting to join his makeshift brigade. He struggled to keep up. Like a conveyor belt, he scanned one after another, indifferent to their height or build. As long as they were male, the numbers rose at an alarming rate. Behind Fang Yin and Wang Changming stood a dark mass of over 100 people. 100 against a mere 10. Zhou Tong's expression soured when the count reached 50. Regret washed over him. Why had he chosen to act so brashly? He should have simply confronted them directly. Now, faced with this multitude, even if he wished to fight, he found himself outmatched. Simultaneously, Zhou Tong's curiosity piqued. He glanced at Lin Ning, pondering how much money this young man possessed. Over 100 people, each receiving 1,000 yuan, meant a staggering sum. Yet, Lin Ning showed no signs of stopping, continuing to scan and pay without hesitation, as if his phone brimmed with inexhaustible funds. Had I known you were so wealthy, I would have sought that woman for drinks instead. 10,000 in hand. Wouldn't hiring a model from a club be far more appealing? As Lin Ning continued scanning with fervor, a delicate, fair hand suddenly extended a phone towards him. Chapter 30. I'm scanning with such delight. I can't seem to stop. Instinctively, he prepared to scan, but an unsettling feeling washed over him. Looking up, he found himself face to face with a long-haired beauty. Her large eyes and soft skin captivating. Shoo, don't disrupt me. I only need men. Lin Ning waved his hand dismissively, attempting to send her away. Dear sir, I genuinely wish to assist you. Please do not send me away. The lady spoke timidly, her voice sweet and mellifluous. Lin Ning nearly lost his composure and replied, How about this? You're not fit for the fight, but I can offer you 200. Will you cheer for me from the sidelines? Absolutely, I shall do my utmost. She beamed, her smile revealing perfectly aligned white teeth. After scanning the code, she joyfully joined the mercenary group, brandishing 2 glow sticks she had procured from nowhere. Raising them high above her head, her body began to sway rhythmically, and she chanted, Come on, you can do it. You are all the best. The young lady, tall and graceful in a white short-sleeved t-shirt and checkered skirt, had long, straight legs clad in sneakers, exuding an effervescent aura of youth that wafted through the air like rocket fuel, igniting a surge of potent hormones among the men present. Everyone stood tall, presenting their finest selves. Besides the men, a throng of young women gathered, and upon noticing Lin Ning attracting female attention, they rushed over, pushing the men aside. Sir, scan me, they clamored, each vying for a chance. Even if they couldn't secure 1,000, 200 would suffice. Lin Ning welcomed them all. Having already secured one, it seemed prudent to gather more and form a cheering squad. While Lin Ning reveled in scanning, Zhou Tong, on the other side, found himself in a dire predicament. In mere moments, the opposing team had swelled beyond 150, with a dozen alluring young women joining in, jumping and shouting with enthusiasm. Their presence not only elevated the morale of the brigade, but also accelerated the influx of new members, soaring from 150 to 200 in less than 10 minutes. At this point, the outcome of the battle seemed irrelevant. The only curiosity lay in whether this affluent gentleman would ultimately recruit everyone on the street. Did he truly spend over 200,000 just to lay a beating on me? Zhou Tong lamented, his face pale, casting a mournful glance at Lin Ning's retreating figure. Brother, is this how you choose to play? Is being wealthy truly so impressive? If you have all this money, why not share it with me? I could easily beat myself up. Zhou Tong, unable to contain himself, began to plead for mercy. Oh no, I am thoroughly enjoying this scanning process and cannot cease. Kindly wait a moment. Lin Ning replied without lifting his head, dismissing him with resolute finality. Witnessing Zhou Tong's capitulation, the others waiting to be scanned grew restless, eager to earn some quick cash. His swift surrender jeopardized their prospects. Do not falter. If you beg for mercy now, do you think I won't give you a beating? They shouted at Zhou Tong, causing him to nearly lose control. 300, 400. The number of participants continued to rise. At that moment, Wang Fong, Fong Yin, and Wang Changming were left in a state of complete bewilderment. The situation had spiraled beyond their control. Lin Ning's financial prowess was indeed remarkable. Kneeling before the magnate was not a source of shame. Eventually, even those who had trailed Zhou Tong abandoned him, each eager to earn 1,000 and hastily rushing to the other side. In despair, he rushed over and clutched Lin Ning's leg, desperately begging for clemency. With tears and snot streaming down his face, he elicited a sense of disgust from Lin Ning. Do you now realize your mistake? I do. Brother, I promise I shall never dare again. Please, spare me. If you continue to scan, I fear I may perish. My life is of little consequence, but you, esteemed sir, hold a prestigious status. If something were to go awry, you would bear the responsibility, which is hardly worth the trouble. Lin Ning surveyed Zhou Tong, and then glanced at the throng surrounding them. He was taken aback by the sheer number of people crowding the street food market. Enough. Let this matter conclude today. Depart, and do not let me see your face again. Yes, brother, I shall leave at once. Zhou Tong replied, astonishingly rolling away like a ball rather than standing up. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, and they began to disperse. A few attractive young women, captivated by Lin Ning, approached him in hopes of exchanging WeChat details, but he resolutely rejected their advances, ignoring their attempts at charm. He beckoned Wang Fong, Fong Yin, and Wang Changming to return to their seats. The three of them felt somewhat constrained. It was no surprise. In the presence of a wealthy individual who casually spent hundreds of thousands, anyone would feel a sense of trepidation. After finishing their meal, Wang Fong settled the bill, and Lin Ning and his companions prepared to leave the street food market. As they deliberated about taking a taxi back, Lin Ning suddenly remarked, Fong Yin, Wang Changming, you two can take a taxi. I have a car, and we'll take Wang Fong home. You have a car? What kind? Can't we join? They inquired, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Do you have some intentions towards our goddess? Realizing their misunderstanding, Lin Ning clarified. While Wang Fong was indeed pretty, she paled in comparison to beauties like Yin Jiawen and Zhang Yuding. He had no romantic inclinations towards her, It was simply that his Koenigsegg could only accommodate 2 passengers. It's a sports car with only 2 seats. How about one of you rides with me, while the other takes a taxi with Wang Fong? No need. Wang Fong should ride with you, and we'll take a taxi, Wang Changming and Fong Yin insisted, knowing they were rivals and wary of leaving the other alone with her. But Lin Ning, what kind of sports car do you drive? Can we have a glimpse? They pressed. Of course, come along, Lin Ning agreed, leading them to the parking lot, where he pressed the car key. Beep, beep. The headlights of the Koenigsegg illuminated, and the doors gracefully opened. Their eyes widened in astonishment at the sleek, dazzling design. Goodness, your car is truly stunning. It must be worth several million. Wang Changming stammered, his voice faltering. Several million? Lin Ning chuckled, maintaining his composure. It's actually worth much more than that. The price tag is close to 100 million. What? 100 million? The 3 of them were utterly dumbfounded, their minds blank. A unit of this magnitude was incomprehensible. Their current residence was valued at around 3 million. 100 million equated to 33 homes. Stacked up, that amount would create a wall of cash. This car was exorbitantly priced, and the wealth required to afford such a vehicle was beyond their imagination. Tens of billions? Or even hundreds? They could only gaze at Lin Ning with admiration. A distinguished individual clad in a 200 yuan outfit. Please accept our reverence. In unison, they knelt before him. What are you doing? Quickly rise, Lin Ning urged, helping them to their feet. We just felt a bit weak in the knees, they chuckled sheepishly. All right, you two take a taxi. I will escort Wang Fong home first. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Fong darted into the car with lightning speed, leaving Lin Ning momentarily stunned. In the blink of an eye, she had vanished. The 3 men exchanged amused glances before parting ways. Upon entering the vehicle, Lin Ning discovered Wang Fong seated in the passenger seat, her eyes darting around, her hands exploring the luxurious interior. This is extravagance beyond belief. I've never ridden in a car worth $1 billion before. Just this seat alone must cost over $1 million, she exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. Meanwhile, Lin Ning started the engine and smoothly merged into the flow of traffic, soon arriving back at their residence. Fong Yin and Wang Changming had yet to arrive. Likely caught in traffic. After greeting Wang Fong, Lin Ning retreated to his modest room, inside the cramped, disorganized space of less than 10 square meters. Lin Ning couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Here he was, the owner of the global trade center, with billions in his pocket, driving a hyper-luxurious sports car, yet residing in such a small, shabby abode. Perhaps he should simply move into the penthouse of the trade center tomorrow? That would be a sprawling 5,000 square meters, complete with a sky garden and swimming pool. A pool party would be the cherry on top, but of course, it would have to be an exclusive affair with him as the sole male guest. Lost in his daydreams, he found himself grinning foolishly for quite some time before deciding to retire for the night, eager to see what the next day's check-in would bring. The following morning, Lin Ning awoke, eagerly anticipating the day's check-in process. The system refreshed promptly at noon, allowing him to check in immediately. Check-in. A chime rang out. Check-in successful. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired a property at Shengshihuading, located by the river, with an area of 600 square meters. The property deed and keys have been placed in the temporary warehouse provided by the system and are available for retrieval at any time. A warning followed. The temporary warehouse will only exist for 24 hours. After this period, it will vanish, and unclaimed rewards will be forfeited. Retrieve. As the system's voice faded, Lin Ning found himself clutching an impressive set of keys and a property deed. The deed detailed the address and size of the Shengshihuading property, along with the names of all owners. The system was astonishingly powerful. Could it possess telepathic abilities? Just yesterday, he had pondered acquiring a new home, and today, he was gifted one. After much contemplation, he could only marvel at the system's capabilities. Lin Ning was not entirely familiar with the location of Shengshihuading, but given its riverside placement, it was undoubtedly situated in the most affluent and prestigious area of Zhonghai, near the mouth of the Pujiang River. Residential properties there typically started at 200,000 per square meter. He quickly searched online, confirming that Shengshihuading was indeed built by the river, boasting a prime location. The units range from over 100 to 600 square meters, with his being the largest in the complex. As for the price, it stood at 300,000 per square meter, totaling a staggering 1.8 billion. Regrettably, there were no floor plans available online. To see the property in its true form, he would need to visit in person. The thought of an 1.8 billion mansion left him tingling with anticipation. Checking the time, he realized it was already getting late, prompting him to dress and leave. At that moment, a call from an unfamiliar number interrupted him. A sweet, melodious voice greeted him. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin? The owner of room 1805 in building 8 of Shengshihuading? That's me. Who am I speaking with? Lin Ning responded calmly. Hello, Mr. Lin. Now that we have confirmed your identity, Allow me to introduce myself. I am your personal concierge, here to provide you with tailored services. Personal concierge? Lin Ning raised an eyebrow. Indeed, she continued, her tone warm and inviting. This is a one-on-one exclusive service offered by the Shengshi Huading Property Management for esteemed owners like yourself, completely free of charge. This service is only available to owners of properties exceeding 400 square meters. Our aim is to alleviate your burdens, allowing you to focus on enjoying life without the distraction of mundane matters. My name is Maiziki, and I am at your service 24/7. After her detailed explanation, Lin Ning understood. The property management had assigned him a dedicated assistant to handle various issues related to the community and his property, such as paying management fees, parking fees, and home repairs. While these matters could be handled online, having a beautiful concierge to manage them added a touch of prestige and comfort. Most importantly, it was complimentary, a perk not to be overlooked. Lin Ning had also discovered that the management fees for large properties exceeded those for smaller ones. For instance, his own unit incurred an annual management fee of 500,000, an astonishing figure. However, such expenses often came with their own justifications. After all, the management had provided him with a female assistant, as the saying goes. When there's work, let the secretary handle it. When there's none, well, you know. Laughing at his own thoughts, Lin Ning resolved to get out of bed and start his day. After dressing, he stepped outside, planning to grab breakfast before inspecting his new property. With no other pressing engagements, he found himself reflecting on the simplicity and monotony of a wealthy lifestyle. How boring, he mused, feeling a twinge of nostalgia for the busy days spent distributing flyers just a couple of days prior. Were anyone to discover this sentiment, they would surely be incredulous, exclaiming, "Pretending, are we?" At a street vendor, he hastily ordered a serving of soy milk and fried dough sticks, quickly satisfying his hunger before driving straight to Shengshi Huading. Chapter 32. I am moving to a new home. This community was located by the banks of the Pujiang River, adjacent to Zhonghai's most renowned financial district and shopping streets. Here, five-star hotels and bustling malls abounded, with transportation links that rendered it a prime location where every inch was worth its weight in gold. Shengshi Huading certainly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier luxury residence. The entrance to the community was exquisitely constructed, adorned with fine white marble, and the name of the community was inscribed by a venerable calligrapher of great repute, adding an air of sophistication. Two security guards at the entrance, both in their late 20s, appeared remarkably youthful, clad in sharp security uniforms that complemented their striking features. However, as Lin Ning approached the gates, he was halted by the guards, who informed him that he could not enter without a vehicle access permit. Even presenting his property deed yielded no leniency. The guards merely expressed their apologies, insisting he could only proceed if an owner came to escort him or if he obtained a temporary access permit. After all, the visitors to the community weren't always owners. They could very well be guests. It would be rather impolite to leave guests to park outside. Feeling perplexed, Lin Ning realized it was his first visit and he didn't know any owners to call upon for assistance. Leaving his car outside made him uneasy. Just then, he remembered his personal concierge, Maiziki. Surely she would have a solution. Thus, he promptly dialed her number. "Hello, Mr. Lin. How may I assist you today?" Her voice remained as delightful and enchanting as ever. "Hello, I find myself outside the Shengshi Huading community, intending to inspect my property. However, I lack the access permit to enter. Surely, you have a solution?" Lin Ning spoke with a composed demeanor. "I shall assist you in obtaining the access permit promptly. It will take no more than 3 minutes. Kindly provide your license plate number," came the response. "Certainly, my license plate is..." Lin Ning relayed the number before disconnecting the call, awaiting the outcome. As seconds ticked by, the anticipated 3 minutes swiftly elapsed. A striking young woman, clad in a black skirt suit and stockings, gracefully approached on a scooter. Upon reaching the entrance, she handed her scooter to the security guard before approaching Lin Ning's vehicle. With a slight bow, she spoke with a hint of shyness. "Good day, Mr. Lin. Your license plate number has been logged into the security system. You may enter now without further hindrance." As the window of the car slowly descended, Lin Ning's youthful and handsome visage was revealed. He offered a gentle smile. "You must be Manager Mai. I appreciate your effort to come here." A simple phone call would have sufficed. For a fleeting moment, Maiziki was momentarily entranced by Lin Ning's appearance. From his voice, she had surmised he was youthful, yet she had not expected him to be this remarkably handsome, exuding a warm and approachable demeanor devoid of any airs of affluence. At that moment, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink. "It is no trouble at all, not in the slightest," Maiziki replied with a radiant smile, shaking her head gently. "It was my oversight that led to your inconvenience, so I felt it necessary to extend my personal apologies. There's no need to dwell on it. Please do not take it to heart," Lin Ning responded generously, further elevating Maiziki's admiration for him. Driving a Koenigsegg, residing in a sprawling 600-square-meter mansion, and possessing such a sunny disposition, he was the epitome of a perfect companion, both in spirit and physique. Without hesitation, Mai Ziki resolved that such an exceptional man was not to be overlooked. She would employ whatever means necessary to capture his attention. She envisioned presenting him to her relatives, who lamented their single status, as a means of vindication. With this thought, her smile blossomed even brighter, and her demeanor became increasingly enthusiastic. Unbeknownst to Lin Ning, she subtly unbuttoned the collar of her blouse, revealing her exquisite collarbone. Leaning slightly forward, her hand resting on her thigh, she struck a subtly alluring pose and said sweetly, "Mr. Lin, as this is your first visit to Shangshihuading, allow me the pleasure of showing you around. It is part of my duties." Confident in her figure, with enticing curves, particularly accentuated by her deep neckline, she anticipated his gaze lingering. Yet, to her surprise, Lin Ning remained focused straight ahead, ignoring her subtle charms. "Very well," Lin Ning nodded. "Let us proceed. Please direct me." "Of course," Mai Ziki replied with a mischievous smile as she took her place in the passenger seat of the Koenigsegg. "Your reluctance to meet my gaze only signifies your inability to resist my allure. I am certain I shall win you over." As they entered the community, Mai Ziki directed Lin Ning while playfully engaging him, yet he maintained a reserved demeanor, offering only perfunctory responses, subtly rebuffing her advances. Strangely, this seemed to pique her interest further. Indeed, this community was among the most prestigious, boasting a verdant environment filled with the sounds of nature and a picturesque artificial lake. However, Lin Ning found little joy in the surroundings, as he was eager to reach building number 5, where he firmly dismissed the alluring young woman. If he did not act swiftly, he feared he would be consumed entirely. Was the modern woman truly this ravenous for attention? It was quite alarming. Upon entering the building, he swiped his card, and the elevator whisked him directly to 1805. Passing through another door, he was greeted by an opulent flat that was extravagantly luxurious. Every appliance and piece of furniture was of the highest caliber, custom designed, and breathtakingly beautiful. The 600-square-meter expanse included 5 bedrooms, a study, an entertainment room, and a media center, along with 2 living rooms and a dining area. Remarkably, there were 2 kitchens, one enclosed for preparing traditional Chinese cuisine and an open one for Western dishes and casual dining. Each space was astonishingly vast. The living room alone exceeded 90 square meters, ample enough for grand soirees. The expansive glass curtain wall offered an unobstructed view of the Pooh River, which was a stark contrast to the lofty office atop the Global Trade Center. Here, there was a warmth and vitality that resonated with Lin Ning's preferences. "Today, I shall move in," he declared to himself, unable to contain his excitement. Having experienced the grandeur of an 1.8 billion mansion, he could no longer tolerate the cramped confines of his former dwelling. Descending the building to retrieve his belongings, he drove the Koenigsegg out of the community, disappearing amidst the envious gazes of the security personnel. Upon returning to his rental place, he opened the door to find his roommate, Wang Fong, lounging in the living room. "Oh, you didn't go to work today?" Lin Ning inquired casually. "Feeling down, so I took the day off," Wang Fong explained. "Ah," Lin Ning nodded in understanding. Recognizing the sorrow stemming from her recent breakup, he could empathize with the heart-wrenching pain she felt. However, he refrained from offering platitudes, knowing that healing from such emotional wounds was a solitary journey. "Take care, rest well," he said with a smile before retreating to his room to pack his belongings. Unexpectedly, Wang Fong followed him in, her surprise evident upon witnessing his actions. "Lin Ning, are you packing your things? Are you moving?" "Yes," he replied nonchalantly as he continued organizing his items. Wang Fong's heart sank inexplicably at his words. She recalled the luxurious car he had driven the previous day. Indeed, someone who could afford such extravagance would hardly wish to remain in a place like this. She glanced around at the peeling walls and sighed. "Allow me to assist you," she offered. "Sure," he agreed, and soon they had everything packed. He had only a suitcase, having discarded the rest. After a brief phone call to the landlord to terminate his lease, he was pleasantly surprised by the landlord's agreeable response regarding the return of the remaining rent and deposit. After bidding farewell to Wang Fong, he carried his suitcase downstairs. The Koenigsegg lacked a trunk, so he had to place the suitcase in the passenger seat. Fortunately, he had only packed a few essentials. Otherwise, he would have struggled to fit everything. Chapter 33, Dog Son, Dog Mommy. Driving back to Shangshihuading. This time no one obstructed his entry. The gate lifted automatically after scanning his license plate. As he retrieved his suitcase from the car, he spotted Mai Ziki loitering nearby, seemingly idling away her time. Upon noticing Lin Ning, she bounded over with enthusiasm. "Mr. Lin, you're back. Allow me to help you with your suitcase." "Oh, no need. I can manage it myself. Don't you have work? Have you forgotten? I am your dedicated service personnel. Serving you is my responsibility." If you refuse my assistance, I risk being dismissed and facing unemployment. You are undoubtedly aware that securing employment in the current climate is exceedingly challenging. I am burdened with the obligation to pay rent, purchase clothing, and acquire cosmetics. Being unemployed leaves me devoid of the means to afford such necessities. With a sorrowful expression, my Ziki's eyes glistened with tears, evoking a sense of compassion that could soften even the hardest of hearts. Lin Ning, feeling a pang of sympathy, remarked, "Very well. You can assist me by moving the box to the elevator." Thank you, boss." My Ziki beamed, mustering all her strength to shift the box. She had not anticipated its weight. Lin Ning had seemed to lift it with ease. However, she felt compelled to follow through on her promise to help, as reneging would invite disdain. For the sake of her future happiness, she resolved to present her best self to the handsome young man. After much effort, she finally managed to drag the box to the elevator entrance, panting heavily, her forehead glistening with perspiration. She harbored a hopeful expectation that, in light of her diligent efforts, he would graciously invite her upstairs for a glass of red wine and a conversation about life. My Ziki recalled that room 1802 not only boasted a spacious layout, but also featured an impressively large master bed. However, the unromantic Lin Ning harbored no such intentions. He simply entered the elevator with the box, hastily pressing the close button as if he had encountered a plague. How heartless, young man. This is not how you play the game. I have been so forward, can't you see? She thought. With a mere beckon of your finger, I would gladly offer everything. Despite her fervent hints, she was met with chilling indifference. Until the elevator doors closed, Lin Ning had not uttered another word. I refuse to believe I cannot win you over. Just wait, my Ziki declared defiantly, shaking her fists at the elevator. Upon reaching the 18th floor, Lin Ning wheeled his suitcase into his new abode. The expansive space and multitude of rooms nearly disoriented him. After meandering through several corridors, he finally located the master bedroom with a breathtaking view of the river. He hung his few pieces of clothing, none costing more than 200 yuan, into the lavishly spacious walk-in closet. Feeling somewhat out of place, nonetheless, Lin Ning was unconcerned. It was his home, and he could arrange it as he pleased without the scrutiny of others. Having settled his garments, he ventured into the living room, seating himself on the sofa and gazing through the glass curtain wall at the magnificent river view, feeling utterly content. After a short while, he decided to explore the neighborhood and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Descending the stairs and stepping outside, he found the community divided into pedestrian pathways and vehicle lanes. Lin Ning strolled aimlessly along the walkway, observing the orderly activity of the neighborhood. Numerous workers were diligently attending to tasks, watering the grassy areas, trimming the street trees, and cleaning. In contrast to his previous residence, this community exuded a sense of harmony. Not far away, a cleaning lady was sweeping the ground when suddenly, a white Pekingese dashed out of nowhere, urinating on a trash can. The cleaning lady, upon noticing, hurried to shoo it away. "Get away from there," she exclaimed, brandishing her broom to frighten the little dog. Startled, the dog yelped and scampered toward a fashionable woman adorned with heavy makeup and sunglasses. While her facial features were obscured, her figure was undeniably striking, her movements exuding an alluring confidence. As soon as the dog reached her, she crouched down, gently cradling it in her arms, stroking its head while cooing. "Don't be afraid, my dear. Let mommy take care of this." With that, she stormed toward the cleaning lady, ire radiating from her. "What do you think you're doing? Daring to discipline my son? You must apologize to him immediately." The cleaning lady, her voice trembling, defended herself. "I did not strike the dog. I merely chased it away for urinating everywhere." "What dog? How dare you speak so? This is my son, you know. He is such a good boy. I would never harm him. How dare you lay a hand on him?" The cleaning lady, taken aback, stammered, "I truly did not hit him." Still denying it. "Are we? I witnessed it. You did strike him. You better bow and apologize to my son, or I will file a complaint against you." "You want me to apologize to a dog? That is preposterous." The cleaning lady was aghast, unable to believe what she was hearing. "What dog? Does it even speak?" "This is my son, and I warn you, apologize at once." The cleaning lady, infuriated, retorted, "I will not apologize to a mere dog." "Fine, if you refuse to apologize. I will call the property manager and have you dismissed," the woman declared, pulling out her phone to dial. "Hello, property management? I am a resident of Building 13. Apartment 1302. Your cleaning staff has assaulted my son. I need your manager here immediately." After ending the call, she looked down at the cleaning lady with a smug expression. "Prepare yourself. You've made a grave mistake by crossing me." This upscale community, with its low population density, was devoid of pedestrians at this hour, save for those working who paused to witness the unfolding drama. While they sympathized with the cleaning lady's plight, they felt powerless to intervene. Before long, the property manager arrived, panting, accompanied by 2 security guards. "Excuse me, Miss, could you please explain what has transpired? I have been informed that your child has been harmed. Is there any injury that requires medical attention? The manager was eager to grasp the situation. Residents in this community often possessed considerable influence, particularly this lady, who was a well-known figure due to her popularity as a live-streaming host. Her husband held a significant position in a publicly traded company, commanding respect and authority. Using her connections, she had developed an unreasonable demeanor, making the property management wary of her. The manager, striving to defuse the situation, addressed her with utmost diplomacy. "This is my son." She pointed to the small dog in her arms, her voice laced with fury. "That old woman just struck my son. I demand an apology from her." "Understood, madam. We will ensure this matter is resolved satisfactorily," the manager responded, then turned to the cleaning lady. "You were in the wrong here. Apologize to her son at once." In contemporary society, many individuals dote on their pets, often referring to them as sons or daughters, showering them with affection exceeding that of human children. Yet, the cleaning lady felt humiliated at the prospect of publicly apologizing to a dog. Her pride stung. "You want me to apologize and you refuse to relent? Very well, you may collect your next month's salary from the finance department. You will not be returning tomorrow," the property manager declared coldly. "You are abusing your power." The cleaning lady trembled with rage, her face flushed. Yet, she was unable to stand her ground. This job was hard-earned, and her own child needed to continue their education, requiring tuition. Reflecting on her circumstances, she suppressed her indignation and reluctantly prepared to concede. Just then, a furious voice broke through the tension. "Mom, we cannot apologize to her." A young woman in athletic attire, appearing to be in her 20s, rushed in to support the cleaning lady, glaring defiantly at the arrogant influencer before them. "We are human beings. Why should we owe an apology to a dog? Furthermore, you have committed no wrongdoing. It is merely a matter of expelling a dog that defecates indiscriminately." Humph, the young lady exhibits considerable fortitude. The property manager just stated that without an apology, she would be dismissed. If she wishes to leave, so be it. What is so remarkable about that? "Mother, let us depart. We shall not endure such employment any longer." Upon saying this, the young woman attempted to escort the cleaning lady away. From a distance, Lin Ning observed the young woman and smiled. This girl is none other than Zhang Yuding, the most attentive attendant at the LV boutique. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, but upon encountering an acquaintance, he felt compelled to curtail the arrogance of that overbearing woman. Thus, he approached and addressed the property manager. "Your actions are profoundly unjust. I have witnessed the entire incident. It was this woman's dog that was unrestrained and urinating freely." The cleaning lady merely tried to shoo it away and did not touch the dog at all. Pets should not roam freely or relieve themselves indiscriminately. Such rules exist for a reason. As the property manager, when regulations are violated, you not only fail to intervene, but also assist in bullying your employees. Such conduct renders you unworthy of your position. Lin Ning spoke with righteous indignation, chastising both the woman and the property manager. Upon hearing this, both individuals immediately bristled with anger. However, upon seeing Lin Ning, Zhang Yuding's eyes brightened. "Mr. Lin, is that you?" Lin Ning nodded at her, conveying a reassuring glance. "Who are you to meddle in my affairs?" The woman clutched her dog, regarding Lin Ning with disdain. The property manager, upon observing his attire, responded with a cold smirk. "Kid, you're quite audacious, but not everything is within your purview. Judging by your appearance, you must be here for an interview. Let me assure you, based on your earlier demeanor, I would never employ you. Begone, you have no place here." "Haha, I am an owner here, not a job seeker. Are you quite certain you wish for me to leave?" Lin Ning smiled slightly, a touch of mockery in his gaze. "An owner?" The property manager was taken aback. Those who reside here are either affluent or esteemed. He could not afford to offend any of them. Yet, this young man's demeanor did not seem to fit that of a wealthy resident. What prominent figure would be seen wandering the community dressed in such commonplace attire? Nevertheless, as a property manager, he prided himself on discernment. Initially, he overlooked Lin Ning's intervention on behalf of the cleaning lady, but upon closer inspection, he noted the young man's composed aura, reminiscent of those influential individuals. Cautiously, he inquired, "May I ask, sir, which building do you reside in? And what is your unit number?" Before Lin Ning could respond, a woman's voice interjected. "He resides in Building 8, Unit 1802, the most esteemed owner of Shangsher Huading." The crowd gasped in unison upon hearing the digits. Residents and employees alike were well aware that Unit 1802 was the largest and most luxurious apartment in Shangsher Huading, lavishly decorated and valued at 1.8 billion. It had remained unoccupied until now, surprising everyone that such a young gentleman had acquired it. Truly, a super wealthy individual. The kind one could only gaze up at in awe. The property manager's expression shifted, his eyes now filled with trepidation. He had just told this gentleman to leave. Surely the magnate would not be incensed. He cast a pleading glance toward Maiziki. Mr. Mai. He had barely begun to speak when Maiziki silenced him with a stern gaze. Her presence exuded a formidable aura that overshadowed everyone except Lin Ning. Maiziki regarded the now bewildered woman, who, clutching her small dog, appeared small and pitiful. Her previous bravado dissipated. Maiziki addressed her. I have gathered the details of the earlier incident. You disregarded the community's regulations by allowing your dog to roam freely and relieve itself. Our staff acted correctly in stopping you. She owes you no apology. If you disagree, you may lodge a complaint with the company. I would not dare, I concede. I shall take my leave and ensure my dog is leashed in the future. The woman, now crestfallen, dared not utter a harsh word and hurriedly retreated after admitting her fault. Once she had departed, Maiziki turned her attention to the property manager, who stood speechless. His head bowed, beads of sweat trickling down his face and dampening the floor beneath him. As a property manager, failing to protect your employees while siding with outsiders is utterly incompetent. Yes, I acknowledge my error. I accept the consequences. The property manager nodded submissively, his demeanor exceedingly contrite. Very well, since you recognize your mistake, you may retain your position for now, but should this happen again, I will ensure the chairman dismisses you. Now, go to the finance department and deduct your bonus for this month. Yes, I will do so immediately. The property manager dared not utter another word, bowing to both Maiziki and Lin Ning before hastily departing with 2 security guards. After dealing with the property manager, Maiziki turned to the cleaning lady, who was Zhang Yuding's mother, and said, I sincerely apologize for the distress you experienced. On behalf of the company, I extend my regrets. Additionally, I will arrange for an extra month's salary as compensation. Zhang Yuding's mother remained in a state of shock. The twists and turns of this incident had been overwhelming. Her age and frail heart required a moment to recover. Only after Maiziki finished speaking did she come to her senses. Seeing such an elegant woman apologizing to her startled her, and she waved her hands repeatedly. No, it's perfectly fine. Zhang Yuding's mother did not recognize Maiziki. She merely noted her company uniform and the way she had reprimanded the property manager, surmising she must be a person of considerable stature. Consequently, her attitude was one of utmost respect. Very well, Maiziki replied with a slight smile, then added, I shall take my leave now. She discerned that Lin Ning and the young woman supporting the cleaning lady were familiar, and although she was curious about their relationship, she chose to discreetly withdraw to leave a favorable impression. However, as she departed, she bestowed upon Lin Ning a dazzling smile, rendering him both amused and bemused. Chapter 35. The Dog Mother's Revenge in the Parking Lot. Once everyone had left, Zhang Yuding assisted her mother in approaching Lin Ning to express their gratitude. It was nothing. Lin Ning waved his hand, saying, I too found that woman intolerable. By the way, Yuding, why don't you invite this gentleman to dinner as a proper way to express your gratitude? The cleaning lady suddenly suggested. Certainly. Would Mr. Lin be gracious enough to accept? Zhang Yuding inquired, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. When her mother proposed the dinner, she discreetly pinched Zhang Yuding's arm. Zhang Yuding immediately understood the implication. Wealthy, just, and quite handsome. She had been unable to sleep the night she first encountered Lin Ning. The sister at the store's whispers echoed in her mind. If you have any questions, ask her, she will teach you everything. It seems she should indeed cultivate a closer relationship with that sister. After all, don't men prefer women who are knowledgeable and adventurous? Lin Ning remained blissfully unaware of Zhang Yuding's thoughts, or else he would have certainly found her ideas amusingly naive. He contemplated for a moment before conceding, very well. But let us invite Annie to join us as well. Oh no, that won't be necessary. I have work to attend to, and besides, we have a cafeteria here that serves meals quite to my liking. You young folks should go enjoy yourselves. I shan't intrude. Zhang Yuding's mother quickly found an excuse to refuse. It would be a travesty to ruin the opportunity she had painstakingly arranged for her daughter. Lin Ning, oblivious to the subtle scheming of the two, did not press the issue upon noticing Auntie's reluctance. Outside the community, the surroundings were bustling with life, replete with numerous dining establishments. The pair made their way to the underground parking garage, where they hopped into the car and set off. Anyone embarking on their first ride in a Koenigsegg would be unable to suppress their awe, and Zhang Yuding was no exception. She explored the interior with childlike wonder, evoking a chuckle from Lin Ning. The girl's beauty, coupled with her endearingly naive demeanor, rendered her utterly charming rather than annoying. Aware of Zhang Yuding's modest financial means, they opted against high-end restaurants, instead selecting a clean, unpretentious eatery where they ordered a few home-style dishes and engaged in lively conversation. It was during this exchange that Lin Ning learned Zhang Yuding was still a student at a prestigious university in Huaxia, studying performance arts. She worked part-time at an LV boutique to contribute to her household expenses. The financial burden of her studies was substantial, necessitating occasional dinners with industry contacts to expand her network. With only her mother and herself at home, her father had passed away long ago. Upon hearing her story, Lin Ning felt a mix of sympathy and admiration for Zhang Yuding, prompting memories of his own parents far away in their hometown. He took solace in knowing they were in good health, though he hadn't seen them in over 6 months. He planned to visit them soon, as he currently enjoyed ample time and resources. After their meal, Lin Ning drove Zhang Yuding back to school, as she had classes in the afternoon. With the time for her live stream rapidly approaching, he made his way home. Upon exiting the parking garage, an unusual sound caught his attention. Following the noise, he found a crowd gathered in an open area where cries and shouts echoed. A sense of urgency stirred within him as he parked the car and approached. Before he could draw near, 2 burly men clad in camouflage vests intercepted him. "Step aside." Lin Ning's expression darkened as he barked. The men, upon realizing he had emerged from an impressively extravagant vehicle, hesitated to impede his progress. He pushed them aside and advanced swiftly. As he neared the scene, his fury ignited. 2 men in camouflage were holding a woman's arms, forcing her to kneel on the ground, while another woman stood before her, delivering slap after slap to her face. To his horror, he recognized the woman being struck as none other than Zhang Yuding's mother. Her hair was disheveled, her face swollen, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Enraged, Lin Ning charged forward, seizing the assailant by the arm and delivering a resounding slap. The sound reverberated through the underground garage, and the woman's face visibly swelled from the force of the blow, 5 crimson fingerprints stark against her skin. "How dare you strike me?" she shrieked, lunging at Lin Ning with her long nails poised to scratch. He retaliated with a powerful kick, sending her sprawling several feet away. "I never strike women. But you are no woman. You are a beast," Lin Ning retorted coldly. As the hulking men finally reacted, they surged toward him, fists raised to retaliate. Just then, a voice rang out, "Stop." At the command, all the men halted, though they still clutched Lin Ning. A figure emerged from a vehicle, approaching Lin Ning with hesitation. "Are you Mr. Lin?" Upon closer inspection, Lin Ning recognized the newcomer as the boss, Huang, whom he had encountered the previous day when resigning from his job. Before Lin Ning could respond, the woman scrambled to her feet and rushed to Huang, clinging to his arm and weeping. "Darling, look at how he has bullied and struck me. You must avenge me. Make him unrecognizable to his parents." In her disheveled state, with torn clothing and a bruised visage, she appeared utterly pathetic. "Avenging you? Make him unrecognizable." Huang shot her a glance and unexpectedly slapped her across the face. Having already been struck by Lin Ning, the woman was now thoroughly bewildered by the turn of events. "Darling, why did you hit me?" she protested. "Hit you? That's exactly what I'm doing. Constantly causing trouble. Now get lost, and don't let me see you again. How dare you, Huang? You will regret this." She spat venomously, glaring at Lin Ning before storming off. Once she had distanced herself, Huang scoffed, muttering about the troublesome woman before turning his attention to Lin Ning. Seeing Lin Ning still restrained by his men, Huang's demeanor shifted to one of urgency as he rushed forward to release him, exclaiming, "Are you all fools? Release Mr. Lin at once." Then, lowering his head in contrition, he addressed Lin Ning. "Mr. Lin, I apologize. Please forgive my error." Lin Ning rubbed his wrist, still stinging from their grip, and replied softly, "Have you spoken with Manager Zheng?" Huang, sensing no reproach in Lin Ning's tone, relaxed slightly and sheepishly smiled. "I have not had the honor of meeting Manager Zheng, merely a phone conversation. He mentioned that you are now the owner of the Global Trade Tower, and our company, Jinfeng Investments, is hosting a gala in 2 days. I was wondering if you might grace us with your presence." Huang harbored ulterior motives. Securing Lin Ning's attendance would undoubtedly elevate his standing in the eyes of the board, possibly shedding the deputy from his title. "Let us discuss this later." Lin Ning replied noncommittally, deciding he would consult Zheng Yiming before making any commitments. "However, you have injured someone. How will that be addressed?" Lin Ning moved to assist Zhang Yuding's mother to her feet, noting her bloodied visage, which appeared quite alarming. Huang's heart raced, and he hastily assured, "We will compensate for everything. Let us get her to the hospital. I will cover all medical expenses, including treatment and any lost wages." He kicked one of his subordinates and barked, "What are you waiting for? Bring the car over to take her to the hospital." "Yes, yes," the subordinate replied, springing into action. After parking the car, Lin Ning accompanied them to the hospital. Chapter 36. The culinary skills of Zhang Yuding in an effort to atone for his misdeeds. Huang exerted considerable effort, remaining by their side, bustling about. He secured the finest doctor through his connections and arranged for a VIP room. Following a thorough examination, it was determined that Zhang Yuding's mother had sustained no serious injuries, only some superficial wounds and shock. With a few days of rest, she would be just fine. After confirming with the doctor, Lin Ning sent a message to Zhang Yuding, requesting her to come to the hospital. Zhang Yuding was still in class upon receiving the news. She hastily asked the teacher for leave and took a taxi to the hospital. Upon seeing her mother lying pitiably on the hospital bed, she burst into tears. It took Lin Ning a great deal of gentle persuasion to finally calm her down. He then asked Huang Cheng to bring over a group of people to apologize. Once everything seemed to be resolved, Lin Ning departed from the hospital. Upon returning to his expansive 600-square-meter penthouse, he opened the live streaming platform. The traditional-style female streamer was as enchanting as ever. With incense burning and a pot of tea brewed, she sat gracefully by a beautifully adorned pool, lost in her melodious tunes. The room filled with around 100 silent fans, all quietly absorbing the exquisite music. After registering an account with the whimsical name I Am a Fish, Lin Ning loaded it with 50,000 yuan, rather than immediately showering gifts. He waited until the live stream was nearing its conclusion to impulsively purchase 10 yachts all at once. Instantly, the live stream erupted in a dazzling display of light, accompanied by a striking banner and captivating music. The previously tranquil atmosphere of the stream transformed into a frenzy. Wow, 10 yachts. That's 50,000 yuan. I never expected a small stream like this to have a wealthy patron. Indeed, I've been here for ages and never noticed such a tycoon around. Wealthy big brother. Are you male or female? Please let me know. Rich young man. Let's add each other and perhaps engage in a relationship that is purely physical. The wealthy gentleman's ID is I Am a Fish. I haven't seen him before. He must be new. Speculations and discussions erupted among the viewers. The ancient-style female streamer was momentarily startled by the sudden arrival of 10 yachts, causing her to miss the last few notes of her performance. Nevertheless, she graciously expressed her gratitude. Lin Ning was astonished by the commotion his 10 yachts had caused. Unsure of how to respond, he hurriedly ended the live stream. Feeling a bit hungry, he entered the spacious 30-square-meter kitchen and opened the double-door refrigerator, only to find it utterly bare, devoid of any food. It dawned on him that it was his first day moving in, and aside from a few tattered clothes, he had not prepared anything else. Scrolling through the food delivery app yielded no appealing options. Thus, he decided to procure some groceries, hoping to bring something edible back. After driving down to the supermarket, Lin Ning, who was not adept at cooking, avoided purchasing vegetables or raw meat, opting instead for instant noodles, eggs, ham, and some fruits. However, while perusing the dairy aisle, he unexpectedly ran into a familiar face, Zhang Yuding. She explained that she was out buying essentials for her mother. Is your mother all right? Lin Ning inquired politely. My mom is doing well, thank you, Mr. Lin. Are you here to shop? Zhang Yuding asked. Yes, I came to buy some food. I just moved into a new place and have nothing yet, Lin Ning replied with a smile. What did you buy, Mr. Lin? Zhang Yuding playfully glanced at his basket and noticed it was filled with unhealthy fast foods, causing her brow to furrow. Mr. Lin, these foods are quite unhealthy. Why would you buy these? Haha, Lin Ning chuckled. I can't cook, so buying raw ingredients would be of no use. I see. Zhang Yuding pondered for a moment. How about I cook dinner for you, Mr. Lin? My cooking skills are quite good. My mom says my food is delicious. Really? That would be quite embarrassing. Not at all. It's the least I can do. My mom knows you saved her and specifically instructed me to thank you properly. As she spoke, Zhang Yuding took Lin Ning's basket, returning the unhealthy items to their places before selecting some nutritious ingredients to accompany him back to his residence. Upon entering the luxurious home, Zhang Yuding immediately began bustling about, washing and preparing ingredients, cooking with remarkable speed and cleanliness. In just 45 minutes, a table laden with 3 dishes and a soup was ready, featuring a balanced selection of 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish that was visually appetizing. After finishing the meal, Zhang Yuding bid farewell, stating that her mother was still waiting at the hospital. Lin Ning did not insist on her staying, understanding the awkwardness of the situation between a man and a woman. After seeing her off, he sat down to savor her cooking, thoroughly impressed. It was even better than what he had tasted from restaurant chefs. He marveled at the young girl's remarkable talent. After dinner, he carefully stored the leftovers in a plate and placed it in the refrigerator, then loaded the dirty dishes into the dishwasher. Settling into the comfort of his sofa, he admired the night view of the Pujiang River, reveling in the tranquility. He casually opened the live streaming platform and entered the ancient-style female streamer's room. Just as he intended to listen to music and drift off to sleep, he was surprised to find the stream bustling with activity, boasting over 400 viewers. As soon as he entered, a comment popped up. We captured the wealthy fish brother. Everyone come and take a look. Lin Ning was puzzled. When had he become a tycoon? He typed, Hello everyone. I am not a tycoon. I'm just a fish. Wow, the fish elder has spoken. I thought it was a robot. Really. I'm here to see the fish elder showering yachts. Me too. I heard there was a big shot in the stream, so I came to pay my respects. Did the young man who sent yachts this afternoon show up? Where are you? Since Lin Ning entered the room, the viewer count steadily climbed. More and more people were drawn in, mistaking the stream for one featuring late-night perks, causing them to abandon their previous interests. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively, soon surpassing 500 viewers. Although most were not there for the music, Lin Ning couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness. A bustling audience could attract more viewers, leading to a cycle of growth for music lovers. When the viewer count exceeded 500, the streamer paused her performance, gently bringing the microphone to her lips. "Thank you, Fish Elder, for sending yachts to help boost my popularity. However, there's no need for that in the future." The sweet tone of her voice captivated countless lonely souls, yet her words left many puzzled. "Why don't you want Fish Brother to send yachts? Isn't that good for boosting popularity?" "Exactly. You gain both audience and income. How can that be bad? The higher the popularity, the more people will come to see you. Isn't that good?" "No." The streamer shook her head. "That would be a waste of money. And the platform takes 60%. I only get 40. It's simply not worth it." Haha. The streamer is so straightforward. I love it. The streamer is quite brave to diss the platform. I respect that. From now on, I'm your loyal fan. Be careful, streamer. Speaking like that might get you banned by the platform. Some viewers kindly warned her. "Whatever. I'm not streaming for the money. It's just a personal hobby. Has anyone here ever asked me for gifts? If the platform wants to ban me, then let them. I'd just switch to another place." The live-streaming young lady spoke with an air of nonchalance, exuding an aura of aloofness that captivated the eyes of numerous socially awkward young men. "If you were to leave this platform, I would follow suit," one admirer declared. "Where you go, I shall go. Our fates intertwined. Indeed, I have resolutely chosen to support this remarkable host for life. Such a unique and charismatic streamer is a rarity. I am utterly enchanted. You are truly exceptional, my lady." Lin Ning couldn't help but smile at the screen, finding the live-streaming girl rather amusing, and continued to type. "It's nothing but a trifling sum. Without gifts, the platform would yield no revenue. Without revenue, it would inevitably face closure, and then everyone would lose the pleasure of hearing the enchanting melodies of the host. If the girl finds the platform's revenue share excessive, she could grant me an account, and I would send her gifts equal to the cash she would receive." His words resonated with an air of bravado, ensnaring the hearts of countless viewers in the chat room. "The handsome Appa is simply charming. I want to start my own stream exclusively for him," exclaimed another. "Add me as a VIP," boasted a wealthy viewer. "I stand at 172 centimeters, weigh 98 kilograms, an experienced driver with outstanding skills, proficient in various techniques. Brother, I am but a little lowly, delicate, and easily swayed. Shall we connect as VIPs?" said another directly. Others were even more forthright, sending private messages. "How about a duel?" Such individuals Lin Ning dismissed without a second glance, swiftly reporting and blocking them. The wealthy gentleman seemed intent on nurturing the live-streaming lady. A true connoisseur of charm, he pursued women in a distinctly exceptional manner. The screen bore no trace of jealousy, only endless admiration and astonishment. "Brother you, why not acquire the platform? Invest all resources into our lovely host. With her beauty and talent, she could undoubtedly become the foremost internet celebrity in Huaxia. How much would it cost to buy the platform?" Lin Ning found the online banter amusing and joined in the jest. 10 billion, came the reply from a user. At this moment, the chat fell silent, enraptured by the exchange between the two, thoroughly entertained. 10 billion? Lin Ning pondered seriously before typing a few more words. "Currently, the funds are insufficient. I shall wait until next month when I collect the rent." Haha. The moment his words appeared on the screen, the chat exploded with laughter, and a flurry of 666 emojis filled the screen. "Brother you is incredible. This level of bravado is unmatched, and I humbly bow to your prowess. Wealthy gentleman, I don't mind a little odor. So Brother you is the legendary landlord collecting rent. I imagine he has thousands of properties, collecting rent until his hands are sore." Even the live-streaming lady couldn't help but smile, her charming demeanor complemented by her traditional attire, rendering her all the more alluring. "Brother you, why not take her under your wing? A match made in heaven." "No, I am Brother you's type. Come to my bowl, I will make soup, and you can prepare the dishes. Let me pamper you." The chat room buzzed with excitement and chatter. Amidst the commotion, the viewership surged. Many users flocked to the platform, drawn by the sight of such a beautiful and graceful traditional host, whose music was genuinely delightful, calling their friends to join. Within 2 hours, the audience swelled to 10,000. Although it could not compare to the millions that larger streamers commanded, it was a remarkable improvement from the previous 100 viewers. This transformation even caught the attention of some major streamers, though Lin Ning remained oblivious, having logged off. After bidding farewell to the host and gifting 10 yachts, he ended the stream. Just as he prepared for slumber, a phone call interrupted him. It was Gu Wenying. This annoying green tea girl had been relentlessly calling him every day since she witnessed him spend over $2 million on 23 LV handbags, leaving him exasperated. Initially, he had refrained from blocking her number out of consideration for their past, but the incessant calls finally irked him, leading him to hang up and blacklist her. Scrolling through his friend circle, he saw Yin Jiawen showcasing the LV princess bag he had gifted her, a post that had garnered numerous envious and admiring comments, exceeding dozens in number. After casually liking the post, he succumbed to sleep. In his luxurious mansion valued at $1.8 billion, he slept soundly, as if under a hypnotic spell. Meanwhile, in a lavish reception room at the Imperial Garden Hotel, a table was laden with an array of exquisite delicacies, accompanied by several attractive young women. "So, Brother Hua, did you really see that Koenigsegg?" a tall, handsome young man inquired, pouring a drink for a man clad in a floral shirt. The latter appeared somewhat awkward, uncertain of where to place his hands. If Lin Ning were present, he would instantly recognize this man as Brother Hua, who had collected debts the previous day. Right now, he seemed quite uneasy as he sat opposite Jiang Tua, the illustrious young master of Zhonghai, whose family business ranked 8th in the region. The other man was Zhang's sidekick, Zhang Chao, also hailing from a prominent family. Besides Brother Hua, there was no one else at the table. "Indeed, young Master Jiang, what I say is nothing but the truth," Brother Hua asserted, raising his glass and downing the contents of the Maotai, savoring the taste. "Just yesterday, I spotted that car at a friend's place. The memory is still fresh." "Brother Hua, are you certain you weren't mistaken?" "This matter is of utmost importance to me, young Master Jiang." Awakening from his slumber, the dawn broke brightly. A new day commenced with the attendance roll call. "Sign in." "Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have received a building in the Pingonli community, valued at $1.9 billion. The property deed is securely stored in the temporary warehouse provided by the system, ready for withdrawal at any time. Warning, the temporary warehouse exists for only 24 hours. After 24 hours, the warehouse will disappear, and any unclaimed rewards will vanish." What the heck? This sign-in left Lin Ning momentarily stunned as he sprang upright from his soft, bouncy bed. Chapter 38, The Legendary House Brother. Pingonli Community? The most prestigious academic district in Zhonghai, without a doubt. It boasts the most esteemed secondary school in all of Huaxia, Zhonghai 4th High School, a century-old institution with an exceptional graduation rate. Those who reside in this community are all esteemed figures, dignitaries, and societal elites. The price per square meter reaches as high as 100,000. Yet Lin Ning did not receive merely one unit. He acquired an entire building, 18 stories, 6 units, with 2 households per floor, averaging 90 square meters each, garnering a monthly rent of 20,000. The total monthly rent for the entire building amounts to $432 million. For Lin Ning, who possessed $700 million in cash, a few $100,000 was a trifling matter. What truly mattered were the 216 units in this elite academic district. Undoubtedly, he had become the house brother, a true victor in life. Eagerly, he opened the warehouse, revealing a mountain of crimson property deeds. With a flourish, he spread all the property certificates across his expansive bed, a sight truly breathtaking. Just as he was admiring the view, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin?" A steady voice, laced with hesitance, inquired, seemingly belonging to a woman in her 30s. "Yes, this is I. May I ask who is calling?" Lin Ning responded politely. "Ah, Mr. Lin, hello. I am the tenant of Unit 1101 in Building 2 of Pingonli. The former landlord informed me that the property has been sold to you, and I need to sign a new contract. My apologies for the inconvenience." "I see," she replied. "How long do you intend to rent it for?" "At least until my child goes to college. Around 10 years, she continued. Lin Ning smiled, saying, "Understood. I will contact you once the new contract is ready." "Thank you, Mr. Lin. I wonder how the rent will be calculated?" The woman sounded somewhat anxious. Based on past experience, whenever the new year approached or ownership of the property changed, the new landlord would typically raise the rent slightly. It was uncertain how much this new landlord would increase it. She hoped for a modest increase, as their household expenses were already quite high. Any rise in rent would add to their burden. Yet, renting here was essential for her child's education, making those funds non-negotiable. In her quest to save costs, she had even contemplated leveraging her charm as a mature woman to persuade the landlord to keep the rent lower. However, to her surprise, the new landlord was quite generous. "The rent will remain the same. I want to raise it." Thank you so much." She expressed her gratitude multiple times before concluding the call. However, the ensuing hours became a nightmare for Lin Ning. Phone calls poured in, all from women seeking to renew or amend their contracts. Eventually, Lin Ning felt overwhelmed and created a group chat, adding everyone who had called. He issued a unified response, stating that he would arrange to exchange contracts this afternoon. By the time he finished addressing these matters, it was already nearing noon. Another unfamiliar call came in. After receiving dozens of calls that morning, Lin Ning felt somewhat numb. He mechanically answered, lying on his bed, utterly drained. "This is Lin Ning. We will be updating contracts this afternoon. I will add you to the group shortly. Goodbye." Just as he was about to hang up, a young man's voice emerged from the other end, exclaiming, "Brother, I finally found you." This caught Lin Ning off guard. "Brother? What do you mean? Who are you? What is your name? Where are you from?" He pondered, bombarded by these soul-searching questions. After a long morning of receiving calls from women, hearing a man's voice that sounded quite amiable was unexpected. "Hello, Lin Gu. I'm Jiang Tua. The Jiangshan group belongs to my family, and I wanted to inquire about something." Jiang Tua, after establishing a rapport, got straight to the point. "The Jiangshan group? That's a colossal entity in Zhonghai, with numerous industries and a market value exceeding 500 billion. This young man, Jiang Tua, was evidently well connected. Yet, Lin Ning was indifferent to who the caller was. Armed with a daily sign-in system, he felt confident, knowing that given 6 months, he could evolve into a figure that would make such magnates tremble. Thus, upon receiving Jiang Tuo's call, he displayed neither surprise nor excessive caution as an ordinary person might. "Hello, Jiang Tua. Since you know me, feel free to ask what you wish," Lin Ning replied with a tone that conveyed neither subservience nor arrogance. "Brother Lin." On the contrary, Jiang Tua responded with evident respect. "I wanted to ask if the Koenigsegg one that recently appeared in Zhonghai is yours." "It is mine. That's no secret. Merely a means of transportation," Lin Ning chuckled. "Since you're from the Jiang family, I assume acquiring such information isn't overly challenging." "Just a means of transportation?" Jiang Tua remarked, unable to hide his astonishment. "Brother, you're incredible. Using a supercar worth $1 billion as a daily driver. Surely, you must realize how damaging Zhonghai's roads can be to such vehicles. From what I know, even the scion of Zhonghai's premier family typically drives a Maserati worth over 10 million. If he dared to take $1 billion luxury car on the road, his father would certainly punish him severely." Facing someone who casually drove a Koenigsegg around Zhonghai, Jiang Tua felt a sense of insecurity. "Brother, you're a big shot. How could I dare to investigate you casually? I merely stumbled upon this car's ownership in a social circle and thought to reach out to you." "Haha, making friends is welcome, but why do I sense you have ulterior motives?" Lin Ning smiled subtly. "Brother, let us not state the obvious. We can remain good friends." Their conversation flowed amiably, and after about 20 minutes, Jiang Tua invited Lin Ning to lunch. "Sure, that sounds good," Lin Ning readily agreed, seeing it as a mere lunch that wouldn't impede his afternoon plans. Moreover, as the son of the Jiang family, he hoped to expand his network. Although these connections might not serve immediate utility, who knew when they might come in handy in the future? They arranged to meet at the Westin Hotel, a 5-star establishment renowned for its prime location and greater reputation than the Empire Hotel. Arriving punctually at the agreed time, Lin Ning found that Jiang Tua did not let him enter the hotel, but instead directed him to the underground parking lot. Lin Ning found this peculiar. They were supposed to be dining, so why go to the underground parking? Was the meal to be held there? He couldn't fathom the thought processes of the wealthy. Nevertheless, he complied with Jiang Tuo's request, driving to the designated area, as Jiang Tua had earnestly asked him to do so over the phone. It wasn't a den of danger, so why not? As he descended into the parking lot, a young man awaited him, strikingly handsome and clad in designer attire, exuding an air of sophistication. Initially mistaking him for Jiang Tua, Lin Ning soon learned that this young man was named Zhang Chao. "Jiang Gu is waiting for you inside," he informed Lin Ning. The underground parking lot was convoluted, making it challenging to navigate. However, Lin Ning was astonished to see a bodyguard stationed at each intersection, all donning sunglasses, who promptly directed him upon spotting his Koenigsegg. Counting, Lin Ning realized there were 5 intersections and 5 bodyguards. These must surely be Jiang Tua's security personnel. Quite impressive. Lin Ning felt a twinge of envy, pondering whether he too should consider hiring bodyguards to suit his status as a man of 7 billion. After taking the final turn, at the end of the road stood a man even more handsome and charismatic than Zhang Chao, several years Lin Ning's senior, waving at him. After parking, Lin Ning noticed that the vicinity was filled with luxury cars, the least expensive being a Porsche worth over $1 million, while the priciest approached 8 or 9 million. To the average person, any of these vehicles would be unattainably lavish, evoking envy. Yet, Lin Ning exhibited no emotional response. Not even a hint of surprise crossed his visage. Collectively, these cars could not even match half the worth of his Koenigsegg, so what was there to be astonished about? Upon seeing Lin Ning, Jiang Tua quietly observed his reactions, only to find nothing noteworthy. Lin Ning's calm demeanor and unruffled composure exceeded Jiang Tua's expectations. This tranquility and poise were rare. Even among individuals of his grandfather's generation, making it evident that few possessed such vision and grace. Jiang Tuo was swiftly captivated. It is hard not to show reverence to the master who could regard the Koenigsegg one as merely a means of transport. Brother Lin, I am Jiang Tuo. The young man eagerly approached, introducing himself. Hello, Lin Ning replied with a subtle nod. Brother Lin, this must be the Koenigsegg, he remarked, his gaze drifting to the car Lin Ning had driven. His eyes gleamed with admiration and envy. At that moment, Zhang Chao, who had been guiding Lin Ning at the entrance of the parking garage, arrived. Upon seeing the Koenigsegg, he rushed over in shock, his hands caressing the car's body as if he were touching the skin of a beloved, trembling slightly in awe. It was evident that these two affluent scions were true car enthusiasts. The presence of such an array of luxury vehicles in the garage spoke volumes. After obtaining Lin Ning's consent, the two took the car for a spin around the underground garage. The bright lights alleviated any concerns about potential collisions due to poor visibility. Naturally, they drove with utmost caution. A car worth 100 million was beyond their means to replace. After a few laps, both were utterly enchanted by the formidable performance of the Koenigsegg. Wow, now this is a sports car, Jiang Tuo exuberantly exclaimed as he leaped from the vehicle, filled with excitement. After experiencing such a car, my collection feels utterly lackluster. Indeed, Brother Jiang, I've come to realize that all our previous vehicles were for naught. No wonder Sister Shui dreams of driving this car at least once, Zhang Chao added. Now that we've found it, Sister Shui will surely have no reason to refuse you. Who is Sister Shui? Just as their spirited conversation unfolded, Lin Ning interjected. Jiang Tuo and Zhang Chao suddenly remembered that this splendid car did not belong to them, but to another. Lin Ning's expression turned serious, hinting at a flicker of annoyance. Jiang Tuo, blushing, had no choice but to recount the backstory. It turned out that Jiang Tuo and a wealthy young lady named Shui Manor were childhood sweethearts. Having grown up together with a strong bond, their families were prominent in Zhonghai, perfectly matched in status. Thus, a betrothal was arranged between them. However, as they matured, Shui Manor vehemently rejected the arrangement, viewing it as a forced marriage, which she abhorred. In truth, she held no grievance against Jiang Tuo himself. He was of noble birth, capable, and the sole heir of the Jiang family, an ideal life partner by any measure. Yet, the thought of being destined to marry him since childhood filled her with an irrational resistance. Both families found themselves at an impasse. Jiang Tuo cherished this girl. With parental arrangements ineffective, he thought, if you prefer love to be free, then I shall pursue you. He endeavored to win her favor, showering her with gifts and attentions. And their bond grew closer. Just when it seemed that happiness was at hand, the young lady suddenly expressed a desire for the Koenigsegg. She proclaimed that if Jiang Tuo could acquire this car, she would agree to be his girlfriend. Jiang Tuo tried every means to obtain it, but to no avail. As the car was unavailable domestically, and he had no connections abroad, just when he had nearly given up hope, a Koenigsegg unexpectedly arrived in Zhonghai, reigniting his aspirations. At this point, he cast a pitiful gaze at Lin Ning, appearing somewhat endearing, causing Lin Ning to suppress a laugh. However, realizing it would be impolite to laugh in front of him, he held back. I think I understand your request. Lin Ning cleared his throat. You wish to borrow the car, correct? To Lin Ning's astonishment, Jiang Tuo suddenly knelt. Brother, if you lend me the car and help me win over Shui Manor, I shall consider you my brother for life. Command me, and I shall obey. Zhang Chao followed suit, kneeling beside him. Brother Lin, please assist Jiang Go. He truly has genuine feelings for Sister Shui. The bodyguards around them, in perfect unison, turned away, feigning ignorance to their antics. Get up, get up. It's just a car, no need to kneel, Lin Ning urged, pulling them to their feet, chuckling. Do you know that a man's knees are worth gold? In this life, we kneel only to heaven, the earth, and our parents. No one else, understand? Yes, brother is right. I was just anxious and didn't think it through. Jiang Tuo scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Fine, given your earnestness, I shall lend you the car. Oh yes, Jiang Tuo exclaimed, lifting Lin Ning in excitement and spinning him around several times, nearly making him dizzy. However, Lin Ning added, but this car is for my transportation. If I lend it to you, what shall I drive? Brother, that's easily resolved. Jiang Tuo waved his hand grandly. You may drive any of the cars here. Choose whichever you like. He summoned someone to bring over a black bag, shoving it into Lin Ning's hands. Brother, the keys are all in here. Feel free to take your pick. Lin Ning opened the bag to discover an array of keys of various designs, a veritable treasure trove. What is this? He also found a card nestled inside, and pulled it out between his fingers. Brother, this is a VIP card for the Westin. All expenses incurred here will be charged to me. He leaned closer to Lin Ning, lowering his voice. I also have a long-term reserved suite at this hotel. Spacious and with splendid views. If you have any lovely ladies you wish to entertain, feel free to bring them over. Following this, they shared a knowing laugh. A camaraderie understood among men. Chapter 40. Our affection has dissipated like smoke. Lin Ning sat alone in the Westin Hotel restaurant, feeling quite dejected. Originally, Jiang Tuo and Zhang Chao had promised to accompany him for lunch. However, as soon as they arrived, Jiang Tuo received a phone call. He couldn't discern much from the conversation, only that a woman's voice was audible. After the call, Jiang Tuo apologized to Lin Ning, stating he could not stay, as his future girlfriend summoned him in urgent need. Lin Ning expressed understanding, playfully chiding him before sending him on his way. Left to his own devices, he found little appetite for food, and with a contract modification looming in the afternoon, he merely ordered a few dishes and a drink. As he dined, a woman rushed into the restaurant. She was fashionably dressed, yet her face left much to be desired. Her hair was a disheveled mess, and her deep-set eyes were framed by dark circles, her complexion pale and lacking vibrancy. Upon entering, her gaze fixated on Lin Ning, and she strode toward him with determination. The restaurant, bustling with patrons, fell silent, all eyes drawn to this scruffy woman. Lin Ning, startled by the sudden shift in atmosphere, looked up in shock. Was this truly Gu Weiniang, the same person he once knew? Once considered a beauty with fair, supple skin brimming with youthful vitality. How had she devolved into this state in just a day or two? With her eyes glistening, Gu Weiniang quickly approached Lin Ning, her voice hoarse as she pleaded. Lin Ning, I was wrong. Please forgive me. During the time apart from you, I have come to realize the magnitude of my errors. It turns out that the person I cherish most is still you. During this period, I have been unable to eat or sleep. My mind and heart consumed entirely by thoughts of you. We once shared countless beautiful memories, which are my most treasured possessions. For you, I would be willing to do anything. Let us reconcile. Upon hearing Gu Weiniang's words, Lin Ning could not help but chuckle, though his gaze remained frigid and devoid of warmth. Despite Gu Weiniang's haggard appearance and her woeful words, Lin Ning felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. Now you declare that I am your greatest love? Now you profess your inability to live without me? Now you claim your willingness to do anything for me? The performance is quite convincing and spectacular. Yet, Lin Ning's indifferent eyes had already pierced through her facade. Had he remained the same as before, still a mere underdog, this woman would have unceremoniously discarded him without a second glance. How ruthless you are, all for the sake of money. Lin Ning smirked coldly, assessing Gu Weiniang with disdain. Enough of this charade. Your acting is pathetically poor. I warn you, leave at once and do not disturb my meal. No, I will not leave. Gu Weiniang fervently shook her head, tears streaming down her face like rain upon pear blossoms, evoking a sense of pity. However, Lin Ning's heart was as cold as ice, unyielding as a rock, utterly unmoved by this woman's plight. She was merely a woman. If he desired, he could simply beckon, and countless women would eagerly rush to him, each more stunning than the last. Yin Jiaowen, Zhang Yuding, and even the private steward of the Shengshi Huading, Mai Ziki, all of whom possessed breathtaking beauty. Lin Ning was well aware that these three women harbored affections for him. He simply lacked the inclination to entertain them at present. As for the woman who had once caused him great distress, elevating him to the status of the village chief of Yangtzuan, he vowed never to engage with her again. Seeing Gu Weiniang's relentless pursuit, Lin Ning furrowed his brow and spoke sharply. If you do not leave now, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. He believed that such harsh words would compel her to save face and depart. However, to his astonishment, Gu Weiniang not only failed to leave as he had anticipated, but instead sank to her knees before him. Please, I was wrong in the past. I should not have treated you that way. Given our years together, grant me one more chance, she implored, bursting into tears. This act of kneeling stunned everyone in the restaurant, eliciting expressions of disdain and aversion from onlookers. This woman was utterly shameless, resorting to such tactics in her bid for reconciliation, and in a public setting no less. Did she not realize how discourteous it was to disrupt others' meals in such a manner? Unfortunately, Gu Weiniang's actions held no sway over Lin Ning. Instead, they only deepened his aversion towards her. The restaurant manager, witnessing the situation spiraling out of control, promptly approached with several security personnel. Sir, miss, if you have personal matters to discuss, please do so outside, as it disrupts other patrons' dining experience. The manager, recognizing Lin Ning as the companion of the esteemed Jiang Shao, adopted a notably respectful tone. No need. There is nothing left to discuss between us. Kindly escort this madwoman away. I wish to enjoy my meal without her interference. Lin Ning replied, his expression impassive, his eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he were gazing at a stranger. Miss, please. The restaurant manager acknowledged Lin Ning's request with a nod before gesturing for her to leave. No, I refuse to believe you would be so indifferent towards me. Gu Weiniang exclaimed, shaking her head frantically, then collapsing onto the floor. You used to cater to my every whim, giving me whatever I desired. You doted on me, loved me. I was merely momentarily confused when I decided to end things. How could you treat me this way? You heartless, unfeeling man. Lin Ning chuckled at her bizarre reasoning, yet he chose not to elaborate further. Some actions, once taken, cannot be undone. Mistakes, once made, cannot be rectified. There is no remedy for regret in this world. We are all adults. We must bear the consequences of our choices. The restaurant manager, seeing the situation escalate, wasted no time and instructed the security personnel to forcibly remove Gu Weining from the premises, assigning someone to ensure she did not engage in any further outrageous behavior. This incident was but a minor interlude, hardly affecting Lin Ning's dining experience. After finishing his meal, he proceeded to the business center of the hotel, where he located a rental agreement online, made a few modifications, and had it printed out by the staff. A total of 432 copies, a substantial stack. Due to the volume, the staff kindly provided several tote bags for convenience. Carrying the hefty bags, Lin Ning made his way to the underground parking garage, specifically Jiang Tuo's private lot. From the keychain given to him by Jiang Xiao, he randomly selected a key, and whichever car it illuminated, he would drive. With so many vehicles, he could hardly recognize them all. The key he chose unlocked a striking red Ferrari, dazzling as fire and undeniably beautiful. Lin Ning was quite pleased. After placing the rental agreements in the passenger seat, he drove out of the Westin Hotel. Compared to his Koenigsegg, this Ferrari was considerably more understated. Although it attracted its fair share of admiration, it lacked the ostentatious effect of the Koenigsegg. Other drivers on the road exercised extra caution. Approximately half an hour later, he arrived at the Ping'anli community. Although the neighborhood was somewhat aged, it was primarily inhabited by social elites, ensuring strict property management. Not only were vehicles and pedestrians separated, but entry without a pass was utterly impossible. Lin Ning parked the Ferrari in a roadside space and walked into the community. In front of his building, there was a small square equipped with exercise equipment, where several elderly individuals accompanied children at play. Lin Ning sent a message in the group chat announcing his arrival. Within 3 minutes, the once quiet building erupted into activity. Countless women emerged from the 6-unit doors, flowing together like 6 long dragons, converging towards the small square. The scene startled the people who had been exercising in the square, particularly the elderly guardians who instinctively shielded their children, their expressions a mix of confusion and astonishment. The women from the building gathered around a handsome and youthful young man, their faces adorned with eager smiles, inquiring after his well-being. Turns out the landlord is a young man. He is truly handsome. I knew from the sound of his voice that the landlord was a young man. You all didn't believe me, but now it's confirmed. A woman exclaimed triumphantly. Aunt Zhang, are you here to join the fun as well? Is your landlord also this handsome young man? Yes, indeed. My previous landlord just informed me this morning that he sold the house. Sister Sun has also arrived. Could it be that her house belongs to this young man too? A gathering of women convened, their faces paling as disbelief washed over them. It turned out that the entire building, save for a few insignificant individuals who had not shown up, had been acquired by a remarkably handsome young man bearing the surname Lin. The real estate market in this area was notoriously competitive, and those residing here held the most authoritative insights. A mere stroll around the community would reveal several inquisitive souls discreetly probing about available properties. Homes here were seldom in want of buyers or renters, each akin to a goose that laid golden eggs. It is no exaggeration to assert that possessing 3 to 5 units within this neighborhood would secure one's sustenance for a lifetime. Moreover, Lin Ning astonishingly owned an entire building. What a monumental notion. The gazes of all the women directed at Lin Ning transformed into something palpable, akin to ravenous wolves, each eyeing their prey with fervor. At that moment, Lin Ning had already begun his work. Leaning over the edge of the flowerbed's pond, he affixed his signature to the contract, subsequently requesting his tenants to do the same, thereby concluding the matter. As for the necessity of fingerprints, he deemed it superfluous. His goal was not to profit from rental income, but rather to secure someone to oversee the property. It is well known that uninhabited dwellings deteriorate more swiftly. The afternoon sun was relentless, the temperature climbing, and Lin Ning soon found himself drenched in perspiration. A warm-hearted woman residing on the first floor, approximately in her 50s, enthusiastically returned home to fetch a table and a chair, ensuring Lin Ning could comfortably amend the contract. She stood by his side, fanning him gently. Others, unwilling to be outdone, brought forth a large sunshade, creating a cozy little haven for Lin Ning. Some demonstrated commendable organizational skills, rallying everyone to queue orderly, transforming what had been a chaotic scene into one of remarkable serenity. The pace of contract exchanges quickened. In no time, it was the turn of the woman fanning Lin Ning. Upon glancing at the rental rate on the new contract, she grimaced and suddenly addressed Lin Ning. Young landlord, you are so youthful and handsome. You must be exceptionally kind-hearted and benevolent. She refrained from handing over the contract, instead showering him with compliments and continuing. Having lived here for 7 or 8 years, might you consider reducing this year's rent just a tad, given that I am fanning for you? Upon saying this, she looked at Lin Ning with hopeful eyes. Before Lin Ning could respond, the few individuals who had previously signed contracts and lingered expressed their discontent. Why should you receive a rent reduction? If the handsome landlord lowers yours, he must lower everyone's. Fairness must prevail. They clamored indignantly. Lin Ning chuckled, shrugging at the woman, and replied with a smile. Andy, do you see? It's impossible to please everyone. I cannot alter the long-standing rules for your single request, can I? That would be unfair to all. When it became clear that a direct reduction in rent was not feasible, the woman furrowed her brow and devised another strategy. In that case, let's settle the rent matter. By the way, young man, are you married? Ah, no. I am still young and wish to strive in society for a few more years. Lin Ning casually remarked while signing. Not married yet. Then I suppose you must be single? She continued, unabated in her efforts. I wonder what type of girl you like. I have plenty of resources and can introduce you. Without hesitation, she recommended her daughter. How about my girl? She is in her final year at a prestigious university, fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs. She has a slim waist and ample hips. She would surely bear you fine sons. Shall I play matchmaker for you too? No, thank you, Auntie. I am quite content living alone and am not currently interested in personal matters. Lin Ning declined with a smile. The onlookers, upon hearing the woman's words, exchanged disdainful glances. This woman was rather cunning, attempting to have the young landlord as her son-in-law, thereby reducing her rent costs. Others were not to be outdone and pressed closer to inquire about Lin Ning's personal life. Everyone was racking their brains to determine if there were any suitable women among their acquaintances to match with the young landlord. As this unfolded, the initial woman began to feel a bit anxious, realizing she faced a surge of competition. While competition was one thing, after all, she had a daughter. What perplexed her was the families without daughters also joining in on the fray. Particularly, one outspoken woman, whom she recalled having only 2 sons, was now attempting to matchmake for the young landlord. I say, son family, don't you have 2 sons? Why are you looking to introduce your children to the landlord? Are you planning to marry one of your sons to him? The woman's expression shifted. How ridiculous. Just because we don't have daughters doesn't mean I can't have one. The son family woman retorted, casting a glance at Lin Ning. Young man, just wait. I will go home and give birth to a daughter for you, one you have to support. With that, she turned and strode toward her home, pulling out her phone as she went. The scene in the small square was bustling, akin to a festive market. Soon, the property management took notice. The manager, upon receiving the news, promptly brought several security personnel to investigate. Upon witnessing the commotion, he assumed it was yet another promotional event for credit cards. His temper flared. Previously, similar activities had taken place in the community, leading to chaos and a tragic stampede that left many injured. As a result, the former manager faced severe repercussions, including the forfeiture of his annual bonus and narrowly avoiding incarceration. The successors had learned from this lesson, and for years, there had been no large gatherings within the community. However, only a month or 2 into his tenure, here was a gathering of such magnitude, seemingly involving the entire building. Although the order was relatively maintained, the property manager remained furious. He resolved to reprimand the organizer thoroughly. Make way, step aside. The manager pushed through the crowd, his demeanor grim, flanked by security. We are the property management. Gatherings are not permitted here. Disperse immediately. As he moved into the throng, the manager shouted loudly. What gathering? Are you blind? We are merely renewing our rental contracts. The women, aggrieved by the property management's intervention, voiced their objections. Which of your eyes saw us gathering? We are standing in line to renew contracts with the new landlord, and you are delaying our important business. You owe us compensation. With the heat and the blazing sun, we endure this hardship for the sake of future peace of mind. Who would willingly suffer this for no reason? The property management is inept, allowing numerous vendors outside the community to block paths, yet you choose to intervene only when we are renewing contracts? Is it truly the case that one would bully the honest? Do they think that we women are easy to intimidate? The women engage in a spirited exchange, each remark striking a moral chord against the property management. The property manager, visibly intimidated, stands there trembling, attempting to placate these irate matriarchs. Furthermore, he discerns a pivotal piece of information from their discourse. This 13-story residential building, with 2 units per floor and 6 units in total, is now solely owned by one individual, Lin Ning, who remains hunched over his desk, unwilling to take a break. In an instant, the property manager's composure falters. A wealthy individual has emerged from within the community. Unlike others who are merely landlords, he is the lord of the building. The value of an entire structure is not lost on him, as the property manager realizes he nearly drove this person away. A wave of trepidation washes over him. Stealing a glance at Lin Ning, who is engrossed in his writing, the manager breathes a sigh of relief, believing that he has not overheard their conversation, and thus dons a gentle smile. "Good day, sir. I am the property manager of this community. How may I assist you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ning finally raises his head amidst his busy work, beads of sweat forming on his handsome visage. The elderly lady beside him, who has been gazing at him like a prospective mother-in-law, promptly offers a towel and kindly helps him wipe his face. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Lin Ning awkwardly accepts the towel and replies, "Thank you, but I can manage myself." "Young man, have you considered my daughter? She's truly wonderful," the lady persists, undeterred. Lin Ning merely smiles and shifts his attention back to the property manager, saying, "Hello, manager. I am in the process of updating everyone's contracts. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause you." "Not at all, not at all. It's no trouble whatsoever. Please, continue." The property manager hastily gestures, his smile radiating warmth. "You all, please assist in maintaining order." He instructs the security personnel he brought along, then turns to Lin Ning with a grin. "Actually, sir, our property management also offers rental agency services. If you grant us authorization, we can manage all your properties on your behalf. Moreover, for a distinguished client like yourself, our fees are very reasonable, just 3 of the annual rent. You need not worry about anything else." "Is that so?" Lin Ning is taken aback. He reflects on his decision from earlier that afternoon, feeling a twinge of regret. Initially, he thought that by spending one afternoon sorting contracts for over 200 properties, he could then relax and simply collect rent. However, he soon found himself inundated with a barrage of messages in the rental group, some inquiring about his personal information, others requesting repairs, and even those reporting plumbing issues or water outages. The overwhelming nature of it all left him distressed. If this continued, how could he enjoy his leisurely life? Now, hearing the property manager's words, the prospect of delegating these responsibilities in exchange for a small fee fills him with joy. "Manager, please fetch the agreement. I will sign it immediately. I'll even increase your management fee by 1 percentage point." Lin Ning sprang to his feet, urging him on. Of course. One moment, please. The contract is ready. I will return shortly," the property manager exclaims, his excitement palpable. With over 200 properties, the annual management fee would be substantial, promising a lucrative windfall. He dashed off to his office without a moment's hesitation. Before long, he returned with a standard contract, filled in the necessary details, and Lin Ning affixed his signature, officially activating the agreement. After that, he had no further obligations. The property management would collect the rent quarterly, and he merely needed to check his account periodically for incoming payments. Stretching his back, Lin Ning felt the fatigue settle in. This work was indeed laborious. Being a slacker sounded far more appealing, soaking up the sun, turning over occasionally, and simply enjoying life. Moreover, the enthusiasm of the community's ladies was overwhelming. In no time, countless individuals were approaching him with matchmaking proposals. The most daunting idea was the plan for a grand matchmaking event, gathering all the young women from the building for him to choose from. Goodness, this is akin to an ancient emperor selecting a consort, Lin Ning thought, a chill running down his spine as he yearned to escape. Having entrusted all matters to the property management, he wasted not a minute and promptly departed from the Ping and Li community. He even dissolved the newly formed group chat and blacklisted the most fervent of the tenants. It was not out of malice, but rather a need to escape their overwhelming exuberance. Chapter 43, Delivering Takeout. As he exited the community, a video message from Jiang Tuo pinged on his phone. The excitement was palpable as Jiang Tuo shouted exuberantly, the backdrop revealing his Koenigsegg car. "Dear brother, I will forever remember your immense kindness. I am now happy, all thanks to you. Look, here is my girlfriend," he exclaimed, turning the camera to reveal a petite and charming young lady with a vivacious demeanor. "Hello, Lingu," she chirped, playfully pouting at the camera. "As long as you're happy, that's what matters," Lin Ning replied with a smile, genuinely pleased that his Koenigsegg could serve as a matchmaker. "Brother, I apologize for not joining you for lunch. I'll host a feast soon to make amends," Jiang Tuo beamed. "No rush. Enjoy your time with your girlfriend. We can discuss meals later." "Of course, brother. If anything arises in Zhonghai, don't hesitate to reach out. I will go to great lengths for you," Jiang Tuo assured him. "Lingu, don't forget about me. I'm also someone who loves to have fun," Shui Manor chimed in, boldly declaring. "If there's anything exciting in Zhonghai, count me in." "Absolutely, I won't forget you," Lin Ning agreed with a laugh before ending the call. Driving his Ferrari back to Shengshi Huading, he had intended to catch a live stream. But today, the ancient-style lady was absent. After waiting a while without anyone arriving, he decided to exit the application. Just as he pondered what to do next, a message pinged on his phone. "Little Lin, what are you up to?" Seeing this long-awaited message brought a smile to Lin Ning's face. It was from his childhood friend, Zhao Peng, with whom he had shared countless adventures, always inseparable. pursuing the same girl, skipping classes, and engaging in brawls. Wherever one was, the other was sure to follow. However, after high school, Lin Ning moved to Zhonghai while Zhao Peng remained in their hometown. As Zhao Peng entered a relationship, their contact diminished, yet the bond they forged in childhood remained unchanged. Not much, just feeling a bit bored. Wow, you're living quite the comfortable life if you can afford to be bored. I visited our parents a few days ago. They're doing well, but they keep bringing up your romantic prospects, urging me to nudge you about when you'll bring home a girlfriend. Well, I suppose I'll let things unfold naturally. I say, you're not getting any younger. Our parents are eagerly waiting for grandkids. Haha, it won't be long. Lin Ning chuckled. By the way, don't just talk about me. You and your sister-in-law have been together for several years now. When do you plan to marry? Hee. The reason I'm messaging you is regarding this matter. We intend to tie the knot next month. And I thought about going to Zhonghai to purchase some home appliances while also catching up with you. Wow, congratulations. You and your sister-in-law are finally about to achieve your happy ending. When will you come over? In a few days, but the exact date is yet to be determined, as it depends on your sister-in-law's schedule. All right, once you finalize the date, do let me know. I'll come to pick you up. In terms of food, accommodation, and transportation in Zhonghai, I'll take care of everything, Lin Ning said with great generosity. Impressive, Zhao Peng remarked in surprise. It seems you've really made a name for yourself in Zhonghai. I must come over for a lavish feast. Just wait. Zhao Peng, being a brother, was certainly not shy about it. Come on, I'm looking forward to it. Don't skimp on the expenses. After concluding the call with Zhao Peng, Lin Ning meandered for a while until it was time for dinner. With Zhang Yuding absent, he had to fend for himself when it came to food. In truth, he missed the taste of the meal she had prepared for him, but he felt too embarrassed to trouble her again. After all, that meal was a gesture of gratitude, not a service akin to that of a housekeeper. Speaking of housekeepers, Lin Ning recalled the striking black-clad bodyguards he had seen in the parking garage at the Westin earlier that afternoon. He certainly needed to hire a couple of bodyguards to maintain an impressive image. Moreover, if he could find a suitable housekeeper, he would consider that as well. Living in such a spacious house alone felt rather desolate and somewhat eerie. He was not adept at cooking and could only resort to ordering takeout. The ingredients Zhang Yuding had bought would eventually spoil if left unused. After placing an order through the food delivery app, Lin Ning settled comfortably on the sofa, continuing to admire the breathtaking view of the Pujiang River. The scenery here was ever-changing, and he could never tire of it. He awaited the delivery call. As the delivery personnel were not permitted to enter the community, he had to step out to retrieve his order. However, the phone remained silent, which puzzled him. Just as he was contemplating this, the doorbell suddenly rang, startling him from his thoughts. Living alone in such a spacious house was indeed unsettling. It became clear that having a larger home posed its own set of challenges. Who could possibly be visiting him? He hardly knew anyone in this neighborhood. And the elevator was private. Without Lin Ning's permission, no one could access his floor. With these questions in mind, he opened the door. He was momentarily taken aback, for standing before him was someone he had never anticipated, a woman, a remarkably beautiful and alluring woman, holding a takeout bag and smiling warmly at him. Maiziki? What brings you here? And how did my delivery end up in your hands? Lin Ning was thoroughly bewildered. Mr. Lin, I am your personal housekeeper. And serving you is my utmost priority, which includes delivering your meals. Maiziki's eyes held an unsettling glimmer that sent shivers down Lin Ning's spine. Well then, thank you. Please hand me the takeout, Lin Ning said, extending his hand. To his surprise, Maiziki swiftly concealed the takeout behind her, her voluptuous figure advancing towards him. Caught off guard, Lin Ning almost stumbled into her. Fortunately, he managed to grasp the doorframe, though it left his hand feeling quite sore. Mr. Lin. Maiziki feigned a pitiful demeanor, her voice soft and alluring. Seeing how hard I've worked to bring you your meal. Want you invite me in for a moment? As she spoke, she peered inside, one long leg poised to step over the threshold. No need, it's not convenient. Lin Ning replied, leaning against the doorframe, shaking his slightly pained arm, his expression devoid of emotion. It was as if he was facing not a delicate and seductive woman, but a mere stone. How about we chat here for a bit? Maiziki bit her lip, swaying her body in a flirtatious manner. Her curves swayed enticingly, reminiscent of a seismic event. Most men would have succumbed to such temptation, but Lin Ning was no ordinary man. Certified by the system as a true gentleman, he would not yield to such trivial seduction. You are merely my personal housekeeper. There is nothing for us to discuss. Please leave, and I will call for you if needed. He extended his hand once more. Noticing a change in Lin Ning's demeanor, Maiziki decided against pursuing her playful antics any further. If things escalated, it would be her misfortune. She had encountered many suitors who gazed at her with lust. But Lin Ning was a different breed altogether, emotionally unyielding and stoic. The more she perceived his indifference, the more it ignited her competitive spirit. There isn't a man in this world Maiziki, cannot conquer, she mused. Understanding that such matters required patience, she knew she must proceed gradually. Like boiling a frog in warm water, to melt away Lin Ning's icy heart. After all, they resided in the same community, and as his personal housekeeper, she would have ample opportunities and excuses to engage with him. Thus, she produced the takeout, offering Lin Ning a sultry smile as she handed it to him. As he accepted it, she pretended to be casual, letting her finger brush against his hand, leaving a faint mark from her long nails. Then, without waiting for his reaction, she turned and stepped into the elevator. What was that all about? Lin Ning mused, glancing at the mark on his hand, shaking his head with a wry smile before closing the door and retreating to his room for a satisfying meal. To his surprise, the takeout was quite delicious, albeit a tad greasy. After finishing dinner, Lin Ning patted his belly, pondering whether he should start exercising. With such a sedentary lifestyle, he would inevitably become quite rotund. He felt as though he had gained a few pounds after that meal. The evening, as usual, was rather dull. The ancient-style streamer never broadcasted at night, leaving Lin Ning in the dark about her real-life activities. He turned off all the lights in the house, then switched on the enormous projector, retrieving a bottle of soda from the fridge to sip while enjoying a film. The surround sound system enveloped the living room, the explosive sounds from the movie reverberating through the speakers, creating an immersive experience. After watching a couple of blockbuster films, it grew late, and Lin Ning began to feel drowsy. He tidied up and headed to bed, ready to embrace the new day ahead. The next morning, as Lin Ning opened his eyes, he began his daily check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired full ownership of Sikorsky Aircraft Corporation, valued at $384.1 billion. The rewards have been stored in the temporary warehouse provided by the system and can be claimed at any time. Warning. The temporary warehouse will only exist for 24 hours. After 24 hours, it will vanish, and any unclaimed rewards will be forfeited. What? Sikorsky Aircraft Corporation? What kind of company is that? I've never heard of it. Yet it's worth $384.1 billion. Lin Ning exclaimed, utterly befuddled. He hadn't even retrieved anything from the temporary warehouse before he hastily searched the internet for information about the company. The more he read, the more astonished he became. This is, astonishingly, an American company specializing in the production of helicopters, specifically military helicopters. There exists a blockbuster film produced in the United States titled Black Hawk Down. The Black Hawk depicted in the film is an armed helicopter manufactured by this very company. It is no wonder that it commands such a hefty price. Goodness gracious. Engaging in the arms trade and supplying the nation, how could it not be valuable? Upon finishing his reading, Lin Ning could not suppress a silent chuckle within his heart. The system is remarkably impressive. It has even acquired an American arms company. Who could possibly rival me in the future? He eagerly retrieved the relevant documents from the temporary storage. They comprised stock transfer agreements and various authorization documents, stacked to a height of over a foot. The majority of the contents were beyond his comprehension. However, understanding was not a prerequisite. As long as he knew that this company now belonged to him, that sufficed. In the midst of his elation, his phone rang, displaying a number that appeared to be foreign. Lin Ning understood the situation, cleared his throat, and answered the call. Indeed. On the other end was a foreigner speaking with a heavy accent. May I speak with the esteemed Mr. Lin? This is he. May I ask who is calling? Lin Ning inquired calmly. Greetings, Mr. Lin. I am Gondorf Loki, the president of Sikorsky Aircraft Company. As you have just fully acquired our company, the old board has been dissolved. When shall we convene the new board? There is no rush. I am currently not in the United States and cannot arrive at the moment. I hereby verbally appoint you to be fully responsible for the company's operations until I can attend to further matters. I trust you will not let me down. Lin Ning replied nonchalantly, embodying the demeanor of a successful figure. Certainly, I shall serve the company with utmost dedication and will not disappoint your expectations, Mr. Lin. On the other end, Loki, an elderly man with white hair and a white beard, wiped the sweat from his brow despite the spring-like coolness of his office. The past few hours had been nothing short of transformative, utterly overturning his expectations. Just yesterday, the company belonged to another American conglomerate. Yet today, upon arriving at the office, he was informed by superiors that the company had been wholly acquired. The only information he had about the acquirer was the name Lin Ning, a Chinese individual. With no further details available, the acquisition of an American enterprise, particularly a military-industrial one, by a Chinese entity was unprecedented in history, leaving Loki at a loss for words. Regarding the enigmatic Mr. Lin Ning, he felt a profound sense of reverence, as if the individual were a deity. If there are no further matters, I shall terminate the call, Lin Ning stated after a brief pause, noticing the lack of additional commentary from Loki. However, the elderly man suddenly recalled something and quickly added, Dear boss, I nearly forgot to report one more matter to you. What is it? Please proceed. Lin Ning inquired with composure. As you are now the sole owner of the company, to express our respect, we would like to present you with a small gift. A gift? What kind of gift? Lin Ning asked with curiosity. A latest model Black Hawk helicopter. Upon hearing this, Lin Ning straightened up, his expression shifting slightly. That is a military aircraft. What would I want with that? To wage war? Haha, Loki laughed heartily. Boss, you are too humorous. We would never gift you an aircraft intended for combat. It is merely a civilian model, devoid of weaponry, yet equipped with all other necessary amenities. Oh, well, that is a relief. Lin Ning quietly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. How terrifying. Thankfully, my health is good, or I could have been frightened into a heart condition. System. Such antics are unwarranted. While Sikorsky is indeed appealing, your methods are questionable. Boss, according to our plan, the helicopter will arrive in Zhonghai City at 1:30 p.m. today. Please assist us in locating a place for it to land. Surely you jest. You are presenting me with a gift, yet have no prior arrangements? You expect me, the owner, to find you a location? Lin Ning was quite irked, having never encountered such a manner of gift-giving. It warranted a poor review. Nevertheless, the elderly Loki remained unperturbed, responding cheerfully, Boss, the situation was simply too sudden for us to prepare adequately. However, I have heard of your remarkable capabilities. If you can acquire our company, surely there is nothing beyond your reach. The old man showered Lin Ning with flattery, and the latter found some solace in it. His irritation dissipating. Let me show you what I am capable of. Chapter 45. Squeezing will not lead to pregnancy. The Global Trade Center, with a helipad conveniently adjacent to his office, would serve as the perfect landing spot. He could forego the elevator and ascend daily via helicopter. How envious his peers would be. However, Gondorf Loki's audacity to ensnare him like this would not go unpunished when Lin Ning formally took over the company in the United States. With a shift in thought, he conceived an excellent plan, breaking into a mischievous chuckle. At that moment, the call had yet to be disconnected. Upon hearing the lewd laughter of his boss from across the ocean, a chill inexplicably coursed through Loki's spine, causing him to shudder. Alarmed, he wondered if he was about to encounter something unsavory. After finishing the call with his boss, he resolved to seek out a tall, blonde, blue-eyed mountain to cleanse himself of any ill omens. Loki had called for two reasons: to express loyalty to his new boss, Lin Ning, and to discuss the helicopter gift. Having completed both topics, he politely ended the call. Due to the time difference, it was now the onset of nightlife in America, and he was eager to indulge. A few thoroughbreds awaited him nearby, and as soon as he concluded the call, they quickly surrounded him. Lin Ning tossed the various documents onto the bed and proceeded to freshen up. After expelling the remnants of yesterday from his body and enjoying a shower, he emerged invigorated. Towel drying his hair while still holding a toothbrush, foam in his mouth. Distracted, he picked up the acquisition materials for a quick glance. After drying his hair, he absently wiped his mouth with the towel, tossed it aside along with the toothbrush, and stepped into his wardrobe, which contained only a few tattered garments. His slothful existence had rendered him too indolent even to purchase new clothing. Aside from that, the remainder of the space was occupied by numerous property certificates, consuming a significant portion of the cabinet. Sighing, he noted the increasing volume of belongings, realizing he must find a storage solution. After all, he could not leave everything in his home. Should a thief invade or a rat gnaw at it, it would lead to considerable trouble. Gazing at the stack of papers worth several trillion, Lin Ning furrowed his brow. Suddenly, he recalled Zheng Yiming mentioning that the company had an underground vault within the Global Trade Center. With so much on his plate lately, he had yet to visit it. Today would be the perfect opportunity to transfer these documents to the vault, where they would be secure. Without delay, he located a small, worn box left from his move and stuffed it to capacity. After several attempts, he managed to fit only about half of the contents. In desperation, Lin Ning descended to find a store where he purchased a new box to accommodate all the property certificates and stock transfer agreements. While purchasing some boxes, I also indulged in a delightful breakfast. The two boxes occupied quite a bit of space, nearly preventing the petite Ferrari from fitting inside. Driving to the Global Trade Center, I arrived amidst the bustling rush hour. The throngs of elegantly attired gentlemen and ladies were particularly numerous. Each individual sported attire valued at no less than 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. In stark contrast, Lin Ning donned a tattered outfit that cost a mere 200 yuan, rendering him somewhat out of place among this crowd. Many eyes were drawn to him, filled with disdain and a sense of superiority. Some young ladies, upon catching sight of Lin Ning's strikingly handsome face, experienced a momentary spark of interest. However, as their gazes shifted downward to his clothing, their expressions morphed into disappointment. Alas, what a pity! Such a charming young man, yet he is merely a penniless fellow. Upon entering the trade center, two tall security guards stood at attention, one on either side. Their uniforms were impeccably neat and clean, and they stood with their chests puffed out, exuding vitality. Their watchful eyes occasionally roamed over the curvaceous figures of attractive women, suppressing the urge to swallow hard. This morning post was highly coveted among the security staff, with all vying for it daily due to the generous perks it offered. The companies within this building predominantly operated in the finance sector, and it was well known that the finance ladies were among the most beautiful in the entire region. During the morning rush at the Global Trade Center, the scene itself became a striking tableau. These humble security guards, too, could take advantage of the work hours to openly admire the array of exquisite women. Despite enduring numerous disdainful glances, Lin Ning remained unfazed. Those with true depth of character are often indifferent to the superficial judgments of society, for the mundane can only perceive the surface, revealing their inherent shallowness. As he approached the entrance, the moment the guards laid eyes on Lin Ning, their previously relaxed postures instantly stiffened. They stood tall, like dutiful sentinels. "Good morning, boss," they exclaimed in unison, attracting the attention of countless onlookers. The derisive and scornful gazes that had once been directed at him now transformed into expressions of confusion and disbelief. How could these proud guards address this young man, who appeared both young and disheveled, as their boss? What was his true background? Lin Ning said nothing, merely nodding towards the guards as he passed by, offering a subtle smile that was both solemn and approachable. The two guards were overwhelmed with excitement, their hearts racing, as if they had just received a jolt of adrenaline. The boss smiled at me. The boss smiled at me. In the property management company, everyone knew Lin Ning. To avoid any more embarrassing incidents, Zheng Yiming had specifically instructed the administration department to print and distribute photographs of the boss to every employee, emphasizing that they must memorize his appearance, with strict consequences for any further misidentifications. Thus, the guards reacted so promptly. Lin Ning did not linger at the entrance, instead flowing with the bustling crowd into the first-floor lobby. 8 elevators were surrounded by throngs of people, all pushing forward without regard for decorum, eager to get on. Being late meant deductions from pay, and no one wished to forfeit their earnings. Unfortunately, those slender figures of women clad in revealing outfits suffered the most. They either could not squeeze in or faced unwanted advances from lascivious men. Everyone was jostling, a chaotic dance of bodies where accidental contact was unavoidable. After all, a little squeezing wouldn't lead to pregnancy. Upon entering, Lin Ning spotted a girl clad in a pink top and a short skirt, clutching a stack of documents, standing outside the crowd in distress. Hearing footsteps behind her, she turned to see Lin Ning approaching, her heart racing. What a handsome young man. In that instant, his sun-kissed features evoked feelings of infatuation within her. Noticing the hefty boxes he was carrying, she blushed and kindly advised him, "Sir, you shouldn't push forward. It's too crowded, and you won't be able to get on." "Oh," Lin Ning replied, acknowledging her concern with a nod and a warm smile. "Thank you. You are truly kind." His smile was like a breath of fresh spring air, leaving the girl almost breathless, her heart fluttering. Chapter 46. The young man in the elevator is so handsome. Her cheeks flushed deeper, resembling an ostrich burying its head in embarrassment as she shyly murmured, "And no, it's nothing. Are you in a hurry?" Lin Ning inquired, having noticed her troubled expression. "Yes," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, nervousness causing her tongue to stumble. "I need to quickly take some materials upstairs." After speaking those few words, she felt as though she might faint, holding her breath lest she disturb the striking boy before her. Indeed, in her eyes, Lin Ning's appearance could easily be described as otherworldly. His looks were so captivating that even women might feel envy. His skin was fair and smooth, with a remarkable elasticity, and his eyes, dark as the cosmos, radiated an alluring mystery. Unbeknownst to Lin Ning, having acquired the system, he was subtly undergoing transformations. The first noticeable change was in his appearance. Previously, he might have been rated a modest 7 to 8 out of 10, but after a few days of the system's adjustments, he had ascended to nearly a 9. Of course, this rating was only the system's assessment. Whether he would capture the admiration of young ladies depended on the atmosphere in the moment. However, it seemed that, in this particular instance, he was performing admirably. The girl had transformed into a beauty connoisseur, gazing at Lin Ning with unblinking eyes, filled with unspoken admiration. Since their encounter, her eyes had not strayed from him, filled with an abundance of longing glances. Lin Ning, however, remained oblivious to her silent adoration, maintaining an expressionless demeanor. He wore a cool smile as he said, "Thank you for your advice. To show my gratitude, I will escort you upstairs. Please follow me." His tone left no room for dissent, and to her own surprise, the girl found herself following Lin Ning closely. He walked towards a section devoid of elevators, leaving her puzzled. Wasn't the elevator supposed to be in this direction? She had no idea that this building belonged to him. Eventually, they arrived at a passage guarded by 2 security guards, who, upon spotting Lin Ning, immediately straightened up and saluted. their faces brimming with excitement. Their bodies trembling as if they were in the presence of an emperor from ancient times. "Good morning, boss," they shouted, their voices booming. Having already experienced this scene at the entrance, Lin Ning's expression remained calm and composed. In contrast, the girl trailing behind him was taken aback, glancing back as if expecting someone else to be there, only to find nothing. Bewildered, she struggled to comprehend the situation. Before she could gather her thoughts, Lin Ning produced a golden card and swiped it at the turnstile, which opened with a beep. "Let us go," he called out over his shoulder, stepping through the gate. The girl, still clutching her documents, followed him in a daze. She watched Lin Ning's back, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint exactly what it was. Arriving seamlessly before the resplendent elevator, Lin Ning swiped his card, and the doors parted with a soft hiss, as if he had entered a realm devoid of habitation. The space within was expansive and utterly vacant. "Which floor?" he inquired as he stepped into the elevator. "The 36th floor," came the hesitant reply. The girl unable to meet his gaze. Noticing her discomfort, Lin Ning offered a gentle smile, choosing silence. After selecting the 36th floor, he also pressed the button for the 78th. This floor was accessible solely by this elevator, his private office. Standing in silence, one on the left and the other on the right, Lin Ning was reticent, while the girl was too timid to speak. Her heart raced, a sweet sensation fluttering within her. She mused how delightful it would be if the elevator could ascend indefinitely. Alas, dreams are fleeting and seldom realized. Soon, they reached the 36th floor, and the door slid open. Lin Ning's curiosity piqued at the sight that greeted him, a scene of morning chaos. With colleagues bustling through the corridors, their voices a cacophony, indistinct in nature. Yet, as the elevator doors parted, the clamor abruptly ceased, as if time itself had been suspended. All eyes converged on the elevator in that moment. "Wow, the elevator isn't malfunctioning," exclaimed one, astonished. "I thought it was merely ornamental. I've been here for 2 or 3 months and have never seen it in operation." Another chimed in. "You've only been here 2 or 3 months. I've been here for 6 months. Who is worse off?" Those in the know felt a surge of superiority, enlightening the others. "You see, this elevator is exclusive. Only the distinguished individuals within this building are permitted to use it." Grateful, the girl, feeling shy, stepped out of the elevator, bowing slightly in thanks. "It's nothing. Just a small gesture. Best of luck with your endeavors. Perhaps we shall meet again." Lin Ning waved as the doors began to close. Once the doors shielded Lin Ning's striking visage from view, the girl found herself exhaling a sigh, a sense of emptiness enveloping her, as though something precious had been lost. Turning around, she noticed the bewildered and astonished gazes of her colleagues, leaving her flustered. "What's wrong?" she timidly asked. "How did you come from that elevator?" A female colleague rushed over, her urgency palpable. "Oh, it's a bit of a story. The elevators downstairs were all full, and I was in quite a rush when a kind young man offered to take me in this one," she explained. "Is there a problem?" "Really?" The inquirer's eyes widened. "How old was the young man? Was he handsome? What was his demeanor like?" "He was quite handsome." The girl's cheeks flushed at the memory of Lin Ning, her voice softening. "He seemed very young, perhaps around 24 or 25, and he had a lovely smile. His voice was gentle when he spoke, so I imagine he has a kind nature." As she recounted her encounter, her face radiated a sweet smile, reminiscent of a girl newly in love, evoking envy and astonishment among her peers. "Wow, what a charming young man," someone exclaimed. "Did you exchange contact information or a phone number?" "Listen, anyone who can ride in that elevator is not ordinary. Look at our boss, with assets in the billions. And he can't even use it." Another chimed in. "That young man must belong to a prestigious family. If you could forge a connection with him, you wouldn't have to squeeze into elevators every day. You could live the life of a lady of leisure." A hint of jealousy tinged the voices of many girls, yearning for the chance to have been the one accompanying him. "But I was so nervous at the time, I didn't think to ask for anything." The girl lamented upon hearing their excitement. "Did you notice which floor he selected?" someone asked. "Was it the 77th? "No, it was the 78th, she recalled. Gasps of surprise erupted among the girls. "Does our building even have a 78th floor?" They exchanged puzzled glances. "Of course it does." A bespectacled man, drawn in by their conversation, declared proudly. "The 78th floor is the exclusive office of the building's owner, said to be extraordinarily luxurious. Just think. Our building covers 15,000 square meters on each floor, with annual rents in the tens of millions, all for one person's office. How extravagant." He continued. "If I had such an office, I would install a swimming pool and invite dozens of stunning models for a party." "Get lost." The girls playfully rebuked him, especially the one who had shared the elevator with Lin Ning, her indignation palpable. "That young man is certainly not of such a character. He is undoubtedly honorable." As the bespectacled man realized he had stirred their ire, he fled, leaving behind a group of wistful young women sighing deeply. Yet, simultaneously, Their imaginations conjured an image, a dashing young man beside them in a vast 15,000 square meter office, with a pool as clear as a gemstone, overlooking the entire city. The thought alone sent shivers of excitement through them. Meanwhile, Lin Ning reached the 78th floor, entering his office, placing 2 suitcases aside, and settling onto the sofa, patiently awaiting the arrival of others. He understood that certain matters need not be vocalized, they would naturally be addressed. Sure enough, within minutes, the elevator doors opened once more. And Zheng Yiming hurriedly emerged, a beaming smile plastered across his face. "Boss, what brings you to the office today? You could have informed me ahead of time, so I could come to greet you." "Greet me? I have hands and feet. I can manage on my own." Lin Ning chuckled. "I have 2 matters to discuss today. Firstly, I recall you mentioning a vault within the company. I have some items I wish to store there," he said, gesturing to the suitcases beside him. "And secondly, I've acquired Sikorsky. They mentioned a Black Hawk helicopter as a gift, which I intend to park on the helipad outside. Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely, no problem at all." Zheng Yiming nodded eagerly. That space was specifically designated for helicopter parking. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I was about to procure one for you. As the owner of the Global Trade Center, only a helicopter could truly reflect your esteemed status." Flattered yet slightly bashful at such overt flattery, Lin Ning was about to respond when Zheng Yiming's expression shifted abruptly. "Boss, could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it. Did you say you just acquired Sikorsky, the American military aircraft manufacturer?" "Yes, is there a problem?" Lin Ning inquired, unfazed. "Boss, you're incredible. To acquire an American company, especially one of such significance, I'm in awe." Zheng Yiming was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment, repeatedly giving a thumbs up. "But boss, they're all in the military industry. Can a helicopter really come in here? You needn't worry about that." The other party assured me. "This model is civilian, unarmed, and has been reported to the relevant authorities. All the paperwork is in order." That's good, that's good." Upon hearing this news, Zheng Yiming's reaction mirrored Lin Ning's. Had an armed helicopter flown in, both he and the boss would surely have been summoned for tea by the authorities. Now that everything was conducted through proper channels, he felt reassured. "Boss, are these 2 boxes meant to be placed in our vault?" He glanced down at the 2 boxes beside the sofa and inquired further. "Not the boxes, but their contents." Lin Ning replied with a smile. "There are over 200 property certificates for the Ping'anli community, 1 certificate for the Shengshi Huading, and the acquisition agreement for Sikorsky. I'd rather not keep these at home. They feel safer in the vault." 2 boxes of property certificates? Zheng Yiming's heart jolted. How little time had passed since his last parting with the boss, 3 or 4 days at most. The boss had amassed such substantial assets in such a short span. At this rate of development, would the entire planet ultimately belong to the boss? With this thought, Zheng Yiming stole a glance at Lin Ning, whose calm demeanor remained inscrutable and enigmatic. This young man, in his 20s, seemed as profound as the ocean, unfathomable. Zheng Yiming vowed that he would follow the boss for life, never to betray him. "To unlock the vault, the boss will need both Wu Qing and me," he added. "Oh, it requires 2 people?" Lin Ning furrowed his brow, puzzled. "Yes, it's all for safety. Otherwise, internal theft could cause significant trouble," Zheng Yiming explained. "All right, I understand. Please ask manager Wu Qing to come up." "Certainly, I will contact her right away." With that, Zheng Yiming made a call. Before long, Wu Qing arrived at Lin Ning's office. Like Zheng Yiming, upon hearing about the items to be stored in the vault, she was momentarily dazed. A few hundred property certificates were one thing, but the sheer value of over 10 billion was staggering. However, having worked as a public relations manager in the building for several years, she had encountered the likes of Brother Fong and Sister Fong. The acquisition of Sikorsky, however, left her utterly astounded, to the point of disbelief, thinking the boss was jesting. It wasn't until she opened the suitcase and saw the relevant agreements that she confirmed the reality of the situation. "The boss is incredible." Wu Qing trembled with excitement, wanting to shout in exhilaration yet refraining, clenching her fists and silently roaring in her heart. "All right, let us head down. The helicopter may arrive shortly," Lin Ning reminded, noticing the 2 were still in a daze. "Ah, right, let us go to the vault first." Zheng Yiming and Wu Qing finally snapped back to reality, slightly embarrassed. Zheng Yiming pulled the suitcase, while Wu Qing led the way. The trio took the elevator straight down. Chapter 48, Hiring Bodyguards and a Nanny. At the center stood a reinforced concrete structure, crowned by the most formidable alloy door ever constructed. Utilizing cutting-edge security technology, even a nuclear bomb could not breach it. From the moment they exited the elevator, numerous concealed cameras were strategically positioned around the walls, providing comprehensive surveillance of the entire room. Inside, 4 or 5 security personnel were gathered, engaged in casual conversation. The truth is, the security work here was not particularly demanding. As a private vault, visitor traffic was minimal, and the security's primary purpose was to address emergencies. After all, The vault was constructed to withstand nuclear attacks. The vault's door was designed for both its fantastical and practical attributes, employing the world's most advanced security system, automatically controlled by a computer that updated a super password every 5 minutes, with the password book entrusted to property manager Zheng Yiming. Wu Qing and Zheng Yiming collaborated while simultaneously keeping each other in check. Those with the password book were unaware of the password change rules, while those who understood the rules lacked the book. Furthermore, the vault door required simultaneous password entry from 2 individuals, rendering it virtually impenetrable. Wu Qing first relayed the current password to Zheng Yiming. Then they separated to input the passwords at their respective stations before unlocking the door with a key. After considerable effort, their backs drenched in sweat, they finally managed to open the vault door. Lin Ning immediately peered inside. The space was vast, reminiscent of a study or wine cellar, lined with shelves, most of which stood empty, save for a small portion containing some items. Lin Ning's eyes were drawn to a wine rack. The selection was modest, primarily red wine, with a small assortment of white wine. Lin Ning, unfamiliar with most wines, recognized only the bottle of the 1 million yuan Petrus custom edition that Zheng Yiming had shown him in the office. Indeed, there were only 2 bottles, prominently displayed in the vault. The remaining collection of assorted Wuliangya and Matai amounted to a few hundred million in total. To be frank, Lin Ning felt a twinge of disappointment upon witnessing the scene before him. He had envisioned the underground vault to be resplendent and bountiful, only to find a mere handful of bottles, which was quite disheartening. Nevertheless, it mattered not. With the system in place, he firmly believed he could fill the empty vault. After all, he was here to do just that. Once the door was opened, Zheng Yiming and Wu Qing refrained from entering alongside Lin Ning, opting instead to let him carry the 2 leather suitcases inside and arrange the contents himself. After neatly organizing all the property certificates and documents, Lin Ning emerged. Zheng Yiming and Wu Qing then secured the door, and the 3 of them took the elevator back to the top-floor office. Sikorsky's president, the elderly Rocky, had mentioned that the helicopter would arrive in the afternoon, and someone would contact him at that time. With nothing pressing at the moment, the trio settled into the spacious 5,000 square meter office and began chatting casually. A few days prior, when Lin Ning came to sign for the building's takeover, time had been tight, and they had only exchanged brief introductions. Now, with time on their side, it was natural to delve deeper into one another's backgrounds, as their future would see them in a superior-subordinate relationship. After some conversation, Wu Qing suddenly received a phone call, indicating she needed to address some matters. Apologizing to Lin Ning, she hurriedly departed, leaving only Lin Ning and Zheng Yiming in the room. By the way, Manager Zheng, I plan to hire a few bodyguards and a nanny. Do you have any relevant contacts? Lin Ning inquired. Indeed, our property management company has dealings with numerous security and nanny agencies, making this quite simple. I'm unsure if the boss has any specific requirements. I can call them to send some candidates for you to consider. Specific requirements? Upon hearing those 2 words, a look of confusion crossed Lin Ning's face. Observing the apparent confusion of the boss, Zheng Yiming chuckled and elucidated. You see, the motives behind individuals seeking bodyguards and nannies vary considerably, leading to differing requirements. As far as I know, bodyguard expectations are somewhat straightforward. They simply need to be astute, possess commendable skills, and in some instances, have proficiency in foreign languages or other specialties. However, the situation becomes far more intricate when it comes to nannies. As you are aware, preferences differ greatly among people. Some favor youthful maidens, others prefer mature women, or even those with a Japanese-style aesthetic. In essence, the demands are diverse. Moreover, such clientele typically belong to the upper echelon, prompting nanny agencies to offer specialized services, meticulously training individuals to cater to these preferences. I wonder, what type do you prefer? Boss. Upon hearing Zheng Yiming's explanation, Lin Ning felt somewhat embarrassed. As someone who had recently ascended to wealth, his exposure had been limited, and the concept of specialized nanny services was entirely foreign to him. In his mind, nannies were usually middle-aged women clad in casual attire, tasked with grocery shopping, cooking, and cleaning. The notion that affluent individuals could hire youthful or sophisticated nannies was quite astonishing, revealing a world he had not yet encountered. However, Lin Ning had no interest in such extravagant services. He simply sought a traditional nanny, one who was clean, efficient, and capable of cooking without excessive demands. Conversely, his expectations for a bodyguard were slightly elevated. He desired someone sharp, skilled, and reasonably attractive. Zheng Yiming diligently noted these preferences and subsequently contacted the partnered security and nanny agencies. Upon learning that the owner of Global World Trade was selecting bodyguards and nannies, these companies promptly arranged for their finest personnel to converge upon the World Trade Center. In Lin Ning's office, over 100 bodyguards arrived, accompanied by 20 to 30 nannies. Each individual appeared invigorated and eager, vowing to impress the young boss. They introduced themselves briefly, with the bodyguards showcasing their skills. Lin Ning's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed the remarkable talents of these hand-picked individuals, who practiced various martial arts, including Tai Chi, Bajikwan, Muay Thai, and other international combat techniques. After much deliberation, he selected 4 individuals, all around 30 years of age, robust, exceptionally skilled, and well-versed in traditional Chinese martial arts. With substantial experience and security, the selection process for nannies was considerably simpler and was completed swiftly. After discussing compensation, the time had come for lunch. Zheng Yiming arranged for a lavish spread from a nearby hotel, and Lin Ning treated everyone to an exquisite meal. Once satiated, the nannies took their leave, heading to gather their belongings for their new roles at Lin Ning's residence in Shengshihua Court. He also called Maiziki to inform her of hiring a nanny and requested her assistance in organizing the details. After all, as a private housekeeper, entrusting her with such matters was prudent. While Maiziki agreed, Lin Ning sensed a hint of jealousy in her tone, as she lamented that she could also manage the nanny arrangements. Nevertheless, Lin Ning dismissed her attitude, thinking it inappropriate for a private housekeeper to intrude upon his affairs. Regardless of her beauty, the 4 bodyguards remained. As Lin Ning received a phone call informing him that the Black Hawk helicopter had arrived at the territorial waters of China and was preparing for takeoff, expected to reach the designated time, Lin Ning sent his location, and the sound of the helicopter's roar resonated through his phone, heightening his anticipation. Chapter 49. The Black Hawk Helicopter. In the room, 6 men patiently awaited. During this time, Lin Ning recalled the evening's banquet he was to attend and realized that his current attire was far too casual for such an occasion. Although he typically prioritized comfort and cleanliness over fashion, a formal event necessitated a more sophisticated appearance. After all, most people are drawn to aesthetics, which encompass not only physical appearance, but also attire. A man clad in stylish, branded clothing is undoubtedly more appealing than one dressed in inexpensive, generic garments. This is merely human nature. He expressed this concern to Zheng Yiming, who dismissed it with a casual smile. Boss, I've attended this banquet hosted by Jinfeng Investments before. Its stature is indeed remarkable. Not only will prominent figures from Zhonghai be present, but also notable leaders from the financial sector. Rest assured, I will ensure your attire is impeccable, allowing you to shine. While I appreciate the thought of standing out, I prefer to maintain a low profile. I simply wish to avoid being looked down upon. Lin Ning replied with a chuckle. Understood, boss. Zheng Yiming nodded, then inquired, by the way, do you require a female companion, or do you have someone in mind? A female companion? Lin Ning was taken aback. Is it not acceptable for me to attend alone? Allow me to clarify, Zheng Yiming continued, recognizing Lin Ning's confusion. At high-end events, it is customary for both male and female guests to bring along a close acquaintance of the opposite gender. This could be a partner or a subordinate, ensuring a balanced representation of genders. After all, there may even be dancing involved. It would be rather odd for a gathering to consist solely of men or women. With this explanation, Zheng Yiming chuckled, and Lin Ning nodded in understanding. If you do not have a female companion, I recommend our manager, Wu Qing. She is not only beautiful and an excellent dancer, but she also excels in public relations, making her well-suited for such occasions. Wouldn't her husband be upset if she accompanied me? Lin Ning questioned, puzzled. Boss, you may not be aware, but manager Wu divorced a few years ago and now raises her child alone, Zheng Yiming replied. Oh, I see. Let me ponder this for a moment. After all, I have the entire afternoon. Lin Ning smiled, still feeling somewhat uneasy about attending the banquet with a relatively unfamiliar companion, fearing potential awkwardness due to their lack of rapport. Observing Lin Ning's silence, Zheng Yiming refrained from further discussion. After all, attending the banquet without a female companion was not a strict requirement. The boss had the freedom to make his own choices, and as the owner of global world trade, no one in Zhonghai would dare criticize him. As for the 4 bodyguards, they indeed exhibited professionalism, standing at a distance neither too far nor too close to Lin Ning, resembling shadows that were both present and unobtrusive, allowing him to carry on with his life without intrusion, a source of reassurance for him. After all, if having bodyguards meant sacrificing personal privacy, it would be a detrimental trade-off. Time swiftly passed, and Lin Ning suddenly discerned a distant rumble. Shortly thereafter, his phone rang. Boss, we are now above the World Trade Center. May we descend? Is the helipad clearly marked? Suppressing his excitement, Lin Ning inquired with a steady voice. Yes, it is distinctly visible, came the immediate response on the other end. Excellent. You may land now. I will head out shortly. Ending the call, Lin Ning made his way towards the helipad, with the 4 bodyguards instantly shifting from stillness to motion, closely trailing him. Zheng Yiming also quickened his pace, hastily opening the door leading to the top floor of the building. Upon stepping out of the room, the roar overhead intensified. As the crowd gazed upwards, a colossal shadow eclipsed the sun, resembling a mighty giant eagle, gradually descending towards the helipad. With mere meters to spare above the ground, the whirlwind generated by the rotors sent the onlookers staggering, nearly toppling over. It was only with the assistance of his bodyguards that Lin Ning managed to steady himself. Meanwhile, Zheng Yiming found himself in a rather disheveled state, clutching a nearby pipe as his hair was tousled by the fierce gusts. The Black Hawk helicopter, exuding an aura of power and grandeur, swayed slightly before landing firmly on the ground. At that moment, the force of the rotor blades diminished somewhat. The cabin door swung open, revealing two tall foreign men who swiftly approached the crowd. A mere glance was sufficient for them to identify their employer. They bowed respectfully to Lin Ning, greeting him in a somewhat halting Mandarin. "Hello, boss. I am the pilot, William Smith." "Hello, boss. I am the co-pilot, Tom Hanks. We are the elite pilots from Sikorsky Aircraft Company, and it is our honor to present to you our company's gift, the most advanced Black Hawk helicopter in the world." Lin Ning acknowledged them with a slight nod, his gaze fixated on the helicopter not far away, filled with awe. Indeed, the Black Hawk helicopter lived up to its reputation as the world's most advanced helicopter. Its imposing design, measuring 19 meters in length with a rotor diameter exceeding an astonishing 16 meters, dazzled the onlookers. Lin Ning could hardly fathom the experience of it being armed and transformed into a combat aircraft. "I truly wish to experience it firsthand," Lin Ning exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. "Boss, if you wish to board this aircraft now, we can accommodate you," Smith, the pilot, remarked after exchanging a glance with his co-pilot. "Really?" Lin Ning was momentarily taken aback. "What about air traffic control? They are monitoring, but our approved flight time has yet to expire, so you may enjoy the experience." Smith replied. "That's fantastic." Lin Ning beamed with joy, eagerly striding towards the helicopter, eager to be the first to experience the thrill of riding a military helicopter. Although Zheng Yiming felt a twinge of concern, he hesitated to voice any objections, given Lin Ning's palpable enthusiasm. Fortunately, this helicopter was not a pure combat machine. It retained its civilian designation, with seating for 6 in addition to the pilots. With Lin Ning, Zheng Yiming, and 4 bodyguards, the seating arrangement was perfectly suited. After fastening their seatbelts and closing the cabin door, the helicopter roared to life and ascended into the sky. The sensation was distinctly different from that of boarding a large passenger aircraft. It felt as if a car had sprouted wings. The exhilaration of soaring through the air heightened. The 2 pilots deliberately flew at low altitude, and the towering buildings flashed by, reflecting the astonished expressions of the people inside. Lin Ning reveled in the experience, cheering and shouting with delight, even attempting to open the cabin door, only to be firmly restrained by Zheng Yiming. As the pilots skillfully executed a series of daring maneuvers above the sea, Zheng Yiming found himself swearing in frustration. Unfortunately, despite the pilot's modest grasp of Mandarin, they were oblivious to the intricacies of its expressive cursing, mistakenly believing he was praising them, responding with enthusiastic thank yous. Just as they were reveling in the moment, a cacophony of sirens suddenly echoed from below. Lin Ning leaned over to catch a glimpse. He observed several police vehicles racing down the road, their sirens blaring, moving at an alarming speed. In Zhonghai, the roads were typically congested, and police cars rarely drove recklessly unless facing an urgent situation. As he scanned the area, he noticed a vehicle about 100 meters ahead of the police, careening dangerously close to other cars, prompting them to evade in alarm. This reckless driving posed a significant challenge for the pursuing police cars, creating a bottleneck on the road. What's happening down there? Are they filming a police drama? Driving like that, an accident is imminent. Zheng Yiming gripped the armrest tightly, exclaiming in disbelief. At that moment, Tom Hanks, seated in the co-pilot's position, turned around with a mysterious smile. "Boss, would you like to hear something interesting?" "What is it?" Lin Ning inquired. "Listen carefully," Hanks said, removing his headset and pressing a button. Instantly, a cacophony of sounds filled the helicopter. Lin Ning held his breath, straining to decipher the commotion. It became clear that the authorities were in pursuit of a notorious criminal gang, coordinating their efforts. It appeared that the scene they had witnessed moments ago was precisely that. However, due to the urban traffic conditions, the criminals had evaded capture, and the authorities were engaged in a chase. From their conversation, Lin Ning gleaned a crucial piece of information. The suspects were armed and posed a significant threat. "Can you hear all of this?" Lin Ning exclaimed in astonishment. "Aren't these channels encrypted? How are we receiving them? Does that mean the criminals in that car can hear us too?" "Ah, boss. You seem to have forgotten what kind of helicopter this is," Hanks replied smugly. "Our aircraft is equipped with Sikorsky's most advanced systems. Intercepting a trivial radio transmission is child's play. Can we establish communication with this channel?" Lin Ning pressed. From their altitude, they could easily track the fleeing vehicle's trajectory. "Absolutely," Smith interjected. As long as the boss wishes it, we can connect with all relevant departments. Sikorsky's technology is unparalleled, unrivaled in the world. Then quickly contact this department and inform them we can help locate the criminals, Lin Ning commanded, disregarding the pilot's boasting. Understood, boss, Hanks replied, promptly initiating a flurry of complex operations on the console. Soon, the static diminished, and the voices became increasingly clear. Sir, an unidentified channel is infiltrating our system. A voice crackled through. What is going on? Is it a conflict with a civilian channel? Unlikely. This channel has a clear intent, and it is directed at us. Can we block them? I'm sorry, sir, our equipment is not as advanced as theirs. We cannot prevent it. Then cut off all communication with the outside world immediately. The officer urged. If we sever the connection, our pursuit will fail, sir. Another voice protested. We cannot disconnect. A second authoritative voice interjected. The adversary is extremely dangerous and armed. If we fail this operation, the citizens of Zhonghai will be at risk. We cannot allow that to happen. What shall we do? Open the door and let the intruding channel in. I want to see who has the audacity to disrupt us at this moment. Meanwhile, Hanks wore a grin. Boss, we are now connected with the other party. You can speak with them. All right. Lin Ning took the headset and donned it. Hello? Can you hear me? He tested the microphone. We can hear you, young man. Who are you? And why have you intruded into our system at this time? The authoritative voice resonated once more. Do you comprehend the severe consequences of breaching the security system? You cannot withstand them. I advise you to depart swiftly before irreparable damage is inflicted. I can overlook this transgression. Greetings, sir. I harbor no ill intentions, Lin Ning swiftly interjected, discerning the restrained fury in the speaker's tone. I just witnessed your pursuit of a criminal and am aware that complications have arisen. I can assist you in pinpointing the target's location and providing you with the precise coordinates of the fugitive. Can you indeed? The commanding voice expressed a hint of skepticism. Absolutely, Lin Ning asserted with unwavering confidence. Then tell me, where are you located, and how can you assist us in identifying the target? I am currently airborne, with a panoramic view, and I can maneuver at will. I can serve as your aerial radar. You are in the air? That is implausible. The first voice that spoke earlier immediately challenged. Even if you were aboard an aircraft, the altitude would prevent you from discerning anything on the ground. Sir, to be candid, I am indeed on a helicopter, a Black Hawk helicopter, not a commercial flight. Goodness. Upon hearing the term Black Hawk, two leaders in their 40s nearly fainted in the command center hall of the relevant department. The Black Hawk helicopter is a product of the American military, entirely absent from Huaxia, even in civilian use. Such a blatant fabrication is utterly elementary. Sir, I am not deceiving you. You may verify with the Air Traffic Control Center. They will undoubtedly have records, Lin Ning exclaimed loudly. In his line of sight, the criminal's vehicle was swiftly vanishing. Sir, time is of the essence. Your target has distanced themselves. They are currently fleeing at the intersection of XX Road and XX Road. After a few seconds of silence, the authoritative voice returned, young man. I believe you. Now, I will connect you with the command center's channel. Follow the target vehicle and report their location at all times. I will mobilize forces to intercept them. Understood, rest assured, they will not escape. Lin Ning replied with a confident smile, patting the driver's seat in front of him. Smith. Hans, weren't you just boasting about being the ace pilot from Sikorsky? Now, the time has come to prove yourselves. Keep your eyes glued to that vehicle. Chapter 51. I am an ordinary citizen of Zhonghai. Task accomplished. Let's revel tonight, my treat. Should we fail, I shall cast you both to the construction site for a month of brick moving. Boss, we protest. You are questioning our professionalism. Haha, protests are futile. Take off at once. Boss, hold on tight, Smith warned, pushing the control stick downward. The massive body of the Black Hawk helicopter soared through the sky like a true eagle, its vast wings slicing the air as it raced past the fleeing cars like a chick. The communication channels were seamlessly connected. From his elevated vantage point, Lin Ning observed the criminals' escape route, which was laid bare before him. Even their intentions were discernible. Based on the coordinates he provided, a series of commands were dispatched. The entire security system ceased to act blindly and began to function like a finely tuned instrument. Roadblocks were established, and the ensuing actions were executed with precision. Meanwhile, the two occupants of the vehicle sensed that something was amiss. Hey, check what's happening. Why does it sound like there are more people pursuing us? With my prowess as the legendary driver of Choming Mountain, evading this rabble is child's play. Why do I still feel a tailing presence? All right, brother. Let me take a look. The man in the passenger seat, marked by a long scar across his face, leaned out to survey their surroundings from the speeding car. Upon spotting a helicopter hovering above, his expression changed dramatically, and he recoiled. Damn it, brother, there's a helicopter up there, tailing us. What? The man referred to as the boss slammed down on the accelerator, increasing their speed. He glanced through the rearview mirror and indeed saw a formidable helicopter following closely. Shit! He cursed under his breath, wrenching the steering wheel. The vehicle executed a flawless drift, veering into a narrow alley. Though the alley was tight, pedestrians were present. Upon witnessing the car's sudden entrance, they were terrified, scrambling in every direction, turning the alley into chaos. A few individuals, unable to dodge in time, were grazed by the vehicle and fell to the ground, groaning. The boss remained unfazed, flooring the gas pedal, a sinister grin plastered on his face as he surged forward. The car burst out from the other end, re-entering public view. Despite their brazen demeanor, under Lin Ning's watchful eye, the encirclement was tightening, and their escape routes dwindled. The command center's large screen displayed a map, with markers indicating that the vehicle would ultimately be cornered at an abandoned building. With no one around, it would facilitate their capture. After a brief chase, the two individuals obediently halted their vehicle in front of the derelict building. Damn it, if it weren't for that helicopter. How could these fools force me into this corner? The boss smacked the steering wheel in frustration. Brother, enough talk. Let us hide upstairs. It's dark and complex inside. Perhaps we can take a few down, and we won't be lonely on the road to the afterlife. Let us go upstairs. I'm ready to face them today. The two men exited the car, retrieving a bulging bag from the trunk, casting a fierce glance at the helicopter before dashing into the building. Sir, they have entered the building, but they are carrying a bag. Please proceed with caution, Lin Ning alerted. Thank you, young man. We appreciate your assistance. Now, let us take over from here. The authoritative voice brimmed with confidence and excitement. Special forces, I command you to engage fully. With this command, a multitude of vehicles surged from all directions, encircling the building. A significant number of armed security personnel stormed into the structure. The building was soon filled with the sounds of chaos, which Lin Ning could hear distinctly even from the helicopter. The confrontation concluded within 3 minutes, as the two criminals were escorted out and placed into custody. Thank you, young man, for your invaluable assistance. What is your name? I shall report to higher-ups and commend you. No need, Lin Ning replied with a slight smile, removing his earpiece. I am merely an ordinary citizen of Shanghai. It is my duty. Farewell. With that, Lin Ning gestured to Hans. Then, the connection was severed, and the Black Hawk helicopter soared upward, disappearing into the distant sky. What a thrill. Once out of everyone's sight, Lin Ning clenched his fist and let out an exhilarated shout. Meanwhile, Zheng Yiming was already in shock. Boss, that was incredibly reckless. Those two had weapons. Fear not, sir. Hans turned back with a light chuckle. The magnificent Black Hawk helicopter is exceptionally robust. Ordinary weaponry cannot harm it. To the average person, it is invincible. Humph, what a boast. Zheng Yiming cast a piercing glance at the two foreigners before closing his eyes, clearly disinterested in further conversation. Boss, the task is complete. What about the promise you made us? Hans redirected his attention to Lin Ning, inquiring earnestly. Rest assured, I remember. I have other matters to attend to this evening, so I shall leave the entertainment to Manager Zheng. Enjoy yourselves, Lin Ning replied with a smile. Thank you, boss. Long live the boss. The two foreigners exclaimed excitedly. Where shall we go now, boss? They asked. Just as Lin Ning was about to respond, his phone rang. Yin Zhaoan had been somewhat disoriented these past few days, her mind often wandering. A figure would occasionally leap into her thoughts, accompanied by a mischievous grin. That insufferable man. He gifts me such an extravagant bag, yet fails to call me for days. Am I to initiate contact as a mere girl? She muttered. Her delicate hands clenched into small fists, striking a cushion. Upon it, a man's photograph was affixed with transparent tape, the very image of Lin Ning. As she vented her frustrations, a knock echoed from the door. Come in. Yin Zhaoan hastily tucked the cushion behind her and sat up straight before speaking. At her words, the door swung open. First to enter were 999 roses, each one resplendent and poised to bloom. Following this impressive bouquet was a handsome man, likely in his late 20s. Wenwen, I wish you a delightful day and happiness every day, he beamed as he stepped inside. Chapter 52. I beg you, be my boyfriend. What are you doing here? Did I not make it clear that I do not wish to see you? The moment Yin Zhaoan laid eyes on the man, her expression soured. Rising from her chair, she pointed sternly toward the door. Leave. I do not wish to see you. Do not be like that, Wenwen. My feelings for you are genuine, the man said, his smile unwavering. Genuine? I apologize, but that word makes me feel nauseous. We are not suited for each other. Kindly leave, or I shall summon security, she replied coldly. Wow, Master Pei, are you here to see our Wenwen again? So many roses. Wenwen, I am truly envious. At that moment, a girl's voice emerged from outside, followed by 4 or 5 girls who squeezed into Yin Zhaoan's office. Their expressions were a mix of astonishment upon seeing the massive bouquet. Do you like them? If you do, take them, Yin Zhaoan said, her face devoid of any smile. That wouldn't be appropriate. These are a gift from Master Pei. I have stated that I do not want any of his gifts. Take them away. She raised her voice, her irritation palpable. The newly arrived girls exchanged glances between Yan Zhaowen and Master Pei, their faces reflecting hesitation. You shameless woman, do not take my kindness for granted, Master Pei retorted, his demeanor turning icy as he reprimanded her. I have expended considerable effort to pursue you, yet you offer me no recognition. If you refuse to be my girlfriend, do you believe I will allow you to thrive in Zhonghai? Master Pei, please cease your pursuit. I have a boyfriend, Yan Zhaowen asserted firmly. A boyfriend? Pei Xing paused for a moment before regaining his confidence. That is of no consequence. I shall provide him with a sum of money to leave you. As long as you are with me, I guarantee you will never want, living a life of luxury. That seems inappropriate. Yan Zhaowen hesitated. Oh, Wenwen, what are you saying? With Master Pei treating you this way, why hesitate? The onlookers chimed in, urging her on. Indeed, we women toil in society, often due to the absence of a good man. Look at how hard you work. Your boyfriend likely has little money. A woman's life is best lived through a prosperous marriage. Isn't being the wife of a wealthy man appealing? Why continue to labor? With a cold glance at these base women, Yan Zhaowen retorted with a smirk, my boyfriend is quite wealthy. Displaying the LV bag Lin Ning had gifted her for her birthday, she added, you see, this bag is from him. She felt cornered, as Pei Sheng, a scion of the Pei family in Zhonghai, had been relentlessly pursuing her since they met at a banquet. Humph, what does an LV bag amount to? Once you are with me, you can have as many of those bags as you desire. Is that so? Yan Zhaowen chuckled lightly, shaking the bag in her hand. I have researched this. It is an LV princess bag, retailing for 780,000. Master Pei, are you certain you can provide me with as many as I wish? Pei Sheng was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. Though his family was affluent, with assets in the billions, he had access to only a modest allowance each month, making even a single purchase of such a bag a challenge. Is it true, Wenwen? Does your boyfriend possess such wealth? Indeed, a boyfriend of such means still allows you to work? He cannot possibly love you genuinely, the women speculated, relishing the discord. I do not believe it. You are deceiving me, Pei Xing shouted, incensed by the women's conjectures. Have him come here, so I can see for myself if he is truly more impressive than I. Very well, Yan Zhaowen hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. The situation had reached this point, and she could only proceed with resolve. Yet, she was also curious to gauge Lin Ning's feelings for her, having cherished him in silence for many years, nearly to the point of illness. This opportunity could serve as a subtle confession while simultaneously dissuading the spoiled heir from the Pei family. However, a twinge of anxiety gripped her. What if Lin Ning harbored no feelings for her and did not arrive? Or worse, what if he could not hold his own against Pei Sheng? That would only bring trouble to the man she adored. As she vacillated, holding her phone, her thoughts swirled. Wenwen, what are you contemplating? Call your boyfriend. We are all eagerly awaiting to meet him. Yes, Wenwen, you are so distinguished and discerning. Your boyfriend must be exceptional, and we are all curious. If your boyfriend impresses me today, I shall walk away and never trouble you again, Pei Xing added, not trusting that she could find someone more formidable than himself in Zhonghai. I suddenly feel unwell. I need to use the restroom, Yan Zhaowen abruptly announced, pushing past the crowd and fleeing the office. Master Pei, I told you so. Wenwen surely does not have a boyfriend. You must not give up. Yes, we will all support you. As long as you persist, she will undoubtedly say yes. They encouraged him, eager to stir the pot. Excellent. You all have done splendidly. Once this succeeds, I, Pei Sheng, shall reward you handsomely, he declared, having orchestrated the girl's intrusion to pressure Yan Zhaowen into submission. In the restroom, Yan Zhaowen checked every stall to ensure she was alone before dialing Lin Ning's number. At that moment, Lin Ning had just concluded his pursuit-related tasks and was preparing to return to the building when his phone rang. Yan Nushin, shouldn't you be at work right now? How do you have time to call me? Lin Ning inquired with curiosity. Well, I have a small matter I'd like to ask your assistance with. Yan Zhaowen hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. Could you possibly pretend to be my boyfriend? Summoning her courage, she articulated her request, her cheeks aflame even through the phone, as if she were burning with fever. Boyfriend? Is someone harassing you? Lin Ning did not immediately acquiesce, but probed further. Were it anyone else, they would have instantly complied with the goddess's request without hesitation. However, Lin Ning was not one to be swayed by mere looks, nor was he a sycophant. Chapter 53. The multicolored auspicious cloud and the golden armor. He was not the type to act blindly just because the goddess asked. If he were to assist, he certainly needed to clarify the situation. What if this was merely a couple's quarrel, and his involvement would only complicate matters, leading to unnecessary trouble? However, from Lin Ning's understanding, Yan Zhaowen did not have a boyfriend. It was likely that someone was pestering her. Indeed, her subsequent words confirmed his suspicions. Here's the situation. Yan Zhaowen hesitated but finally laid out the details. There's a man named Pei who, relying on his wealthy family, persistently harasses me. I've rebuffed him numerous times. Yet he refuses to listen. Today, he approached me again, and I had no choice but to deceive him into thinking I have a boyfriend. He said that as long as my boyfriend can convince him, he would cease his pursuit. The Pei family is quite affluent, and among those I know. You are the only one capable of handling this, so I thought to ask for your help. We are old classmates. Please save me. Yin Zhaowen's tone was pitiful. Understanding the gravity of her plight, Lin Ning chuckled and replied, "All right, I'm at your service. Whenever you need me, I shall appear," providing him with an unforgettable memory. How does that sound? Yes. Come right away. He.s. in my office, Yin Zhaowen exclaimed joyfully, her heart feeling as though a weight had been lifted. By the way, which floor is your office on? Lin Ning inquired, only aware that she worked in that grand building, but not the specific level. If it were too low, the helicopter could not reach, and he would have to drive or walk instead. 40th floor. You know which building, right? Yin Zhaowen asked anxiously. I know, you're on the 40th floor. That's quite convenient. I'll be there shortly. Please wait for my call in your office. With that, Lin Ning ended the call and directed his Black Hawk helicopter towards Yin Zhaowen's workplace. As soon as Yin Zhaowen returned to her office, her female colleagues immediately surrounded her. Wenwenjia, hurry and call your brother-in-law. We're all waiting to see him. Yes, Wenwenjia, you're not pulling our leg, are you? There's really no brother-in-law. It's all in your imagination, right? Of course not. Yin Zhaowen tossed her lustrous black hair and smiled. I just finished the call. He'll be here shortly. And you'll see him in no time. Though Yin Zhaowen appeared confident, a trace of anxiety lingered in her heart. She was uncertain of how Lin Ning would craft an unforgettable impression on these onlookers. Before long, approximately 20 minutes passed, and with a thunderous roar, a shadow swept past the top of the building. What was that? The group in Yin Zhaowen's office stood momentarily stunned. They instinctively rushed to the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing upwards. Yet, they could see nothing, only hearing the relentless booming sound. The noise was explosive, reverberating in their ears, stirring their hearts. What could possibly be making that sound? It resembled an aircraft, but how could it be seen? Are you daft? An airplane can't fly this low. Perhaps it's some machinery inspecting the building? The crowd speculated, expressions of confusion adorning their faces. Yin Zhaowen too found it peculiar. Could this possibly be one of Lin Ning's tactics? In the midst of her thoughts, a voice from the crowd suddenly pointed at the sky and exclaimed incredulously, "Oh my! Look! What is that?" Everyone turned their gaze upward. In an instant, they were all astonished, unable to believe their eyes. There, in the sky, a colossal steel beast obscured the heavens, slowly descending before them. It was a Black Hawk helicopter, the most advanced aircraft from America. How could it possibly be in our country? Someone recognized the helicopter and let out a shriek. Perhaps a wealthy individual in our country purchased it? Another speculated. However, this remark was quickly countered. Nonsense. This is a military aircraft, a classified asset of the United States. How could it possibly be sold to foreigners? Is a war about to break out? An invasion from the US? Some comments were even more humorous. Wake up. Are you dreaming? It's broad daylight, and you're spouting nonsense. An informed voice interjected. This helicopter is indeed a Black Hawk, but it's of civilian model. It's not armed. The other components are likely outdated, perhaps assembled by some tycoon who grew bored with them. Even so, that's impressive. Without connections, one wouldn't even be able to acquire discarded parts. Indeed, I wonder which wealthy heir from Zhonghai is flaunting their status tonight. It seems another lady will be won over. A wave of envy surged through the men who witnessed the helicopter. Wealthy individuals certainly know how to enjoy life. Modifying luxury cars no longer suffices for them. Now they're even customizing helicopters. One must wonder, what woman could resist such a display? Such a diamond would draw even the most resistant women closer. The rotation of beautiful companions around wealthy magnates is not without reason. They are indeed formidable, constantly innovating. As everyone speculated and envied, the group in Yin Zhaowen's office was equally stunned. The Black Hawk helicopter hovered at the 40th floor, right outside their window. And it was evident to anyone with a semblance of sense that it was undoubtedly connected to someone within. All eyes turned in unison to Yin Zhaowen. Pei Sheng was equally dumbfounded, his expression one of incredulity. His family was wealthy, possessing numerous luxury cars and yachts, even a helicopter. Yet, that was merely a small two-seater plane. Compared to the one before them, it was like comparing a child to an adult. Moreover, this was the renowned Black Hawk helicopter, hailed as a symbol of American prowess. Hua Xiao had never heard of such grand gestures from any family. Could this be Yin Zhaowen's boyfriend? He felt a surge of dread as he noticed the gaze of the crowd fixated on the beauty. The individual capable of acquiring such a helicopter must possess formidable influence, far beyond his reach. At that moment, Yin Zhaowen gazed at the steel behemoth outside the window, filled with a multitude of questions. unsure if this was indeed Lin Ning's doing, yet her heart brimmed with anticipation. If he were truly inside, how blissful she would be, stepping upon a five-colored auspicious cloud, adorned in golden armor, arriving to claim you. What a magnificent love story. Even without clouds and armor, the Black Hawk helicopter was quite splendid. Swish. At that moment, the helicopter's door swung open, revealing Lin Ning's handsome, noble visage. With a serene smile gracing his face, he locked eyes with Yin Jiawen, slowly bringing his phone to his ear. Chapter 54. Pei Sheng's resolution. At the same time, a melodious tune emanated from Yin Jiawen's phone. She gazed at the illuminated screen displaying a number, her heart racing with excitement. I'm here to pick you up. How asked that for a grand entrance? Impressive. Absolutely stunning. Then hurry downstairs. I'll collect you after work. But it's not even quitting time yet. Yin Jiawen hesitated slightly. Take leave. I have matters to discuss with you. Any losses incurred will be compensated by me, Lin Ning asserted with an undeniable authority. Yet, for Yin Jiawen, his words brought an inexplicable sense of reassurance. All right, I'm heading down now. With that, she flashed a radiant smile, tucked away her phone, slung the exquisite LV handbag gifted by Lin Ning over her shoulder, and cast a haughty glance at her stunned colleagues, declaring, apologies, everyone. My boyfriend has come to fetch me. She then turned and strode away with poise. As she disappeared from view, Pei Sheng finally regained his senses. Feeling a cold sweat trickle down his back, his heart pounding with trepidation. Thankfully, he had refrained from being overly forceful. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Oh no. I uttered a few profanities. If Miss Yin informs her boyfriend, and he becomes enraged, he might unleash his wrath upon my family. The outcome would be catastrophic. With this thought racing through his mind, Pei Sheng dashed out, only to find the elevators engulfed in chaos. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the stairs. Outside the building, the square was in disarray. A colossal Black Hawk helicopter had descended, drawing a throng of onlookers. The gusts generated by the helicopter sent the crowd staggering, their hair disheveled and clothing flapping wildly, with several young women inadvertently exposed. Yet, this did not quell their enthusiasm. They eagerly brandished their phones to capture the moment. Curious as to why such a helicopter had made an unexpected landing, the security personnel were also alarmed, forming a protective circle under the leadership of their captain to prevent any reckless individuals from approaching too closely and risking danger. They were oblivious to the unfolding events, merely attempting to maintain order while awaiting their superiors. However, just as the leaders had yet to arrive, a model-like beauty emerged from the building, striding directly towards the helicopter. At the very moment she appeared, the cabin door swung open. First, four robust men descended, clad in black attire, sunglasses shielding their eyes, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Following them was an extraordinarily handsome young man, accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 40s, whose demeanor radiated respect. Wow, that young man is incredibly handsome. My heart races and I struggle to breathe. I could use some artificial respiration. The sight of him made me question why my boyfriend seemed less appealing in comparison. Young man, I wish to bear your children. The moment the young man appeared, his charming and carefree smile garnered a legion of admirers, who screamed in ecstatic unison, their voices raw from excitement. Some were so overwhelmed they began to weep. The scene resembled a superstar's grand entrance. Yet, Lin Ning remained unfazed, his smile unwavering as his gaze traversed the crowd until it settled on Yin Jiawen. At that moment, unable to contain her elation any longer, she bolted towards him, feeling somewhat uncomfortable and shedding her high heels along the way. The onlookers witnessed this spectacle and instinctively parted to create a pathway. Yin Jiawen sprinted to Lin Ning, leaping into his arms and wrapping her arms around his neck. Lin Ning, taken aback by her fervent response, had anticipated merely a casual embrace. He stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, which elicited another round of gasps from the fans. A cacophony of sounds erupted, reminiscent of shattering glass. Many women clutched their chests, their faces paling. I can't take it anymore. Just when I discovered this extraordinary young man, both handsome and wealthy, with an abundance of charm, I realized he is already taken. Tears had dried, yet their longing remained. I must pursue him. Some women gritted their teeth, desperately attempting to break through the security's barricade, only to be firmly restrained by the powerful guards. That young man belongs to me. Anyone who dares to challenge me will face my wrath. Yin Jiawen's arrival stirred a tempest of emotions among the crowd. Amidst the fervor, the situation grew increasingly chaotic. Despite the security personnel forming a human wall, hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, the girls were relentless, clawing and kicking, inflicting pain upon the guards. The integrity of the human barricade was precarious, teetering on the brink of collapse. Witnessing this, Yin Jiawen expressed her concern. Darling, we should leave quickly. Agreed, Lin Ning responded, surprised by the unexpected turn of events. This place is fraught with complications. We must depart. He took Yin Zhaoen's hand and turned towards the helicopter. The 4 bodyguards vigilantly monitored their surroundings, scrutinizing every detail. Just as they were about to enter the cabin, a panicked voice called out from behind, "Wait." Lin Ning and Yin Zhaoen turned to see a young man, drenched in sweat and visibly distressed, rushing from the building. "Who is this?" Lin Ning inquired. "He's the one who has been pestering me," Yin Zhaoen replied, her brows furrowing with annoyance. "I didn't expect him to show up now. Don't worry, let us see what he wants," Lin Ning reassured, patting Yin Zhaoen's hand. "Manager Yin, I'm here to apologize." Pei Sheng gasped, struggling for breath. "I was in the wrong. I shouldn't have pursued you. Please overlook my transgressions and forgive me." Yin Zhaoen huffed dismissively, turning her head away, unwilling to engage. Pei Sheng felt a chill in his heart, bitterness coating his tongue. Yet Lin Ning chuckled lightly. "So? You are the one who has been persistently bothering my girlfriend?" His tone was light and casual, yet it sent shivers down Pei Sheng's spine. Standing before the imposing Black Hawk helicopter, Lin Ning emanated a formidable pressure. "Yes, that's me," Pei Sheng stammered, forcing a smile. "I came specifically to apologize. I implore you both to forgive me." As he spoke, he wiped the sweat streaming down his forehead. Observing Pei Sheng's discomfort, Lin Ning chuckled, "Fine. Just refrain from troubling my girlfriend in the future, and I won't hold this against you." Upon hearing Lin Ning's words, Pei Sheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. "How about I host a dinner tonight as a formal apology? That won't be necessary." Lin Ning waved his hand dismissively. "I have other commitments this evening. Farewell." With that, he nodded to Pei Sheng, wrapping his arm around Yin Zhaoen's slender waist as they turned to board the helicopter. Chapter 55. Everything feels like a dream. Pei Sheng bowed and saw them off, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the corner of the cabin where another figure sat. Upon recognizing the individual, his shock was beyond words. Seated at the far end was the property manager of the Global Trade Center. While referred to as a property manager, he was a notable figure in Zhonghai. Well-connected and influential, wherever he went, he commanded attention, even from the prominent families of Zhonghai, who were compelled to show him respect. Yet, this individual willingly occupied a corner of the helicopter, clearly positioned as a subordinate. Does this imply that Yin Zhaoen's boyfriend holds a status even higher than that of Manager Zheng? How old could he possibly be? He appears to be merely in his mid-20s, seemingly younger than myself. Who, then, is this enigmatic man? Pei Sheng racked his brain, but could not recall any family in Zhonghai that boasted such an extraordinary individual. This mysterious figure must not be offended. I shall have to ask my father to investigate when I return home. Resolute in his decision, a more pronounced smile graced Pei Sheng's face, bordering on obsequiousness. Under Smith's adept control, the Black Hawk helicopter ascended gracefully. At that moment, the human barricade erected by the security personnel finally faltered and collapsed. The girls surged forward, gathering beneath the helicopter, wildly waving their hands and shrieking in a cacophony of tears and excitement. Pei Sheng, caught off guard, felt like a small boat tossed about in a vast ocean, struggling to maintain his composure. Witnessing this spectacle, Yin Zhaoen couldn't help but chuckle, her earlier frustrations dissipating considerably. In less than 10 minutes, the helicopter descended once more. Summoning her courage, Yin Zhaoen peered down to find herself at the rooftop of a skyscraper, where a helipad was clearly marked. The Global Trade Center, ranked third in Zhonghai, was well known to its residents, and Yin Zhaoen recognized it instantly. However, she found it peculiar that the helicopter would land here. Did Lin Ning have some connection to the building? Contemplating this, she scrutinized the middle-aged man seated in the corner, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to place him. Lin Ning offered no explanations, simply assisting Yin Zhaoen down from the helicopter. As she glanced across to the opposite side, she was astonished to discover a grand glass house filled with an array of exquisite flowers and plants. "Isn't this the rooftop of the Global Trade Center? Why have you brought me here? And what of this helicopter? Is it rented? Did you specifically rent it to pick me up?" Countless questions flooded her mind. "Goddess Yin, you do have many inquiries," Lin Ning replied, feigning a cryptic demeanor. "How about we step inside first, and I shall address them one by one." "Cut the theatrics," Yin Zhaoen retorted, tossing her head back and casting a sultry glare at Lin Ning. "Boss, we have completed our mission. It's time to fulfill your promise," Smith and Hans chimed in eagerly. Stepping down from the helicopter, "You are indeed quite impatient." "Fear not, I will not forget my commitments," Lin Ning chuckled, then turned to Zheng Yiming, who had been dutifully following his side. "Manager Zheng, please find someone familiar with Zhonghai to take these two out for some entertainment. The expenses will be charged to my personal account." "Yes, boss," Zheng Yiming responded respectfully, ushering everyone inside while adding, "I'll arrange this immediately. The chief designer from Armani will be arriving shortly, so let us proceed indoors." Nodding, Lin Ning raised his arm, signaling for Yin Jiawen to link her arm with his. And like a noble gentleman, he guided her through the glass house and into an expansive 5,000 square meter office. From the moment they entered the glass house, Yin Jiawen felt overwhelmed by the richness of her surroundings. If only she could grow a few more eyes to take it all in. Everywhere she looked, she was met with stunning, opulent sights, each corner exuding grandeur and extravagance. Such scenes had only ever graced her dreams. Especially captivating was the crystal-clear azure swimming pool in the office, which offered a breathtaking view of the Pujiang River below, leaving her utterly awestruck. Mechanically, she was led by Lin Ning to the sofa, just as Zheng Yiming received a call instructing a property staff member to escort the jubilant Smith and Hans away. The staff member then stood beside Lin Ning like a servant. What on earth is happening? Yin Jiawen gazed incredulously at Lin Ning. She felt he had become even more handsome, his eyes deep and vast like the ocean, exuding an irresistible allure. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. At this distance, she could even catch a whiff of the masculine scent emanating from him, rendering her willingly entranced. This building now belongs to me. In other words, I am the owner here, Lin Ning stated casually, retrieving a drink from the refrigerator and handing it to the bewildered Yin Jiawen. The helicopter outside was neither rented nor purchased. It was a gift from the company that manufactures such aircraft, for I am the owner of that company, holding 100 of its shares and wielding unrivaled power. Additionally, I possess numerous other enterprises and shall acquire even more in the future. Lin Ning chuckled lightly. You can't possibly be the heir of some top-tier aristocracy in Huaxia, can you? Yin Jiawen blinked her innocent eyes, momentarily dumbfounded, before concocting such a theory in her mind. You were once low-key and discreet. But now you no longer wish to maintain that facade, do you? Feel free to speculate as you wish. I shall not provide any explanations. Lin Ning shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor effortlessly suave. You. Yin Jiawen was incensed, nearly breathless from the frustration. After pondering for so long, it seemed she had been making assumptions, only for Lin Ning to remain evasive. Feeling the weight of his incredulous gaze upon her, she sensed a pent-up frustration that needed release. How could she not act upon it? A swift kick would surely alleviate her irritation. Yet, the thought of causing him injury tugged at her heartstrings, leaving her in a perplexing situation. The more she contemplated, the more vexed she became, twisting the hem of her clothing in a futile effort to vent her pent-up emotions. Otherwise, she feared she might succumb to depression. Enough. Don't be upset. Some matters are simply beyond explanation. Lin Ning observed her discontent and offered soothing words. I helped you with something. And in turn, I have a favor to ask of you. What favor? Yin Jiawen inquired, her tone irritable. Accompany me to a banquet. I lack a female companion. Lin Ning smiled. Chapter 56. You are too beautiful. My heart is in turmoil. Attend a banquet? But I am unprepared and have not even put on makeup. No worries. Your natural beauty can outshine a multitude of women, even without makeup. Huh. You flatter me. However, one must have appropriate attire for such events, even without makeup. It is a basic courtesy. Yin Jiawen, having attended numerous such events, was well versed in their etiquette. After all, it was at a banquet where she had first encountered that insufferable scion of the Pei family. Miss, you need not fret about clothing. The chief designer from Armani will be arriving shortly. Zheng Yiming interjected respectfully. Before long, the chief designer for Armani in Huaxia arrived. He was a sprightly foreign gentleman in his 60s, not particularly tall but full of vigor, with bright, inquisitive eyes that seemed to take delight in everything. He brought with him several large cases carried by robust men. Boss, this is Mr. Hank, the chief designer of the Armani group in Huaxia. Hank, this is our boss. And this is his friend. You must bring out the finest garments from your collection. Zheng Yiming introduced both parties with great reverence. Upon beholding Lin Ning and Yin Jiawen, the old man's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Grateful to the heavens, he exclaimed, in my lifetime as a tailor, I have never encountered individuals as remarkable as you two. You are truly a divine gift. He lavished compliments with abandon, his eloquence flowing effortlessly. Your figures, your beauty, even the angels of Victoria's Secret pale in comparison to you. You are a masterpiece crafted by the heavens. Yin Jiawen, flustered by the praise, shyly retreated behind Lin Ning. Unfazed by the adulation, Lin Ning, with a thick skin, maintained his usual demeanor. He was naturally handsome. After all, it was no wonder Yin Jiawen had been fond of him during their school days. Now, with the signing-in system augmenting his fortunes, his allure seemed to flourish even more, whether due to the system or newfound wealth. Seeing the old man in a state of fervor, Lin Ning had no choice but to interject. Designer, time is of the essence. Could you assist us in selecting an outfit for the banquet? Oh, certainly. Hank, the Armani designer, snapped back to reality. Today, I have brought the most exquisite and opulent garments from the store, Worthy of both you, sir, and you, miss. With that, he gestured for several burly men to open the boxes he had brought, revealing a dazzling array of garments, richly colored and splendidly crafted. With a click, Zheng Yiming timely turned on the lights. The brilliant illumination showcased the clothes in all their vibrant glory, enhancing their breathtaking beauty. It is often said that a woman's wardrobe is perpetually lacking a piece. This was true for Yin Zhaoan as well. Compared to handbags, clothes quickened her heartbeat far more, even if slightly less so than when she first laid eyes on Lin Ning, yet it still filled her with an inexplicable excitement. These garments are absolutely stunning, she exclaimed, circling the racks several times, her gaze seemingly glued to the splendid creations. Meanwhile, Hank stood proudly, his every pore emanating satisfaction and pride. These garments are my meticulously chosen masterpieces, one in a million, designed and sewn by my own hands. None have ever been worn by a living soul, not even the top models of Victoria's Secret, whom I deem unworthy. I once thought these creations would never find their rightful owners, but after meeting Mr. Lin and Miss Yin today, I am overjoyed for my garments. At last, there are individuals deserving of them in this world. As he spoke, tears welled up in Hank's eyes. Mr. Hank, your words are exceedingly kind. May I try on these garments? Yin Zhaoan chirped, brimming with excitement like a young girl receiving her most cherished gift, her eagerness rendering all the men present momentarily awestruck. No. Hank waved his hands fervently. In your culture, there is an old saying, a cherished sword is given to a hero. Each garment possesses its own character. While they are all exquisite, I believe only one will perfectly suit Miss Yin. With that, Hank selected a black velvet backless gown that cascaded to the floor. With Miss Yin's tall stature, fair skin, and strikingly beautiful eyes, this evening gown is undoubtedly your best match. Trust in my lifelong expertise. Everyone turned their attention to the dress Hank held. The black velvet, adorned with golden threads, exuded nobility, elegance, and grace. I shall try this on, Yin Zhaoan said, unable to contain her excitement as she accepted the dress. Go ahead, there's a fitting room over there. Lin Ning smiled, directing her towards it. Master Hank, which outfit do you think would be suitable for our boss Lin? Zheng Yiming inquired, his tone cheerful as Yin Zhaoan disappeared into the fitting room. Patience, gentlemen. A man's attire must complement the ladies' ensemble. Only upon seeing Miss Yin shall I provide the most professional advice, Hank replied courteously. Very well, we shall wait. Before long, the fitting room door swung open, and everyone collectively held their breath, turning to look. A woman, as enchanting as the muse herself, emerged from the fitting room. With a radiant smile, she showcased a golden figure, a slender waist, a captivating visage, and skin as smooth and white as milk, all perfectly complemented by the garment chosen by Hank. It was nothing short of divine. A celestial being has descended, echoed in the minds of all the men present. Very good, Hank exclaimed loudly. At this, the gathered crowd exhaled the breath they had been holding. Mr. Lin, you may now try on this suit. Hank chuckled heartily as he retrieved a suit from the rack, though it appeared unremarkable in style. Yet, upon Lin Ning donning it, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. He radiated calm sophistication, dignified composure, and an air of authority that enveloped him. Standing alongside Yin Zhaoan, their contrasting yet harmonious presences resembled a pair of celestial beings, perfectly matched by fate. Quite impressive, Lin Ning remarked, surveying the reflection of the two in the mirror with satisfaction. Should we accessorize Miss Yin with some jewelry? Completely unnecessary, Hank replied, shaking his head. Miss Yin is already stunning. Her natural beauty renders any accessory superfluous. Indeed, Master Hank has a keen eye, Yin Zhaoan remarked, linking her arm with Lin's. I used to wear necklaces and earrings, but friends often remarked how unflattering they were, so I haven't worn them in ages. Look, even my earlobes have grown over. She lifted her delicate foot, her rounded earlobes hovering near Lin Ning's gaze, momentarily dazzling him. Hastily, he averted his eyes, feeling a flutter of panic. Yin Zhaoan, noticing his reaction, giggled mischievously. I don't believe I can't stir you. Even if you are a stone, I shall melt you. Chapter 57. The boss is incredible. All right, it's nearly time. Shouldn't we be on our way? Lin Ning observed the clock and stated. Indeed, it is about time. Zheng Yiming agreed. Boss, do you require transportation? No need. I have my own car. Just arrange a vehicle for them, Lin Ning replied, glancing at the bodyguards nearby. Boss, we are professionals. We can drive any vehicle except for heavy machinery, one of the bodyguards assured him. Oh, Lin Ning's face flushed slightly, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. As long as you can drive, just follow my car. Mine only seats two, so I can't take you all. Boss, what car do you drive? We wouldn't want to mix it up later, one bodyguard inquired. Ah, it's nothing special, a Porsche worth around $1 million. It belongs to a friend, and I'm just borrowing it for now. My Koenigsegg is currently lent out to a friend for his romantic pursuits. Lin Ning spoke casually. Yet those listening were left in shock. Boss, are you referring to the Koenigsegg that exists in only 6 units worldwide? Zheng Yiming asked, his expression turning grave. Yes, why? It's just a car. Why the fuss? Lin Ning queried, confused. Zheng Yiming fell silent, his admiration for Lin Ning deepening. The boss was indeed exceptional, not only wealthy, but his words were also of an entirely different caliber. What does he mean? It's just a car. That is a top-tier supercar, one of only 6 in existence. Valued at $1 billion, and crucially, you cannot simply buy it even with money. There's only one in all of Huaxia, and it belongs to the boss. Boss, do you realize that my phone has been nearly overwhelmed with calls these past few days? Due to the prolonged duration of the phone call, the telecommunications company contacted me, aiming to elevate my customer status. Countless individuals inquired if I was aware of the ownership of this remarkable vehicle, and even some of the 10 illustrious families of Zhonghai reached out to me. Our social circle in Zhonghai was on the brink of being overwhelmed. Look, the ever-enthusiastic Zheng Yiming exclaimed, as he retrieved his phone to showcase his moments on social media to Lin Ning. Indeed, the feed was inundated with information exclusively regarding the Koenigsegg 1. Everyone was speculating about which affluent heir possessed this extraordinary car. Simultaneously, the most renowned members of Zhonghai's top 3 families issued statements, asserting that the car did not belong to them and that they too were in pursuit of its rightful owner. Some even offered a reward of 100,000 for anyone who could provide accurate information. Although they were all aware that the vehicle resided with an individual named Lin Ning, like Zheng Yiming at that moment, they dared not pursue the matter further. After all, those capable of acquiring such a car undoubtedly had extensive connections, and it was prudent to avoid any potential offense. No one wished for their secrets to be laid bare. Did they? Thus, even they could only resort to legitimate means to resolve the issue. Lin Ning cast a cursory glance at Zheng Yiming's social media feed, responding with a mere understated "oh," and exhibited no further reaction. Zheng Yiming felt as though he might spew blood in frustration. Boss, could you possibly refrain from being so nonchalant and composed? The entire Zhonghai is searching for you. Can you not exhibit a modicum of excitement? However, he quickly reconsidered. After all, someone who could wholly acquire the Global Trade Center undoubtedly possessed considerable confidence. Furthermore, the boss had also made a complete acquisition of the Sikorsky Aircraft Corporation in America. Should this news leak, it would not only stir Zhonghai, but likely resonate throughout all of Huaxia. An American company is not so easily obtained, especially one renowned globally as a defense contractor. Only with formidable backing could such a feat be accomplished. Yet, my boss managed to do so effortlessly, and the counterpart even graciously presented a civilian aircraft. Zheng Yiming speculated that this was likely due to the objections from relevant authorities. Otherwise, Sikorsky would have dared to gift a military aircraft to the boss. The Global Trade Center, Sikorsky, and the Koenigsegg 1. Each one a feat unattainable by others. Zheng Yiming was thoroughly enamored with his boss, utterly devoted. Boss, the car is ready. We may proceed. Zheng Yiming respectfully informed Lin Ning upon receiving word from his subordinates. Excellent. Let us embark. Lin Ning nodded in agreement. By the way, how much do these 2 outfits cost? Please settle the bill with Mr. Hank. Yes, boss, rest assured, I shall handle this matter diligently. Once Lin Ning, Yan Zhaoan, and the 4 loyal bodyguards entered the elevator, Zheng Yiming turned to the still-dazed Hank and said, Master Hank, how much for those 2 outfits? Please, name your price. No payment is necessary. Hank, awakening from his stupor, hastily waved his hand. These 2 garments are a gift for Boss Lin and his girlfriend. I merely hope that Manager Zheng could share a few kind words about me in front of the young boss. Zheng Yiming smiled slightly. Very well. I shall not be modest. Your goodwill will certainly be conveyed to the boss. Lin Ning drove Jiang Tuo's Porsche, leading Yan Zhaoan, while the 4 bodyguards followed closely behind in an Audi A6. The gala hosted by Jinfeng Investment was conveniently located at the Westin Hotel, merely a brief 10-minute drive from the Global Trade Center. Soon, they arrived. After parking the car, Lin Ning and Yan Zhaoan stepped out, instantly captivating numerous gazes. Look, those 2 are stunning. Are they celebrities? I don't know. I haven't seen them before, but that young man is incredibly handsome, exuding charm. I wish I could be closer. Oh no, I think I've fallen in love. What should I do? I promised my mother I wouldn't date before turning 20. Is this what it feels like to be smitten? I can hardly breathe. I long for his artificial respiration. Countless girls' eyes turned green with envy, fixating on Lin Ning, while their male companions suddenly felt lackluster. The attention of the men was equally ensnared by Yan Zhaoan. Goddess, long legs and a tiny waist, her figure is divine. Just look at those sparkling eyes. I'd love to dive in and take a bath with her. Alas, she is already taken. Why have I not encountered such a rare beauty? That man is unworthy of her. I concede he is slightly more handsome than me. But he can't compare to my wealth. A mere Porsche humph. Meanwhile, another man brandished the keys to his million-dollar Maserati, seething with discontent. These were guests invited by Jinfeng Investment, each possessing a modicum of fame within Zhonghai's financial circles. Couples and individuals began to form, now merely maintaining a facade of unity. Some audacious girls promptly abandoned their male companions, striding toward Lin Ning. However, they were intercepted by the bodyguards long before they could reach him. "Hey, handsome, could you share your contact information?" One girl shouted in frustration. Lin Ning maintained an odd expression, his gaze resolutely forward. Yin Jiaowen found the situation amusing. Struggling to suppress her laughter, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Handsome, my phone number is always active. I am at your service." Even as Lin Ning moved further away, the echoes of the girl's voice lingered. Chapter 58. Who dares to report me shall be silenced. What do you mean by this, in front of so many people? A man in his 40s approached the girl, his face darkened with anger. "What do you mean?" The girl, undeterred, shot back with a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man. "Just what you see. It no longer concerns you." With that, she walked away with a flourish, leaving the middle-aged man gritting his teeth. His gaze filled with animosity as he followed Lin Ning's retreating figure. Entering the Westin Hotel, they were greeted by a lengthy red carpet that led right to the elevator doors. On either side, journalists from financial publications stood with cameras poised, snapping away as anyone entered. Some individuals preferred discretion, hastily passing by with heads down, while others relished the attention, striking poses and engaging in conversation with reporters to garner additional coverage, essentially advertising themselves. As Lin Ning and Yin Jiaowen made their entrance, the enchanting duo immediately captured the attention of all the reporters, even more fervently than outside. Yet, as the journalists raised their cameras, the bodyguards swiftly stepped forward, arms outstretched, shielding the two from view. Zheng Yiming had explicitly instructed them that the boss preferred to maintain a low profile and wished to avoid excessive exposure. "Apologies, everyone. But please refrain from taking photographs. Otherwise, we will be compelled to take necessary measures," the four bodyguards stated, their expressions grave. Some journalists were displeased. "We have permission. Why can't we take pictures? You may photograph, but not our boss. You assert we cannot take photos? How audacious. I'll take a picture regardless." One particularly brash journalist defiantly pressed the shutter. "Hand it over." One bodyguard's expression darkened as he approached to seize the camera from the journalist's grasp. "I've warned you. Do not photograph the boss in my presence. What are you doing? If you dare to take my camera, I will call the police," the journalist retorted, retreating a few steps into the crowd to retaliate. "You." The bodyguard was thoroughly incensed, poised to rush forward and seize the camera, but was halted by Lin Ning's hand gesture. "I prefer not to be exposed. I kindly ask that you allow my bodyguard to inspect the camera. For any inconvenience caused, I shall offer appropriate compensation," Lin Ning remarked politely, fixing his gaze upon the journalist. "On what grounds should I comply with you? Who do you think you are?" The journalist retorted defiantly from within the crowd. "Ah, very well. If you are unwilling to cooperate, so be it," Lin Ning replied with a calm smile. Casting a glance at his press badge, Zhonghai Daily, Zhongmingzhi, it appeared to be a major newspaper. No wonder he was so brazen. "Are you frightened now? Hurry and apologize to me. If you do so by tomorrow, I may show leniency in my writing. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise," the journalist declared triumphantly. "Tomorrow?" Lin Ning chuckled. "If Zhonghai Daily dares to publish anything about me, I shall see to it that it shuts down. As for you, I will make certain you vanish from Zhonghai. This is a message for all of you," he continued. "Any newspaper that dares to publish news about me will face closure. I advise you all to tread carefully." With that, Lin Ning turned on his heel and departed. The bodyguards shot a fierce glare at the crowd before following their employer out. Once they left, the journalists began to murmur amongst themselves. "Who is this person? Speaking so grandly? He threatens to close down any newspaper that writes about him. What is his background? Is he a high-ranking official in Zhonghai? Even if he were a high-ranking official, he lacks the authority to do such a thing. Freedom of the press allows us to write as we see fit, provided we respect the facts," another journalist chimed in. "Indeed, this individual wishes to monopolize the narrative. Let us collectively expose him and see how far he can go in silencing us," the journalist who had initially been the loudest, Zhang Mingzhi, proposed. However, his suggestion did not garner much support, as each journalist harbored their own reservations. Having spent years in the field, journalists develop a keen sense of intuition. From a person's demeanor, attire, and eloquence, one can discern their identity and background. A young man, composed in his speech, accompanied by 4 professional bodyguards, such an entourage could only belong to the elite few in Zhonghai. While the threat of shutting down a newspaper may be mere bluster, the question remained whether it was worth offending such a significant figure over a trivial matter. Meanwhile, Lin Ning and Yin Jiawen had arrived on the third floor via the elevator. The banquet was to be held in a grand hall capable of accommodating 1,000 guests. Upon exiting the elevator, they spotted Huang Cheng, impeccably dressed, warmly welcoming each guest at the entrance. Lin Ning flashed a smile at Yin Jiawen and proceeded towards Huang Cheng. Huang Cheng was in high spirits, having invited many influential figures from the finance sector. With each guest that arrived, the title of vice before his name diminished slightly. Yet, to fully erase it, he needed the presence of one crucial individual, one he valued above all. Despite being young, the information Huang Cheng had gathered about this person was enough to send shivers down his spine. Should this individual attend the banquet, Huang Cheng's ascension to the position of general manager would be all but assured, with no one daring to contest him. However, he remained uncertain if this person would actually show up. As he grappled with his anxiety, Huang Cheng's peripheral vision caught sight of a group emerging from the elevator. His face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, akin to sunshine. "My apologies, Mr. Sun. I have a matter to attend to. Please, proceed inside. I regret any oversight in my hospitality. I shall make amends with a drink later," he said hurriedly, disregarding Mr. Sun's expression as he dashed away. Mr. Sun was taken aback. What just happened? We were having a pleasant conversation, and now he's abandoned me? Can we still be friends? Is this friendship truly so fragile? Does he no longer desire that general manager position? I have several individuals willing to support you, he thought, watching Huang Cheng sprint away. Wow, he's really rushing to greet your chairman. I've never seen him so eager. Who could be so important? Mr. Sun wondered, turning his gaze in Huang Cheng's direction. To his astonishment, he saw a strikingly handsome and composed young man accompanied by a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Even Mr. Sun, accustomed to seeing beautiful women, found himself momentarily entranced. "Boss Lin, you have arrived," Huang Cheng exclaimed as he approached Lin Ning, bowing and lowering his posture significantly. "Indeed, I've come to witness this event. I've never attended such a banquet before, so let us not create any embarrassing situations," Lin Ning replied with a smile. "Not at all. You need not worry." Huang Cheng chuckled in response. "Whatever you choose to do is perfectly fine, as long as you are pleased." Such events typically lacked stringent protocols. They were merely occasions for dining, drinking, casual conversation, and making introductions, quite informal indeed. "That is reassuring," Lin Ning nodded in agreement. As they conversed, they entered the banquet hall while the bodyguards were escorted to another chamber. Chapter 59, A Battle for Love. Inside the banquet, a considerable number of guests had gathered, forming clusters, engaged in jovial conversation. Indeed, this was a high-end affair, with men adorned in designer suits, exuding sophistication. The women, clad in an array of evening gowns, vied for attention, each hoping to be the most alluring presence in the room. Huang Cheng led Lin Ning to a relatively less crowded area, where he procured 2 glasses of red wine for them. However, upon Lin Ning's revelation that he could not drink due to allergies, Yin Jiawen followed suit and abstained as well. Huang Cheng found himself in an awkward predicament and promptly summoned a server to replace their drinks with 2 glasses of juice. His objective for the evening was to introduce Lin Ning to the chairman. By leveraging Lin Ning's reputation, he could secure the general manager position without contest. However, the chairman was currently engaged in a meeting with several significant individuals, so Huang Cheng decided to wait with Lin Ning in the meantime, hoping to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Such a powerful figure would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Unbeknownst to Huang Cheng, Lin Ning had recently acquired the Siskiyou company. Had he known, he might have been inclined to kneel and call him father on the spot. As the two exchanged idle chatter, Lin Ning began to feel a tinge of regret. The atmosphere was stifling and dreadfully dull. The murmurs of conversation were subdued, and there was no band or entertainment to liven the mood. In contrast, Yin Jiawen appeared to adapt seamlessly to the environment. Just as Lin Ning was about to voice his desire to Huang Cheng to step outside for a breath of fresh air, a young man unexpectedly entered the hall. The young man was unaccompanied by a female companion, but bore an air of haughty disdain. When greeted, he merely nodded slightly, exuding an aloofness that pushed others away. At that moment, however, his gaze fortuitously met Lin Ning's. "Is it him?" Lin Ning suddenly recalled that this individual worked at Jinfeng Investment, seemingly as a director. A financial prodigy earning a 6-figure salary. He merely cast a cursory glance, his expression unchanging, as long as the young man did not provoke him. Lin Ning had no intention of engaging. Yet, events rarely unfold so smoothly. Upon noticing Lin Ning, the young man's demeanor darkened, his eyes sharpened with intensity. A beautiful woman attempting to approach him was unceremoniously shoved aside. With a cold smile, the young man strode purposefully towards Lin Ning. At this moment, Huang Cheng sensed an unsettling atmosphere and, upon noticing the young man approaching, respectfully inquired, "Mr. Lin, do you know him? I've encountered him twice. Though the experiences were rather unpleasant, Lin Ning replied with a light shake of his head and a faint smile. I see, Huang Chung remarked, his attention sharpening as he fixated on the young man striding towards them. To his astonishment, he found himself confronted by this fraud. As the young man drew near, he immediately launched into caustic remarks. Zhang Juliang, how dare you? Huang Chung exclaimed, breaking into a cold sweat at the young man's words and hastily rebuking him. Huh? Does Mr. Huang know this person? Let me enlighten you. He is indeed a swindler, so you'd best remain cautious, the young man retorted dismissively. This young man was none other than Zhang Juliang, the current boyfriend of Gu Wanting. He paid no heed to Huang Cheng's warning, continuing instead with his scornful jibes. Zhang Juliang, do not presume that just because you are a director and the nephew of the general manager, you can speak so recklessly and unjustly accuse others. I must remind you that Mr. Lin is one of our most valued clients, and even the general manager must treat him with the utmost respect. You will apologize to Mr. Lin at once, and I will speak a few kind words on your behalf. Mr. Lin is magnanimous and will not hold this against you. Huang Chung was thoroughly alarmed, gripped by fear. This was the owner of the Global Trade Center. It was imperative that even the general manager treated him with courtesy and deference. How could a mere director, leveraging nepotism for advancement, dare to speak in such a manner? Despite being unaware of the conflict between the two, he could not allow Lin Ning to be publicly humiliated in such a manner. Apologize? Zhang Juliang scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Ning, who remained calm and collected, appearing unaffected by the previous insults. Zhang Juliang's ire flared as he noticed the ethereal beauty of Yin Zhaowen beside Lin Ning, far surpassing that of his own girlfriend who had been missing for several days. And their apparent closeness only fueled his anger further. How could he, a man who had toiled so hard to win over a beauty, find that she was merely someone discarded by another? In just a few days, Lin Ning had attracted an even more stunning and alluring woman. Why was it that he reaped such rewards? Out of reach in public, he could do nothing. But here, on the territory of Jinfeng Investment, he was the master of his domain. Today, he would ensure Lin Ning was thoroughly humiliated, such that he would never again hold his head high in the financial world. Deputy General Manager Huang, I am a director of the company, and you have no authority to command me, Zhang Juliang said with a cold smile, deliberately emphasizing the word deputy. You. Huang Chung was livid, yet powerless to retaliate. I suspect this person is a con artist, deliberately approaching you to extract sensitive information from our company. I demand security apprehend him and interrogate him before handing him over to the safety department. With that, Zhang Juliang waved his hand dismissively. The security personnel, who had already been keeping an eye on the situation, approached but hesitated upon seeing Huang Chung present. Though they were in a relatively secluded corner, their movements had nonetheless attracted the attention of others. What is happening? Isn't that Director Zhang from Jinfeng Investment and Deputy General Manager Huang? Why are they arguing? A bystander explained. It seems to be about that young man over there. Is there some sort of personal grudge? The moment Director Zhang spotted him, he charged over. Isn't it obvious? They're young men. What else could incite their conflict but a woman? Did you not see the beauty beside that young man? She is stunning, rivaling even the world's top models, perfectly proportioned and possessing everything one could desire. If it were me, I'd snatch her away too. But who is that young man? I've never seen him before. Who knows? But since Deputy General Manager Huang is backing him, he must be a scion of some prestigious family. Director Zhang's uncle is the general manager of Jinfeng Investment, and Deputy General Manager Huang has long coveted that position. This is turning into quite the spectacle. The audience, reveling in the unfolding drama, found a modicum of amusement amidst the otherwise dreary banquet. Zhang Juliang, Mr. Lin is my guest, and I am considering the company's interests. Yet you, driven by selfish desires, dare to slander Mr. Lin as a fraud. I shall take this matter to the chairman and the general manager for their judgment. Do as you wish. I have made my decision regarding this person today, Zhang Juliang replied with a cold smirk, refusing to yield. Chapter 60. The chairman of Jinfeng Investment was taken aback. Very well, Huang Chung retorted, his anger transforming into a mocking smile. I shall go find the chairman and see just how long you can maintain your arrogance. With that, Huang Chung quickly excused himself to Lin Ning, then turned and hurried toward a small meeting room nearby. The soundproofing of that room was excellent, and with the curtains drawn, the events outside were entirely inaudible. As Huang Cheng's hurried figure faded from view, Zhang Juliang's gaze returned to Lin Ning. Observing him throughout the entire exchange, Lin Ning maintained a tranquil smile, as if none of the commotion concerned him at all, igniting a fresh wave of ire within Zhang Juliang. Humph, today I shall ensure you are publicly humiliated, and only then will I find solace for the resentment in my heart. Do not think that just because Huang Chung is shielding you, you can act with impunity. Let me remind you, my uncle is the general manager of Jinfeng Investment. You are nothing to him. Upon hearing Zhang Juliang's words, Lin Ning wore a bemused smile. shaking his head with a sigh. What are you laughing at? Zhang Jiuliang seethed, feeling his dignity was insulted. I find myself puzzled as to how someone of your intellect has managed to survive this long, Lin Ning replied, a hint of mockery lacing his voice. Just wait. I will make you laugh no more. You will kneel and beg for forgiveness. Zhang Jiuliang declared, brimming with confidence and arrogance. Lin Ning, perhaps we should leave and not let ourselves be bothered by such a person, Yin Jiawen said, her concern evident as she urged him. Fear not, just watch, and see who will be the one kneeling shortly. Lin Ning reassured her with a smile, gently patting her hand. In the small conference room, the chairman of Jinfeng Investment was engaged in discussions with several prominent figures in the industry regarding investment matters, with General Manager Zhang seated nearby. As they delved into a critical topic, the door to the meeting room was abruptly swung open, interrupting their conversation. The chairman's expression darkened immediately as he turned to see Huang Chung hastily entering. Deputy General Manager Huang, did I not instruct you that I was in discussions with several friends and to refrain from interruptions? The chairman's voice bore an undercurrent of anger. However, Huang Chung paid no heed, casting a meaningful glance at General Manager Zhang before continuing. Chairman, I have invited a guest today who is of great importance to us. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, Director Zhang, who happens to be the general manager's nephew, insists on labeling this guest a fraud and seeks to expel him. I hope you can provide your judgment on this matter. Deputy General Manager Huang, since Director Zhang has accused the person you invited of being a fraud, why not investigate the claim instead of barging in here to speak with the chairman? You are well aware of the significance of today's meeting, the chairman retorted. Before Huang Chung could respond, General Manager Zhang interjected, taking the opportunity to undermine him. Surely, you must know that Huang Chung has been eyeing my position with envy. Now that he has the chance, he will undoubtedly take every opportunity to strike. As expected, the chairman's expression darkened further upon hearing this, fixing a piercing gaze on Huang Chung, awaiting an explanation. Chairman, I am well aware of this person's background. We cannot investigate him, and we must treat him with respect. Oh, and who is this individual? The chairman inquired, perplexed. I am the owner of the Global Trade Center, Huang Chung declared in a deep voice. Haha, Deputy General Huang. You must be mistaken, General Manager Zhang laughed heartily. It is common knowledge that the Global Trade Center has recently acquired a new owner, and everyone is eager to meet this magnate. Yet, despite our efforts, none have managed to obtain concrete information about this individual. You now claim that this person is in the lobby. How can we possibly believe you? Deputy General Huang, are you not fabricating this for your own advancement? As Director Zhang suggested, attempting to deceive us with a ruse? Huang Chung coldly smirked. It is not that we were unable to find information on the owner of the Global Trade Center. Rather, we were too intimidated to inquire, fearing repercussions. Now that he is present outside, I can simply call Manager Zhang of Global Trade and clarify the matter. General Zhang, you do not think that Manager Zhang is colluding with me to mislead everyone, do you? Of course not, General Manager Zhang scoffed. If you can persuade Manager Zhang to partake in this charade, I would instantly relinquish my position as General Manager. Since the chairman and esteemed leaders are present, why not make a call for verification? Huang Chung nodded in agreement and promptly dialed the number. The small conference room fell silent as everyone listened intently. Hello, Manager Zhang. Huang Chung greeted first. Ah, hello, Manager Huang. Zheng Yiming replied with a notably polite demeanor. Manager Zhang, I have no ulterior motives for this call. I merely wish to report that Boss Lin has arrived at the banquet and is enjoying himself. That's wonderful, wonderful. It's natural for the boss to feel a bit anxious at his first such event. Please take good care of him. I, old Zheng, will remember your kindness. Zheng Yiming stated from the other end. Rest assured, I will handle this small matter, Huang Chung assured him. Very well, I shall end the call now. Let us go for drinks another day, Zheng Yiming concluded, adding a reminder. Oh, by the way, our boss does not drink, so please keep that in mind. Of course. I have noted your instructions. I will ensure Boss Lin is well taken care of. After hanging up, the small conference room remained hushed, with no one daring to speak. The revelation was simply too explosive. The mysterious individual responsible for the complete acquisition of the Global Trade Center had attended the banquet. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, grappling with the implications. To acquire such a monumental property outright required immense influence and resources. Moreover, the information they had received indicated that the acquisition transpired in a remarkably brief time frame, merely a few days. Such a feat would demand extraordinary manpower and financial backing. Even the top 10 affluent families of Zhonghai would have to exert themselves fully to accomplish such a task. This signified that the new owner of the Global Trade Center possessed a background and strength that could rival, if not surpass, the top 10 affluent families. The suddenness of this news left everyone astounded, as no one had been privy to such information beforehand. Here was a figure of great stature attending the banquet. and yet they had not even taken the initiative to greet him, instead allowing a mere junior director to malign him as a fraud. The chairman of Jinfeng Investment felt a chill down his spine. After all, this was his landlord. The thought of a rental increase due to this incident was one thing, but the dread of possible retaliation loomed larger, threatening to dismantle the hard-earned foundation of Jinfeng Investment. Quickly, Deputy General Huang, take me to meet this boss Lin. I must personally apologize. The chairman of Jinfeng Investment urged in a flustered manner. Chairman, please follow me, Huang Chung responded, leading the chairman toward the door. The other business leaders present also followed suit, eager to make the acquaintance of this significant figure to pave their own way. General Manager Zhang, in a state of panic, trailed behind the group, his face pale and his steps unsteady. Chapter 61, He is Boss Lin. As soon as he exited the door, Zhang Zhiliang hurried towards him with excitement. After greeting the chairman, he impatiently exclaimed to General Manager Zhang, Uncle, remember that fellow who made me lose face at the LV store? He is actually attending the banquet today. I suspect he is a fraud who has deliberately infiltrated our event. You must help me teach him a lesson and restore my honor. Zhang Zhiliang wore a smug smile of a victorious conqueror. However, to his astonishment, before he could finish his sentence, General Manager Zhang raised his hand and struck him across the face, disregarding the fact that they were in a banquet hall crowded with onlookers. Slap. Uncle, why did you hit me? Zhang Zhiliang was taken aback, clutching his cheek in confusion. You ignorant fool. All you do is stir up trouble for me. I tell you, apologize to Mr. Lin immediately and seek his forgiveness, or you can forget about your position at Jinfeng Investment. Who is Mr. Lin? I've never wronged him. Zhang Zhiliang protested, bewildered. You imbecile. With whom did you just have a quarrel? General Manager Zhang rebuked angrily. That fellow. Zhang Zhiliang pointed at Lin Ning. His face contorted in distress. He has the surname Lin, but he is just a poor kid. How could he possibly be a boss? Ah, Director Zhang. Allow me to reintroduce you. Huang Chung interjected, delighting in the unfolding drama. The very Mr. Lin you just defamed is, in fact, the new owner of the Global Trade Center. No, it cannot be. Zhang Zhiliang staggered back in shock, disbelief etched on his face. We have all confirmed Mr. Lin's identity with the chairman, as well as these esteemed gentlemen, including your uncle. Huang Chung grinned, reveling in his triumph, resembling a cunning fox. Zhang Zhiliang's face turned ashen, his body swaying as he struggled to maintain his balance, gripped by fear. Meanwhile, General Manager Zhang's expression turned to one of despair, glaring furiously at his wayward nephew. Apologize at once. General Manager Zhang commanded once more. Why yes, uncle, Zhang Zhiliang stammered, dejectedly approaching Lin Ning, not daring to lift his head. I am sorry, it was my fault. Please forgive me. Lin Ning stood calmly, offering a faint smile. Your voice is too soft, I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Please forgive me, Zhang Zhiliang reiterated, gritting his teeth and raising his voice slightly. Weren't you the one demanding I kneel to apologize? Why is it now that you are the one begging for my forgiveness? Lin Ning's words struck Zhang Zhiliang with profound shame. What was intended to be a moment of humiliation for Lin Ning had now turned into a personal disgrace for Zhang Zhiliang. Fear overwhelmed him. The owner of the Global Trade Center stood leagues above him, capable of crushing him with the ease of squashing an ant. Zhang Zhiliang could only hope for mercy, for he could not bear the repercussions of his earlier actions. Very well, I shall spare you this time. Remember, even pretentiousness must be grounded in capability, otherwise, you may not even comprehend how your demise comes about. Now be gone, Lin Ning admonished coldly. Why yes, Zhang Zhiliang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, not daring to raise his head, continuously agreeing, I will certainly not dare again. Thank you for sparing me, Mr. Lin. I will leave at once. With that, Zhang Zhiliang fled in a hasty retreat, avoiding eye contact with his uncle, desperately scrambling away. Humph, a lack of proper upbringing. And yet such a person is allowed to serve as a director. General Manager Zhang, you must address this matter adequately. At this moment, the chairman issued a stern warning. I apologize, Chairman. It is my failure in discipline, and I shall reflect earnestly. General Manager Zhang appeared visibly anxious. Previously, the chairman had addressed him with the honorific general. But this time, he was merely referred to as manager, a shift that left him deeply unsettled. Manager Huang, you have performed admirably today. I shall recommend you to the board during our meeting. Thank you, Chairman, Huang Chung exclaimed with unrestrained joy, with the chairman personally advocating for him. His position as general manager seemed assured. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhiliang's uncle sat slumped in his chair, his countenance ashen. Mr. Lin, shall we proceed to the small conference room? The chairman extended an invitation to Lin Ning after resolving the matters at hand. I shall not go. I am rather fatigued. After all, Huang and I are friends, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Having experienced the day's events, Lin Ning felt somewhat disheartened and found a reason to decline. However, before refusing, he discreetly nudged Huang Cheng. Very well, there will be ample opportunities, the chairman chuckled, turning to Huang Cheng. Let manager Huang escort you. I apologize for the inadequate hospitality today. I shall host a banquet for you, Lin boss, to make amends. Such reparations are unwarranted. Lin Ning waved his hand, smiling. You are a senior. I have much to learn from you. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Ning took his leave, departing the banquet with Yin Jiawen. He understood Huang Cheng's intentions in inviting him to such an affair, merely to elevate his own standing. With the leverage extracted, it was time for him to withdraw. He found such business gatherings dreadfully tedious and had no desire to attend another. As he exited, four bodyguards discreetly followed him into another hall, escorting Lin Ning and his companion to the hotel entrance. Huang Cheng, aware of his misstep, cryptically suggested he would take him to a delightful place in a few days. Regarding the specifics, Huang merely teased that he would reveal it in due time. This was a secret shared away from Yin Jiawen, a bond understood between men. Exchanging a knowing smile. Shall I escort you home? Lin Ning inquired of the enchanting woman beside him. I shan't return. I have no desire to go back. Yin Jiawen replied, shaking her head vigorously. If not home, then where would you like to go? Anywhere, since it was you who insisted on my company for the banquet. Now that I refuse to return home, you must take responsibility, she pouted, tightening her grip on his arm. Lin Ning's heart raced as her soft curves pressed against him. How about a stroll? He suggested, noticing a nearby commercial street filled with entertainment and dining options. That sounds splendid. I haven't wandered out at night since graduation. I yearn for it. Yin Jiawen exclaimed with enthusiasm, though her expression soon soured. What troubles you? Lin Ning asked. Dressed like this, I cannot possibly explore. Observing her alluring figure, Lin Ning chuckled. Very well, let me find you a place to change. He promptly retrieved the outfit Yin Jiawen had worn earlier from his Porsche, leading her back to the Westin Hotel and directly to the front desk. Chapter 62. Worth having, worth cherishing. When Jiang Tuo had borrowed the Koenigsegg, he mentioned that he had long secured a presidential suite at this hotel, suggesting it could serve as a fitting dressing room. Excuse me, does Jiang Tuo have a presidential suite here? Lin Ning inquired. Indeed. May I ask how to address you? I am Lin Ning. Ah, it is Mr. Lin. Zhang Xiao specifically instructed us that if Mr. Lin were to arrive, his suite would be made available to you. Is he using it today? Lin Ning pressed, concerned that Zhang might unexpectedly invade while she was changing, which could lead to quite the spectacle. No, Zhang Xiao mentioned he wouldn't need it for several days. Leaving it for you. The attendant explained warmly. Then I shall take that suite. Certainly, I will prepare the paperwork. The attendant worked swiftly, completing all arrangements while conversing with Lin Ning. She then respectfully handed him the room keycard. Wishing you a pleasant evening. Thank you, Lin Ning nodded, smiling as he took the keycard and led Yin Jiawen toward the elevator. Thus, he escorted the enchanting Yin to the top floor, using the keycard to access one of the presidential suites. As Jiang Tuo had described, the suite was indeed spacious, particularly the enormous bed in the bedroom, which was remarkably soft. A floor-to-ceiling window offered a view of the river, its surface dotted with shimmering lights, reminiscent of stars in the night sky. Lying on the bed imparted a sense of floating among the constellations. Jiang Tuo certainly chose this room with great discernment, Lin Ning mused. Admiring the view outside before addressing Yin Jiawen, you may change here. Once you are ready, we shall go shopping. With that, he turned and exited, gently closing the door behind him. Oh, come on. Why rush off? Are you afraid I might devour you? Yin Jiawen huffed, stamping her foot in frustration. Yet, as her gaze fell upon the expansive bed, a flush crept across her cheeks as her thoughts wandered. Before long, she had changed her attire. The two emerged from the hotel, chattering and laughing as they made their way toward the commercial street. The four bodyguards discreetly spread out, diligently ensuring the safety of the pair. The commercial street was ablaze with lights, bustling with crowds, a far cry from the stifling atmosphere of the banquet. Couples strolled hand in hand, exchanging sweet nothings and promises of eternal love, even knowing that a trivial matter could sever their ties by the following day. Nonetheless, the tender words shared in that moment ignited a fervor, deserving of applause for love. Upon entering this lively scene, Yin Jiawen transformed into a sprite, bouncing with excitement. Her curvaceous figure, complemented by her striking beauty, made her a dazzling sight on the commercial street, drawing the covetous gazes of many men. Most, however, maintained decorum, content to admire without further pursuit. Yet, a few reckless souls, emboldened by drink, sought to approach and take liberties, only to be swiftly deterred by the bodyguards. Those particularly unruly were subdued and disposed of in the nearby greenery. As soon as they were thrown in, a flock of eager women descended upon them. And the ensuing events were all too predictable. Lin Ning strolled leisurely, hands clasped behind his back, indulgently watching Yin Jiawen skip along like a child. The commercial street offered not only luxury boutiques, but also numerous eateries. Having consumed nothing at the banquet, the two were soon tempted by the delectable offerings, purchasing an array of snacks to enjoy as they wandered. Unfortunately, the evening crowd made it uncomfortable, and after a brief time, they decided to return. Upon re-entering the presidential suite, the four bodyguards, exhibiting remarkable teamwork, refrained from following, instead securing the adjacent corridors and vigilantly monitoring their surroundings to thwart any unforeseen disruptions that might mar their boss's enjoyment. In their minds, a man as successful and youthful as Lin Ning was in the prime of his playful years, especially with such a stunning companion by his side that evening. In a secluded room, the presence of a solitary man and woman often evokes incredulity if nothing transpires between them. What is most striking is that Yin Jiawen shares this sentiment. The moment she steps into the room, her heart races, her cheeks flush, and a subtle warmth envelopes her body. It is quite warm today, she muses, feigning nonchalance as she playfully tosses her hair, exposing her slender, fair neck. Oh, is it hot? I don't feel it at all. Perhaps you were just in a hurry. A brief respite should suffice. Shall I turn on the air conditioning for you? Lin Ning suggested, only to discover that the air conditioning was already operational. You little minx, you are blatantly tempting me. He thought. Do you realize you are digging a pit for yourself? Be cautious not to bury yourself within it. With a bemused smile, Lin Ning cast a glance at Yin Jiawen. He was aware that she had never been in a romantic relationship, remaining a novice, untouched and unwrapped. Her clumsy antics were a testament to this. Yet, it is precisely this awkwardness and naivety that stirs within a man a primal and untamed desire. Yin Jiawen undoubtedly comprehends this truth, which is why she typically dons an air of aloofness, icy and unapproachable, dissuading those with ulterior motives. Meanwhile, the more capable suitors exhibit patience, granting her the leeway to navigate her own course. It must be said that Yin Jiawen is an astute woman, adept at self-preservation. Even in the presence of her favored Lin Ning, she maintains a facade of indifference. Only when she is assured of Lin Ning's ability to protect her does she shed all pretense and reveal her true self. Although she has mentally prepared herself for a transformation from girlhood to womanhood this evening, under Lin Ning's penetrating gaze, she falters and hastily retreats. I'll take a shower first, she declares, retreating into the bathroom and securely locking the door behind her. Lin Ning chuckled heartily, finding amusement in teasing the young girl. As for whether he would pursue her further, he remained undecided. Lin Ning was not a creature governed solely by base instincts. Rather, he possessed a kindness that prevented him from becoming arrogant and troublesome despite newfound wealth. His aspiration was to be a carefree spirit, albeit one that would grow increasingly formidable over time, to the point where merely turning over could shake the very foundations of the earth. Anyone wishing to consume him would need to consider whether their teeth were sharp and strong enough to win Yin Jiawen's heart. One must be prepared to cherish and care for her for a lifetime. This was a principle he adhered to even with his previous girlfriend, Gu Wenying, as he endeavored to meet her needs, never contemplating abandonment. Her departure was a choice she made. Furthermore, the girl before him had yet to experience such trials, prompting Lin Ning to exercise even greater caution until she was fully prepared. At present, he possessed the capability to act according to his desires, no longer beholden to others' opinions. A good girl deserves to be cherished and treasured. Chapter 63. I am afraid. Will you accompany me? Lost in thought, Yin Jiawen emerged from the shower. She donned a cotton leisure outfit presumably provided by the hotel, its loose fabric concealing her exquisite figure, leaving only her straight, delicate calves visible, as pure as mutton fat. Even this modest exposure ignited fervent imaginings, enough to captivate for an entire year. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, and though she wore no makeup, her beauty remained undiminished. In Lin Ning's eyes, it had even increased slightly, a mere step away from perfection. Indeed, she was a breathtaking beauty, capable of enchanting all who beheld her. You are truly stunning, Lin Ning exclaimed, unable to restrain his admiration. Yin Jiawen, already somewhat bashful, found herself even more flustered by his words, uncertain of where to place her hands and feet. Her cheeks flushed, appearing ripe and inviting, enough to provoke a longing to taste her. Yet Lin Ning restrained himself. This was a divine masterpiece bestowed upon him, deserving of reverence. You should sleep here tonight, Lin Ning suggested. What about you? Before he could finish, Yin Jiawen blurted out, only to realize how overly intimate her words sounded, causing her to shyly lower her gaze, embarrassed to let Lin Ning witness her discomposure. Haha, of course, I will return home, Lin Ning replied with a natural smile. Today, I hired a nanny and plan to check on her work. A nanny? Yin Jiawen paused, lifting her head in surprise. Aren't you renting a place? Why would you need a nanny? Renting? Lin Ning burst into laughter, doubling over with mirth. Yin Jiawen quickly grasped the situation, feeling a bit embarrassed. What was happening to her? Had she been struck by some kind of brainless spell? Lin Ning's current status? He was the proud owner of the Global Trade Center and drove a luxury car worth hundreds of millions. Surely, acquiring a new residence was trivial. Moreover, Yin Jiawen was aware that he had previously rented an apartment in a dilapidated area. How could such a rundown place possibly suit Lin Ning's current stature? You must have moved, Yin Jiawen continued, her curiosity piqued. Yes, I just relocated a couple of days ago to Shengshihuading. Once the nanny gets everything sorted, I will take you there to see it, Lin Ning replied with a smile. Although they had not yet crossed that threshold, both understood the unspoken bond between them. And he did not treat Yin Jiawen as a stranger, directly stating his intention to take her home. Okay, Yin Jiawen nodded obediently. How wonderful it is to have money. To reside wherever one wishes. Unlike our leader, whose child has enrolled in Zhonghai No. 4 middle school and struggles to find a nearby place to live. Your leader is looking to rent? Lin Ning pondered, recalling that he owned a building in a desirable school district. Yes, our leader's child just gained admission to Zhonghai No. for middle school and excels academically. The leader is quite proud. They were hoping to rent a place close to the school so the child wouldn't have to travel back and forth, allowing more time to study. Unfortunately, there are hardly any available rentals nearby. Our leader has been searching for ages and is on the brink of despair. They constantly lament to me, but I don't know anyone in Zhonghai to assist. At this point, Yin Jiawen's mood stabilized, and their conversation flowed more naturally. She settled into a nearby chair, drying her damp hair with a large towel. The scene was indeed picturesque. Zhonghai No. 4 middle school? Perhaps I can lend a small hand, Lin Ning chuckled. My dear, what can you do? Please, enlighten me. Upon hearing Lin Ning's offer of help, Yin Jiawen immediately ceased drying her hair, sitting up straight with keen interest. You may not be aware, but I purchased an entire building in Ping'anli community for rental purposes. A building in Ping'anli community for rent? Yin Jiawen was taken aback. Her expression, one of sheer disbelief. Do you know how much property prices are there? Of course, acquiring that building cost me over 10 billion. With more than 200 households. Just signing the contracts nearly drove me mad. In the end, I entrusted the management to the property company there. My only responsibility is to collect the rent. Lin Ning chuckled casually. You, Yin Jiawen, have been blabbering for ages, yet you have uttered not a single word. How infuriating. Do you not realize that purchasing an apartment in Zhonghai is the lifelong aspiration of countless young people? Yet here you are, effortlessly acquiring an entire building in the most prestigious school district of Zhonghai. Is it truly so delightful to be a landlord? Yin Jiawen felt a twinge of bitterness. I'll inquire with the property management tomorrow to see if there are any available rentals. Perhaps they could reserve a unit for us. All right, darling, I cannot thank you enough. The Ping'anli community is our superior's favorite. Securing a rental there would surely delight her. You're so wonderful, my dear. Here, as a reward, moi. In her excitement, Yin Jiawen rushed forward to embrace Lin Ning, planting a fervent kiss on his lips before pulling away swiftly, leaving him momentarily speechless and sighing inwardly. Well then, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. I will call you after I've spoken to the property management tomorrow. Lin Ning, having waited for a while, noticed that Yin Jiawen seemed disinclined to take further action and decided to depart. Don't go. I'm a bit scared, she said shyly, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothing. What is there to fear? This is a hotel, secured by guards. Besides, I'll leave the bodyguards outside for you. Just call for them if anything arises, Lin Ning replied with a smile. Then I'm afraid too. So you're not afraid of me? Lin Ning leaned closer to Yin Jiawen, a teasing smile dancing on his lips. No, I'm not scared, Yin Jiawen responded, though her heart raced. Haha, all right then. Be good. You will eventually be mine, just not today. He affectionately ruffled her hair, which was silky and smooth to the touch. After saying this, he turned to leave, only to find his clothing tugged by Yin Jiawen. You cannot leave, stay with me. The last two words were barely audible, and he could only decipher her meaning through her lips. Fine, I shall remain, but let it be known that you must not take liberties with me. Perverse rogue, narcissist. Do you think you are alluring enough for anyone to take liberties with you? Yin Jiawen playfully scolded before retreating into the bedroom. Lin Ning shook his head with a smile and entered the bathroom. Chapter 64. Signing in, ownership of all shares in the Westin Hotel. Upon exiting the bathroom, Lin Ning found Yin Jiawen already lying in bed, completely cocooned in a blanket, resembling a silkworm. Moreover, she occupied the edge of the bed, making her prone to falling off with the slightest movement. Lin Ning chuckled, tossing the towel he had used to dry his hair aside, and called out, I'm coming in. Ah! A startled cry emerged from within her blanket, followed by her curling up into a ball. Lin Ning laughed heartily and lay down on the other side of the bed, deliberately turning his back to her. After a prolonged wait, the anticipated romantic encounter failed to materialize. The room fell silent. Yin Jiawen cautiously created a small opening in the blanket to peek out, only to discover Lin Ning was lying quite far from her, fast asleep and snoring softly. At this moment, her emotions were mixed. She was unsure whether to laugh or cry. Given her current state, could he not be a little more assertive? Just a tad more assertiveness would have made her compliant. In an instant, she lost confidence in her own allure. Seeing Lin Ning sleeping soundly, seemingly indifferent to her presence, sparked a flicker of anger within her. She shifted closer, extending her long leg to nudge him. His snores grew louder. "You will never touch me again." Yin Jiawen was genuinely upset, pulling the blanket over her head once more and soon drifting into a sweet dream. The following morning, Lin Ning awoke groggily, instinctively reaching for the sign-in process, only to feel a heaviness in his chest that was quite uncomfortable. He quickly opened his eyes to find a long, pale leg draped across him. Following the leg's path upward, Lin Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. Yin Jiawen had adopted a rather peculiar sleeping posture, practicing the splits in the early morning. One leg rested on his chest while the other was nearly at a 180-degree angle, hanging off the edge of the bed. Lin Ning carefully moved her leg aside and swiftly got out of bed, rushing to the bathroom. He turned on the faucet and let the cold water wash over his head, alleviating the heat building within him. After all, he was a young man in his 20s. Full of vigor, it was only natural. At that moment, Lin Ning found himself puzzled. How had he managed to be so heartless the previous night, resisting the charms of such a captivating beauty? He couldn't quite grasp it and felt a twinge of regret. Such a splendid opportunity had slipped through his fingers, leaving him somewhat disheartened. With a sigh, he gazed skyward and sighed deeply. To distract himself from his disappointment, he remembered that he had yet to sign in. He mentally recited, "Sign in." Ding. Congratulations to the host. Sign in successful. You have acquired full ownership of the Westin hotel chain. Please check your inventory. The relevant transfer documents have been stored in the system's temporary warehouse and can be retrieved at any time. Warning: the temporary warehouse will only exist for 24 hours. After 24 hours, the warehouse will vanish, and any unclaimed rewards will be lost. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Ning wore an expression of bewilderment rather than delight. How could a hotel, where he had merely spent the night, become his? This establishment was an international chain, part of an American conglomerate, and its value was immeasurable. All of the hotels under this brand were located in prime commercial districts. Aside from this hotel, Lin Ning was aware of another Westin hotel and a resort in Zhonghai. And now, all of them belonged to him. The system was truly powerful, even frightening. But I relish it, haha. The United States has always sought to oppose us. System, be even more formidable. Bring all American companies to me. Let them fall into bankruptcy, and then I shall acquire them, merging them into our great nation. Ha ha ha. One thing leads to another. Soon, our land will bask in perpetual sunlight, and we shall be known as a nation that never sets. The more Lin Ning pondered, the more pleased he became. If he could continue signing in this way, achieving his goals would not merely be a dream. Fortune favors the bold, he thought. Dreams are meant to be pursued. Who knows what might come to fruition? The reflection in the mirror revealed a charming smile on Lin Ning's face. Just then, he heard the sound of slippers shuffling outside. As the sound drew nearer, the door swung open, revealing Yin Jiawen, her attire slightly disheveled, yawning sleepily as she entered. Her buttons were not fully fastened, exposing a generous expanse of fair skin that was quite startling. Upon catching sight of Lin Ning's disheveled state, she gasped, her cheeks flushing crimson as she instinctively covered her mouth and eyes, feeling bashful. Yet, through her fingers, her captivating gaze peeked through. "You have awakened." And Lin Ning offers a gentle smile, his expression devoid of any awkwardness. Yin Jiawen's response resembles the faint buzzing of a mosquito. "I shall step out. You may use it first." Aware of her intentions for entering, Lin Ning chuckles softly, intending to relinquish the restroom to her. However, to his surprise, as he moves to exit, Yin Jiawen sidesteps, blocking the way. "What's the matter?" Lin Ning inquires with a slight frown. "Hee, regretting it from yesterday, are we?" Yin Jiawen teases with a playful laugh. "No way." Lin Ning's face flushes crimson. Unbidden, memories of that delightful moment surge in his mind, and his gaze towards Yin Jiawen is imbued with a different emotion. Still so stubborn, Yin Jiawen remarks, her mood returning to normal as she scans the room with a gracious smile. "I will step out first. Please move aside." Faced with such a stunning beauty, Lin Ning finds himself at a loss for words, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Fearing he might lose control and ruin the dignified image he had maintained yesterday, he hesitates. Yin Jiawen's gaze is soft, and her eyes glimmer with a playful light, a blush gracing her cheeks. Though somewhat shy, she displays remarkable courage. Lin Ning lies back on the bed, exhaling deeply. The recent scene leaves him yearning for more, yet he understands that as it is Yin Jiawen's first time, he must not rush. Sounds of her washing up emerge from the bathroom. Soon, Yin Jiawen steps out, her eyes sparkling with allure and a lingering blush upon her face. Are you all right? Lin Ning inquires with a smile. You're truly incorrigible, she retorts, rolling her eyes playfully. Haha, Lin Ning laughs heartily, turning to glance out the window. It's getting late, let us have breakfast. Afterward, I'll take you to work. Yin Jiawen nods obediently. She helps Lin Ning change clothes before attending to her own attire. Following the earlier incident, she has become considerably more at ease, even changing clothes without shying away from Lin Ning, giving him quite the visual feast. Chapter 65, Breakfast. Having prepared themselves, the two step outside. However, upon emerging, they are taken aback by the scene before them. In the corridor, aside from the 4 bodyguards they had brought, a large crowd has gathered. At the forefront stand 2 men and a woman. The man in the center, appearing to be in his 50s, is tall, approximately 6 feet 3 inches, with white hair, a prominent nose, and deep-set eyes that glimmer with a captivating green hue. He is a foreigner. At this moment, he wears a smile, slightly stooping to align himself with Lin Ning, albeit with some difficulty. To his left stands another man in his 30s, wearing glasses, his eyes flickering with intelligence, presenting a sharp demeanor. To the right is a woman in uniform, of similar age to the man beside her, possessing an attractive appearance, her hair elegantly pinned back, her figure commendable, exuding a lingering charm. Behind these 2 rows of over 30 individuals, both men and women, dressed in hotel uniforms, stand attentively. Upon seeing Lin Ning emerge, the trio at the front promptly bows in unison, exclaiming, "Good day, boss." Simultaneously, the crowd behind them echoes the salute, "Good day, boss." Having already been informed of this news, Lin Ning's expression remains unchanged as he takes in the grand display, maintaining his composure and serenity. Observing his enigmatic demeanor, the 3 individuals at the forefront feel a surge of reverence and a hint of bewilderment upon learning that the Westin Hotel has suddenly acquired a new owner. A young man in his 20s, they had initially thought they were dreaming. To them, it seemed as if he had seized all shares of the Westin with an overwhelming force before anyone could react, claiming it entirely as his own. Such audacity had been a topic of speculation even among the higher echelons, yet they could not fathom which family possessed such extraordinary influence to execute such a feat. Even the several ancient families with legacies spanning centuries could not accomplish this, despite their wealth being unfathomably vast. Furthermore, including the headquarters, the information regarding the transaction's counterpart was alarmingly scarce. They only knew the agent for this deal was a young man in his 20s, under whose name all shares of the Westin Hotel resided. However, the background behind him remained a mystery. Even inquiries from the headquarters yielded no results. They could only surmise that a truly formidable force was at play. Consequently, they dared not pursue further investigations, opting instead to accommodate every request of the new owner on the part of the Westin Hotel in China. Thus, the 3 highest-ranking individuals at the Westin Hotel in China stood before Lin Ning. At this moment, confronted with their new boss and sensing the air of calm indifference surrounding him, they felt a profound respect arise from deep within. Yin Jiawen, witnessing this spectacle and hearing the trio address Lin Ning as boss, was stunned, her mouth slightly agape, eyes filled with disbelief. Darling, what do they call you? Hee. I forgot to mention, I have just become the owner of the Westin Hotel. Not just this one. All Westin-branded hotels and resorts worldwide belong to me now. From now on, you are the lady of the house. You may stay wherever you wish. I'll have them arrange a VIP card for you shortly, Lin Ning says, patting Yin Jiawen's hand with a smile. Am I dreaming? Yin Jiawen bites her lip, still unable to comprehend. The Westin Hotel is a 5-star establishment, with each location valued at several billion. She is unsure how many hotels exist worldwide, only knowing there are countless. Boss, I am Wells Gadden, president of the Westin Group for Greater China. The foreign man in the center speaks up, his Mandarin remarkably fluent, his tone respectful, even somewhat humble. This is Mr. Martin, the general manager for Greater China, and this is Ms. Donnie, the vice president. Both are my trusted aides, exceptionally capable. After introducing himself, President Gadden shakes Lin Ning's hand, also introducing the other 2. Lin Ning nods casually, exuding an air of confidence. In truth, he is unfamiliar with these 3, having never heard their names before. The system granted him full ownership of the shares, but did not provide a list of the hotel management personnel. Nevertheless, he is unconcerned about who manages the hotel. It had operated smoothly before his arrival, and he has no intention of meddling in management matters without knowledge. Hence, after their introductions, Lin Ning instructs them to disperse, leaving only Gadden, Martin, and Donnie by his side to guide him to the dining area for breakfast while briefing him on the company's operations. Given their trepidation towards his backing, Gadden refrains from any subterfuge, promptly pledging loyalty on behalf of the headquarters. After all shares of the Westin now rest solely in Lin Ning's hands. To speak candidly, the fate of the Westin rests solely in Lin Ning's thoughts, leaving no room for opposition. This regal status, reminiscent of ancient kings, compels Jaden and all high-ranking officials of Westin to yield and bow their noble heads before this young man and the powerful forces behind him. Furthermore, Jaden informs Lin Ning that, at an opportune moment, the headquarters will also formally come to Huaxia to pay their respects to him. With Lin Ning leading the way, Jaden and others follow closely as they proceed towards the dining area. Yan Jiawen, listening to their conversation, gazes at Lin Ning with eyes sparkling with affection, filled with tenderness. This is my man, powerful, confident, and unparalleled. Her heart is firmly locked onto Lin Ning, and nothing can sway her from this devotion. Inside the restaurant, numerous elegantly dressed guests partake in breakfast. The meal is exquisite, featuring a variety of both Chinese and Western cuisines, encompassing dishes from nearly every nation, catering to diverse palates. Lin Ning casts a cursory glance, nodding in approval. Truly, as a chain of five-star hotels, their management is impeccable. Observing the satisfaction on his face, Jaden and the others secretly breathe a sigh of relief, fearing that this young man, unacquainted with the intricacies of hotel management, might recklessly disrupt the entire operation. However, it becomes evident that, although the new owner may lack experience, his composed demeanor assures them that chaos is unlikely. This only deepens their admiration for Lin Ning. Once Lin Ning and Yan Jiawen are seated, Jaden and the others join them, continuing to elaborate on various hotel matters. For bodyguards stand vigilantly around them, unwavering in their vigilance. Chapter 66. An unexpected encounter. Soon, an array of exquisite breakfasts is brought to the table. A grand spread of colorful dishes is laid out. With a steaming bowl of rice porridge placed before Lin Ning, its fragrant aroma enticing and mouth-watering. Lin Ning savors the meal, praising it profusely. The arrival of their large group captures the attention of the other diners. One guest, recognizing General Manager Martin, greets him warmly. "Good morning, Manager Ma." In the past, the affable Martin would have engaged in friendly banter, regardless of familiarity. Yet today, he exhibits an unusual demeanor, merely nodding and smiling in response to others' greetings. What's going on? Why is Manager Ma so distant today? This isn't like him, some guests ponder aloud. Indeed, he's usually quite warm and even offers us discounts. Why the indifference today? Look at that young man. He exudes a commanding presence, flanked by so many followers. Yes, I've noticed. It seems Manager Martin holds this individual in high regard. Just look at the distance of his seating. Could it be someone from headquarters? Impossible. Someone interjects. That individual is far too young. There's no way the Westin headquarters would send a mere novice to this location. I suspect he hails from a prominent family, perhaps one of Westin's major clients. Which is why Manager Martin is personally attending to him. The guests engage in speculation about Lin Ning's true identity, yet none could fathom that he is, in fact, the true owner of the Westin Hotel. Before long, Lin Ning and Yan Jiawen finish their breakfast and wait for the bodyguards to complete their meal, having undergone rigorous training. Even their dining is swift, as they finish in just 3 minutes. Thank you all for accompanying me for this meal. We are done, and I will be taking my girlfriend to work shortly. You may all attend to your own affairs, Lin Ning remarks with a smile. By the way, I would appreciate it, Mr. Jaden, if you could assist in obtaining a card for my girlfriend. Certainly, Jaden replies with a cheerful smile. I will ensure she receives one. He pauses, uncertain of how to address the boss's girlfriend. Yan Jiawen, perceptively, interjects with a smile. My surname is Yan, and I am Yan Jiawen. Miss Yan, it is a pleasure, Jaden nods. I will certainly provide you with the highest tier VIP card. You can rest assured about this matter. Is there a need for a vehicle? Perhaps. Our hotel has a fleet of Rolls-Royce Phantoms. That won't be necessary. I have my own car, a friend's Porsche, which serves me well. Lin Ning gestures towards the few bodyguards, noting that they drive Audi A6s provided by Manager Zhang of the Global Trade Center. Very well, if the boss requires anything, do not hesitate to let us know, Jaden says, slightly bowing. Boss, you seem to have a good relationship with Manager Zhang, correct? Deputy General Manager Tanji suddenly inquires. Oh, yes, we are quite familiar, as the Global Trade Center is also mine. In truth, his relationship with me is akin to yours, Lin Ning responds casually, a smile gracing his lips. As soon as Lin Ning utters these words, the atmosphere around him becomes palpably tense. Both Jaden and Tanji Martin exhibit expressions of shock, their gazes towards Lin Ning now brimming with admiration and reverence. The Global Trade Center is scarcely smaller than the Westin Hotel. In fact, its influence in the region of Zhonghai far surpasses that of the hotel. Here stands a young man in his 20s, the actual controller of both enterprises. What exceptional qualities must he possess for such powerful forces to place their trust in him? Observing the incredulous expressions on Jaden and the others, Lin Ning secretly finds amusement in their astonishment. If only they knew, he is also the owner of Sikorsky Aircraft Company. Would they faint on the spot? Time is of the essence. We must depart, Lin Ning declares, not waiting for a response from the others as he strides towards the exit. Jaden and the others, their attitudes now even more deferential, hasten to follow him. As the group descends to the lobby on the first floor, they are making their way to the entrance when a heated argument catches their attention from the side. My dear, did we not agree on 66 tables for the wedding banquet? Why are you now insisting on increasing it to 88 tables for tomorrow's ceremony? The voice sounds somewhat familiar, laced with anxiety. What's wrong with adding tables? This is what my mother calculated. 88 tables are the most auspicious. It is my first wedding, and I do not wish for it to be so hastily arranged, a girl's voice responds. No, my dear, I have no objection to the added tables. But the timing is rather tight. I just inquired with the hotel staff, and the hall we originally booked can only accommodate 66 tables. The other halls are fully booked. There is no available space, and we cannot just change hotels at the last minute, can we? Furthermore, our family has already spent over $200,000 on your bridal gifts. Not to mention the expenses for the house, car rental, wedding dress, photography, and officiant. Our family has nearly exhausted our resources. Now, to add 22 more tables would cost an additional $20,000. It is simply too much for us right now. The man's voice is filled with helplessness. Zhang Yong, do you not want to marry anymore? Are you having regrets? It's just 22 tables. Is it really worth all this fuss? Zhang Yong. Lin Ning abruptly halts, realizing why the voice sounds so familiar. Zhang Yong, a former colleague of Lin Ning, shared a cordial relationship with him. He was a few years older than Lin Ning and had extended considerable assistance to him in the past. Zhang Yong had always maintained a steady relationship with his girlfriend, a fact Lin Ning was well aware of. Was it finally the moment for them to tie the knot? Uncertain of what difficulties they might be facing, Lin Ning decided to take a look, as he still had some time before he needed to drop off Yin Jiawen at work. Thus, he turned and headed in that direction. Jia Dun and the others exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by their boss's sudden change in course. Yet they dared not ask, and merely followed closely, eager to prevent any unforeseen complications. A throng of people made their way towards the couple, startling the young pair engaged in a dispute. They glanced over, filled with confusion. Lin Ning? Zhang Yong immediately recognized Lin Ning at the forefront of the group, surrounded as if he were the sun and they his planets. Brother Zhang, what a coincidence to encounter you here. Lin Ning approached with a smile, the kind reserved for familiar faces. The others halted outside, with only Yin Jiawen accompanying him. After all, they were now somewhat of a couple, even though Lin Ning had not formally declared it to her. Earlier during their meal, he had mentioned to Jia Dun that he intended to procure a Weston membership card for his girlfriend, which could be seen as an implicit confirmation of their relationship. Uncertain yet hopeful, Yin Jiawen contemplated seeking an opportunity to clarify their status, which would surely put her mind at ease. Lin Ning was kind, benevolent, affluent, and handsome, in stark contrast to other men who were often smooth-tongued and flirtatious. Such a man was worth holding on to, and she aspired to be a virtuous partner. Chapter 67. Your wedding feast, I shall cover. It is often said that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Yet, lacking culinary skills posed a dilemma for her. This thought ignited a strong sense of urgency within Yin Jiawen. She resolved to enroll in a cooking class. As she pondered this, Zhang Yong, upon confirming that it was indeed Lin Ning, felt his guard lower. Ah yes, my wife and I have already registered our marriage. We are planning to hold a wedding soon. How have you been? Has that matter been resolved? Zhang Yong inquired, embracing the girl beside him with a smile. At that moment, the girl ceased her disputes, smiling in agreement with Lin Ning. Zhang Yong was aware of Lin Ning's prior breakup and the troubles he faced with loan sharks. He had intended to assist, but at that time, he was preoccupied with wedding arrangements and lacked the financial means to offer substantial help. Hello, sister-in-law, Lin Ning greeted warmly before continuing. Brother Zhang, thank you for your concern. Everything has been resolved, and I am doing quite well now. 1-1. This is Brother Zhang, who often looked after me. Brother Zhang, this is my new friend, Yin Jiawen. As Lin Ning introduced them, both Zhang Yong and his girlfriend were struck by Yin Jiawen's beauty. Sister-in-law, you are truly stunning, Zhang Yong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before offering sincere praise. Indeed, Sister Yin is lovely. I must admit I feel a twinge of jealousy, his girlfriend joked lightly. Thank you. Brother Zhang and Sister Yin Jiawen responded with a radiant smile. Apart from the compliments, Lin Ning's endorsement solidified her status as his legitimate partner. Brother Zhang, congratulations on your impending marriage, Lin Ning said, adopting a traditional gesture of respect. Thank you, Zhang Yong replied promptly. Brother Zhang, I overheard something about 22 tables and 88 tables. Is there an issue? Lin Ning inquired after the congratulations. It's nothing. You must have misunderstood, Zhang Yong dismissed. not wishing to lose face before a former colleague. Moreover, he understood that Lin Ning was not a local, but merely a transient worker without the capacity to address such matters. There was no point in discussing it. It would only add to his worries. Zhang Yong chose to ignore the throng trailing behind Lin Ning, but his fiancée was oblivious to this. Seeing the crowd that followed Lin Ning, she recognized the respect they held for him and surmised he might be someone significant, capable of offering assistance. Unfazed by Zhang Yong's gestures to silence her, she recounted the details of their earlier argument. It turned out their concerns were quite similar. Her family, having heard from someone that 88 tables were more auspicious than 66, insisted that Zhang Yong change the already booked arrangements. However, due to the financial strain of the wedding expenses, Zhang Yong was reluctant to increase the budget, leading to their dispute. Lin Ning chuckled upon hearing this. It was merely a trivial matter. Before today, he could have easily resolved it, and now, as the proprietor of the Westin Hotel, it would be even simpler. Brother Zhang, you intend to host the banquet at this hotel, correct? Lin Ning asked. Yes, the banquet is already booked, but making a last-minute change is not just a financial concern. Inviting guests anew is also quite troublesome, and we can hardly manage it. Zhang Yong sighed helplessly. Haha, Brother Zhang, this is a minor issue, Lin Ning chuckled, glancing at Zhang Yong's wife. She was graceful and attractive, her demeanor free of the aggressive traits of a domineering wife, suggesting she simply wanted the wedding to be splendid. Sister-in-law is right. A wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event, and it should be celebrated grandly. Hearing Lin Ning's agreement, Zhang Yong's wife shot him a triumphant glance, prompting Zhang Yong to smile wryly, saying nothing. Since sister-in-law wishes to increase the tables to 88, let us do so, Lin Ning declared grandly, gesturing for Martin, the observant manager, to approach. Martin promptly bowed before Lin Ning, attentively listening. Boss, how may I assist you? This is my brother, who has taken care of me in the past and is now getting married. As his younger brother, I cannot let this go unacknowledged. All expenses incurred at our hotel will be charged to my account. Additionally, please send a few staff members to assist as needed. Yes, boss. I will attend to it immediately, Martin replied with utmost respect before turning to make arrangements. He had listened closely to their conversation and understood what needed to be done. As the general manager of Westin and Huaxia, if he lacked such capabilities, it would be a disservice to his position. Jia Dun and Tang and I, not responsible for the specifics, refrained from stepping in, which Lin Ning understood. Old boss. Zhang Yong and his wife heard Martin's recent address to Lin Ning clearly. Initially perplexed by the crowd accompanying Lin Ning, they were now further astonished to hear someone who appeared to be a senior figure at the Westin Hotel refer to Lin Ning as boss. They felt as though the ground had vanished beneath them, nearly causing them to swoon. Zhang Yong involuntarily swallowed hard, staring at Lin Ning with disbelief. Lin Ning, who was that person? I heard him call you boss. With a gentle smile, Lin Ning replied nonchalantly. He is the general manager of the Westin Hotel, overseeing all Westin properties and resorts in Huaxia. As for him calling me boss, it is because I recently acquired the global assets of this brand, holding full ownership. Hence the respect. Lin Ning's seemingly casual words struck Zhang Yong and his companion like a barrage of thunderclaps, reverberating in their ears. Particularly for Zhang Yong. He staggered back a few steps, and had it not been for his wife supporting him, he might have collapsed to the ground, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Just 2 months prior, he had been a young man tormented by a debt of 100,000 in usury, and now he found himself the owner of the Westin. A full-fledged proprietor. This meant that Lin Ning was akin to a king within the Westin, a radiant sun around which everyone revolved, wielding supreme authority. For instance, the general manager, who loomed like an immovable mountain before Zhang Yong, was merely an ant in the presence of Lin Ning. With a single utterance, Lin Ning could replace the general manager. As Zhang Yong processed this revelation, he suddenly felt parched, and an involuntary flicker of fear crept into his gaze as he regarded Lin Ning. Even now, he struggled to believe it, as if caught in a dream. It was utterly surreal. Chapter 68. A reunion with Jiang Tuo. The Westin hotels are all 5-star establishments, with even a single property likely valued at over 100 million, right? On a global scale, it could easily surpass 100 billion. The once impoverished youth, now reunited, possessed such immense wealth that it seemed unbelievable to speak of it. Yet, the evidence lay manifest before them, leaving no room for doubt. Steeling himself, Zhang Yong managed to stammer, Boss Lin, there's no need for such extravagance. He had intended to call Lin Ning by his name, but suddenly felt it inappropriate, and quickly corrected himself. Lin Ning, however, chuckled heartily, saying, Brother Zhang, there's no need for such formality. I am still the same person. Consider this a congratulatory gift for your recent marriage. You've taken good care of me in the past, and now it's my turn to reciprocate. Well, thank you. Zhang Yong felt a surge of emotion. Even after amassing such wealth, Lin Ning had not forgotten his small kindnesses. Brother Lin, your wedding is tomorrow, right? Lin Ning inquired again. Yes, indeed, Lin brother. The wedding is scheduled for 9 a.m. on an auspicious day. You must come and raise a glass. Zhang Yong replied. Absolutely, I will be there without fail. Lin Ning assured him, and then added, someone from the hotel will be in touch with you shortly. If there's anything you need them to do, just let them know. If they don't comply, just give me a call. All right, Lin brother, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. Zhang Yong discerned Lin Ning's intent to leave. Then I shall take my leave. I will be punctual tomorrow at 9 a.m., Lin Ning said, nodding his farewell to Zhang Yong's wife before turning to exit. Jedouin and the others exchanged friendly smiles with the two before following Lin Ning out. Dear, is this Lin Ning really your former colleague? Once Lin Ning had walked a distance away, Zhang Yong's wife nudged her still-dazed husband and whispered curiously. Yes, indeed. We were colleagues and got along quite well. I always thought he was just a poor kid from out of town, never realizing he was hiding such depth. Having acquired the Westin, Zhang Yong shook his head, overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. After bidding farewell to Zhang Yong, Lin Ning made his way toward the entrance of the Westin Hotel, his pace quickening as Yin Zhaoen's work hours were approaching. Although his presence made her attendance inconsequential, he still felt obliged to adhere to the company's rules until she officially resigned. However, just before reaching the entrance, a large group of people rushed in from outside, colliding with Lin Ning. Brother. At the sound of this voice, Lin Ning looked closely and couldn't help but smile. The newcomers were none other than Jiang Tuo and Zhang Chao, accompanied by a vivacious girl, Shui Manor. The others in the group appeared to be of a similar age to Jiang Tuo, yet Lin Ning did not recognize any of them. What brings you here so early? Lin Ning inquired, somewhat puzzled. Bro, the hotel staff didn't give you any trouble, did they? Jiang Tuo quickly asked, his gaze fixated on Lin Ning with concern. Trouble me? Why would they? Lin Ning chuckled, intrigued by the question. Well, here's the thing. Jiang Tuo, relieved to see Lin Ning unperturbed, scratched his head sheepishly and continued. I received a call from the Westin this morning, informing me that the hotel owner had changed, and I would need to re-sign the contract for the rooms I have long-term booked. They called me yesterday and mentioned you were staying here. So I worried they might treat you disrespectfully, which is why I rushed over. Tell me, did they treat you poorly? If they upset you, I'll make them pay. Jiang Tuo asserted. Yes, brother, don't worry. If they dare to bully you, I'll smash their establishment. Chimed in Shui Manor, her fearless demeanor radiating confidence. The young men following Jiang Tuo were all dressed in designer brands, exuding an air of superiority, likely the affluent offspring of wealthy families. Lin Ning, upon hearing their words, felt a surge of happiness. Lending his car to Jiang Tuo for wooing had certainly paid off. Their concern for his well-being, prompting such a hasty arrival, was genuinely heartwarming. No worries, at the Westin Hotel, I doubt anyone would dare bully me, Lin Ning replied with a serene smile, exuding unwavering confidence. Ah, it's young Master Jiang. At that moment, Martin, having wrapped up matters with Zhang Yong, hurried over. Upon spotting Jiang Tuo, his eyes lit up. I hadn't realized that young Master Jiang has ties with our new boss. What a fortuitous coincidence. Excuse me, Martin, did you just call me brother? Jiang Tuo, accustomed to the presidential suite at the hotel, was familiar with Martin and spoke candidly without pretense. I meant Mr. Lin, who is now the new owner of the Westin Hotel, Martin explained with a smile. What? The new owner? Jiang Tuo stared at Lin Ning in shock. Brother, is what Martin said true? Indeed, Lin Ning nodded lightly, smiling. I have just become the owner of the Westin Hotel. The call you received was likely regarding me. So, here, no one would dare to bully me, but I truly appreciate your concern for coming all this way for such a trivial matter. Come now, brother, you jest. You've done such a significant favor for me. I will always remember it. Jiang Tuo, hailing from a prominent family, quickly adjusted his demeanor after the initial shock of Lin Ning's new status wore off. Brother, you are truly remarkable, achieving such heights at such a young age. I am in awe, Jiang Tuo said. His outward calmness belied the tumultuous emotions within. For Lin Ning, Jiang Tuo felt a mix of astonishment and trepidation. At such a young age, possessing such vast wealth was unprecedented among his peers in Zhonghai. Even the elite scions of the most prestigious families fell short of Lin Ning's current stature. Jiang Tuo now held a genuine respect for Lin Ning, resolving to inform his father about this remarkable individual upon his return home. Such a figure was someone their family should befriend, never to be crossed. Well, I must take my leave now. I need to drop my girlfriend off at work. If I linger any longer, I'll be late, Lin Ning chuckled. All right, brother. You go ahead. Here are your car keys, Jiang Tuo replied. Although Jiang Tuo was older than Lin Ning, he always addressed him as brother to show respect. At the same time, he returned Lin Ning's Koenigsegg one to him. I'll take my leave now. Your car keys are upstairs in your room, so please retrieve them yourself. Lin Ning nodded, smiled at the others, and quickly pulled Yin Jiawen out of the hotel. If we don't hurry, we will truly be late. Chapter 69, No disturbance please. This time, nothing untoward occurred, and everyone smoothly located Lin Ning's vehicle. Its striking presence made it impossible for anyone to overlook the commanding elegance and grandeur that the Koenigsegg exuded. When Jiaden, Martin, and Donnie saw the car and realized it belonged to their boss, they couldn't help but feel a pang of admiration. Their boss truly stood out, possessing what others could only dream of. Across the entirety of Huaxia, only he owned such a unique vehicle. Contemplating this, it was not surprising that their boss had acquired all the shares of the Westin at such a young age. Once inside the Koenigsegg, Lin Ning exhaled deeply. Indeed, nothing could compare to driving his own car. Others' vehicles felt inherently foreign and uncomfortable. He ignited the engine and pressed the accelerator. The luxury car roared to life, its growl echoing as if rejoicing in its return to its rightful owner. Wen, fasten your seatbelt. We are off. With that, he gently pressed the gas pedal, and the Koenigsegg shot forward like a bolt of lightning, merging into the morning traffic. The 4 bodyguards quickly started the Audi, closely tailing behind. Fortunately, it was the morning rush hour, with heavy traffic preventing the Koenigsegg from speeding too much. Otherwise, the sluggish Audi would undoubtedly have lost sight of it. They arrived 5 minutes early, dropping Yin Jiawen off at her workplace. Darling, I'm off to work. Please stay safe, she said as she waved goodbye to Lin Ning. Work well. I'll come to pick you up in the evening, Lin Ning replied with a smile. All right, bye. The two, resembling a couple in the throes of romance, lingered for a moment before Yin Jiawen, clutching her LV handbag, walked towards the nearby skyscraper. Once she entered the building, Lin Ning started the car and departed. As for his destination, he had yet to decide, so he simply meandered. The bodyguard's Audi faithfully followed behind, ever watchful. After aimlessly driving for a while, Lin Ning spotted a monumental structure bustling with people of all ages and genders. Everyone clutched documents. Their expressions varied, some excited, others confused, some dejected, while others brimmed with hopes for a bright future, tinged with trepidation. The building was not tall, merely 3 or 4 stories. And on the wall facing Lin Ning was a massive screen displaying the words job fair, with the names of recruiting companies and positions scrolling across. Realizing this was the Zhonghai talent market, Lin Ning's heart stirred with nostalgia. He recalled being a frequent visitor here just a few years ago upon his graduation. Revisiting the site, he observed the youthful faces entering and felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. Let us take a look inside and relive those feelings, he thought. Although Lin Ning no longer needed this place, he felt a pang of longing. Thus, he parked his car by the roadside. Before he could exit, he drew a crowd of onlookers. People began whipping out their phones to capture the moment, whispering enviously, "Wow, isn't that the Koenigsegg that's been flooding our social media feeds?" Indeed, it's unmistakable. Just look at those sleek lines and formidable exterior. It's the legendary car. Our top-tier young master from Zhonghai is seeking to find the owner of this vehicle. A bounty of 100,000 awaits anyone who can provide a lead. Once the owner steps out, let us rush over to get his contact information. 100 grand would be a breeze. Lin Ning was no stranger to the commotion his car caused. In the past, when he was alone, he had no means to escape the attention, but with bodyguards now, the scenario was markedly different. The Audi soon parked beside him, and the 4 bodyguards emerged, beginning to disperse the crowd. Move along, take your photos, and leave quickly. One barked, "Hey, don't push me. I'm not going anywhere. I'm waiting for the owner to come out." A brash man protested, "Not moving, are you?" One bodyguard's expression darkened as he seized the man's arm, causing him to wince in pain. "Ouch, let go. I'll leave right now." When the man capitulated, the bodyguard released him with a cold huff. The man, rubbing his arm, scurried away, fear evident in his eyes. Under the watchful gaze of the 4 intimidating bodyguards, the others also began to distance themselves, creating a wide berth around the Koenigsegg. However, curiosity kept them nearby, eager to glimpse the owner of such an extraordinary vehicle. Stepping out with 4 bodyguards in tow certainly projected an air of importance. Once Lin Ning saw the situation was under control, he opened the car door and stepped out. Instantly, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd once more. Among them, several infatuated girls were nearly swooning at Lin Ning's breathtaking handsomeness, erupting into frenzied screams. "He is so handsome. I can't take it. My heart is racing. Hey handsome, I want to have your babies. He is so striking. It feels electrifying. I fear I may never love again. Do you have a girlfriend? If not, consider me. I'm easy to push over." The crowd's fervor escalated, and the 4 bodyguards tensed, ready for action. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ning could only manage a bitter smile as he hurriedly ducked under the protective cover of his bodyguards, making his way into the talent market. In that moment, he genuinely empathized with the struggles of celebrities. The relentless attention could be quite vexing. One of the bodyguards took off his sunglasses and placed them on Lin Ning, obscuring some of his striking features, which helped alleviate the situation somewhat. Although many eyes still roamed over him, the frenzy had diminished. As they pressed forward through the throng towards the entrance of the talent market, Lin Ning suddenly noticed something amusing. Beside the entrance, a man in his 30s, with a weathered visage, sat on the ground. A sheet of white paper before him held down by half a brick. Scrawled on the paper in an untidy hand were the words, "I am a man, 35 years old, seeking a bodyguard position, available for 24-hour protection, monthly salary of 100,000, with a year's salary required in advance. Kindly, no disturbances." Aside from that, there were no other words. The man squinted, appearing half asleep, occasionally lifting a gourd to take a swig of what smelled like potent liquor, emitting a sharp, pungent odor that resembled homemade hooch from the countryside. Chapter 70. Chen Sifong. Is this man mad? 100,000 a month? Even Ma Baba's bodyguards don't command that much, and they come from martial arts families with real skills. I too regard him as a lunatic. He doesn't even bother to write down his name, nor does he possess a resume. How can anyone be expected to trust him? Just glance at his disheveled appearance, as if he has just awakened from a stupor, coupled with the unmistakable air of a drunkard. Such a person should be fortunate to remain unscathed. Let alone be considered as a bodyguard. It is utterly laughable. One must be bereft of sanity to even contemplate hiring him. Should I amuse myself by provoking him? I contemplated, seeking a bit of entertainment, yet my companions swiftly intervened, urging me to move along. Let us not squander time here. It would be wiser to submit a few more applications inside, lest we find ourselves subsisting on the barren winds of the Northwest next month. The crowd buzzed with disdainful murmurs, casting scornful glances at the man, none exhibiting the slightest interest in him. Yet, he appeared unfazed, seated on the ground, leaning against a flower bed, indulging in his drink. In mere moments, he drained a gourd of liquor, and upon realizing it was empty, he pouted, fastening the gourd to his waist. With his arms crossed over his chest, he shifted his body to find a comfortable position and closed his eyes. Before long, he was snoring, eliciting disapproving shakes of the head from passers-by. However, upon seeing this man, Lin Ning abruptly halted. From him emanated an unusual aura, both potent and feeble, fluctuating in a manner that was elusive and enigmatic. Intrigued, he navigated through the throng and approached the peculiar figure. After perusing the blank sheet of paper before him, Lin Ning chuckled softly and squatted down, gently calling out, "Hey, brother, wake up." Responding to Lin Ning's call, the disheveled man rubbed his sleepy eyes and stretched languidly before focusing his gaze on Lin Ning, asking, "What do you want?" "This is our boss, and you ought to show some respect." One of the bodyguards accompanying Lin Ning interjected, visibly irritated by the man's nonchalance. "What concern is it of yours how I conduct myself?" The man retorted, tilting his head to glance at the bodyguard with a smirk. The bodyguard, incensed, stepped forward, intent on teaching this insolent fellow a lesson, but Lin Ning restrained him. "Are you seeking employment?" Lin Ning inquired with a smile. "Indeed," the man replied. "Why?" "Because I'm broke," he said, using his pinky to pick at his ear and flicking something away. "Encountering difficulties?" Lin Ning pressed further. "That's none of your business," the man replied, furrowing his brow slightly at Lin Ning before closing his eyes once more, wishing to end the conversation. "I'll be damned, what an attitude. You're demanding 100,000 right off the bat? I wonder how formidable your bodyguard is. Perhaps we should have a little contest," Lin Ning teased. The bodyguards accompanying him felt the man was overstepping his bounds, especially since their boss had been met with such insolence. They seethed with indignation, eager to vent their frustrations. Yet again, Lin Ning intervened. Confusion crossed the faces of the bodyguards as they exchanged glances, sensing that Lin Ning was behaving unusually today. However, Lin Ning remained unfazed, smiling at the man's haughty demeanor. "Since you're in search of work, you ought to at least reveal your name and show a bit of sincerity. Are you truly considering hiring me?" The man straightened up, his eyes widening in surprise. "Much will depend on how genuine you are," Lin Ning replied with a smile. "If you can demonstrate your worth, I shall agree to all your terms." Lin Ning's words left the bodyguards momentarily stunned, wondering why their boss was placing such importance on someone who clearly seemed untrustworthy. "All right," the man said, quickly regaining his composure. "Since the boss is so sincere, I shall not withhold my name. My surname is Chun, and I go by Sifong. I'm looking for a position as a bodyguard, just like these gentlemen. However, my fee is considerably higher. I wonder if the boss can accommodate that." "Price is not an issue," Lin Ning replied, maintaining his composed demeanor. "But you must convince me that you are worth it." "Rest assured, boss, I am undeniably worth every penny," Chen Sifong proclaimed confidently. "To be candid, anything they can do, I can do, and anything they cannot do, I can still manage. With me around, no one can harm you." Such audacity. The bodyguards scoffed in unison, their disdain palpable. "I could take on 10 of you." Chen Sifong pointed at Lin Ning's bodyguard, exuding confidence. Boss, do not heed his words. He is nothing but a fraud. Indeed, he looks like he can barely stay awake, let alone fight. I could subdue him with one hand. Their collective outrage erupted, with the bodyguards clamoring in indignation. Shall we see if you can back up your words? Lin Ning suggested, rising with a smile. I recall a boxing gym nearby. Let us go there and determine whether this brother Chan possesses any real skill or is merely full of hot air. Let us go. Who is afraid? Boss, I assure you I will leave him toothless and expose his true nature. He deserves a good thrashing. A beating will surely tame him. The bodyguards rolled up their sleeves, glaring at Chen Sifong with malicious intent, ready to deliver a lesson he would not soon forget. Very well, I will accompany you. But I must make one stipulation. Regardless of the outcome, you owe me 1,000 yuan. Chen Sifong readily agreed, albeit with a minor condition. Huh, no problem. Lin Ning chuckled. I can transfer the money to you right now. With that, he took out his phone and waved it at Chen Sifong. Get your phone out. I'll pay you via QR code. I don't have a phone. I can only accept cash, Chen Sifong replied with a sheepish smile. What? Lin Ning exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. What if someone needs to contact you? No one seeks me out unless I make the first move. Otherwise, no one can find me. Good heavens. He said it again with the bravado. Does he not realize how insufferable he is? I swear, when we spar, I will break your legs and put an end to this nonsense. The bodyguards grew increasingly displeased with Chen Sifong, plotting to teach him an unforgettable lesson. The insistence on cash payments posed a dilemma for Lin Ning. In this digital age, who carries cash anymore? Ultimately, Lin Ning had no choice but to locate a nearby bank to withdraw 1,000 yuan for Chen Sifong, with Chen Sifong trailing behind. He counted the money with satisfaction as they soon arrived at the entrance of a martial arts gym. Chapter 71, Sparring. The gym was in full operation. Upon entering, they were greeted by the resounding shouts of practitioners engaged in their drills. Approaching the front desk, a young lady seated behind the counter immediately stood, smiling as she inquired. Good day, gentlemen. How may I assist you? We wish to rent your boxing ring for a brief period. Would that be possible? Lin Ning replied with a smile. I'm afraid I have never encountered a request to rent the ring before. Shall I call the director for you to discuss? Certainly, Lin Ning nodded. The young lady picked up the phone from the counter, dialed a number, spoke briefly, and then hung up. Please hold on for a moment. Our director will be here shortly. After a few minutes, a robust man clad in a tank top emerged, his booming voice inquiring, Who wishes to rent my ring? It is I. We only need it for a short while, and the price is negotiable, Lin Ning replied with a smile. What is the purpose of your challenge in the ring? The director inquired, his brow furrowed. I have a few individuals who wish to spar. And given the inconvenient circumstances outside, we sought to borrow your esteemed venue. Upon hearing of the contest, the director's interest was piqued. How long do you intend to engage in this bout? 3 minutes. One of the bodyguards arrogantly held up 3 fingers, casting a glance at Chen Sifong, who appeared to be lost in thought. A cold smile crept across his face. 3 minutes? The director chuckled softly. In that case, there shall be no fee. I only ask that my students be permitted to observe. No problem. Since we have disturbed you, we shall comply with your wishes. Lin Ning nodded at the director. Gentlemen, please. The director gestured for them to enter. Lin Ning, smiling, took the lead into the martial arts hall, followed closely by the bodyguards. Chen Sifong followed, still exhibiting a disheveled demeanor, which was rather irksome to behold. Upon entering, they found themselves in a vast hall of several hundred square meters, furnished with various training apparatus. At the center stood a ring. Numerous students and several instructors were present, and upon hearing of the impending contest, they gathered around the ring, eager to find a seat. One of Lin Ning's bodyguards, without hesitation, leaped onto the ring with a graceful flip, demonstrating exceptional skill that drew applause from the audience. Sir, your subordinate possesses remarkable abilities. Which master does he intend to face? The director remarked, his gaze sharpening with genuine admiration. That one. Lin Ning pointed to the sluggishly ascending Chen Sifong. The man not only moved slowly but appeared devoid of any martial foundation. Sir, are you certain? The director's brow knit in concern. As the head of the martial arts academy, he was not without skill himself and had a discerning eye. He recognized that the first to enter the ring was indeed a master and had anticipated that his opponent would match that caliber. Such encounters between experts were rare, especially in contemporary society where martial arts were not as fervently pursued as in ancient times. Thus, he had allowed Lin Ning to use the ring free of charge, hoping that the students might glean something from the experience. However, he now felt a tinge of disappointment. What spectacle could arise from a match between a master and an ordinary person? The disparity in strength was far too great. At that moment, Chen Sifong finally clambered onto the ring, his body swaying unsteadily and reeking of alcohol, unmistakably a drunkard. The audience remained silent, and soon, jeering erupted. What a drunken fool. Get down. Overestimating oneself. Beware of a broken limb. Have you lost your senses from drinking? How dare you step into the ring? Ignoring the taunts, Chen Sifang simply smiled at the bodyguard opposite him, belched, and raised a finger. Come on, I'll only use one move. If I use more, consider me defeated. His brazen demeanor incited the bodyguard's ire. I was inclined to show you some mercy, but since you've become so intoxicated with arrogance, don't blame me for being ungracious. The bodyguard retorted, his expression darkening. Even the director shook his head in disbelief, thinking to himself how utterly audacious this man was. An ordinary person dared to speak so boldly in the presence of a martial arts master. He seemed unaware of the consequences of his hubris. Warriors are proud. How could they tolerate such insolence? He turned to Lin Ning with concern. Sir, where did you find this brute? He is reckless. Please ensure he does not sustain injuries. Do you believe my bodyguard will win? Lin Ning inquired, glancing at the director with a light chuckle. Indeed, the director nodded, having noted Lin Ning's eloquence and composure. Exuding an air of authority, accompanied by 4 martial experts. He dared not be careless, speaking cautiously. This man lacks any martial foundation. He is merely an ordinary individual. Your bodyguard's gaze is sharp and his stance steady. I observed that his hand movements were particularly forceful, indicating proficiency in hand techniques. Be wary during the match. I advise you to remind him. Thank you. Director, I appreciate your concern. I shall convey your message. Lin Ning smiled and called out to the ring, Brother Chun. Please be gentle when you strike. Upon hearing this, the director was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Did I not make myself clear? I meant for you to remind your bodyguard to avoid excessive force. It would be unfortunate if anyone were to be injured. Instead, he seemed to be cautioning this brash individual who was clearly out of his depth, a mere drunken fool unable to stand upright. Any student from my academy could easily subdue him. The director was perplexed, and the bodyguard on the ring wore a look of indignation. Boss, I am the bodyguard you personally selected, a standout in Baji Quan. Do you truly think so little of me? Do you believe just anyone could defeat me? Determined to prove himself and alter his boss's impression, the Baji Quan expert resolved to unleash his full strength in this match, vowing not to lose. Meanwhile, Chen Sifang swayed his head and mumbled to Lin Ning, Rest assured, I will be careful. I won't cause you trouble. Such arrogance. The bodyguard, standing opposite him, sneered coldly, adopting a fighting stance, his body tense with pent-up energy. Today, you shall witness what true martial arts entail. Huh, come at me, Chen Sifang replied. Standing with legs apart, relaxed and casual, even beckoning his opponent with a finger in a manner that oozed disdain. The students watching began to feel uneasy. Chapter 72, a stunning display of skill. The bodyguard, filled with righteous indignation, let out a cry and leaped onto the ring, propelling himself toward Chen Sifang like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, he transformed his palm into a fist, roaring as he aimed for Chen Sifang's chest. This strike was swift and fierce, akin to a flash of lightning. The audience collectively held their breath, concerned for Chen Sifang. The director's expression tightened, fists clenched, eyes glued to the ring. Only Lin Ning remained completely unfazed, his demeanor unchanged and serene. As the bodyguard's fist was about to make contact with Chen Sifang, the latter suddenly moved, his figure shifting with uncanny swiftness. The bodyguard blinked, and in an instant, Chen Sifang had vanished from sight. Panic gripped him, and his face reflected confusion, but before he could react, he felt a tremendous impact against his back. Darkness engulfed him, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Silence fell over the martial arts hall, an eerie stillness as if time itself had ceased. Every face, save for Lin Ning's, bore an expression of disbelief. Eyes wide and mouths agape, they were left in a state of astonishment. Goodness, how impressive. No one could have anticipated that this brash, arrogant drunkard would possess such formidable prowess. With a single move, he had rendered a martial arts expert unconscious. Waves of astonishment surged through the crowd. After a brief pause, thunderous applause erupted, echoing through the hall like a tsunami. The students were brimming with excitement. This was a true master. The director shook his head with a wry smile, astonished that he had misjudged the situation. The techniques of this individual had ascended to the realm of boundless ease, undeniably a formidable expert, a genuine powerhouse. After years of martial arts practice, he had only encountered one person with such prowess, and that venerable figure was already over 90. Yet this master appeared to be merely in his early 30s, his strength unfathomably deep. Admiration, indeed, was the only response. The director sighed profoundly, tears of exhilaration streaming down his face. At this moment, Lin Ning's other 3 bodyguards emerged from their shock. They rushed onto the stage to assist their companion, carefully checking on him. Upon confirming that his breathing was steady and that he had merely fainted, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. The trio lifted him off the platform and entrusted him to the Martial Arts Academy's students for temporary care. Exchanging glances, they instinctively ascended the stage, positioning themselves in 3 distinct directions, effectively surrounding Chen Sifong in the center. Chen Sifong stood with his hands naturally at his sides, eyes slightly closed. His entire body relaxed as before. In earlier times, such a posture would have elicited derision. However, now, infused with the might of having just defeated an opponent with a single punch, no one dared to underestimate him. The 3 bodyguards held their breaths, solemnly clasping their fists in respect, bowing with the deference of disciples. One of them spoke with utmost reverence. "Senior, we are acutely aware that we are not your equals. Yet, this rare opportunity compels us to seek your guidance." With that declaration, they simultaneously unleashed their battle stances. Instantly, a chilling aura surged across the stage, transforming into a tempest that rushed towards Chen Sifong. The spectators below, sensing this vast and boundless energy, displayed expressions of panic. "What are you all so flustered about? Sit properly. This is a rare spectacle. Keep your eyes wide open. Even grasping a single technique from this could benefit you for a lifetime." The director's booming voice, resonating like a grand bell, snapped everyone back to focus. As they settled into their seats, their expressions grave, fixated on the unfolding duel, hoping to glean some valuable insight. The atmosphere on stage swelled and ebbed, a relentless tide akin to colossal ocean waves, captivating the hearts of all. Yet, amidst this tumult, Chen Sifong stood in the eye of the storm, his demeanor relaxed, akin to an ancient boulder, steadfast against the winds and rains, remaining immovable. A faint smile graced his lips as he said, "Very well, I'm in a good mood today. I shall impart a few techniques to you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than his aura dramatically shifted, soaring to new heights. To the eyes of the 3 bodyguards, Chen Sifong's figure transformed into a towering giant, reaching for the heavens. The immense energy bore down upon them with the force of a natural disaster. The trio, unable to withstand this pressure, spewed blood, their faces paling, spirits waning. With a hearty laugh, Chen Sifong made a slight motion, delivering a punch, a kick, and a push. The 3 bodyguards flew off the stage, landing heavily, rendered momentarily incapacitated. Chen Sifong remained where he stood, exuding an effortless ease, as if he had not moved an inch. He surveyed the astonished crowd above and below, smiled, and retrieved a gourd from his waist, only to find it empty. Frowning slightly, he returned it to its place and remarked, "That punch, kick, and push are my gifts to you. How much you can comprehend depends on your own fate." Despite their pain, the 3 men managed to turn and bow deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you, Senior, for your invaluable instruction. We are eternally grateful." Descending from the platform, Chen Sifong approached Lin Ning with a smile. "So, boss, I've proven myself as a bodyguard, haven't I? Absolutely qualified." Lin Ning laughed heartily. "From now on, you shall be my personal bodyguard, with a monthly salary of 200,000, plus a year-end bonus." The salary had instantly doubled. Were it anyone else, they would have been elated. Yet Chen Sifong remained unfazed, as though the money held no significance for him. This only deepened Lin Ning's conviction that this individual was extraordinary. "Boss, I have no issue protecting you, but you must provide me with liquor, and I need my salary for the year up front." "Not a problem. I agree to all your terms. The liquor will be plentiful. I have fine wine worth over 1 million per bottle. If you desire, take as much as you wish." Lin Ning exhibited remarkable generosity. "I don't drink wine. It lacks potency. I prefer strong spirits. The stronger, the better. Most domestic liquors are too soft, akin to women. They lack vigor. Only the Russian's vodka is tolerable." "Very well. I shall procure strong spirits for you. I'll ensure you have a satisfying experience." Lin Ning clapped Chen Sifong on the shoulder. A flash of sternness crossed Chen Sifong's eyes, and he almost made a move but restrained himself. He cleared his throat lightly to mask his reaction. "When do you need that money?" Lin Ning inquired. "The sooner, the better. I urgently need the funds." At this point, Chen Sifong's typically languid expression shifted to one of anxiety. "All right, we'll head to that bank from earlier and transfer the money to you." With that, Lin Ning turned to check on his bodyguards, who were helping each other up as they approached. "Are you all right?" Lin Ning asked. "Boss, we're fine." They all shook their heads in unison. "Good, then let us be off," Lin Ning concluded, then turned to the Martial Arts Academy director. "Director, we apologize for the disturbance. We bid you farewell." Yes, please travel safely," the director responded, respectfully seeing them off. Chapter 73. "Boss, may I be your maid?" Upon returning to the bank to withdraw money, Lin Ning transferred 2,501,000 to Chen Sifong's card. "Boss, you've given too much," Chen Sifong noted after checking the balance. "The excess is for you to buy a phone and a few outfits," Lin Ning chuckled. "All right, thank you, boss. I'll take my leave now. Please provide me with an address." I'll complete my errands today and come find you tomorrow morning. Sure, Lin Ning nodded, providing him with the address of Shengshi Huading. He didn't inquire about Chen Sifang's intentions for the money, instinctively sensing that this person harbored a significant secret. However, he felt no threat from him, thus refraining from probing further. After all, ordinary people have their little secrets. How much more so someone with such formidable capabilities? As long as he posed no danger to Lin Ning, that was sufficient. Didn't Lin Ning also harbor a secret with his own system? As for whether Chen Sifang might abscond with the money, Lin Ning believed someone of his caliber would not engage in such unscrupulous behavior. Even if he did, Lin Ning would not be overly concerned. 2 million was merely a number. After Chen Sifang departed, Lin Ning returned to Shengshi Huading. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he found Mai Ziki standing before him, her uniform tightly fitted, accentuating her perfect figure to the point of causing any normal man to blush. Fortunately, her attire today was quite formal, leaving little to the imagination, allowing Lin Ning to maintain a semblance of control. If Yin Jiawen was like gentle water, capable of embracing all and soothing the heart, then Mai Ziki was a blazing fire, incinerating the heavens and earth, rendering even the toughest steel pliable. Greetings, esteemed boss. Welcome back. How may I assist you today? The melodious voice of Mai Ziki resonated like the gentle babbling of a mountain spring. Are you truly here waiting solely for me? Lin Ning inquired with curiosity. Indeed, I am your dedicated steward. Is that not the case? If you do not return, I would have little to occupy my time. There is no need for you to wait here exclusively for me. Should I require anything, I will reach out to you. Lin Ning replied nonchalantly. Will you though? Mai Ziki tilted her head, her eyes glistening with a hint of grievance. You did not even inform me about such a significant matter as hiring a nanny. Do you know I was scolded for half the day yesterday, being told my service was unsatisfactory and that I might be dismissed? As she spoke, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. It's merely a matter of finding a nanny to tidy up my home. It is not a grave concern. And no one dares to dismiss you. Lin Ning waved his hand dismissively. If your supervisor dares to reprimand you further, inform me, and I shall advocate for you. His words were resolute and exuded a commanding presence. Upon hearing this, Mai Ziki's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, filled with admiration. Boss, why not hire me as your nanny and let the current one go? Allow me to be your true personal steward. I am quite affordable, merely 20,000 a month. Not only am I beautiful, but I am also proficient in laundry, cooking, and household chores. Everything a nanny can do, I can do, and what a nanny cannot do, I can also manage. Mai Ziki blushed at her bold proposal. Boss, you understand. I do not comprehend. Lin Ning was taken aback by her audacity. Have today's young women truly become this audacious? Is this how one approaches such matters? Shouldn't we first exchange introductions, discuss life and aspirations, and then perhaps explore each other's depths? Your eagerness is somewhat alarming, my dear, and it might frighten me. In truth, Lin Ning felt a twinge of trepidation. This remarkably confident girl made him fear that prolonged exposure might leave him utterly consumed. Although he was accompanied by 4 bodyguards, they all kept their distance, feigning casual interest as they scanned the surroundings, as though the boss might be in imminent danger. Indeed, the boss could be in peril. Who wouldn't feel intimidated in the presence of a ravenous tigress? Lin Ning decided to tactically retreat. He rubbed his nose and said dismissively, I just hired a nanny yesterday. It feels somewhat inappropriate to dismiss her today. How about this? If I find this nanny unsatisfactory, I shall prioritize you for the role, all right? Besides, you currently have a job, and it wouldn't be wise to resign impulsively. Thus, Lin Ning declared, I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Should I require anything, I shall contact you. Farewell. With that, he offered no time for Mai Ziki to respond and swiftly made his way to the elevator. The bodyguards, upon witnessing this, hurried to follow, their faces flushed as they stifled laughter. Lin Ning's movements were so rapid that by the time Mai Ziki registered what had transpired, the elevator doors were already closing. Hey, she exclaimed, opening her mouth, yet no words emerged. Frustrated, she stamped her foot and glared at the elevator doors before turning on her heels and strutting away in a haughty manner. Little do you know, once you fall into my grasp, escaping will not be so easy. You shall eventually become my prized possession. Watching the numbers in the elevator change, Lin Ning finally exhaled in relief. Upon arriving at his residence, the housekeeper greeted him and presented him with the slippers she had procured. The interior was immaculate, with everything meticulously arranged. Lin Ning took a moment to survey his surroundings, feeling immensely gratified. After retreating to his room for a refreshing shower and donning loose-fitting attire, he emerged once more. The bodyguards were scattered around, either standing or seated. Lin Ning reclined on the sofa, allowing himself to unwind, akin to a sunbathing fish. After basking for a while, he flipped over to continue soaking up the sun. This lifestyle felt utterly aimless, bordering on the mundane. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was still morning, with lunchtime fast approaching. In the afternoon, the ancient-style streamer was scheduled to go live. She had not broadcasted on time for the past couple of days. He wondered if something was amiss. If there was an issue, given his current standing, he might be able to assist. He resolved to wait until the afternoon to inquire if the streamer was online. Yet that was a matter for later. Presently, he found himself at a loss for what to do. In the past, he had rushed to work daily, squeezing onto buses and subways, working late until exhaustion, daydreaming about becoming a sloth. Yet, when the day finally arrived that he could lounge as a sloth, he felt an overwhelming emptiness. Humans, indeed, are born with an insatiable yearning. Lin Ning chuckled at his self-deprecation, suddenly recalling that he had yet to inquire with Yin Zhaoan's supervisor about the housing situation. Thus, he retrieved the phone number of the property manager at Pingonli Community and dialed. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Good day," came the respectful voice of the property manager on the other end. "Mr. Lin, all the lease modifications for the tenants in your building have been completed. The renovations for each unit are also progressing smoothly. I was just about to update you on the progress when you called. You may handle those matters as you see fit. I trust your judgment. I prefer to avoid unnecessary hassle, so my only request is that they do not contact me. Should anyone call to complain about your services, I will seek another agency. Do you understand?" Lin Ning's tone was measured and unhurried. The property manager felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing this. "Rest assured, Mr. Lin, our team will exert every effort to ensure you face no inconveniences." "That is good." Lin Ning nodded before continuing. "I have another inquiry. Are there any vacant units in my building?" When he last visited, a tenant had signed a lease but left before occupying even a quarter of it, so he was unaware of how many tenants resided in the building. "Yes, 2 units have just become available, but I have clients eager to rent, so as soon as a unit is vacant, they are ready to sign an intent letter without even viewing it. If you like, I can reserve one of the better positioned units for a friend of mine, and I will cover any necessary compensation." Upon hearing that there were vacancies, Lin Ning felt a sense of relief. He knew that housing in this area was highly sought after. Typically, as soon as a unit became available, it was rented out without even being listed online. Naturally, he would not impose on current tenants to vacate. However, for those who had merely signed intent letters, compensation was a small price to pay. Most importantly, it provided him an opportunity to impress his girlfriend in front of her superiors. "All right, Mr. Lin, I will take care of this matter for you. You need not worry about the compensation. I have it under control. I will reserve the west unit on the 4th floor for you. It is a quiet location, suitable for children to study." The property manager understood that most tenants sought housing primarily for their children's education. "Agreed. Please proceed as you see fit. Thank you for your assistance. You are too kind, Mr. Lin. Given the substantial business you have brought us, handling this matter is the least I can do. The keys are with me. You may come to collect them at your convenience, even this evening, as there will be staff on duty." After concluding the call, Lin Ning immediately contacted Yin Zhaoan to relay the good news. Upon hearing the update, Yin Zhaoan expressed her delight, showering him with affection over the phone. Hastily, she rushed to her superior to convey the delightful news. The leader, feeling rather anxious due to the impending start of the school term, was in a bit of a hurry. They arranged to meet Lin Ning later that evening to view an apartment, followed by dinner. Upon returning to her office, Yin Zhaoan took a moment to remind Lin Ning to maintain a low profile that night. Lin Ning assured her he understood. Soon enough, lunchtime arrived. The skill of the housekeeper was commendable. Although her culinary creations fell slightly short of Zhang Yuding's, they were still quite delectable. Lin Ning, eschewing any airs, invited both the bodyguard and the housekeeper to join him at the table, claiming that a larger gathering brought more joy. The array of dishes was somewhat insufficient, prompting the housekeeper to prepare a few pancakes and a large pot of soup, which barely satiated their appetites. After a brief respite following lunch, it was time for the live stream. Lin Ning launched the streaming software and logged in. The ancient-style ladies' broadcast had yet to commence, and the screen was adorned with colorful bubble effects. The live room was sparsely populated, with only a few dozen viewers present, creating a rather desolate atmosphere. Lin Ning perused the names, recognizing almost all of them as familiar old viewers. Even with his presence, he attracted little attention. After waiting for over 10 minutes past the scheduled start time, the lady still had not appeared. It seemed that music would once again elude him today, and Lin Ning contemplated closing the application. However, just as he was about to exit, the screen abruptly flickered to life. The ancient-style lady appeared, ethereal in her attire, standing gracefully in front of the camera. The backdrop had transformed from serene waters and quaint bridges to a room festooned in shades of pink. Her arrival was akin to a stone cast into still waters, creating ripples of excitement. "The host is here, everyone come forth. Finally, you are here, dear host. We have been waiting so long that the flowers have withered. My girlfriend beckons me to step out for applause and love. yet I remain here solely to witness you. The valiant young man above has caused his girlfriend to faint in the restroom. Oh, why has the lady changed her background? Is this her private chamber? It seemed that someone was closely monitoring the happenings within the live room, for as soon as the host appeared, several messages flooded the screen. Thank you all for your support. I, Yilin, wish to express my gratitude. Unlike her usual self, who would simply introduce herself before diving into the music. The host first bowed to everyone present in the live room. Only then did the audience learn her name. An unusual sentiment began to permeate the live room. Indeed, Yilin's subsequent announcement left everyone astonished. Today marks my final live stream. If there are any songs you wish to hear, please type them on the screen, and I shall play whatever I can. Her proclamation confirmed the audience's suspicions. Those who remained in the live room at this moment were undoubtedly Yilin's most devoted fans. Hearing that she would no longer be streaming filled their hearts with sorrow. Dear host, why must you cease? Your music is enchanting. It is my utmost favorite. Is it because there are too few listeners? I can rally my classmates to support you. We cannot bear for you to leave, among the multitude of hosts. Your music is the one I cherish most. Indeed, it is heartbreaking, utterly devastating. The viewers clamored to persuade the ancient-style host to reconsider. Thank you for your concern. I must depart due to personal reasons, and I too am reluctant to leave, but it is with great regret. Perhaps one day, I may return. Yilin mustered her spirits and engaged with her audience. Now, you may begin to request songs. Lin Ning remained silent, quietly observing. He sensed a distinct change in the host today. Though she smiled, her expression bore a profound sorrow that seemed inescapable. As it became evident that the host was truly departing, the others could do little but sigh and type their song requests on the screen. Yilin selected a piece and began to play. Though the melody was cheerful and crisp, an air of melancholic farewell lingered in the live room. What troubles you? Have you encountered difficulties? Lin Ning could not resist sending Yilin a private message. After finishing a song, while replying to other viewers, Yilin took a moment to respond to Lin Ning as well. Others may not have noticed him, but Yilin vividly remembered this ID, as he was the sole viewer to have presented her with a cash gift, although she had not previously placed much significance on such gestures. The audacity and warmth of his act left an indelible impression on her heart. Had it not been for this unforeseen circumstance, perhaps we would have shared some stories? Yilin pondered wistfully, her delicate fingers dancing across the keyboard. Hello, Fish Boss. Thank you for your concern. I have a personal matter that prevents me from continuing the live stream, and I am quite reluctant to leave you all. Moi? Yilin's response was somewhat curt, offering little detail, yet Lin Ning remained unfazed. Should she truly be in need, he would not hesitate to extend his assistance, but if she chose not to share, he would respect her wishes. Unbeknownst to him, his casual act of kindness from a few days prior had already carved a place in a woman's heart. Very well. I wish you all the best. Please share a way to contact you, should the need arise. Lin Ning did not press further, merely sending her his phone number before quietly immersing himself in the music. If she truly required help, she would reach out. The duration of this live stream was unusually long, extending until dusk. Many were reluctant to part, with a few young women shedding tears. Yilin too was overwhelmed with emotion. Her meticulously applied makeup now a mess. She chose to wash it all away, bidding farewell to everyone in her natural visage. To their surprise, her unadorned beauty eclipsed her made-up appearance, exuding a sense of authenticity that captivated all who beheld her. Ultimately, the screen of the live room faded to darkness. Many lingered, unwilling to leave after such a long wait. Chapter 75. The Envy of a Landlord's Life. Meanwhile, Lin Ning found himself in stark contrast. Racing towards a meeting with a beautiful woman, he obediently refrained from driving the Koenigsegg, opting instead for the bodyguard's Audi. He left all his bodyguards behind at home. As the security in Zhonghai was commendable, the presence of bodyguards served little purpose beyond ostentation and occasionally dispersing crowds during moments of attention. Yan Zhaowen finished work at 5:30, and Lin Ning arrived at 5:20. After sending her a message, he parked by the roadside to await her. After a short wait, he spotted Yan Zhaowen exiting the building alongside a stylishly dressed woman in her 30s. This woman was quite striking, with fair skin and a curvaceous figure. Her short hair and high heels showcasing her as a quintessential career woman. Lin Ning stepped out of the car to greet them. Darling, this is the leader I mentioned, Gao Hongmei. As Yan Zhaowen approached Lin Ning, she immediately linked her arm with his. Hello, Ms. Gao. Lin Ning removed his sunglasses and offered a polite greeting. Hello, Mr. Lin. Upon catching sight of Lin Ning, Gao Hongmei's eyes sparkled with a moment of astonishment, momentarily lost in reverie before quickly regaining her composure as she gently clasped his hand. Mr. Lin, I've heard from Xiao Yin that you have rental properties available in Pinganli. At this point, she offered an apologetic smile, adding, Please don't take offense, Mr. Lin. It's just that I've been quite anxious. The school year is approaching, and we are still without a place to stay. I have been unable to think of anything else. Not at all, Lin Ning responded with a smile. I completely understand. Yesterday, Wen mentioned this matter to me, so I inquired with the property management today. Fortunately, I have a few units that have just become available, and I've arranged for them to reserve the one with the best location for you. Lin Ning modestly put on a show of humility. Although his girlfriend had advised him to remain low profile, it seemed impossible for him, like the sun, to avoid casting a warm glow that others inevitably felt. Hearing Lin Ning's words, Gao Hongmei inhaled sharply. The disparity between people could indeed be infuriating. In her pursuit of a rental, she had nearly exhausted herself, yet here was Lin Ning, effortlessly possessing several rental units in Pinganli. He was undoubtedly a landlord of considerable stature. It was no wonder that Yin Jiawen considered herself fortunate to have found such a partner. It made perfect sense why she claimed her boyfriend was unemployed. With these properties, who needed a job? If she had such assets, she would resign in an instant. Reflecting on this, Gao Hongmei felt a twinge of envy towards Yin Jiawen. Older sister, if you don't mind my calling you that. Lin Ning's voice jolted Gao Hongmei from her daydream. Not at all, not at all. Xiaoyan calls me that too, she chuckled, brushing aside her earlier distraction. Shall we go take a look at the apartment? I promise that after viewing it, your insomnia will vanish. Lin Ning jested with a smile. Oh, I truly must thank you in advance. The housing situation has been quite distressing for me, Gao Hongmei replied gratefully. You're too kind, sister. Let's head over now, Lin Ning said, and the trio made their way toward the car. As they walked, Gao Hongmei inquired about various details regarding the apartment, such as the floor, size, furnishings, and rental costs. Lin Ning, having never set foot inside, could only suggest that she assess it upon arrival. Gao Hongmei's living conditions were quite decent, as she drove a BMW Mini, an adorable and trendy choice among women. Lin Ning led the way in his Audi, with Gao Hongmei following closely behind. They soon arrived at the Pinganli community. After retrieving the keys from the property management, the three entered the apartment for a tour. Situated on the 8th floor, it was away from the noise of the road, providing a serene environment suitable for a child's studies. The layout was pleasing, featuring 2 bedrooms and a living room, with the furnishings somewhat dated but impeccably clean. To the south of the apartment, there was a small garden, perfect for jogging or leisurely strolls to maintain one's health. Overall, the apartment met all of Gao Hongmei's expectations, though she felt a pang of anxiety regarding the rent. Previously, she had learned that properties in Pinganli were in high demand, and the rental prices significantly higher than surrounding areas. Upon sensing Gao Hongmei's apprehension, Lin Ning graciously waved his hand, saying, Sister Gao, you need not worry about the rent. I can offer you a 20% discount, bringing it to 16,000 per month. What do you think? Although 16,000 was still a considerable sum, Gao Hongmei realized it was relatively low for the community. Despite being Yin Jiawen's superior, she understood that Lin Ning's offer was not influenced by her position, but rather extended as a gesture of friendship. After contemplating, she agreed, resolutely deciding that she could forego a few clothing purchases or a new handbag to save money. With the housing situation finally settled, the weight on Gao Hongmei's shoulders lifted, and her spirits lightened considerably. Lin Ning, Xiaoyan, I can't thank you enough for today. I would love to treat you both to a meal, she proposed. Yin Jiawen had no objections, deferring to Lin Ning's judgment. At that moment, she, like many women in love, felt her intelligence dwindling. All right, Lin Ning considered for a moment before agreeing. That sounds wonderful. I noticed a restaurant nearby that looked quite promising. Shall we try that? Sure. I'm not picky about food as long as I can fill my stomach, Lin Ning replied with a smile. Since the distance was short, they decided to walk rather than drive. The restaurant indeed proved to be a popular spot, bustling with patrons, and they had to wait for a table. After ordering several signature dishes, the trio engaged in light conversation, primarily revolving around familial matters. Gao Hongmei, in particular, animatedly discussed her children, her enthusiasm palpable. Once the meal concluded, Gao Hongmei excused herself, and Lin Ning led Yin Jiawen back to their home at Shengshihuading. Only the housekeeper remained. Everyone else had returned to their respective residences, planning to arrive early the next morning. Noticing her employer return with a beautiful woman and observing their close demeanor, the housekeeper discreetly retreated to her quarters. The expansive flat was overwhelming for Yin Jiawen, who was dazzled by both its luxurious decor and impressive amenities. Beyond the bedrooms and study, the entertainment room featured a billiards table and several gaming consoles. Though she was not fond of gaming, the media room was a true marvel, boasting a massive projector and top-tier sound system, valued at over $1 million, providing an extraordinary audiovisual experience. Chapter 76. Who exactly is he? Yin Jiawen was ecstatic. Watching movies was her favorite pastime, and she eagerly urged Lin Ning to select a film. Since acquiring this apartment, Lin Ning had yet to utilize any of its entertainment features. Previously, listening to music on his phone sufficed. and he was curious about the quality of such an extravagant sound system. He retrieved the remote and handed it to Yin Jiawen, inviting her to choose a movie. At that moment, he discovered that the system had a thoughtful subscription to a movie streaming service, offering a vast array of films. Ultimately, Yin Jiawen selected a romantic film, and the two settled into the plush sofa to watch. The plot was intricate and vibrant, with the protagonists experiencing profound struggles in their love, evoking a sense of anguish. Yin Jiawen was deeply moved, shedding tears as she became engrossed in the story, depleting nearly half a box of tissues from the coffee table. She even neglected her favorite snacks, wholly absorbed, as though she were the heroine of the tale. Meanwhile, Lin Ning found himself rather bored, perceiving the characters as rather foolish. Engaging in lengthy declarations of love without any substantial progression, merely indulging in love for love's sake. Was this truly cinema? He mused that he could produce a far superior film. Yet, recognizing that women enjoyed such narratives, he felt compelled to feign interest while occasionally comforting his girlfriend's tender heart. However, it must be said that the sound system was indeed worth its extravagant price tag. The audio quality was exceptional and the visuals remarkably clear, creating an immersive experience. Especially as the romantic tension escalated between the lead characters. It resonated intensely with both Lin Ning and Yin Jiawen. After the movie concluded, Lin Ning felt a parched sensation. Yin Jiawen, apart from her slightly reddened eyes from weeping, also sported a delicate face that glowed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of a perfectly ripe apple, evoking an irresistible allure. She rested her head against Lin Ning's shoulder, uttering not a word, quietly watching the subtitles ascend the screen. The haunting melody reverberated throughout the room. Lin Ning could feel the warmth radiating from Yin Jiawen, steadily rising, almost overwhelming him. A peculiar emotion began to pervade, engulfing Lin Ning's mind. Everything unfolded naturally, in perfect harmony with the universe. Yin Jiawen, akin to a budding rose, gradually blossomed under Lin Ning's tender care. The following day, Lin Ning awoke, observing the enchanting figure beside him still lost in slumber, adorned with tears of happiness. He couldn't help but smile at the memory of last night's exuberance. It promised to be another invigorating day. He silently reminded himself to check in. Ding. Congratulations. Host, check-in successful. You have acquired complete ownership of the Davis Top Supercar Club. Please check your rewards. You have obtained God-tier driving skills. Please check your rewards. The two notifications came in quick succession, leaving Lin Ning momentarily dazed, as an influx of unfamiliar information flooded his mind. The sheer volume made his head throb painfully, akin to a brain cramp. In an effort not to rouse Yin Jiawen, Lin Ning clutched his head, gritting his teeth against the discomfort, his forehead veins bulging. Thankfully, the pain subsided after mere seconds, though it left Lin Ning drenched in sweat. Once the ache dissipated, he hastily rose and entered the bathroom to shower. The warm water cascaded over him, gradually reviving his senses. The system was astonishingly powerful, even bestowing skills of such an extraordinary nature. Lin Ning was elated. Previously, he believed the system merely provided material wealth, such as companies and properties, with no other significant advantages. Of course, financial prowess was formidable, but what man does not harbor his own heroic dreams? True strength lies in personal empowerment. Although he had felt a tinge of frustration, today he had unexpectedly acquired a god-tier driving skill, igniting his anticipation for future check-ins. The system was truly remarkable, yet the extent of this skill's power remained uncertain. However, being designated as God-tier suggested it could not be trivial. The idea of cruising with a beautiful companion in a luxury car, executing exhilarating maneuvers that elicited gasps from her, was a tantalizing prospect. As for the surprise of owning shares in the Davis Top Supercar Club, it was somewhat less impactful. He had heard of this club, known for its exclusivity, divided into tiers: bronze, silver, gold, and the elite level. Even to attain the most basic bronze membership, one needed to possess a car worth over $1 million, a rather steep requirement. Thus, the club's membership was limited. Renowned, yet shrouded in mystery among the common folk of Zhonghai. Situated in the southern suburbs of Zhonghai, the club boasted a world-class racetrack, primarily used for member services or testing the club's own vehicles, as it also supported a rally racing team that consistently ranked in the top 5 annually. Not too shabby, yet not outstanding. For Lin Ning, with his vast fortune exceeding billions, such trivialities held little significance. While Lin Ning was lost in dreams, the bathroom door swung open abruptly. Yin Jiawen, clad in his oversized shirt, ambled in without even opening her eyes. "Good morning," she mumbled groggily, reaching for the toilet and settling down. Lin Ning was startled and quickly grabbed a towel to cover himself. Suddenly recalling their intimate connection, he confidently discarded the towel. Watching Yin Jiawen transition from a furrowed brow to a blissful expression, Lin Ning realized that even goddesses partake in the mundane realities of life, needing to cleanse their systems. After they freshened up and changed clothes, they exited the room. The housekeeper had prepared a hearty breakfast: soy milk, porridge, fried dough, eggs, and pickles, a delightful assortment. The bodyguards had already arrived, waiting in the living room. Upon seeing Lin Ning and Yin Jiawen, they stood to greet them. "Good morning, boss." "Good morning, madam." The greeting caused Yin Jiawen to blush, retreating shyly behind Lin Ning. "Good morning, everyone. Have you all eaten?" Lin Ning, unfazed, maintained his composure. "We've already had our meal, boss." "All right, please wait for me a moment. After breakfast, we'll head to the Westin Hotel for the wedding." "Yes, boss." With a nod, two of the bodyguards turned and headed downstairs to prepare in the underground garage. Lin Ning and Yin Jiawen took a seat to enjoy their breakfast. While they were eating, someone knocked at the door. The housekeeper approached to open it, revealing a weathered man dressed in casual attire, with a gourd hanging from his waist, looking somewhat out of place. "Boss, I've arrived." As the door swung open, Chen Sifang called out. "Come in." Lin Ning's voice resonated from within. Chen Sifang nodded to the housekeeper with a smile and stepped inside. "Sifang, has everything been arranged?" "Yes, boss, it's all done. From now on, I can follow you with peace of mind." Chen Sifang replied with a grin, clearly in good spirits. "That's good to hear," Lin Ning said, taking a sip of soy milk. "I trust you and hope you will honor this trust in the future. I can provide you with what you need, and all I ask for in return is your unwavering loyalty. Your past identity and actions are of no concern to me. I only wish for you to be completely open with me from this moment onward. Can you do that?" Lin Ning's tone was calm, akin to a casual conversation. Yet the subtle power behind his words made Chen Sifang feel slightly breathless. Who exactly is he? Chapter 77. The Terrifying Nature of Older Women. Chen Sifang's expression shifted slightly, and his gaze toward Lin Ning held a newfound wariness. "Boss, rest assured, having accepted your employment, I will never betray you. I still possess that much integrity. If you require any proof, I regret to say I cannot provide it." Lin Ning chuckled at Chen Sifang's words. "I need no proof. A man's word is his bond, and I believe in you. Have you eaten? Would you care to join us?" Chen Sifang smiled back, responding candidly. "I've already had breakfast. In the future, I will prove that I am worthy of this compensation." "Good, I look forward to it." After finishing breakfast, Lin Ning decided to take Yin Jiawen to work. As his girlfriend, it seemed inappropriate for her to squeeze onto a bus or subway. The group descended to the underground garage in an impressive procession. The bodyguards, who had previously come down, were prepared for departure. Seeing that the time was still decent and the garage not overly crowded, Lin Ning felt a surge of excitement and decided to test the system's acclaimed god-tier driving skills to discover their true essence. He instructed the others to wait and hopped into the Koenigsegg. As he approached the car, a new sensation enveloped him. It felt as though the vehicle and he were merging into one, indistinguishable from each other. He ignited the engine, lightly pressing the accelerator, and the Koenigsegg roared to life. The wheels spun rapidly, creating a thick cloud of smoke as they gripped the pavement. At this moment, Lin Ning, empowered by his extraordinary driving skills, possessed an almost terrifying understanding of the vehicle. With a delicate flick of the gear lever, the Koenigsegg surged forth like a bolt of lightning, vanishing in the blink of an eye. What followed was Lin Ning's personal showcase. Though the underground garage was somewhat dimly lit, it did not hinder his performance in the slightest. Acceleration, drifting, cornering. Each movement was executed with flawless precision. The Koenigsegg felt like an extension of Lin Ning's own body, flowing effortlessly. In this instant, the world-renowned supercar truly radiated an unparalleled brilliance. Yin Jiawen and Chen Sifang, along with the others, were left utterly astounded. Wasn't the world's most exceptional race car driver merely an ordinary figure in comparison? It even seemed that he paled in comparison to their boss. At that moment, a deep admiration for Lin Ning's driving prowess filled everyone's hearts. Screech. The tires of the Koenigsegg screamed against the ground, and then, with a breathtakingly stylish maneuver, it came to a halt right before Yin Jiawen, merely a fist's distance away from her. The gust of wind created by the sudden stop sent her long hair dancing. Lin Ning emerged from the vehicle, his expression brimming with exhilaration. "Incredible. This is the true essence of a top-tier supercar. Boss, I never anticipated your driving skills to be this exceptional. Truly, you are an experienced driver. I am in awe," Chen Sifang responded, finally snapping back to reality. Giving Lin Ning a thumbs up and taking a hearty swig from the gourd at his waist, the pungent aroma of the liquor wafted into the air. Yin Jiawen found it somewhat overwhelming and quickly stepped aside. Lin Ning frowned. "Old Chen, what kind of liquor is this? The smell is quite overpowering." Boss. To be honest, this is my prized liquor, which I scoured the entire Zhonghai city to find," Chen Sifang replied. "I know you enjoy strong spirits, but this scent is rather unpleasant." When we have time, let us find a distillery to craft a custom liquor according to your preferences. What do you think? Lin Ning fanned his nose with his hand, suppressing the urge to retch. After all, he was allergic to alcohol, and especially to such strong and foul-smelling low-quality liquor. He couldn't help but wonder if this fellow was truly unable to procure some decent wine. All right, then I shall thank you in advance, boss. Upon hearing Lin Ning's promise, Chen Sifang's eyes sparkled with excitement. To be honest, I, old Chun, love it strong. The more potent, the merrier. All right, it's getting late. Let us head out and drop one off at the company. We still need to attend the wedding. It would be rather impolite to arrive late. With a wave of his hand, Lin Ning signaled for everyone to get in the car and set off. Yin Zhaoan genuinely wished to attend the wedding. Of course, attending the wedding was merely an excuse. Her true desire was to remain close to Lin Ning, not wanting to part ways. This longing was especially intense for a woman in love, particularly one who had just recently become a newlywed. However, Lin Ning was adamant that work required a professional demeanor. There could be no exceptions. After imparting a few profound truths to Yin Zhaoan, she came to understand. A woman must also cultivate her own career, not solely dwell in matters of the heart. After successfully seeing Yin Zhaoan off, Lin Ning and the others headed straight for the Westin Hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, they spotted General Manager Martin and two elderly gentlemen greeting guests. Zhang Yong was absent, likely fetching the bride. With the wedding set to commence at 9 o'clock, time was of the essence, and everyone had endured a sleepless night. Even General Manager Martin appeared slightly disheveled, his eyes lacking their usual luster, with faint dark circles beneath them. There was no alternative. This task had been personally assigned by the boss, and he was unwilling to entrust it to anyone else, insisting on handling it himself. Moreover, performing well in front of the new boss could potentially lead to great opportunities in the future. Upon noticing Lin Ning's arrival, Martin perked up, approaching with the two elderly gentlemen. Through introductions, Lin Ning learned that these two were Zhang Yong's father and father-in-law. In the midst of joyous occasions, spirits were lifted. One family was marrying off a daughter, while the other was welcoming a son-in-law. With all the merriment, the two elderly gentlemen maintained a commendable demeanor despite their exhaustion. Upon hearing that Lin Ning was a former colleague of Zhang Yong's, and that he was the financier of this wedding, with even the hotel being part of his assets, the earnest and honest men felt somewhat flustered. They were in the presence of a truly significant figure, and he was astonishingly young. Just look at the entourage he brought along, 5 attendants, no less. The two men became somewhat reserved in their conversation. Lin Ning, observing their demeanor, offered a gentle smile and grasped their hands, saying, "Uncles, there is no need for such formality. Brother Zhang Yong has always taken great care of me. Now that I am in a position to reciprocate, it is only right." Yes, thank you. Our son Yong is indeed fortunate to have met someone like you," they replied, though despite Lin Ning's amiable demeanor, the two elderly gentlemen still felt a touch of awkwardness. Such feelings of inferiority are not easily dispelled. Lin Ning did not press the matter. After a few pleasantries, he proceeded into the grand hall. The wedding hall, undoubtedly the largest in the hotel, was adorned with an impressive setup of 88 banquet tables, ample enough to accommodate the guests. The two elderly gentlemen insisted Lin Ning take a seat at their table. After several polite refusals, Lin Ning eventually settled in, engaging in conversation with Zhang Yong's mother and mother-in-law. The two elderly women, relieved to find the young man was indeed the esteemed owner of the Westin Hotel, relaxed and began chatting about family matters. They inquired about his age, his family, and whether he had a girlfriend, even mentioning that they had several daughters of their own, each exceptional in looks, character, and education, asking if he might be interested. Lin Ning could only smile wryly, offering perfunctory responses while feeling increasingly uncomfortable in his seat. Chapter 78. It seemed the wedding might not proceed as planned. Just as he contemplated how to escape this daunting situation, a throng of young people burst through the entrance. Both men and women, they were strikingly handsome and fashionable, adorned in designer labels, instantly capturing the attention of many. Who were these individuals? Lin Ning did not recognize them, but their attire spoke volumes. Armani suits, Gucci handbags, and Patek Philippe watches. My goodness, that watch alone must be worth over 200,000. Surely, this was a gathering of wealthy heirs and heiresses. How could Zhang Yong possibly know such people? Perhaps he was just keeping a low profile. Rumor had it that even this wedding was funded by a mysterious benefactor. Otherwise, how could they afford to reserve an entire hall at the Westin? Oh dear, it seems Zhang Yong is destined for greatness. I must ensure to drink with him later and glean some insights. If I can forge connections with these individuals, even if we cannot soar, we might at least be able to jog ahead. The crowd buzzed with admiration and envy. The group of wealthy heirs and heiresses, upon entering the hall, did not hesitate as they made their way directly to Lin Ning's table. Over a dozen of them, with an imposing presence, approached Lin Ning. startling Zhang Yang's mother and mother-in-law, who were engaged in conversation with him. However, the wealthy youths paid them no mind. Stopping before Lin Ning and in unison greeted him. "Big brother, good morning." Lin Ning chuckled, feigning surprise as he stood up. "Jiang Tua, Zhang Chao, what brings you here?" "Big brother, while we were picking up the car keys yesterday, we overheard Manager Ma mention that your old friend is getting married today. We thought we should come and show our support." As dawn broke, everyone had already arrived. "We were not late, were we?" "Hee, splendid, we arrived just in time. Come, let us converse at that table." Lin Ning patted Jiang Tuo's shoulder, his smile radiating joy as he finally escaped the interrogation-like chatter. He was genuinely grateful to Jiang Tuo. After exchanging a few words with Zhang Yong's mother and mother-in-law, Lin Ning took their hands and led them to another table. Though the two women felt reluctant, they could not forcibly detain him. It was evident that he showed little interest in the girls at home. They could only sigh softly, lamenting their misfortune. With a group of more than 10 people, including Chen Sifang and bodyguards, they occupied 2 tables. Others, upon witnessing the remarkable demeanor of those at the table, felt inadequate and hesitated to approach. Soon, the guests had nearly all gathered. Preparations were made, firecrackers and flowers arranged in anticipation of the arrival of the bride and groom. Time slipped away gradually. However, the wedding car was yet to make an appearance, causing a stir of impatience among the guests, who began to murmur amongst themselves. Lin Ning, too, felt a twinge of confusion as he glanced at the time on his phone. It was drawing ever closer to 9 o'clock. Zhang Yang's mother and mother-in-law, who had been composed, could no longer remain seated. They rose and walked to the entrance to inquire about the situation. Just then, Martin hurriedly entered, his expression grave. "Boss, we have a situation," he whispered urgently into Lin Ning's ear. "What has happened?" Lin Ning asked, his brow furrowing. "The road that Mr. Zhang Yang's convoy must take has been completely closed due to a severe car accident. Then inform them to take a detour," Lin Ning responded. "It's too late for that," Martin replied, his face contorted in a grimace. "The convoy is stuck on that road, unable to advance or retreat." To alleviate the growing tension among the guests, the hotel had turned on the television. At that moment, the news broadcast was chaotic, both in visuals and sound. Instantly, the attention of everyone in the hall was drawn to the unfolding events on the screen. The footage revealed a scene of chaos, filled with cries and medical personnel in white rushing about with serious expressions. Police were maintaining order nearby, while several cars lay in various positions on the road. One vehicle, in particular, was utterly mangled, its front and rear unrecognizable. Not far off, a bus lay overturned at the roadside, its windows shattered, with several individuals seated nearby, their heads and bodies wrapped in bandages. Through the reporter's narration, it became clear that a major traffic accident had occurred. A drunk driver, traveling at over 100 kilometers per hour, had collided with several vehicles and subsequently overturned the bus before coming to a stop. The driver had died at the scene, and other passengers were severely injured, being rushed to the hospital. "This is the scene of the accident. Fortunately, our wedding convoy is unharmed," Martin remarked, deeply moved by the horrific images on the screen. "Let's consult with the elders to see if we can postpone the wedding time. Without the bride and groom, the ceremony cannot proceed." "All right, boss," Martin replied, turning to leave, only to find the 4 elders had returned in a flurry of anxiety. "Manager Ma, what shall we do? My child's wedding car is stuck on the road and will miss the ceremony," Zhang Yang's mother exclaimed, wringing her hands in distress. "Indeed, today is a once-in-a-lifetime auspicious day, crucial for the happiness of both our families. How could such a calamity befall us?" Zhang Yang's father sighed heavily, his face clouded with worry. "In-laws, I must tell you, I spent a significant sum to have the most renowned fortune teller select this date. A propitious time to ensure a prosperous future and to honor our ancestors. If we cannot proceed, then this wedding will not happen." Although the mother of the bride was equally anxious, her tone left much to be desired. Hearing her words, Zhang Yang's parents grew alarmed. "That cannot be. The 2 children have waited so long. We have prepared the banquet and invited the guests. If we do not proceed, it will only invite ridicule. If we are to marry, we must think of a solution quickly. This date cannot be changed," the mother of the bride insisted, not yielding an inch. Upon hearing this, Manager Martin realized that his suggestion to postpone the wedding could not be broached. Lin Ning, after a moment of contemplation, proposed an alternative solution. "Do we not have a Rolls-Royce convoy? Perhaps we could inquire about switching vehicles?" he suggested. "Boss, it's too late for that. The entire road is blocked, and no vehicle can enter. Moreover, even if the convoy could arrive, they would still need to exit that street on foot first," Martin reported anxiously. "Vehicles cannot get through, and having them exit will waste time. What shall we do?" Lin Ning stood up, his brow furrowed in deep thought. All eyes turned to him, awaiting a more promising solution. At that moment, amidst the group of wealthy young heirs accompanying Jiang Tua, A girl adorned with heavy eye makeup suddenly chimed in with a laugh. If they cannot walk on the ground, wouldn't it be splendid if they could fly like Superman? They would arrive in an instant. Be quiet. What a ridiculous idea. Since when do superheroes exist in this world? Truly foolish. Chided a boy who appeared to be her boyfriend, wary of the prominent figures present. What's wrong with being foolish? You seem to enjoy it when you were having fun. The girl retorted defiantly. The affluent young man, clad in designer brands, scowled, ready to retort, but Jiang Tua interjected. Enough. Do you not realize where we are? If you continue to bicker, you can leave. Jiang Tua's high standing silenced them both, causing them to tremble and shut their mouths. Unbeknownst to the speaker, Lin Ning's eyes sparkled at the mention of flying. Indeed, if they cannot arrive by land, let us bring them by air. With this thought, he turned to the elders, smiling gently as he inquired, uncles and aunties, would it be permissible for me to have them come from the sky? Zhang Yang's parents were at a loss for words and turned their questioning gazes toward the mother of the bride. After a moment's contemplation, she replied. The fortune teller did not specify, only that 9 o'clock is an auspicious time. That is splendid. Lin Ning nodded enthusiastically, saying, Then I shall use a plane to fetch the bride and groom. The aircraft is swift. We should have ample time. As his words echoed in the room, everyone fell silent, gazing at Lin Ning with admiration. A true magnate, indeed. What an impressive solution, summoning an aircraft. Who could rival such a display of grandeur? May I inquire? Mr. Lin, what sort of aircraft do you intend to use for their transport? Zhang Yang's father asked cautiously. Oh, it's nothing much, just a Black Hawk helicopter. Capable of accommodating 4 to 5 people. Fetching the newlyweds will pose no issue. The others may have to make do with the hotel's Rolls-Royce convoy. Lin Ning stated calmly. A Black Hawk helicopter? Jiang Tua was momentarily taken aback. Brother, that is a military aircraft from the United States. Are you certain it can fly in Zhonghai without attracting unwanted attention from authorities? Moreover, when has our country ever allowed private ownership of such helicopters? This is indeed a source of pride for the United States, and it is strictly prohibited for sale. Upon hearing Jiang Tuo's statement, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Are you boasting, my esteemed friend? They seemed to think. Haha, you are absolutely right. However, the current owner of the Black Hawk helicopter manufacturing company has now turned out to be a citizen of Huaxia. In an effort to curry favor with the new owner, they delivered a civilian model devoid of weaponry. Lin Ning spoke of this matter nonchalantly, yet his words detonated in the crowd like deep-sea bombs, leaving everyone dizzy and unable to comprehend. All were astounded, gazing at Lin Ning as if he were a deity. Such a remarkable figure could actually become the proprietor of a company of this stature in the United States. Who in all of Huaxia could achieve such a feat? Upon hearing of Zhang Yang's exceptionally talented young colleague, Zhang Yang's father staggered slightly, nearly collapsing in reverence. Noble one, you are indeed a benefactor to our Yong. The elderly gentleman was on the verge of tears. Uncle, please, there is no need for such formalities. I'll arrange for someone to fetch them right away. With that, he promptly called Zheng Yiming. Zheng Yiming swiftly got in touch with Smith and Hans, who were currently reveling in the delights of Zhonghai, surrounded by countless beauties. Utterly oblivious to the world. Upon receiving the summons from their boss, they immediately returned to the Global Trade Center. After a brief notification to the Air Traffic Control Bureau, the Black Hawk helicopter ascended once more. Simultaneously, Martin orchestrated the deployment of the hotel's Rolls-Royce fleet to retrieve the remaining guests and assist in maintaining order. After all, the helicopter's arrival would undoubtedly cause a commotion. As anticipated, the moment the Black Hawk helicopter hovered over the accident site, it attracted a throng of onlookers. The excitement amplified upon learning that it was there to collect newlyweds for their wedding. Who has ever witnessed a helicopter coming to fetch a bride? Especially a renowned Black Hawk helicopter. This was indeed a spectacle to behold, inciting envy and admiration. The scene grew somewhat chaotic, as the helicopter lacked sufficient space to land. Nevertheless, Smith, being the ace of Sikorsky, expertly maneuvered the aircraft to rest atop one of the cars in the convoy. However, the security personnel on site prevented them from departing. Intending to requisition the helicopter due to several severely injured individuals in need of immediate medical attention, while vehicles could not enter the area, Zheng Yiming relayed this information to Lin Ning, who promptly decided to allow the helicopter to transport the newlyweds for their wedding ceremony, with the intention of returning immediately afterward. This would not take much time, and should they refuse, he would simply walk away. Lin Ning's stance was resolute, leaving the ground security personnel with no recourse, as the helicopter belonged to them, and they had no authority to commandeer it. Furthermore, they could not afford to provoke someone capable of piloting such an aircraft. Thus, both parties reached an agreement. Zhang Yong and his wife promptly boarded the helicopter, soaring towards the hotel, while the remaining guests traversed the congested streets on foot, escorted back by the Rolls-Royce fleet. The parents of both families anxiously stood at the hotel entrance, gazing skyward. Soon, a small black dot appeared on the horizon. The guests in the lobby, upon hearing of the helicopter fetching the bride, were equally astonished and envious, rushing outside to witness the spectacle. Manager Martin directed the hotel staff to clear a landing space in front of the hotel for the helicopter. It's coming, it's coming. With the thunderous roar of the helicopter, the imposing silhouette of the Black Hawk hovered above the crowd. Zhang Yong and his bride appeared at the cabin door, the bride waving a bouquet of flowers. It was said that whoever could catch the flowers thrown by the bride would be blessed with good fortune and love. Countless men and women dashed forward in a frenzy, eager to seize the bouquet. Amidst the cheers, the bride tossed the flowers, which were snatched by a tall young man. What transpired next elevated the atmosphere to a euphoric climax. The young man unexpectedly knelt before a girl, using the freshly acquired flowers to propose. How romantic! The girl, overwhelmed with excitement, nearly fainted and without a moment's hesitation, nodded in agreement. As the time drew near, the helicopter gently descended, and the bride and groom, hand in hand, stepped down to commence a series of wedding rituals. The bride's mother beamed with joy, her hands nearly sore from clapping. We're finally catching our break. Our family is about to turn its fortunes around. Your brother will surely find a wife without issue. Standing beside her, Lin Ning could only shake his head in resignation. His eyes filled with sympathy for the blissful Zhang Yong. Brother, your future days may not be so easy. Chapter 8, The New Boss. The wedding commenced punctually, with all present brimming with joy. The eminent Lin Ning, the orchestrator behind the Black Hawk helicopter operation, garnered immense admiration. It was undeniable that one could not help but respect such an illustrious figure. Everyone yearned to make the acquaintance of this remarkable individual, hoping to boast about their connection in the future. Thus, as the wedding ceremony concluded and the guests were set free, they instinctively gravitated toward Lin Ning. They sought not to be formally introduced, but rather to establish a sense of familiarity for future encounters. Lin Ning, who abstained from alcohol, initially greeted these advances with a smile. However, as the crowd swelled, forming a lengthy queue, his mood soured, and his expression darkened. Observing this, Chen Sifang exchanged glances with several bodyguards, who promptly understood the cue. They began to disperse the crowd with a rather brusque demeanor. Those being ushered away felt no resentment, merely disappointment at not having had the opportunity to present themselves before the esteemed figure. After all, even the scion of the Jiang family and a host of affluent youths from Zhonghai displayed utmost deference in Lin Ning's presence. What were their minor grievances in comparison? As the wedding drew to a close, Jiang Tuo unexpectedly received a phone call, and his expression instantly transformed into one of vibrant intrigue. Hello, young Masterly. What is this? Do you wish to challenge me again? Have you not yet had your fill of the dust on my heels? Very well, I shall indulge you. But it's 50 million cash, as previously agreed. No more antiques or paintings as bait. If you try that again, I shall no longer engage with you. After concluding the call, Jiang Tuo grinned at Lin Ning. Brother, could I borrow your Koenigsegg again? For what purpose? Lin Ning inquired leisurely, sipping his fish soup. Hee. There's a lad from the Li family who is particularly fond of racing. He frequently organizes car races, yet his skills are abysmal, resulting in more losses than wins, thus contributing significantly to our entertainment. Today, he invited me for a race, claiming to have summoned a skilled driver. Given his caliber, he can hardly secure any true talent. It's merely a ploy for his fragile ego, along with a means to fund our amusement. Haha. His words elicited laughter from the others. Very well, take the car. But leave one for me. Seeing the enthusiasm in the group, Lin Ning readily acquiesced. As they were acquaintances, it was unlikely any issues would arise. You won't be racing on the roads, will you? He inquired while handing over the car keys to Jiang Tuo. Of course not. One cannot race on public roads. We'll be competing at the Davis Supercar Club. Have you heard of it, big brother? Within this realm lies the most opulent racing circuit in the world, where the thrill of driving is unparalleled. Observing Lin Ning's astonished expression, Jiang Tuo assumed he was unacquainted with this locale, and thus took it upon himself to provide an introduction. This club is regarded as the finest racing establishment in Huaxia. Operating on a membership basis with a notably high entry threshold, one must possess a vehicle valued at a minimum of 1 million to gain admission. Nonetheless, we are all members here. Brother, would you care to join the club? With your Koenigsegg, you would undoubtedly be admitted as a top-tier member. No, I am not interested in becoming a member, Lin Ning replied with a smile, his expression somewhat peculiar. May I attend your race? Certainly, Jiang Tuo responded with a grin. As a golden member of the club, facilitating entry for a few individuals is a trivial matter. Recognizing Lin Ning's disinterest in joining the club, Jiang Tuo did not press the issue further. After a hearty meal, Lin Ning bid farewell to Zhang Yong and promptly set off for the Davis Club. Throughout the journey, Lin Ning drove with utmost propriety, refraining from showcasing his extraordinary driving prowess. In stark contrast, his affluent companions exuberantly reveled in their vehicles once they left the city, racing at breakneck speeds with windows down and shouting joyfully. Other vehicles on the road swerved to avoid them, while some drivers honked in discontent. Yet these youngsters paid no heed. Lin Ning merely observed, smiling in silence. To him, their driving skills resembled that of children just learning to ride bicycles. It is often said that foolish children find joy in ignorance, and it seems there is truth to that notion. The journey to the Davis Supercar Club took approximately an hour. Nestled amidst verdant hills and clear waters, a vast expanse of technologically advanced architecture awaited. The structures, adorned in shades of gray, white, and black, resembled a spacecraft from a distance. Security personnel stood guard at the entrance. After presenting his membership card and engaging in a brief exchange with the guard, Lin Ning followed Jiang Tuo's vehicle inside. Upon seeing the Koenigsegg, the guard's previously relaxed demeanor transformed into one of seriousness. It was only after all members had entered the club that the guard dared to use his walkie-talkie. Nervously reporting what he had witnessed, a Koenigsegg had entered the club. This news spread like wildfire throughout the establishment. While the appearance of a Koenigsegg in Zhonghai might merely serve as a topic of casual conversation for the common folk within the upper echelons of society, the significance of this vehicle was monumental. Everyone sought to identify the owner of the Koenigsegg, yet none dared to employ any underhanded tactics, resorting instead to formal channels in hopes of contacting this enigmatic figure. Consequently, the once fluid exchange of information became convoluted. Although Jiang Tuo belonged to this elite circle, his recent entanglement with Shui Manor had caused him to overlook such news. Thus, several days elapsed without many being aware of Jiang Tuo's acquaintance with the Koenigsegg's owner. The information swiftly reached the club's general manager. He was currently in a state of distress. Early that morning, the club's chairman had called him, stating that all shareholders had unanimously agreed to transfer their stakes to an individual named Lin Ning, and the handover had been completed. This meant that overnight, the club had a new owner, one with absolute control over its shares. The general manager, Deng Siwei, was left dumbfounded by this revelation. He initially thought the chairman was speaking in jest. Only after repeated confirmations did he accept this shocking news. Upon receiving the new owner's information and seeing how remarkably young Lin Ning was, his fear intensified. What background could this young man possess to wield such influence, compelling all club shareholders to agree to the transfer of their equity in a single night? This was exceedingly perplexing. Could it be that he belonged to a prominent family? After much contemplation, this was the only explanation that seemed plausible. However, the new owner's dossier was scant, leaving many details uncertain. Nevertheless, one thing Deng Siwei understood clearly: the new proprietor, Lin Ning, was someone he could not afford to offend. Chapter 81. Has your grandfather given his consent for you to challenge him? When his subordinate informed him of the Koenigsegg's arrival at the club, Deng Siwei scarcely paid it any mind. His thoughts were consumed with how to ingratiate himself with the new owner. Should he present a selection of beautiful women or organize a grand welcoming ceremony? He found himself indecisive. Gazing at the youthful, handsome face adorned with a serene smile in the dossier, he felt that the idea of introducing beautiful women seemed more plausible. After all, no man is indifferent to beauty. In this regard, men are indeed creatures of singular affection. General manager, the Koenigsegg, which has caused quite a stir in Zhonghai, has arrived at our club, his informant reiterated. Observing Deng Siwei's lack of response. What do I care for a Koenigsegg, or whatever it is called? Deng Siwei waved his hand irritably, his mood growing increasingly agitated. Xiao Zhang, forget everything else. Call Hong Jie immediately and instruct her to send over the most beautiful and alluring women in her employ right away. Manager Deng, right now? The man referred to as Xiao Zhang queried, glancing outside. Those girls are likely still asleep and may not come. They dare not. Deng Siwei glared, his voice stern. Tell Hong Jie that I do not care what her girls are doing at this moment. They must appear before me within the hour. Otherwise, they shall face the consequences. Deng Siwei's expression darkened ominously. Xiao Zhang, frightened, bowed his head and hastily exited the office, adhering to the directive. Once Xiao Zhang departed, Deng Siwei sighed, murmuring to himself, I hope this arrangement will please the new owner. Lin Ning remained oblivious to the unfolding events in the office above. His sudden visit to this location with Jiang Tuo was driven by a desire to witness the club he had recently signed up for. Having only seen it online previously, the experience of being there in person was distinctly different. This club had initially required an investment of several $100 million to establish. Its exterior design remarkably avant-garde and infused with a sense of technological sophistication. The interior decor exuded luxury and grandeur at every turn, and the service was exemplary. Upon entering the lobby, one was greeted by elegantly uniformed attendants who provided warmth and hospitality, evoking a genuine sense of home. Within the lobby, A group of individuals was already seated. As Jiang Tua entered with his companions, they immediately turned their attention towards him. Jiang Xiao, you've arrived quite promptly. The leader of the group, a handsome scion of wealth, was flanked by two stunningly attractive women. With someone so eager to offer me money, I certainly ought to arrive swiftly. Jiang Tua laughed heartily, prompting laughter from those accompanying him. A flicker of displeasure crossed the wealthy youth's eyes, his expression darkening. He rose to his feet, letting out a cold snort. Beware of the wind, lest you slip with your tongue. This time, I have invited a true master, Mr. Nakata Nishita, who has once won the National Automobile Rally Championship in Japan. Prepare to eat my dust. As his words fell, a strikingly handsome man with an air of arrogance and a chiseled, cold visage also stood up, bowing respectfully to Jiang Tua, and said in a deep voice, Nakata Nishita, I humbly seek your guidance. Li Wenbing, your audacity knows no bounds. Upon seeing the Japanese man, Jiang Tuo's expression shifted. Is your grandfather aware that you have summoned him? This is my affair, and it has nothing to do with my grandfather. I hope you will not meddle. Jiang Tuo's words vexed the young master of the Li family. Very well, your family matters are of no concern to me, Jiang Tua replied with a cold smile. But do be cautious, you wouldn't want your grandfather to find out. Huh, as long as you keep your mouth shut, I assure you, my grandfather will remain oblivious. Besides, what's the big deal about inviting a driver for a friendly competition? Li Wenbing dismissed. May I ask if this is the illustrious young Master Jiang? At that moment, the previously silent Nakata Nishita spoke up. Indeed, that is I. What do you desire? Jiang Tuo's tone was curt towards the Japanese man. I have heard of your esteemed reputation back home. It is precisely for this reason that I accepted young Master Li's invitation to compete against you, Nakata Nishita said, his Mandarin impressively fluent, nearly indistinguishable from that of a native speaker. Your driving skills are also renowned in our Japan. Thank you, but I am indifferent to my reputation in your country. Jiang Tua replied dismissively. Let us compete swiftly, without further ado. I am here to win money, not to make friends. After winning, I intend to enjoy some time with my brothers and the lovely ladies at the club. Ouch, why did you pinch me? Jiang Tuo's icy demeanor twisted comically as he spoke his last words. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Schwem Manor's delicate hand had found its way to Jiang Tuo's waist. Twisting playfully, while they engaged in their playful banter, Li Wenbing's expression darkened. The cool Japanese man remained composed, his face showing little change except for a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, his clothing fluttering gently. At that moment, Chen Sifeng, standing behind Lin Ning, suddenly stepped forward, taking a swig from a gourd and exclaiming in exhilaration. Nakata Nishita's fluttering clothes gradually stilled. Jiang Tuo's merciless retort left Li Wenbing's face flushed. Yet for reasons unknown, he had no retort. All he could do was glare fiercely at Jiang Tua, darkly saying, Enough of your nonsense. Let us compete. All right. A competition it is, but have you brought the money? Jiang Tua glanced sideways at Li Wenbing, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. I won't compete without seeing the cash. Is it merely money? Li Wenbing retorted, pulling a check from his jacket pocket. Zhang Xiao, standing beside Jiang Tua, reached over to examine the check before returning it to Li Wenbing, then nodded back at Jiang Tua. Very well, with money, anything can be discussed, Jiang Tua laughed heartily. Just keep that check on hand for now, I'll need it shortly. He then called out to Lin Ning, Brother, let us go witness my glorious display today. Lin Ning smiled and followed Jiang Tua as they led the group out of the hall to a platform on the second floor. The view was expansive, offering a clear sight of the entire racetrack, complemented by a wall of monitors for a detailed observation. Clearly, the arrangements were meticulously planned. Lin Ning nodded in approval, satisfied with the previous manager's efforts. No wonder the Davis Supercar Club was renowned throughout XX continent. Their attention to detail was commendable. In addition, there was a bar and lounge area for relaxation, staffed by beautiful attendants with fair skin and long legs, their laughter filling the air. Some wealthy heirs, lacking female companions, flirted with them, creating a lively atmosphere. Chapter 82, Jiang Tua loses. Li Wenbing's entourage occupied another platform, with no barriers separating the two sides, allowing them to see each other clearly. Meanwhile, Jiang Tua and Nakata Nishita prepared for the race. Soon, a spine-tingling roar from the racetrack echoed through the air. Everyone rushed to the railing of the stands, eager to watch. Jiang Tua was behind the wheel of Lin Ning's Koenigsegg 1, while Nakata Nishita drove a red-striped McLaren, a vehicle of considerable value, yet inferior to the Koenigsegg in both price and performance. Upon the Koenigsegg's appearance, Li Wenbing nearly fainted. What the hell, this is cheating. His desperate shout echoed through the earpiece. What's the fuss? Jiang Tua replied nonchalantly, scratching his ear. There were no restrictions on the vehicles you could use in this race. If you find it unfair, then acquire a Koenigsegg of your own. I won't indulge in childish complaints. After all, Being able to borrow this car is a testament to my own capabilities, Jiang Tuo said with a triumphant smile, relishing in Li Wenbing's frustration. He felt unrestrained by the Li family's reputation. Their families had been acquainted for generations, and he had once been so bold as to urinate on the old Master Li's shoulder as a child. Thus, he felt justified in reprimanding Li Wenbing for inviting a Japanese racer. Fear not, young Master Li, Nakata Nishita's calm voice emerged from the earpiece, speaking with confidence. I do not deny that the Koenigsegg outperforms my McLaren in every aspect. However, the car does not define everything. The driver is the soul of the race. A soulless car, no matter how powerful, is merely a heap of worthless scrap. With that, he smirked coolly at Jiang Tuo, his expression dripping with disdain. Since the race had yet to commence, the sounds from both stands could be heard by the other side. Nakato's words resonated loudly on Lin Ning's side, inciting indignation among the crowd. How dare this little Japanese man be so arrogant? One might soon find themselves in a position where even young Master John's backside was out of sight. Lin Ning's brows furrowed, sensing the man's audacity was indeed excessive. How infuriating. I wish I could drag this fellow down and teach him a lesson. Young Master Jiang, do not show them any mercy. Strike them hard, and let Japan learn that boasting comes at a steep price. Yes, young Master Jiang, go for it. I support you. At this moment, Shui Manor, her face alight with indignation, clenched her fists and shouted, I am also furious. If you defeat this Nakata, I assure you, I will unlock the poses you desire. Her declaration left the entire arena in stunned silence, including Li Wenbing's side. Everyone gazed at her with admiration. This woman was undeniably fierce. Lin Ning shook his head in amused disbelief, uncertain of what to say. Even Qin Sifeng, who had just taken a sip of his drink, found himself caught off guard, spraying it out and turning crimson. Jiang Tuo chuckled mischievously, flooring the accelerator while intently fixating on the traffic light ahead, conveying with fervor, darling, make sure to wash yourself thoroughly and wait for me tonight. Ding, ding, ding. Following 3 resounding chimes, the signal light shifted from red to green. The Koenigsegg surged ahead, akin to a bolt of black lightning, leading the charge. In the blink of an eye, it had already pulled a car length ahead of the McLaren. In terms of performance, the McLaren undeniably paled in comparison to such an elite supercar. It could be said that this vehicle was born for the racetrack. Utilizing it for daily urban commutes felt like a gross misallocation of its capabilities, bordering on sacrilege. Nevertheless, Lin Ning remained unfazed, as it was merely a matter of signing in, requiring no effort on his part. Not to mention, even if the roads of Zhonghai City were decent, he wouldn't flinch at driving it on rural dirt roads. From the outset, the race descended into a fierce contest. Nakata Riku indeed proved his prowess behind the wheel, skillfully maneuvering the McLaren without losing significant ground, the 2 cars trailing closely behind one another. The screeching sound of tires skidding against the asphalt intermittently filled the air. The spectators in the stands were enraptured, erupting in frenzied cheers and shouts. Although the drivers could not hear them, their enthusiasm remained undiminished. To be candid, Jiang Tuo's driving skills were commendable. Otherwise, Li Wenbing would not have been so apprehensive, going so far as to hire a top racer from Japan to assist him in this contest. However, he was merely a wealthy scion, treating racing as a pastime. Despite his brash talk, there was still a considerable gap in genuine technique when compared to a professional like Nakata Riku. Nakata remained composed, accelerating, decelerating, drifting through turns, and selecting routes with flawless precision. Gradually, the gap between the 2 vehicles began to narrow. Observing this through his rearview mirror, Jiang Tuo grew increasingly anxious. The wager of 50 million wasn't the primary concern. The fact that he was driving a Koenigsegg, a pinnacle of supercars, weighed heavily on his mind. Moreover, the owner, Brother Lin Ning, was right there in the stands watching. Losing would be a tremendous embarrassment. Thus, Jiang Tuo's anxiety began to mount. Yet, the more anxious he became, the more mistakes he made. Seizing the opportunity, Nakata surged past him, firmly placing Jiang Tuo behind him without offering any chance for a comeback. Lin Ning withdrew his gaze with a sigh. From his masterful judgment of driving, the outcome of the race was unequivocal. Jiang Tuo was destined to lose. And indeed, despite Jiang Tuo's desperate attempts to overtake the McLaren, he found himself outpaced by Nakata Riku, who surged across the finish line first. The adjacent stands erupted in a cacophony of cheers, akin to a tsunami of elation. Victory! Li Wenbing's expression of triumph was unmistakable, and he had no intention of concealing it. Why should he? Such a moment of vindication and satisfaction was far too precious to downplay. After the race, the group made their way to the parking area. Li Wenbing led the way, brimming with pride, his smile almost reaching the heavens, chuckling incessantly. What are you laughing at? Keep it up, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Shui Manor could no longer endure it, glaring at him and shouting. The mouth is on my face. I'll laugh if I please, and you have no say in it. Li Wenbing retorted with a grin. But I'm quite curious about those poses you mentioned earlier that need unlocking. Why not share them with me? I could find someone to try them out. You. Li Wenbing, you shameless scoundrel. I'll take you on. Shui Manor's cheeks flushed crimson as she pointed angrily at him, ready to charge. Yet, she was firmly restrained by the girls beside her. These individuals had grown up together, their familiarity allowing for such unreserved exchanges. Observing this, Li Wenbing made a dismissive gesture before bursting into laughter and strolling away. Nakata Riku emerged from the McLaren, standing tall and expressionless, resembling a steel spear. Young Master Li, I have not disgraced my mission. His voice was low, his gaze tranquil, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. Chapter 83. I challenge you to a race. Ha ha ha, Mr. Nakata, you truly are remarkable. Li Wenbing exclaimed, embracing Nakata Riku and playfully taunting Shui Manor and the others, his laughter wide and unabashed. Do you have any idea how tense I was just now? I thought I was about to lose again. But unexpectedly, Mr. Nakata, you exhibited unmatched prowess. Capitalizing on a single mistake by young Master Jiang to overtake him. Not only did you restore my honor, but you also won 50 million. I'm absolutely elated, ha ha ha. Mr. Nakata, tonight at the Emperor's Club, it's on me. Let us invite a few starlets and indulge until we're inebriated. At that moment, Jiang Tua, dejected, dismounted from the Koenigsegg. Shui Manor and Zhang Chao immediately approached him, offering quiet consolation. Young Master Jiang's driving skills were merely mediocre. I'm rather disappointed. It seems the reports I heard in the country were somewhat exaggerated. It's regrettable that during my visit to Huaxia, I failed to encounter any true experts for a showdown. I wonder where they have all gone. I've heard this club has a racing team. Yet why have I not seen them until now? Perhaps their skills surpass those of someone like young Master Jiang, who is not a professional. Nakata Riku, with an air of superiority, addressed Jiang Tua and his companions. His words immediately sparked discontent among Jiang Tuo's entourage. You little Japanese brat, what are you saying? Dare to be arrogant in our great Huaxia? Do you believe I want to break your legs? You little Japanese, don't be so cocky. Our young Master Jiang is just having an off day. Are you brave enough to race again in a few days? Indeed, if you have the ability. Let us race again. Our young Master Jiang will not lose to you a second time. The crowd erupted in indignation, hurling angry retorts. Nakata Riku, however, remained remarkably composed, displaying no visible signs of anger or joy, clearly possessing profound restraint. Enough. Everyone, cease your bickering. Jiang Tu suddenly waved his hand, silencing the uproar. His gaze swept over Nakata Riku and Li Wenbing, and he spoke solemnly. In terms of skill, I concede. Losing means I have lost. I, Jiang Tu, am not petty enough to resort to underhanded tactics. However, Mr. Nakata, let us not boast too grandly. In Huaxia, there are many who surpass me in driving skill. Just as you mentioned earlier, this club harbors hidden talents, but they are currently competing elsewhere. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly render you utterly defeated. Heh, young Master Jiang. You've also stated that they are absent, allowing you to sing their praises freely. Nakata Riku chuckled dismissively, his smile laced with contempt. As long as no one can defeat me, in my eyes, you Waxians remain utterly inconsequential. Such words struck a painful chord, a blatant slap in the face. This was not merely an affront to Jiang Tua, but to all present, including Li Wenbing. Hearing Nakata Riku's remarks, Li Wenbing's expression soured as well. Yet due to the fact that this individual was his guest, he held his tongue. Lin Ning, listening from the sidelines, felt his expression darken upon hearing the Japanese's persistent arrogance and ignorance. Initially, he intended to observe the spectacle and meet with the club's management. After all, the club now belonged to him, yet no one had reached out to him, which left him somewhat dissatisfied with the current management. Even the president of Siskoki personally called me, treating me with utmost deference. Yet, a mere club of your stature does not even make an effort to reach out to me, despite my presence as the owner. Not a single senior executive has made an appearance. This is utterly incomprehensible. It appears that the management of these clubs is simply uninterested in their positions. However, at this moment, this Japanese individual is even more infuriating. Lin Ning decided to temporarily set aside the matter of restructuring the club and instead teach this arrogant and dismissive fellow a lesson. He needed to understand that our great Huaxia is not to be trifled with. With this thought, Lin Ning smiled slightly, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes as he took a few steps forward, positioning himself between Jiang Tua and Nakata Riku. How about we race? He proposed. His words left everyone in stunned silence. A storm of disbelief surged through Jiang Tua and his companions. Lin Gu actually intends to race against a Japanese? Is he capable? Upon their arrival, regardless of their driving skills, they had all showcased their prowess, while Lin Ning had driven in an exceedingly cautious manner, slowing down when necessary, changing lanes appropriately, signaling as required, more like a driving school instructor than a seasoned driver. Where was the aura of a racing champion? Concern began to ripple through the crowd. Li Wenbing, upon noticing that the speaker was a man even more handsome than himself and rather unremarkable in attire, had assumed he was merely Jiang Tuo's new lackey due to his silence. His expression turned cold as he reprimanded, "I am speaking with young Master Jiang. You have no place to interject. Be silent." Li Wenbing, "This is my elder brother Lin Ning. You ought to be cautious with your words," Jiang Tuo interjected, his complexion shifting dramatically. Li Wenbing, undeterred, scrutinized Lin Ning with a dismissive gaze before chuckling. "Jiang Tuo, you are regressing, recognizing a younger lad as your superior?" Just as Jiang Tuo was about to retort, Lin Ning raised his hand. Although reluctant, he shot a fierce glare at Li Wenbing before falling silent. This scene caused Li Wenbing's pupils to constrict slightly. He observed that others regarded Lin Ning with a sense of normalcy. Could it be that this man, despite his looks, possessed commendable abilities? After all, what reason did these typically arrogant second-generation rich kids have to treat him with such deference? With these thoughts swirling, Li Wenbing grew cautious. "You wish to race against Mr. Nakata?" he inquired. "Indeed," Lin Ning replied nonchalantly. "I intend to make this little Japanese fellow aware that there are greater heights beyond his own. Moreover, our contest shall have stakes, 200 million. What do you say?" With his exceptional driving skills, Lin Ning brimmed with confidence. Li Wenbing fell into silence. He did not shy away from the prospect of winning another race. But Lin Ning's unwavering confidence and willingness to wager such a considerable sum made him hesitate. Jiang Tuo and the others gasped in astonishment. "Brother, Nakata Riku may be arrogant, but he possesses genuine skill," Jiang Tuo cautioned, concerned that Lin Ning was acting impulsively. "Rest assured," Lin Ning turned with a smile, "I understand precisely what I am doing." Li Wenbing remained silent, while Nakata Riku grew impatient. The previous exchange had left him feeling insulted. "Young Master Li, please allow me to accept this challenge. I assure you, I will win this race." Li Wenbing hesitated, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint the source of his unease. Just as he was deliberating, Lin Ning dropped another bombshell. "To ensure fairness, I will not drive the Koenigsegg." Having said that, he looked at Jiang Tuo and instructed, "Bring over your Porsche." "All right, brother, just a moment." Jiang Tuo responded, promptly summoning his vehicle. "I shall compete in the Porsche against your McLaren. How does that sound?" Lin Ning's actions left Jiang Tuo and the others even more astonished. They exchanged puzzled glances, wondering about the source of his unwavering confidence. Only Chen Sifang and a few bodyguards brought by Lin Ning remained unfazed, having already witnessed their boss's extraordinary driving skills in the underground garage. Confronting a Japanese individual was, to them, a trivial matter. Meanwhile, Lin Ning's words ignited a sense of shame within Nakata Riku. The Japanese have an innate sense of subservience. When a stronger individual looks down upon them, they accept it as a given. However, if someone they deem inferior also disdains them, it becomes a profound humiliation. To Nakata Riku, Lin Ning represented the lowest form of weakness. To be so belittled by such an individual sent him into a furious rage. "Mr. Li, please allow me to accept this challenge," Nakata Riku insisted. Although Li Wenbing was reluctant to race, he understood the need to maintain decorum for a guest he had invited. Furthermore, the fact that Lin Ning opted for the less formidable Porsche instead of the superior Koenigsegg led him to believe he had no reason to lose. With a nod, he replied, "Very well, we accept this challenge. However, I have one condition. Regardless of the outcome, you must introduce me to the owner of the Koenigsegg." He looked at Jiang Tuo, making his demand. The owner of the Koenigsegg was a prominent figure among the elite in Zhonghai, a mysterious big shot everyone coveted to know. When Li Wenbing first saw Jiang Tuo behind the wheel of the car, he was astonished, believing him to be the owner. Yet Jiang Tuo had clarified that the actual owner was someone else. His attempts to arrange an introduction had been evaded repeatedly, which left Li Wenbing seething. If he could establish a connection with this enigmatic overlord, his status within the family would surely rise, granting him access to more resources and bringing him closer to the coveted position of family head. Thus, he included this stipulation in today's race. He had noticed Jiang Tuo's profound respect, even fear, towards the young man named Lin Ning. Unexpectedly, before Jiang Tuo could respond, Lin Ning interjected, "Certainly. I am more familiar with the owner of that car than Jiang Tuo is. If you wish to meet him, I can facilitate the introduction." With all conditions settled, the race commenced. Although Jiang Tuo and the others felt apprehensive, they respected Lin Ning's decision. Nevertheless, they resolved that if Lin Ning were to lose, they would ensure that the news remained under wraps, allowing no third parties to learn of it. As they ascended to the viewing platform, Jiang Tuo encouraged Lin Ning, who was prepared on the screen. "Brother, don't be nervous, just drive as you usually do. Winning or losing is inconsequential." Lin Ning heard Zhang Tuo's words through his earpiece, but did not respond, merely pressing the accelerator. The Porsche roared to life, akin to a warrior preparing for battle. Everyone held their breath for Lin Ning. Of course, Lin Ning himself was entirely oblivious to the tension surrounding him. Grasping the steering wheel of the Porsche, the sensation of harmonious unity with the car resurfaced. At this moment, he could be considered the most intimate acquaintance of this vehicle. Even the elite drivers of top-tier competitions merely relied on instinct. Conversely, he was one with the car. In other words, the vehicle had become an integral part of his being, an extension of both his physical form and spirit. Who, if not oneself, could possess a deeper understanding of one's own body? Thus, Lin Ning was entirely indifferent to the outcome, for he was assured of victory. As the traffic light shifted to green, both Nakata and Lin Ning surged forward in a simultaneous burst of speed, their McLaren and Porsche nearly neck and neck. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. It is worth noting that Zhang Tuo's Porsche was significantly inferior in performance compared to the McLaren. Therefore, when Lin Ning boldly proposed to compete in the Porsche, Zhang Tuo was taken aback. Had Lin Ning been one of his subordinates, such a reckless individual would have been promptly dismissed. Yet, with Lin Ning, he lacked the courage to do so. At this moment, witnessing the Porsche, under Lin Ning's deft control, keeping pace with the McLaren, ignited a spark of exhilaration within him. Come on, big brother. You can do it. Despite knowing that communication between the drivers and the spectators would be severed once the race commenced, Zhang Tuo could not help but cheer him on, as if his own strength could be transmitted to Lin Ning. On Zhang Tuo's side, excitement was palpable. However, on the grandstand where Li Wenbing stood, the atmosphere grew markedly tense. Donning a headset, he stood with arms crossed before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the two racing cars jostling for position, his expression impassive. He remained silent, and the others dared not utter a word, even slowing their breathing for fear of disturbing this young master. Under Lin Ning's stimulation, Nakata became euphoric, forgetting everything else. His gaze fixated solely on the racetrack, his hands executing a flurry of movements far exceeding his usual capabilities, even conjuring a blur of shadows. Under the immense pressure exerted by Lin Ning, Nakata unleashed his utmost potential. This marked the pinnacle of his performance since becoming a racing driver, nearly flawless. The McLaren, as a supercar, unleashed its full prowess, roaring and charging down the track. The Porsche followed closely behind. Lin Ning maintained a tranquil demeanor, a confident smile gracing his face as he executed the same maneuvers with an air of calm urgency. The Porsche awakened like a colossal beast, releasing performance that transcended its limits. Due to the frequency of its operations, the Porsche's engine emitted wisps of white smoke, trailing behind like a magnificent white dragon. A sight to behold. Under Lin Ning's command, the Porsche operated with the precision of a finely tuned instrument, executing breathtaking maneuvers on the racetrack. Every curve was navigated with impeccable, flawless trajectories. In contrast, the McLaren appeared somewhat rough around the edges in its path, despite the thunderous roars emanating from the McLaren, as if it were desperately struggling. The Porsche steadfastly surged ahead, gradually widening the gap. There were no conspiracies, no underhanded tactics. It was a contest of absolute fairness. The sole distinction lay in the formidable driving skills possessed by Lin Ning compared to Nakata. Shui Manor and her affluent companions were exhilarated, their hands red from enthusiastic applause. Unrestrained, they danced and shouted, producing a cacophony of sound. These noises reached Li Wenbing's ears, grating like nails on a chalkboard. His expression darkened, clouds gathering ominously, as if a storm were about to break. His subordinates discreetly retreated to a distance, trembling as they anxiously observed their master's fury, fearful of becoming the target of his wrath. Nakata was drenched in sweat, oblivious to his discomfort, his crimson eyes fixated on the silhouette of the Porsche, desperately attempting an array of maneuvers. However, no matter how hard he tried, the mere few meters separating him from the Porsche loomed like an insurmountable chasm between the two vehicles, an obstacle that could not be crossed. Ultimately, the Porsche surged ahead, crossing the finish line first, triumphing in the race.